South Park is a crude show. This is an understatement. It is so much an understatement that even saying as such to a longtime fan or even creator involved that it is a crude show would not come across as a surprise or even an offensive or derogatory statement. It declares its crassness brazenly, from the language used to the glee with which it uses it. And of course, the most obvious way in which it declares its own depravity is through the art style used. I don't normally like to attribute a show's creation or success to a single creative or even a small group. A lot of people's work goes into the creation of a piece of media, from writers to storyboarders or directing, voice acting, animation, and so on. To say that a single mind or duo of minds can take full credit for anything is to discount the creativity and effort of so many other people. Although in the case of Matt Stone and Trey Parker, I find it slightly more reasonable to give them full credit for the show's creative direction and general vibe. South Park's first few pilot episodes were made using cut-out construction paper to give it a properly haphazard appearance, that it became beyond criticism as a result of looking like they weren't serious about presentation, visually or ideologically. But when the show was picked up for syndication, the creators found that this sort of handmade animation style was far too time-consuming, and instead switched to storyboarding on CorelDRAW and then finishing animation with Power Animator software in order to hasten development while still retaining the homemade look. In Season 5, the software was dropped for Autodesk Maya for extra versatility and even faster turnaround, with some episodes now taking less than 6 days to complete. But this wasn't all beneficial. While South Park was able to have episodes on current events come out the same week the story they were referencing happened, this also meant that the takes on these stories were often reactionary, and occasionally flat-out incorrect. As they were getting their news from the first responders instead of the people who took time to fact-check, South Park would occasionally get in trouble for being offensive and punching down at the wrong groups. But this ties back to the beginning, the fact that the show looked crude with the intention of offending people on purpose. It didn't matter that some people found issue with the subject matter. If anything, the protesting and controversy only added to the show's appeal, as it spread its popularity through word of mouth. All that said, South Park is a show that never tries to avoid controversy, and while I typically try to avoid self-censoring, I at least still make attempts to sanitize my language for a better viewing experience while still enabling myself to discuss the subject matter. This is less of a personal stance and more of an affordance to continue to make these videos without risking my channel's status. What I'm trying to get around to is the fact that I probably can't monetize this video as much as I want to, and since I really want to make the video anyway, it helps a lot if you join the channel membership to support me in a way other than ad revenue. Basically, joining the channel membership, in addition to all of the other perks, massively reduces the chance that I will have to unironically say the phrase, "Oh my god, they unalived Kenny." Of course, if you don't want to join the channel membership, there are also other ways to directly donate, like with a super thanks. I'm gonna need about $3.50. You might be preparing to leave a sardonic comment along the line stating that this video's title is a misnomer, that it is not actually brief. In addition to being overplayed, these comments, I feel, are actually incorrect. I go episode by episode giving a brief recap of the plot before doing a short dive into themes and character moments and larger cultural context. As each episode gets only a few minutes, this video genuinely is brief. The runtime is only large because of how many retrospectives I cram into a single video. Basically, this video is long, but it could be a lot longer. One more thing before I start. As I stated before, South Park is a crude show, and this sometimes means that particular episodes are little more than the sum of the shock value they contain. When I feel like an episode does not have much going for it thematically, I will note as such by making that episode's retrospective section much shorter than usual, rather than forcing myself to talk about nothing for 2 to 3 minutes. Anyway, without further ado, let's head on down to South Park to have ourselves a time. The Spirit of Christmas. Jesus vs. Frosty. The boys are constructing a snowman when Kyle tries to place a top hat on their creation. Stan warns him not to do this or else the snowman will come alive, something Kyle ignores. The snowman gets up, roaring at them and killing Cartman. Well, they call him Kenny. They run away, finding Santa and telling him about their problem until Santa too attacks them, killing, I guess Cartman. Finally, the two boys see a nativity scene and pray to Jesus. Jesus proceeds to stand upright and fights Frosty, throwing his halo at the snowman and slicing the hat clean off before returning to his manger. Stan and Kyle then talk about the real meaning of Christmas, not playing outside, but getting presents. Trey Parker and Matt Stone met at the University of Colorado, where they bonded over their love of Monty Python, producing The Spirit of Christmas together for fun, based on the paper animation occasionally featured in those films. To any longtime fan of the series, this initial short will stand out very clearly as an early installment with none of what we would later recognize. Only one boy is named, Kenny, and he has the appearance of the later Cartman. Kyle looks much more like Stan, and Kenny, future Kenny, has a visible face. The only thing this short gets right is the tone the early series would become famous for. Crude in construction and equal in tone, with more of an interest in shock value than telling a coherent story. It sets the bar low but clears it just fine, now serving as a silly thing to look back on, considering the later cultural resonance the series South Park would go on to have. The Spirit of Christmas, Jesus versus Santa. The boys are singing a Christmas carol when Stan points out that Kyle is Jewish and thus should be singing a Hanukkah song instead. Their argument is cut short by Jesus, who asks the kids for directions to the mall, but once they get there, they ask why he needed to go there, and Jesus says he wants vengeance against Santa for ruining his birthday. The two men proceed to fight with energy beams, killing several onlookers as well as Kenny. The fight breaks into a stalemate, with both Jesus and Santa asking the kids for help, and they wonder aloud, what would Brian Boitano do? Brian Boitano then skates by, telling the boys not to worry about hypotheticals and just to be good to each other, in the spirit of the season. So Kyle and Stan tell Santa that if it weren't for Jesus, the holiday wouldn't exist, and if it weren't for Santa, the spirit of Jesus' birthday would be gone. The two apologize and make up over an orange smoothie, as the boys ponder the real meaning of the holiday: presents. That is, until Kyle says that Jews get 8 days of presents instead of 1, and so they leave to celebrate Hanukkah. A few years after the first The Spirit of Christmas short was released, a mutual friend of Trey Parker and Matt Stone, who worked for the Fox Broadcasting Company, asked them to create another similar short as a Christmas card. This resulting short, Jesus vs. Santa, went on to be spread by word of mouth as one of the first viral videos of internet history. As a result, there were talks about having this short expanded into a full series on television, though disagreements with the crassness of the produced series eventually led to Fox dropping the idea and the duo cutting ties with the network. They then shopped the idea to both MTV and the fledgling Comedy Central, eventually settling on the latter over concerns that MTV might ask them to tone down the series a bit. The show did not perform well with test audiences, specifically among the female demographic, but due to the continuing popularity of the short online, the network eventually ordered 6 episodes that would make up part of the first season. What South Park would later gain a reputation for is finally on display in this short. Character names are correct, ethnicities are decided upon, and they even killed Kenny. There's a ton of senseless violence, not only in aesthetic sense, but in general as well. People are killed and the boys do not react. But the fight itself was pointless too. It's no surprise this was a viral video in the early aughts, as this is the exact kind of nihilistic edginess that defined that era of creativity. Stuff made for the sake of stuff instead of having some super deeper meaning behind why Brian Boitano appeared. Cartman gets an anal probe. The boys are waiting for the school bus, making fun of Cartman for dreaming of visitors, before Kyle's baby brother Ike starts to bother him. He tries to get rid of the infant with a game of kick the baby before the bus shows up, taking them to school where they witness the visitors abducting Ike. He worries that his parents are going to punish him for losing his sibling, but the bus driver, Miss Crabtree, and later their teacher Mr. Garrison, both refuse to let them out of school. It's not until they explain the situation to the chef, that he pulls the fire alarm to let them out, as he's excited to see the visitors for himself. They leave to find Ike, with Cartman still refusing to accept he was visited by aliens despite his flaming farts, and sudden desire to sing show tunes, even going as far as to ignore an alien laser that kills Kenny. Kyle tries to get Stan to go along, but as Stan received a letter from his crush, Wendy Testaberger, asking to meet him at Stark's Pond, they wait there for her first. But when Wendy hears of the situation, she gets the idea to use Cartman as bait for the visitors, and they go to his house to convince him to go with them. This plan works as a massive satellite pokes out of Cartman's butt and contacts the visitors. Kyle pleads with the aliens to return his brother, though it's only a misunderstanding as they were trying to communicate with cows, messing up and turning them inside out. As apology, the aliens give the cows a hypnosis machine that allows them to make the police do more show tunes as Wendy and Stan bond over various shapes in his nervous puke. There was an unaired version of this episode that included a few deleted scenes, as well as things that would later go on to be contradicted by the series as a whole. Cartman has an entire family, instead of simply living with his mother, shown to incessantly spoil him, explaining his behavior instead of simply having him be a rude child of his own volition. We also have a few cutscenes of other characters, including Pip showing some sympathy for Cartman's predicament, and some 5th graders forcing Cartman to eat hot tamales, explaining his fiery farts through the episode that way. And while some of these cut interactions are consistent with later characterization, this is far less to do with some elaborate character bible, and more to do with the creator simply writing jokes first and filling in personalities later. This can be seen more clearly with the actual plot of the episode, which, while containing several jokes that are still consistent with some of the show's most notable era, very few of these gags have anything to do with the plot itself. In one instance, this manifests as a literal fart joke taking over the plot on the early bus ride, Ike's disappearance taking a back seat to toilet humor, and Kenny's death being an elaborate gag, showing him survive one thing and then being killed by the next. Still, this is as South Park gets, with the crude designs complementing the gags and overall plot, so it's not as though anything is really meant to be taken seriously, at least not for now. Weight gain 4,000. Cartman wins an essay contest, with Kathy Lee Gifford coming over to South Park to personally give him an award in a televised event. But Wendy is upset, as Cartman doesn't seem to know anything about dolphins or the rainforest at all. Meanwhile, the whole town is preparing for the celebrity's arrival, with Mayor McDaniels planning a celebration by having Chef sing a song and Mr. Garrison put on a play with the kids. But Mr. Garrison, egged on by Mr. Hat, instead plans to assassinate Kathy Lee Gifford after remembering a childhood grudge as a result of her winning a talent show that he entered. Cartman is told by the mayor that he has to lose some weight for the televised event, so he buys a workout supplement and begins eating tons of it, as Mr. Garrison gets fired from the play for accurately portraying South Park's brutal history. Mr. Garrison then goes back to the assassination plan that Mr. Hat came up with, which is overheard by Wendy as she is investigating Cartman's essay, and she warns the others about it, heading to the Pook Depository where Garrison is ready to shoot, merely waiting for Kathy Lee Gifford to leave her bulletproof glass bubble. But Wendy talks him out of the shot and he tries to put the gun down, only for Mr. Hat to take the shot anyway. But the stage breaks under Cartman's weight, and the bullet hits Kenny instead, with Kathy Lee Gifford being taken to safety. With no more celebrity, everyone goes home before they can hear Wendy's prove that Cartman cheated on his essay, and they all leave to have tuna fish sandwiches as Cartman eventually gets his wish of appearing on television due to being morbidly obese. This episode nearly instantly has a lot of South Park staples with very little of the awkward growing pains that many shows have to deal with in their first seasons. The plot revolves around a celebrity appearance with little to do with the actual celebrity and could be anyone. Each character ignores the much more pressing thing they need to do for some personal reasons, be it Stan following Wendy instead of his planned clinging onto Cartman's TV appearance, or Cartman putting on tons of weight as he assumes that he is underweight due to watching a TV commercial targeted at adults. In fact, it's just Wendy who is responsible in this episode, trying to stop the assassination attempt and failing because Mr. Hat took over after he was enraged by Stan's excitement caught from the rest of the town. The town itself is also beginning to be established in this episode. People quickly obsess over some celebrity they've gotten the chance to meet with. As I said earlier, Kathy Lee Gifford and her career have nothing to do with her appearance, which contributes to the absurdity of the episode. She's famous for being famous here. No one mentions Regis or her charity work. It helps to show the shallowness of the people meant to represent the typical American in South Park through the mayor, herself only aspiring to get out of there. Volcano. The boys go on a hunting trip with Stan's uncle Jimbo and his old war buddy Ned. Jimbo teaches them the basics of hunting, specifically that they can shoot any animal that's coming right at them, as well as how to get drunk around a campfire. Stan starts to feel self-conscious over the fact that he doesn't want to kill any of the animals, and that Jimbo's more impressed by Kenny's antics, declaring him his honorary nephew. Also feeling upset is Cartman, as the other boys teased him for his mother-coddling behavior, and the fact that his campfire story about Scuzzlebutt was not scary. So to get back at them, Cartman dresses as Scuzzlebutt and tries to scare them with wicker baskets, only for the hunting party to try to shoot at him, chasing Cartman further and further up the mountain. Meanwhile, Randy discovers seismic activity and finds out that the local volcano is about to explode. He warns the mayor, who calls the news vans over to get a bit of fame as she leads the people in rescuing the boys / building a big trench to divert the lava. The boys eventually corner Scuzzlebutt, who reveals that he is Cartman, before the volcano begins to erupt, chasing them back down the mountain where they are trapped behind the trench. Then, the real Scuzzlebutt emerges from the wood and transports them to safety in a wicker basket before Stan shoots him. Realizing they don't know the difference between what's right and what's wrong to shoot, Ned and Jimbo throw down their guns, shooting Kenny in the process. Contrary to his later depiction, Randy Marsh here cares little about the erupting volcano, his reaction to seeing an apocalyptic event being to sip his coffee a bit. Later seasons will show him as the typical instigator of plots, usually with the opposite reaction of freaking out and making a huge deal over nothing. Who does make a huge deal over nothing, though, is the mayor, shown once again to use tragedy as a means of getting some positive media attention. This attention ironically manages to actually save the day, with the gathered people being able to dig a trench that saves the town, although not Denver. The other half of this episode is dedicated to the hunting party, specifically the way in which Jimbo uses hunting as a way to get the kids to man up, rewarding Kenny for drinking gasoline, making dirty jokes, and killing everything he sees. It's not until Stan shoots Scuzzlebutt after he saves their lives that the other men realize that maybe killing something doesn't actually make you a better person, and that constantly acting out for attention is a childish thing to do, whether it is Stan trying to impress his uncle, or his uncle trying to impress a bunch of 9-year-olds. Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride. Stan gets a new dog, Sparky, showing him off to his friends right up until Sparky starts to hump another male dog, revealing him as gay. This fear over his dog being gay causes him to get distracted during football practice, concerning as the South Park Cows are soon going to play the Middle Park Cowboys, and Stan is supposed to be their star quarterback. He asks Mr. Garrison about what he should do, and Garrison says gay people are evil. And Stan, repeating how he doesn't want Sparky to be gay, makes the dog run away, where he then discovers Big Gay Al's Big Gay Animal Sanctuary. Stan eventually tracks him down to this sanctuary, where he eventually learns to accept his dog for who he is, and to stop trying to force him to be straight. Back at the school, the Cows are struggling to beat the 70-point spread against the Cowboys, which is concerning as Jimbo convinced the people to bet on their local team, even going as far as to plant a bomb on the mascot just in case. But Stan returns and manages to win the game with a pass to Kyle, and as he celebrates, tells everyone that being gay is okay before reuniting the town with their abandoned gay pets. In the end, the Cowboys mascot explodes when John Stamos' brother sings the high note in Loving You. This episode ends on the song with credits, Now You're a Man, Manny Manny, Man Man Man, and so on. What's considered manly in this episode is playing sports. What is not considered manly is being gay, at least to those who are super concerned with coming across as manly. In this case, the closeted types like Mr. Garrison, whose deflection about his sexuality comes out in the form of extra bigotry towards the sexual minority he's in denial of being. The other manly characters here are depicted as the kind of guys who are okay with kids being torn apart in contact sports, calling Pip weak for wanting to wear a helmet, and ignoring Kenny getting torn limb from limb during the game because it's just manly stuff. The non-manly gay characters are the ones who are happier. Big Gay Al runs a magical animal sanctuary and throws disco parties. The animals love him because he's genuinely caring. This is in contrast to Stan, who goes from declaring Sparky as his very best friend until he learns his dog is gay, at which point he convinces the dog to run away by badmouthing it. It's not until Stan learns not to be judgmental that he's finally able to have a proper happy ending with this new best friend, and then the opposing team's mascot explodes when John Stamos' brother hits a high note. An elephant makes love to a pig. Kyle has a new pet elephant, but his parents won't let him keep it in the house. But when he learns about genetic engineering in class, he gets the idea to crossbreed his pet elephant with Cartman's pig Fluffy, to make an elephant that fits inside the house. This is even suggested as a science fair project, competing against Terrence's project to create a human clone. But when they go to Dr. Mephisto's manor and see all his genetic experiments, mostly animals with 4 butts, they're turned off of the idea and, at Chef's advice, decide to crossbreed the animals the old-fashioned way, by getting them really drunk. But while the boys were at the genetic cloning lab, Mephisto took some of Stan's DNA for his son's project, and this slowly becomes a giant deformed Stan. When this deformed Stan breaks out of its captivity, it starts to terrorize the city, with Stan getting all of the blame. But Stan has the idea to convince his clone to beat up his sister Shelly, who's been bullying him all episode, but when they arrive he simply trashes the house and kills Kenny. Shelly winds up punching out the clone, who is later killed by Mephisto for only having 1 ass, though she covers for Stan when his angry parents get home. In the end, Terrence is able to present an even better science project, a monkey with 5 butts, while Fluffy gives birth to a pig that looks like Mr. Garrison, who gives him an A+. This episode's title did not originally say Makes Love to a Pig, with Comedy Central changing it to be more appropriate, ironically creating a much more bizarre title, as what happens cannot really be considered making love. Another censored moment comes from the second fight scene between Stan and his sister, when she lights him on fire multiple times before putting him out. In original airings of the episode, this scene was taken out, but the puddle of water beneath them remained, though remasters have reanimated a lot since then. The reason this was censored was more realistic, though. There was a recent case in the news of a trailer home burning down as a result of a kid playing with matches after seeing Beavis and Butthead doing the same thing, and Comedy Central did not want to risk a repeat incident. Sure, it's not like Beavis and Butthead are supposed to be good role models, but then again, children are not great at picking out who they idolize. This is true in universe as well, with the kids getting pressured into a competition to make their genetic engineering experiment instead of a more natural flow of interest. This results in both groups pushing their experiment far beyond what's natural, resulting in a monstrous Stan terrorizing South Park. And while it seems like there's going to be a moral at a few points in the episode about Stan not getting back at his sister because they're family, South Park passes up the chance to make this point. Not that it needed to put more gags in about Stan getting beaten up by his older sister, and Cartman being a hypocrite about women. Death. Stan's grandpa keeps asking Stan to end his life, though Stan is hesitant to do so, as he's more concerned in watching Terrence and Phillip, a show about farting Canadians. But when Kyle's mom learns what her son is watching, she goes on a crusade to warn the other parents about the swearing and fart jokes. Everyone gets mad at Kyle, though Stan is more concerned with trying to get an answer from the adults as to whether it's moral to assist someone in suicide, a question they won't touch with a 20-foot pole. Eventually, as the parents are organizing against Terrence and Phillip, the kids are left alone with Stan's grandpa as he tries to hang himself, and the kids get in trouble, with the parents marching to the network's HQ to protest. This leaves the kids alone again, so Grandpa pulls Stan into a room and makes him listen to Enya so he can understand what it's like to be old, and Stan finally relents and agrees to kill his grandpa. But before they can do this, Death appears and chases them around, ultimately killing Kenny, but not Grandpa, who's told by the ghost of his grandfather not to traumatize his children. In the end, the protest is ended when the diarrhea the protesters got from Kenny stinks up the area outside the network's headquarters, and he agrees to take Terrence and Phillip off the air. With no more fart show to laugh at, the kids decide to try drugs and porn instead. This episode briefly makes a moral about the parents ignoring their kids' cry for help as they're being attacked by Death due to the ongoing protest, arguing that the entire protest is just a way to divert responsibility away from themselves for having the TV do the parenting for them. The obvious analogy is to South Park itself, with Terrence and Phillip serving as a stand-in for the show. Parents ought to be less concerned with what the kids are watching than that they are watching it. This isn't as though there's a shortage of other TV shows available, many of which are specifically targeted to kids. Of course, all of this is compounded by the fact that Terrence and Phillip is not meant to be viewed as prestige television. The characters' mouths coming detached like that was originally meant to portray the cartoon as being crudely animated. It was only later that this was retconned to mean Canadian. This combines with the fact that the kids are actually being affected by the TV they watch. When Cartman's mother tells him not to watch Terrence and Phillip, he curses her out repeatedly using the same language he saw on TV. And sure, parents should monitor what their kids are watching, but if parents were monitoring their kids 24/7, that would be smothering to their development. Pink Eye. Kenny is crushed by a falling space station and taken to the morgue where one of the morticians leaves out a bottle of Worcestershire sauce that gets into the embalming fluid, turning Kenny into a zombie. He shows up at school with parts of him falling off as he bites kids, though his friends are more concerned with the costume contest, where Wendy has dressed like everyone else using a Chewbacca mask instead of doing a couple's costume with Stan, all while Cartman gets in trouble for dressing as Adolf, shown an uninformative video on why that's bad, and then getting a ghost costume instead. The zombie outbreak is misdiagnosed as pink eye, though Chef knows better and takes the kids to the morgue to investigate the source of the zombies. They eventually learn about the appended sauce bottle and call the hotline on the back, where Kyle is told to kill the original zombie to stop the outbreak. They killed Kenny, again, and the zombies turn back to normal. In the end, while mourning Kenny's death, they discuss the true meaning of the holiday, except they get it mixed up with Christmas. Cartman goes to school dressed as Hitler, getting told off by the staff for doing so and pulled into the principal's office to learn why he should not have done that. Except they really only told him not to do it, without actually going into depth the reason why this is not okay to do. The result is him sitting in a room and being shown footage of soldiers marching as he speaks to them, the exact sort of propaganda used to support the party in the first place. Cartman did not listen to the argument and simply saw something he thought looked cool and ran with it. It's something I've said before, but kids are not great at picking out role models. They're just going to side with the coolest looking guy or whoever yells the loudest or whoever makes them laugh. This episode ends with a mirror to the Spirit of Christmas shorts where the boys parrot their lesson learned from back then, only to realize they have the wrong holiday, the entire point of the episode effectively being nullified then and there. The "I learned something today" recaps at the end of episodes have always been gags meant to show the boys taking the wrong lesson entirely, so it's not a surprise that the writers are already pointing out how pointless these are in such a tongue-in-cheek way. Starvin' Marvin. While watching the Terrence and Philip Thanksgiving special, the boys see a commercial to support starving families in Ethiopia and decide to donate so they can get a sports watch. But instead of the watch, an Ethiopian child is sent over. They name him Starvin' Marvin and take him to school where the faculty says they cannot raise him. Later, when the Red Cross arrives to fix the mix-up, Marvin points to Cartman as the starving African child, and he's taken to Ethiopia instead. While there, he looks for food, finding nothing from the Red Cross as they've run out of funding, but finding a cache of food from Sally Struthers, who's been hoarding it. Meanwhile, Dr. Mephisto is trying to warn the mayor about an outbreak of angry turkeys, though she is more concerned with a canned food drive. But when this canned food drive is interrupted by the mob, Chef has to rally the people Braveheart style to fight back against them. They have a great fight scene, ultimately winning at a great cost, only for more Red Cross members to finally pick up Marvin for real, with Marvin taking the dead turkeys back home with him and managing to feed his people. The boys adopt a child from Ethiopia with all the treatment and enthusiasm one might use to adopt an animal, with a similar response from the adults in their life. No, you can't adopt that child, the adults say, only to deflect away reasons why they themselves cannot also take care of them by saying they're already doing their part. This part is sending a small donation to a charity that ultimately winds up eaten by a celebrity, rather than donated more directly to do some good. People are less interested in helping than they are in appearing to help, or to get a watch. When it comes time to make sacrifices that are any more substantial than a monthly donation, people deflect. And the episode itself doesn't necessarily condemn this behavior. Would the world really be a better place if every starving kid were shipped overseas? The Americas have tried this once through a system that wound up with residential schools that wiped out cultures in an attempt to civilize indigenous people, blaming their poor conditions on things inherent to race rather than socioeconomic factors. Not that South Park ever looked any more deeply into these aspects of society. Poverty in Africa is viewed more as a humorous inevitability than the result of political strife or a civil war, while still being something preferred by Marvin over the bizarre behavior of the Western world of South Park. Mr. Hanky. Kyle's mom gets upset when she sees Mr. Garrison directing the Christmas play as they're making her Jewish son talk about Jesus. The other kids start to treat him like an outcast, made worse when he tries to explain the concept of Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh. Meanwhile, Kyle's mom and all the other citizens of South Park start to complain to the mayor about Christmas, who responds by trying to come up with as non-denominational a holiday celebration as possible. Kyle keeps seeing Mr. Hanky, getting the idea to take him to school to show the other kids he's real, though all they see is a regular turd, which gets Kyle committed when Mr. Hanky attacks Cartman. The day of the holiday pageant comes with a performance by Philip Glass as the kids meander around in gray leotards, a pageant so bad that the citizens of South Park start to blame each other for neutering it. This angry mob is finally calmed down by Mr. Hanky himself, who sings a holiday song and gets everyone to visit Kyle, who then is let out as people realize he told the truth all along. The episode ends with Kenny not dying, and Jesus singing happy birthday to himself. This episode's plot is based on the claim that it's impossible to do anything anymore without offending at least someone, unless you walk on eggshells and police your own language so as not to offend. But if you manage to successfully do this, you wind up saying nothing of substance at all, as all you can produce is tame, inoffensive, and thus boring content. As is typical of the show, they portray these arguments in a way that sides with nobody and pokes fun at every group involved. The people demanding change got the change they wanted, but then so did everyone else as well, so the end result made everyone mad. It turns out that the people pushing for tamer, more universal content consider their own experiences to be universal and tame. Inoffensive is just code for whatever the person speaking considers normal. In this case, the people arguing for normalcy are the ones celebrating Christmas in the traditional sense, with the traditional sense meaning the way they usually do it. As long as you are 51% of the population, your beliefs and behaviors are normal. But if you're 49% of the population, then you have to stop cramming your politics down other people's throats and accept that the season's not about you. It's not as though South Park really does take the position that people ought to shut up and conform to the local way of doing things, though. Kyle's made fun of at the start of the episode for no reason other than the fact that he is Jewish. So his mom sort of has a point in that the larger group is just using culture wars as a way to bully smaller groups. But in the end, whether or not somebody is offended isn't something to be concerned with, as someone will be offended no matter what. The best solution is to offend everyone equally, something that Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh promises. Damien. A new kid arrives at school, Damien, the son of Satan, and Cartman gives everyone but him and Pip a birthday party invitation, as well as a list of the gifts they have to give him. Damien starts cursing people, even turning Kenny into a duck-billed platypus, and he demands to see Jesus. When Jesus hears the call-out, he arrives at South Park Elementary and hears that the Dark Lord himself will soon be there, and that he wants to fight Jesus one-on-one for the souls of everyone in town. During the weigh-in, people worry that Satan is much larger, and they all bet on him, much to Jesus' annoyance as he calls them out at a bar. Cartman is furious as his big birthday party is taking place on the same day as the fight, more so when his birthday party starts and Kyle gets him ants in the pants instead of the Mega Man he wanted. Cartman shuts down his birthday party, so everyone goes to see the fight instead, arriving just in time to give Jesus a motivational speech stolen from Star Trek. Jesus throws a single punch and knocks out Satan, though it's revealed that he threw the fight on purpose, as he was the only one who bet on Jesus to win. Satan brags about ripping off the people of South Park to become rich, and he returns to hell, taking Damien with him just after the kid got some acceptance for blowing up Pip. This episode doesn't say too much. It's got a few callbacks to the original shorts, even a scene paralleling Jesus looking angrily at the people cheering against him as they awkwardly shut up about it. In the last case, it was the kids rooting for the man who gives them presents, while now it's the people rooting for a man who they bet money on. Really, though, the consistent thing shown here is that bullies tend to win in the end. Damien is not accepted by the other kids and starts to bond with Pip over this, at least until he gets the idea to light the kid on fire and shoot him into the sky. Once he starts picking on other kids, he's no longer at the bottom of the social hierarchy, and he gets accepted. Likewise, Satan harasses Jesus and acts like a big tough guy, ultimately winning a ton of money and throwing a fight to take money from people who preferred evil over good, in spite of the fact that they'd all be damned to hell for eternity if Satan won. Every person figured that, as long as they were rich, they would probably be less affected by the millennia of torment. It's a very American way of thinking that's criticized here, that no matter how bad things get, it's better to improve your own station in life, to avoid the worst of it, rather than trying to prevent the world from going to hell in the first place. It doesn't matter that the kids are always bullying each other, as long as you yourself do not get harassed, then the system is fine. Tom's rhinoplasty. Mr. Garrison takes time off work to get surgery, and a new substitute teacher, Miss Ellen, takes his place. All the boys in Garrison's class are smitten with her, much to the annoyance of Wendy, who tries to win back Stan by threatening the new teacher. Among the boys smitten with Miss Ellen is Chef, who woos her with the song and takes her out on a date that night, only to tell the boys the next morning that she is a lesbian and only wants to date other lesbians. So the boys try to become lesbians using advice from Cartman's mom, as Stan wins a date with her for having the highest grade on a spelling test. Ultimately, Wendy decides to stop fighting for Stan's affection and apologizes to Miss Ellen, until the next day when she is taken away by the Iraqi government, with Kinney dying in the scuffle and shot into the sun on a rocket for her unexplained crimes. Meanwhile, Mr. Garrison has gotten his surgery, a nose job, and now looks exactly like David Hasselhoff. He quits his job teaching to be a model until a mob of women attacks him in the street, and he changes his mind. In the end, it's revealed that the Iraqi government and the mob of women were both in Wendy's employ as a part of an elaborate scheme to win back Stan. The Wendy established in this episode is not the same Wendy we see through the rest of the series, her masterminding of elaborate revenge schemes disproportionate to how wronged she is, being more of a trait of Eric Cartman than anyone else. We do see later on that she's never the type to take abuse lying down, but these reactions are still tempered by the bounds of reality, Wendy serving as a source of common sense. This, at least, is something consistently shown, with the way she's the only one to identify incoming problems before they get worse, be this by getting upset with an alien invasion, or by discovering Cartman's plagiarism before. Mecha Streisand. While on a school archaeology dig, Cartman finds a mysterious triangle, though he throws it away and Kyle takes it. But the news reports on this triangle, making Cartman jealous enough to steal it back, which he attempts to do, only for Kyle to just give him the thing to leave him alone. Also interested in this triangle is Barbra Streisand and Leonard Maltin, who tracks down Chef to find and save the boys before Streisand takes the triangle, actually half of a diamond called the Triangle of Zinthar. Streisand kidnaps the boys and takes them to her $4 million condo in the mountains, where she sings to them to get information on the location of the artifact, which Cartman hands over. Now in possession of the triangle, she transforms into Mecha Streisand and begins to destroy the town of South Park again. Leonard Maltin transforms into Ultraman, while Sidney Poitier turns into Gamera, though they're both pushed away. It's ultimately Mothra Robert Smith who is able to punch her weak spot and knock the triangle out of her nose before saving the day and walking into the sunset. Kyle throws out the triangle, saying that people who lust for power are the least deserving of it, before Ike finds the artifact and transforms into a giant. There's little to say about this episode that's not already abundantly self-evident. South Park has a few episodes that can best be described as shitposting, and this is one of them. Mecha Streisand is just a way for Matt and Trey to trash-talk celebrities they don't like while showing off how cool the ones they do like are. Kyle saying he loves The Cure is just Matt Stone speaking his own opinion. Other than celebrities, this episode also features a few of the other South Park touches of affection. The Japanese lyrics sung whenever there's a transformation sequence are real Japanese, either katakana easternizations of English words or simple phrases like "your heart is black" or "your nose is big." Trey Parker is fluent in Japanese and is a Japanophile from the days before the term weeaboo was ever uttered. Cartman's mom is a wind through Wide Valley. Cartman has been acting strange and missing school lately, so the boys get Mr. Mackey's video camera to get footage of this behavior so Mackey can better diagnose him. They then capture footage of him having a tea party with the dolls, later going on to ask his mother about the identity of his father. Cartman is then told the story about how his mother met him, flashing back to a party where she met a Native American chief, who directs Cartman to Chef, who directs Cartman to Mr. Garrison, who directs him to the 1991 Denver Broncos. Mr. Mephisto then offers to do a DNA test of the suspects to learn the identity of Cartman's father, though he does not have the $3,000 necessary to pay for this. That is, until Stan and Kyle admit that they submitted the footage of Cartman's tea party to America's Stupidest Home Movies, with the hope of winning a $10,000 prize. This prize instead goes to Grandpa Marsh, who sent in footage of Kinney dying in a train crash, though they at least have the money to pay for the test as a runner-up prize. Mr. Mephisto gets everybody from that party together and prepares to reveal the identity of Cartman's father, only to reveal that the truth will come out next season. The first act of this episode establishes Cartman's pattern of misbehavior insofar as he is playing with dolls who all unanimously agree that he's very cool, his reaction to the tea party being shown on television proving that even he knows this is abnormal. More pressing, it's not funny abnormal, like Kenny getting killed every episode. As I mentioned before, Cartman's father disappeared between early versions of the first episode, his lack of existence now explained as the reason Cartman is so coddled and spoiled all the time. So this episode exists to answer the question raised only by people who are obsessed with unreleased footage to explain a mystery that nobody asked: who is Cartman's father? Terrence and Philip in Not Without My Anus. Instead of learning the identity of Cartman's real father, we are instead treated to a Terrence and Philip special about farts. A man named Scott accuses Terrence of murder, though Philip is able to make the jury laugh by farting to get his friend out of the sentence. Scott vows revenge and plots with Saddam Hussein to get that revenge. He does this by kidnapping Terrence and Celine Dion's daughter while she is studying abroad and holding her hostage, sneaking a bunch of soldiers aboard their plane on the return flight. These soldiers then take over Canada bit by bit, interrupting their craft dinner as well as Ugly Bob's affair with Celine Dion, to force her to sing the Iraqi national anthem instead of the Canadian one at a football game. Scott decides instead to give Terrence and Philip a bomb to strap to their chests to take out the dictator and themselves, though they have a better idea. On the day of the game, just as Celine starts to sing, every Canadian begins farting enough to fill the stadium with gas and kill the soldiers, singing "Oh Canada" as the camera pans away, and Scott learns a lesson about how farting is legitimate humor. A quick April Fool's joke released between acts of a two-parter designed to troll viewers into thinking that it was a different type of April Fool's joke. Terrence and Philip has always been a show within the show of South Park, making it appear like this would just be another of the show's 10-second cutaway gags before getting to the real plot, something even teased in the episode itself as they watch South Park on their couch and cut away just before the reveal of Cartman's father. Anyway, on to the real show. Cartman's mom is still, and so on. The episode opens on Mephisto about to reveal the identity of Cartman's father when he is suddenly shot through a window, falling unconscious. They rush him to the hospital in spite of Stan's fear of hospitals and Cartman's inability to avoid singing "Come Sail Away," where the sole doctor there is unable to treat him and the other patients properly due to power failures caused by a snowstorm. This snowstorm has also trapped many South Park residents in a soundstage that is filming a reenactment of the crime scene for America's Most Wanted, forcing the citizens to resort to cannibalism, even though only a few hours have passed. Back at the hospital, the doctor puts Kenny in charge of fixing the backup generator as they drink cocoa, and he manages to do this by using his body to connect the circuits, dying by electrocution. Mephisto is able to be resuscitated, revealing that it was probably just his brother trying to kill him as he does once a month, and he is finally able to reveal the name of Eric Cartman's father, Mrs. Cartman. It turns out that she, in addition to sleeping her way to President Clinton to convince him to allow 40th trimester adoption, is a hermaphrodite and thus Eric's actual father. When it's time to reveal who Eric's mother is, he decides that it's not worth finding out and gives up. After a slight delay, the audience finally gets to find out just who it was that caught Cartman's mother pregnant all those years ago, but first, another slight delay as we get to solve a brand new murder mystery, and then watch a harrowing tale of survival. A tale of survival that only lasted a few hours, and a mystery that was dismissed as unimportant by the man in the middle of it all. After delaying the reveal of the mystery for 4 months, the showrunners then delayed it by another week for a Terrence and Philip special, and then delayed it by another 22 minutes with a series of gags about how needlessly complex shows sometimes have to be to maintain an aura of mystery that keeps the audience hooked. And why do they do this? For Matt and Trey, it's just a bit of trolling, but for characters in universe, it's a means of extracting more value from a simple story. Who shot Mr. Mephisto? A television executive thinks that dragging out a dramatic story instead of a proper investigation would solve the problem. Not the problem of not knowing the answer, but the problem of the answer not making any money should it be revealed. In the end, South Park understands that a bunch of paper cutouts in a fake town are just that, and there is not real value in learning the precise identities of fictional characters, and thus, there should not be some huge prestige mystery behind it. Chicken Lover. While the kids are in a bookmobile, they hear a chicken screaming and head over to investigate the noise, arriving at the same time as Officer Barbrady, who is in the middle of hyping up a cops segment about himself. The camera crew leaves as Barbrady learns of the crime. Someone made love to a chicken, and when he's gathering clues, including a note confessing to the crime, it eventually comes out that he cannot read. he retires in shame, with South Park devolving into chaos until the mayor sends him to South Park Elementary to learn to read. He struggles for a while until the kids offer help, with Cartman being deputized as the others teach him the words on various books used as clues by the chicken lover. They're eventually able to stake out the petting zoo after reading a book about one, where Barbritty catches the chicken lover in the act, revealed as the man driving the bookmobile from the start, who had sex with chickens as an elaborate plan to teach the officer how to read. Cartman, who has spent the episode demanding that people respect his authority, is de-deputized, and the episode ends with a parade for Barbritty, who announces that reading sucks after reading Ayn Rand. There's always a desire by some writers to make stories more complex as a means of making stories better, as if the harder it is to follow along with various master plans, the better the story is. In South Park, a character comes up with a plan to teach Officer Barbritty how to read that begins before he ever revealed that he couldn't. Narratively, this is treated as though it was some sort of masterful manipulation, which is simultaneously enough to let the chicken lover get away with his crimes, as though he did the wrong thing for the right reason instead of sexually assaulting chickens and then making something up to get away with it afterwards. Ike's Wee-Wee. Kyle is inviting the other students to his brother Ike's bris, though they are unaware what a circumcision is, as Chef refuses to explain. Kyle mistakenly deduces that it is similar to a castration, so he fakes Ike's death to keep him away from his parents by taking his brother to Nebraska. But during a mock funeral for an Ike dummy that was mauled by a dog, he sees a Canadian flag on the tombstone and learns that Ike was adopted. He reveals the truth to his parents, angry that his brother is not his brother, until Ike is brought back, cowering with his sibling for safety from the rabbi, who later clears up the situation as Kyle decides that family is more than blood. During an anti-drug PSA, Mr. Mackey passes a small amount of marijuana around the classroom, which ends up disappearing. For giving the kids drugs, he is fired from his job and soon becomes an outcast by the citizens of South Park. He hides from their taunts in a bar where he is given a beer and later harder alcohol, which causes him to return home drunk and learn that his landlord kicked him out. He wakes up in an alley, being offered some drugs to stay warm and winding up with some old students he suspended who offer him more. Eventually he meets a hippie woman and the two decide to get married, vacationing in India, where Mackie is kidnapped by the A-Team and dragged back to South Park for rehab. Eventually he returns to his old job, once again teaching the kids that drugs are bad, okay? This episode starts out because Chef refuses to tell the children what a circumcision is, telling them rightfully that they ought to ask their parents these sort of questions instead of random adults. But rather than heeding this advice, Stan asks a few other random kids and ends up getting a fake answer. A fake answer he then bases the rest of his actions off of, until Kyle discovers that Ike is not actually his younger brother. The episode then changes subjects, with Kyle wondering if it's worth it to protect his brother, knowing that they're not blood-related. It's not until Ike treats Kyle like they're still brothers that he realizes his error, that the feelings he had when he wanted to protect Ike are still there regardless of factual relationships. Mr. Mackey ends up going down a spiral of addiction as drugs ruin his life, or at least that is how the town portrays his actions following him getting fired. In reality, he was fired before taking any drugs and only ever drank to cope with that, and smoked to cope with losing his house, something that only happened because his landlord assumed he was an addict. People always say that doing drugs will ruin your life, and half the reason this is true is because the people saying that will ruin your life if you do drugs. Drinking did not make Mackey's landlord change the locks. Smoking didn't make him sleep on the streets. In fact, he fell in love and got married due to a shared love of drug culture and had been clean for a while afterwards. Sure, there are plenty of drugs out there that are genuinely harmful, but as a society, more of the harm of doing drugs comes from people treating you like an addict rather than a person. Conjoined Fetus Lady. Pip breaks Stan's nose during a dodgeball game after he's compared to the French, and Stan is sent to the nurse's office, discovering that the school nurse, Miss Gollum, has conjoined twin dyslexia. They all make fun of her, which Kyle's mom overhears, encouraging the town to do something about it. Despite Nurse Gollum insisting that she does not want special treatment, they host an entire week dedicated to her that culminates in hats, parades, and an invasive slideshow. Meanwhile, South Park has been invited to play in a state championship dodgeball game, and Coach Chef is excited for the kids to play, despite learning later that no one else wanted to play the state championship because Denver's team was too good and it was sure to win. But with Pip's rage, they manage to make it to Nationals, and then to the World Championship against the Chinese when no one else wants to play there. The Chinese team has been trained from birth to be the best, and they maim most of the South Park kids, even killing Kenny. Chef realizes that he was forcing his dream onto the kids, and they agree to stop caring about the game, despite the fact that Pip managed to win with French rage. They return to South Park in the midst of the festivities in time to hear Nurse Gollum yell at the town for singling her out, the last thing she wanted. The kids realize that she is alright after all, as the adults consider her ungrateful. Despite the A and B plot hardly interacting, both of these plots still have the same general message, that of people in charge having desires that contradict what the people they're in charge of want. This disparity comes from a difference in outcome versus the path to that outcome. Chef and the mayor are looking at the end goal, either to win a championship or to prove how accepting they are of Nurse Gollum. Despite the fact that this championship comes at the cost of injuring the kids and having them travel around the country against their will does not come up, nor does the fact that Nurse Gollum never wanted to be singled out in the first place. Sure, the kids were making fun of her, but kids make fun of everything, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't still hang out together. The main four even make fun of each other constantly, making fun of Kyle for being Jewish, Cartman for being fat, and Kenny for being poor. It's even making fun of Pip that gets them to win the world tournament, and then Nurse Gollum reveals that she never really cared that she was being teased, as she had long since accepted it. The kids realize she was actually cool all along, and their position of Nurse Gollum flips with that of the adults, who are mad that their self-serving charity work was not appreciated enough. The Mexican Staring Frog of Southern Sri Lanka. The boys get an F- for retelling one of Jimbo's Vietnam stories for a report, so as revenge they make fake footage of the Mexican Staring Frog of Sri Lanka, sending an increasingly absurd proof of the frog's existence before ultimately calling in a fake tip about the frog's location. Jimbo flashbangs Ned while trying to follow one of these leads, leaving him catatonic. Meanwhile, the producer of Jesus and Pals is trying to come up with a way to increase ratings for the show to compete with Jimbo's Huntin' and Killin', when she overhears Stan apologizing for hospitalizing Ned. She decides to host their apology on Jesus' show, telling the men to lie more and more to one-up each other, in order to make a big fight that's ultimately stopped by Jesus, who gets to the bottom of all of the lies told thus far. Jimbo apologizes for embellishing his story, and the kids apologize for escalating, as the producer is sent to hell to be tortured by Satan and his boyfriend Saddam. A pretty absurd story with little to say outside of condemning exaggerations made by network executives to sell advertising space. There's an especially poignant line spoken by Huntin' and Killin's executive after saying they have higher ratings than ever. When Jimbo asks if that means he'll make more money, the executive replies, "No, but I will," meaning that Jimbo is effectively selling out his dignity to make somebody else rich. It's still viewed as a little bit better than the boys making themselves look dumb for no gain at all, although they at least assumed they wouldn't have to come clean. And this is then compared to Jesus, who never wanted to sell out and only begrudgingly did so to keep his ratings high enough to help other people. City on the Edge of Forever. While taking a winding detour through the mountains, the school bus slides off a cliff and falls for a while before winding on the edge of another cliff. Miss Crabtree tells the kids to sit down and shut up, or else a monster will eat them, before leaving to find help. She's picked up by a trucker who takes her to a nearby town where her screaming is appealing to the audience, eventually having her impress people until she gets a talk show appearance on Jay Leno, before finally realizing that fame is fleeting and retiring to spend more time with her new boyfriend Marcus, the truck driver. Meanwhile, the kids are trapped on the bus, with one child braving the wilderness despite Crabtree's warning and getting eaten by the monster. So the other kids reminisce on various events in their lives by flashing back to earlier episodes, though they misremember every ending as including ice cream, and add a few new scenes altogether. Ultimately, when the kids use the bus's TV to see what's going on in the outside world, they find their parents have assumed they ran away, putting on a TV special to sing for them to come back. The bus then falls further into the ravine, landing in a bucket of ice cream as it's revealed the entire thing was a dream of a dream, even Miss Crabtree's plotline. Ordinarily, clip shows are used by networks and creators alike to recycle old animation and reduce costs. South Park's clip show episode, however, uses old episode scenes and then intentionally reanimates them for a gag, replacing the true ending to each episode's plotline to have everyone get ice cream, and as a result completely eliminating the possible financial benefit of a clip show. Of course, it's not as though South Park is an especially expensive show to produce, even if the technicalities behind recreating the stop-motion cutout style are more complex than many critics give them credit for. This results in them having extra budget for things like getting Henry Winkler to play a guest spot in this episode as, you guessed it, the monster who killed Kenny, or gave them ice cream depending on if it's a flashback. It's also not like South Park is not used to the technique used in this episode to fake flashback sequences, as the entire foundation of the show's animation style is effectively just recreating their original paper cutouts, as well as the various techniques used there. Earlier, blood splatters were just red marker that Matt and Trey drew on their backgrounds. Then, they had to find a computer-generated idea that looked like it was red marker. Crowd shots used to be challenging as they had to individually move each person, so most of the kids in South Park Elementary would sit perfectly still. But now they can be copy-pasted much more easily from earlier shots, which has wound up giving the character designers inspiration for many of the show's sidecast after their first appearances, such as the random geologist from the first season getting repurposed into Randy Marsh. Summer sucks. Mr. Garrison, upset about losing Mr. Hat, dismisses the kids for summer break only for the children to learn that fireworks have been banned in Colorado due to a kid in North Park losing his hand. Upon seeing the kids fail to find some other source of fun, Jimbo and Ned decide to go to Mexico to buy fireworks to transport back up and save Summer. Meanwhile, the mayor wants to hold a great fireworks celebration by purchasing the largest snake, the only still legal firework she can get, and having the elementary school orchestra play as it gets lit. Cartman tries to take swimming lessons only to refuse to swim as first graders are peeing in the pool. The day of the fireworks celebration occurs, and the snake keeps growing until it grows out of control and threatens the whole country. The state of emergency closes the pool, finally allowing Cartman to swim as Jimbo and Ned are broken out of jail, having been arrested for smuggling fireworks by the snake. They arrive back at South Park in time to give the explosives to Stan and Kyle, who blow up the base of the snake, showering the town in ash, which gives everyone the snow day they wanted. As Mr. Garrison is in therapy to cope with his missing puppet, Dr. Katz, yes, that one, implies that Mr. Hat is a way for the man to subconsciously let out his homosexual desires, an idea Garrison rejects to replace him with Mr. Twig. This episode is hard to describe succinctly as it has so many A, B, C, and so on plotlines. South Park in general is actually a very interestingly written show in this regard, something that a lot of older series, especially animated, cannot really claim. Plots are rarely a series of disconnected events that move the characters around, as is so often the case with series that have a comedic focus, but rather are a collapsing house of cards, where each event plays into the others, with the A-plot having less to do with runtime and more to do with the inciting incident. Cartman gets to swim because the snake closed the pool. Jimbo and Ned are broken out of jail by it. The kids have their coveted snow day when it explodes. The only disconnected plot is Mr. Garrison's loss of Mr. Hat, and even then, this is merely building towards a future plotline. Chef's salty chocolate balls. Upon realizing their old location is no longer a quaint mountain town, but more like LA and overrun with people, Robert Redford takes the Sundance Film Festival to South Park, which is immediately overrun. The kids have to go to the festival to write a report on one of the movies there, so Stan and Wendy head out to watch gay cowboys eating pudding. But Kyle overhears Mr. Hanky crying and searches the sewers to ask what's wrong, learning that the lean diets of the Hollywood types are poisoning his ecosystem, and he cannot go to the surface outside of Christmas time to warn them. The boys try to tell the film-goers about this, but only end up with a film deal, with Cartman taking all the credit, though he only winds up with $3 to show for this. When Kyle tries to take Mr. Hanky to the surface, he gets killed by the dry summer air and has to be resuscitated by Chef's titular chocolate balls, which, after a failed speech, reinvigorates him to simply drown the whole film festival in a big wave of feces. The film-goers all flee, and the citizens of South Park are left with their crap-covered town. This is the third episode this season where the major antagonist is someone in the entertainment industry motivated by greed. After the trials of the first season, it's natural that Trey Parker and Matt Stone would start to air their grievances with the industry in their work. South Park has always been a show about their personal experiences, with characters effectively based on real-life people they knew, from Shelley based on Trey's real sister to Randy being designed after his father. Mr. Mackey speaks like his old-school counselor, even Stan and Kyle are just stand-ins for Trey and Matt, though they've later stated that they both feel closer to Eric Cartman. These grievances get aired towards film festivals in general and the type of person they attract, and it's worth pointing out the history behind this specific complaint. Matt and Trey once wanted their film Orgasmo to be aired at Sundance, only to have it rejected. So when Mr. Hankey gets on his soapbox and complains that movie festivals are supposed to be about getting lesser-known, small productions a chance, this is what he's referring to. Not to have a bunch of pretentious indie films take the spotlight, but to allow silly things like a superhero/porno parody to get some attention. Then again, something called Orgasmo likely does not have the same subjective merits that people are looking for, so perhaps we're also meant to look into the fact that, without cowboys eating pudding, we just have a town covered in feces. Chicken pox. The parents of South Park want to get their kids chicken pox while they're young and send Stan, Kyle, and Cartman to Kenny's house to catch it from him. While there, they question why the McCormick family has so little, while the Broflovskis have so much despite their fathers being friends as children. To repair this rift, Sheila convinces Stuart and Gerald to go fishing together, though this only results in the two fighting. When Gerald returns home to see that Kyle has written an assignment misinterpreting his justification for why some people have less, he realizes that he might have been in the wrong. Eventually, all the kids get chickenpox except for Kyle, who overhears his mother on the phone revealing she wanted her son to catch it. So they get their revenge by asking Chef for a woman who has herpes to infect their parents, only for Kyle to eventually collapse as he finally gets infected himself. They get taken to the hospital where the parents admit that they should have been more open about their intentions, and the episode ends with everyone laughing, except for Kenny, who died. This episode has multiple conflicts, all caused by people taking simple answers to complex problems. Gerald assumes that anybody who is poor has to be poor because society works better that way. Some people are supposed to have less, and that social and economic mobility will ruin society. Rather than thinking that poverty is expensive and that he may have had things a little better than his old friend, he takes a reductive view of the issue. Stuart likewise takes a simple solution to his problems. He and Gerald have similar childhoods, but he didn't work nearly as hard. As a result, he and his old friend went their separate ways as their class differences kept them apart. But instead of doing some introspection and trying to, at the very least, make sure Kenny has better circumstances than he did, he attributes all of Gerald's success to the fact that he's Jewish. The kids likewise are never taught the more complicated truth behind why their parents want them to get chickenpox from each other. Since it's not explained how the disease is safer for children to get, so it's out of the way sooner, they collectively come to a quick conclusion that their parents are just mean. Stan takes the suffering he sees himself going through, mostly spurred on by being in a hospital bed next to Shelley, and cannot imagine it happening for a good reason. Cartman is bathing in lotion to soothe his itching and comes to the same conclusion based on a preconceived notion of disliking his mother. And while the parents are to blame for never taking the time to explain their thought process to the kids, it's also a much harder task to convince somebody of an uncomfortable and complicated truth than a simple lie. So most people would take the easy way out of that as well. Roger Ebert should lay off the fatty foods. South Park Elementary is visiting the planetarium for a school trip, mildly disturbed by the behavior of the volunteers there, while Cartman is more interested in auditioning for a Cheesy Poops commercial. They wind up bringing home an additional child whose panic attack gets him taken to the nurse's office, where Mr. Mackey does a Vulcan mind meld to learn what's going on. The kids, however, are very interested in going back to the planetarium, despite not knowing why. Though the truth is that Dr. Adams, the director, is using the stars to mind control people. Eventually, Stan realizes that they hate volunteering and that something must be wrong, so they sneak into the booth to test the equipment on Kenny, blowing him up in the process. Stan and Kyle report this to Officer Barbrady, and they meet with Mr. Maggie and Nurse Gollum to shut things down, only to be held up by the mind-controlled cop and forced to get hypnotized. Meanwhile, Cartman's Cheesy Poops commercial audition was a success, mostly because every other candidate volunteered at the planetarium. Though he's annoyed that no one watched his commercial, so Cartman angrily smashes the projector, accidentally saving the day. Clubhouses. Wendy tries to hook Kyle and Bebe up by getting them to play Truth or Dare in Stan's clubhouse, but Stan does not have a clubhouse, so he tries to recruit Randy into helping him build one. But Randy is distracted by Sharon asking him to get her wedding ring out of the garbage disposal, resulting in an argument that results in them separating. Meanwhile, Cartman and Kenny try to make their own clubhouse to compete with Stan and Kyle's, though Kenny does most of the construction, including the procurement of women to populate it. These teenagers wind up inviting more and more people over until they overrun Cartman's clubhouse and crush Kenny in a mosh pit. Stan and Kyle eventually finish their clubhouse, inviting Bebe and Wendy over and trying to use some of Chef's advice on how to play the game. This results in Kyle running away when he has to kiss Bebe, who eventually breaks up with him despite Kyle not realizing they were ever dating. Stan is upset that his mother has moved on to date a man named Roy, who keeps yelling at Stan to do chores as punishment for not opening up. But Stan hears from TV to simply kill your stepdad if you don't like him, and he sets a trap for Roy that winds up getting his parents back together in the process. When Trey Parker and Matt Stone set out to create South Park, one of the key features they wanted to focus on was a direct response to the way children were typically portrayed on TV of the time. Specifically that kids were viewed as kind and caring, and that growing older is what makes children into bad adults. They countered this by showing the kids the way they were, as crude and hostile as anyone might be, arguing that adulthood was when you finally understood to suppress your hostility and to act kinder to people instead of basing your behavior off of instinct. And this episode posits why children tend to be worse people than the adults in their lives, a lack of experience in separating fact from fiction. Stan gets the idea from a TV show to kill his stepfather. The boys constantly reference pop culture in their day-to-day lives and seem to think the world works the way it's portrayed to work in fiction. This is why the end of the episode is intentionally bizarre. Two divorced people getting back together as a man is hanging upside down outside the window. Like repairing a fractured marriage is as easy as it is in old movies. Kids are cruel because TV rewards and promotes cruelty. Adults are nicer because they've learned not to trust everything they see or hear. At least in theory. Cow Days. A couple named Tom and Mary wins a trip to the South Park Cow Days Rodeo and Carnival in a game show, and they try to make the best of it as they watch the unveiling of a huge cow clock. But this cow clock is stolen by hypnotized cows, who begin to worship it. Tom and Mary are accused of stealing the statue and thrown in jail, but the real culprit is discovered, and they shut down the cow cult, with the cows responding to this by jumping off a cliff. Meanwhile, Stan and the others are trying to win Terrence and Philip dolls in a ball-throwing game, but as the game is rigged, they fail to make any headway, made worse when they run out of money because Cartman kept spending it. So they force Cartman to participate in the bull riding event to win $5,000 so they can get more attempts, but his training for this winds up with Cartman getting a head injury and thinking that he's a Vietnamese prostitute named Ming Lee. Cartman winds up winning the event and even setting a record despite the bull going mad and goring Kenny. The kids take his winnings back to the ball-throwing game, only to simply trade the money for dolls and learn that they were knockoffs. They call shenanigans, and a riot ensues, with the carnies being arrested and thrown into jail, only where Officer Barbrady sees that Tom and Mary starved to death. While South Park, the town, is meant to be a satirical representation of the flyover parts of America, even as early as the second season, it's being portrayed as far more extreme than that, to the point that comedy can be made by taking a normal couple and dropping them into the middle of a large gathering. The people of South Park are quick to anger and quick to turn a declaration of shenanigans into a massive broom fight, while the normal folks are only sticking with it as they're far more optimistic than is healthy, waiting around to see the best in the people and their traditions, only for the best of them to never show up. Chef Aid. Chef is sued for pointing out to a record company that a recent hit song is plagiarized from something he wrote decades ago. Gerald Broflovsky defends him, but the record label hires Johnny Cochran to defend them, who uses the Chewbacca defense, arguing about irrelevant nonsense to make his case, and Chef is ordered to pay $2 million or go to jail. While trying to cheer Chef up, the kids all see his memoirs of his time cooking for celebrities, and they get the idea to sell candy bars to these celebrities to raise money for his legal fees, not to pay back the record label, but to hire Cochran to sue them back, though they come up short even when they combine their earnings with the money Chef raised sleeping with the woman of South Park. But as Chef is being arrested, the kids decide to put on Chef Aid, a concert to raise more money. The celebrities they contacted before all show up, putting on a concert that is massively successful, with Ozzy Osbourne biting Kenny's head off, until the label CEO shows up and saws through the stage, ending the concert. But Johnny, seeing the support for Chef, decides to do the case free of charge. Meanwhile, Mr. Twig keeps getting assaulted, and Mr. Garrison learns that the culprit is Mr. Hat. After throwing Mr. Hat out and yelling at him, Garrison gets arrested, only for Mr. Hat to break him and Chef out of jail just in time for the concert. Isaac Hayes is better known for his work co-writing Soul Man and the theme for Shaft, with his notoriety such that when Trey Parker and Matt Stone first came up with the character of Chef, they wanted Isaac Hayes to voice him from the beginning. Sometimes his lines would be recorded over the phone, but occasionally, if one of the showrunners was nearby, they would arrive in person to have him do his lines that way. This former experience is what was most common when getting other celebrities on the show, and Matt and Trey never had a shortage of people wanting to appear after the success of the initial run. It was to the point that they often wound up feeling like jerks after some of their more mean-spirited portrayals were found funny, and after they started running into people like Bob Saget or Sally Struthers, they started trying to reaffirm that the celebrities they portrayed were more often than not completely randomly selected, meant to satirize people's obsession with celebrities rather than the celebrity themselves. They followed through on this idea by ensuring that the celebrities they did include never had important roles playing as themselves, relegated instead to barking like a dog or meowing in a booth for 15 minutes. Spooky Fish. Presented in Spooky Vision, meaning there are pictures of Barbra Streisand in frame. Sharon Marsh is visited by her Aunt Flo, a literal aunt, and she gives Stan a goldfish as a present. But Stan is unnerved by this goldfish, with his fears becoming validated when dead bodies start to appear in his bedroom. Sharon buries these bodies in the backyard, and even kidnaps Officer Barbrady when he arrives to investigate. Meanwhile, Cartman, now with a Star Trek Mirror Universe goatee, has been acting strange, giving supply to Kenny's family during a storm and singing songs about how much he loves carving pumpkins with his friends. They ask Chef about what's going on and learn that there is a portal to a mirror universe opening up, tracking it down to the Indian Burial Ground pet store. Mirror Cartman convinces the store owner to take the fish back, but Mirror Stan and Kyle come in, searching for their universe's Cartman, and they release all of the killer animals, who then attack the pumpkin carving contest as the Mirror and Canon universe kids face off. Both Cartmans get into a fight, tearing off the goatee, and the Canon Cartman pretends to be a nice guy, so they shoot the wrong one. A Halloween episode that parodies Halloween episodes, although in South Park almost anything that it portrays will be portrayed in parody, so that practically goes without saying. This is accomplished more thoroughly by intentionally including faux crude effects that, ironically, would not be affordances made in animation. Things like the Mirror Cartman always appearing next to a line meant to denote a poorly done split-screen effect, or the way that the pet store being built on an Indian burial ground was done because the store owner was drunk, down to Aunt Flo having a shimmering appearance, explained as Parkinson's disease, or a killer fish who's able to commit murders without leaving its fishbowl. Merry Christmas, Charlie Manson. Stan's parents refuse to let him go to Cartman's family's house in Nebraska, so he sneaks out and goes anyway. After a long car trip, they arrive at a house full of people who are just like Cartman, including Howard Cartman via satellite from prison, who later breaks out to hide in their basement alongside another escaped convict, Charlie Manson. The boys learn that Mr. Hanky is going to be at the Nebraska Mall, and as none of Cartman's family want to drive them there, Charlie takes them. But Kyle learns that the Mr. Hanky at the mall is a fake, which starts the riot, one that a now reformed Charlie Manson drives them away from. He was reformed watching the Mr. Hanky Christmas special. They arrive back at the Cartman household where they get involved in a police standoff, including Stan's family. Charlie and Howard try to escape out the back window, and Stan tries to go with them so he won't get in trouble. But Charlie convinces Stan to go back to his family, as the holiday season is about being happy with those you love. He also decides to give himself up, and after the police shoot the surrendering Kenny, goes back to jail where the Cartman family sings the inmates a Christmas song. After his film debut in an earlier episode, Mr. Hanky is now a national icon, with merchandise and fake appearances throughout the country. And while this is presented as a statement on the oversaturation of holiday markets sabotaging any real meaning the season could have, it doubles as a representation of South Park's merchandising as well. In their deal with the network, Trey and Matt got very little control over merchandising of their work, and so there were tons of products made based on the show and its setting, never run by either of them. Mr. Hanky is an integral part of Kyle's childhood, and seeing as he is a stand-in for the show's creators and the events are based on their childhoods, He finds it annoying that a part of his memories of being young are now being marketed and sold in mass quantities. Trey and Matt have stated that walking into stores and seeing South Park merchandise lining the walls is akin to seeing a bunch of people wandering around your childhood bedroom and taking things off of the shelves. And then, in an especially ironic twist, the episode ends with a moral told by a serial killer about the true meaning of the holidays, as he ends up reformed by watching, of course, a commercialized holiday product. Gnomes. As the school board is questioning whether Mr. Garrison is competent at his job, the kids are required to write a report on a current event in South Park, and the main four are paired with Tweak, a hyperactive student whose parents run a coffee shop. The kids stay up all night after drinking his father's coffee, and he gives them a pre-written report on the Harbucks takeover of his small business. This report convinces the school board to take the case to the mayor, who then takes the case to the people, telling the boys they now need to write a speech prior to a referendum vote. Since they didn't write their first paper, they have to stay up all night figuring out what to do when the Underpants gnomes visit Tweak's bedroom to steal his underpants. When they explain their situation to the gnomes offer to explain business to them, despite Kenny getting crushed in a minecart accident. The next day, the boys go up to the surface and give their speech on why big business is actually good, and Tweak's mother chimes in by saying that they never should have used the kids as political pawns. Harbucks Coffee remains open, and Tweak's father is offered a job running the store as the Underpants gnomes continue to steal underpants. And just because a corporation is big doesn't mean that it's evil by default. Just because a company is family-run doesn't mean that it's very good either. That said, it's not as though you really get big in the first place without being at least a little bit evil. After all, if you're not using underhanded tactics, someone else will. Basic economic laws state that when two businesses are competing, the bigger one will win due to economy of scale, reducing operating costs. Harbucks can make better coffee than a local brewer, and what's worse, they can do it cheaper if they're willing to operate at a loss for a while. It's the typical MO of the Harbucks equivalents of the world, to first use superior size to run competition out of the market, or collect underpants. Then once the smaller businesses are run out of town, they cut corners and raise prices until the Mr. Tweaks of the world wind up ousted, and they shut down the excess stores. They then downsize until all the benefits of the company being larger are done away with, and the local coffee monopoly is finally theirs. And then stage 3 is profit. One can imagine the Underpants gnomes selling the underpants back to the townspeople at an inflated cost once they grow desperate enough to tolerate the price gouging. Then again, maybe you should not get economic advice from magical underpants-stealing gnomes or a show about farting 9-year-olds. Prehistoric Iceman. While playing Crocodile Hunter in the mountains, Cartman pushes Kyle down a hole. They lower Stan in with him, where they discover a man frozen in the cave, pulling him out and taking him to town, where Dr. Mephisto thaws him for research. This man is revealed to have been frozen for over 32 months, coming from the distant past of 1996. And a few government men come over to try and make the study more profitable by putting the Iceman, Larry, on display. Meanwhile, Stan and Kyle fight over who it was who found the man and thus who gets to name him, getting into a fight and declaring that Cartman is now their real best friend. They both get the idea to let Larry go free, and after he fails to adapt to life in the future as his wife has remarried, they plan to send him to a place frozen in time, Iowa. But Mephisto and the government have hired Steve Irwin to track them down, with Cartman tailing them, and as they chase down the train, eventually fighting it out until it crashes into a helicopter that Larry then steals. As he flies into the sunset, Stan and Kyle realize that Cartman is kind of annoying, and they don't want to be his best friend. This episode plays with the idea of a man being from out of time, arguing that the difference of merely 3 years is enough to make society seem bizarre and too different to cope with for someone from as early as the year before South Park began to air. It isn't so much played as a tongue-in-cheek way of toying with the idea of a caveman adapting to the future, as it is a way of placing these concepts into a new context that allows the rest of Larry's life to be ignored. He's viewed as being unable to adapt to the world, explaining all his misery, when we also see that people assume they can't communicate, and that his wife had been cheating on him for at least a decade before he was ever frozen. And of course, he looks at the actions of Stan and Kyle instead of the context of them, thanking the boys for putting aside their differences and postponing their fight to get him safely into the past of Des Moines, and ignoring that they only stopped because the desired end result of being friends with Cartman was less desirable than letting the other guy take credit for naming the caveman. Rainforest, Schmainforest. A traveling choir visits South Park Elementary, and the boys are sent on their trip to the rainforest as punishment for talking during the presentation. The boys are upset about this, except for Kenny, who has a crush on one of the girls in the choir. But the choir teacher, Miss Stevens, is confident she can change their minds on the rainforest during their trip to Costa Rica. On a tour of the rainforest, their guide is eaten by a snake, leaving them lost and wandering in circles for days as the president worries about whether they will make it to the concert in time. They stumble into a military camp and later are assaulted by a tribe before Miss Stevens finally acknowledges that she hates the rainforest, just in time for Cartman, who'd wandered off on his own, to arrive with construction equipment to destroy the rainforest and save them. In the end, they put on a presentation for the activists about how much they hate the rainforest and don't care whether or not it's bulldozed. Miss Stevens was played by Jennifer Aniston with the single condition that her character survive the episode and she gets to swear a lot, both conditions that were met in the episode's script. The episode's plot was inspired by a real trip Trey Parker took to the rainforest as part of a Save the Rainforest group at the urging of Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. While there, he had a terrible time, with many of Cartman's lines being directly pulled from his experiences there, effectively mirroring the experience of Miss Stevens, where a wealthy white person visited the rainforest, had a bad time, and then decided that they no longer cared about its condition since only the fun parts of the world need to be conserved. But it's not as though this limited view of the environment is the full extent of their politics, though. We see a brief glimpse at why the rainforest is being bulldozed in the first place, largely corruption from the local government, political instability in the area being preserved, and of course, the fact that ecology is not good for short-term profits. So weighing all of these issues with the general good that the rainforest does just by existing against the counterpoint, the jungle is gross and sometimes activists are annoying. We see, at least to the showrunners, these are about equal. Spontaneous combustion. The boys have overheard troubles with Gerald's sex life and are searching for a direction to fix things, only for Kenny to spontaneously combust. While at his funeral, the priest offers to have them portray the Stations of the Cross, where they misheard resurrection and think that's what Kyle's dad needs. Cartman volunteers to play the role of Jesus and is placed on a cross, where he's then left to die. Meanwhile, Randy is given the task of discovering the root cause of these combustions when he deduces it's because people are holding in their farts. He is celebrated as a hero for saving lives, only for the weather to suddenly turn much warmer as Dr. Mephisto concludes that the localized global warming is caused by people farting too much. Randy is now an outcast overnight as people throw rocks at him, but after a motivational speech borrowed from the Wrath of Khan, he's motivated to put his research before his popularity and manages to find a middle ground for healthy farting. This episode's plot is started and ended by Randy's ego, with the man only getting involved in a scientific pursuit so he can feel good about himself as the townspeople treat him like a hero. His motives are less about actually solving the spontaneous combustion problem, and thus, when a new problem occurs, he acts as though it's beneath him, because he already has what he wants, fame and recognition. But because people's farts are causing the next issue, that fame is now taken away. His original motivation for fixing problems was for fame, and he no longer has that. It's not until he sheds his ego and starts to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do that anything actually gets solved. When Randy fixes global warming, he does so fully expecting people to throw rocks at him for daring to suggest that they changed their lifestyle. Succubus. Cartman gets his pupils dilated at the optometrist and wants to ask Chef what to do about the fact that he will soon need glasses, only for the boys to discover that Chef quit his job. They ask him about this, and he reveals that he met a woman named Veronica, who has replaced his soulful singing with covers of The Morning After, and turned him away from his life of sleeping around. With nowhere to turn to, they ask Mr. Garrison for advice, and he tells them that Veronica is a succubus, sent to steal the life force from men. They try to tell Chef about this, but get caught up listening to stories about the Loch Ness Monster instead, abandoning a direct approach to instead search for another way. They find out they can banish a succubus by singing her magic song backwards, and they crash the wedding vows to sing After Morning the at her. Though as Cartman has been blinded by the corrective eye surgery, he can't see how to fix the jammed tape, and Veronica kills Kenny. But after a distraction by Chef's mother, they are able to finish the song, banishing the succubus back to hell and bringing everything back to normal. As the second season had a lot of bashing critics and Hollywood types for their lack of appreciation for movies like Orgasmo and Basketball, this episode then rolls back some of the rhetoric around those earlier failures by including a character like Mr. Derp, who makes a one-time appearance to make fun of the lowbrow comedy that Trey and Matt once peddled. It's not as though South Park was much better. In fact, the earlier seasons were really just the two men seeing what they could get away with. They only agreed to star in a movie because they assumed South Park would never get renewed. But when it did, they found themselves waking up in the morning, shooting the movie all day, and then staying up till 3 a.m. writing and animating South Park. Part of the show's famously quick creation can be attributed to habits formed during that crunch time. Season 3 was not much better in this regard, as South Park was now also getting a movie of its own, meaning that once again, the showrunners found themselves working on normal episodes and the movie, with little time to spare between anything. As a result, this early run of Season 3 is usually considered the least favorite part of South Park by Matt and Trey, due to how frequently they had to release a product that was just good enough instead of good. Jackofasaurus. While camping in the woods, Cartman discovers a duck-like species and the boys chase it to Jimbo's house, interrupting their search for Ned's missing voice box to find it in one of their traps. Cartman takes it to the mayor for a reward, and soon this Jackofasaurus Joom Joom is found a mate when the only male Jackofasaur, named Jackoff, asks Cartman for help. The Department of the Interior helps them to reproduce artificially by recruiting Dr. Mephisto, and soon, Joom Joom gives birth to a whole litter of Jackofasaurs, who start to populate South Park Elementary, interrupting the lessons and annoying the citizens. They try to get rid of the new species, but Cartman pleads with Jackoff to stay, and the Department of the Interior men give up and deputize Cartman to make it his problem. So Mayor McDaniels works with the boys to distract Cartman while they rig a game show to trick the whole species into getting on a plane to France, where the people love their duck-like antics. Joom Joom is most obviously based on Jar Jar Binks, a character that Matt and Trey said they were confident would be hated from the trailers alone. That when a character is so overtly implemented for cheap comedy, it's sure to be hated if that comedy doesn't really do anything but get on people's nerves. Naturally, Cartman, the former most annoying South Park resident, would be the one to find Jackoff to be cool, as he's going to be compared to a much lower standard than before. And it's not as though the showrunners could have been going for anything else, considering that the Jackofasauruses have only ever made one other non-canon appearance as enemies in a spin-off video game. Tweek versus Craig. During shop class, the boys start discussing which among them is the biggest troublemaker, which winds up as a discussion on who would win in a fight between Tweek and Craig. They try to get the boys to fight each other, but neither one is especially interested, despite all the insults they pretend are being slung. Even after they meet up to fight, neither boy actually knows how to, so they are taken to separate places for training, Tweek learning how to box by kicking Ned in the balls, and Craig learning sumo by fighting Cartman's ass. Kenny is the only boy in the home economics class, learning how to ask his future husband for more money when the teacher forcibly transfers him into shop class, led by Mr. Adler, who is constantly reminiscing about his dead, live-action wife. These memories, and running out of nicotine gum, cause him to lay down on an active table saw, only for this to be interrupted by Tweek and Craig's fight bursting through the door, pushing Kenny into a pile of rusty nails. When Mr. Adler pulls Kenny out of the nails, he suddenly sees the ghosts of everyone he knows who's ever died, and they tell him not to get so hung up on goodbyes. In the end, Craig and Tweek are hospitalized and the rest of the school visits, so they can egg on the fight even more. Tweek and Craig have no actual issue with one another through the entire episode and are only ever convinced to fight as a result of other people trying to force them to do so with verbal manipulation. This mostly comes about as negative reinforcement. If you don't fight, you are a wuss. If you don't fight, you're not a real man. This sort of gendered bullying is also used to do things like push Kenny away from home ec and towards shop, a class he really doesn't want to take as he knows better than for a death-prone student to be around power tools. And when Tweak and Craig train for their fight, they are prodded onward by learning about how boxing is a manly sport, and that it's tough and cool to learn to beat people up. Possibly by accident, this episode shows the ways in which authority figures can push kids towards certain behaviors. Kenny was actually thriving in home ec and seemed to enjoy the classwork and being surrounded constantly by women. Early in the episode, we even saw that Wendy wanted to be in shop but was not allowed to take it, forced instead to sit in a classroom and learn how to be a housewife. And this isn't an episode where the A-plot is all about two boys with no conflict being pushed to hate each other through peer pressure alone. Sexual harassment panda. After a string of sexual harassment cases, the sexual harassment panda is brought into South Park Elementary to teach kids about sexual harassment. After this lesson, Cartman sues Stan for a crude comment directed at him, and Kyle's dad represents him, with Cartman getting half of Stan's stuff. But after realizing the potential to make money off of frivolous lawsuits, Gerald encourages Cartman to sue the school for allowing these cases to occur, and then more and more students sue each other, with the school paying out in each case, making Gerald and Kyle rich on commission. Eventually, the school loses all its money, so the kids go to the island of misfit mascots to get sexual harassment panda back after he was fired during the budget cuts, and later run out of town by angry rednecks. They convince the panda to rebrand as the frivolous lawsuit panda, and he convinces everyone not to sue each other, with Gerald immediately siding with him so as to protect himself. It's important whenever you create a new rule or begin changing enforcement of another one to consider the most bad faith possible interpretation of that rule change, to consider how a change to that rule or system can possibly be used to hurt people it was never meant to, or to protect bad faith actors hiding behind the rule as a shield they can then use to bash others over the head while claiming they're the real victim. What would Eric Cartman do? Of course, in real life, if an 8-year-old were sued for calling someone butt licker, any judge with a bit of sense would dismiss the case, and any lawyer who passed the bar would know better than to even entertain the idea. But this is South Park, and it's a town of exaggerations of real life, where bad faith interpretations are given the same weight as the honest ones. But bad faith cuts both ways. Just as much as someone can take advantage of a frivolous lawsuit to sue people for an insult, the other end of this episode's messaging about not making these lawsuits in the first place could also be used as a defense mechanism, something we immediately see Gerald do as soon as it looks like the town is about to turn on him. Naturally, anyone who has wronged another person will claim that the retaliation is disproportionate, if retaliation can exist at all, or still as a person using the threat of claiming this when they know they've done wrong. That is to say, an abuser will claim that they're the victim when the person they abused tries to speak up. Cat Orgy. Miss Cartman is going to a meteor shower party and leaves Cartman alone with his new babysitter, Shelley. She is tough on him, forcing him to take care of everything while she has her new boyfriend over. This new boyfriend, Skylar, is 22 years old and is mostly interested in whether Shelley, who is 12, will put out. Cartman plans on getting a picture of them together to send to his mom, attaching it to the collar of Mr. Kitty and having the cat go out to warn her. But as Mr. Kitty is in heat, she simply goes back to the front door to keep wrecking up the place. Cartman then tries to record audio of Skylar being over, only to instead catch him breaking up with Shelley because she won't have sex with him. Seeing her crying on the couch, Cartman and Shelley then plan to sneak into his house using Cartman's dolls as a distraction so they can smash up his guitar, bonding over their hatred of the pedophile on their way home, only to see that Mr. Kitty has invited over several other cats for a catnip-fueled orgy, and they have trashed the place. Before they can start cleaning up, Skylar returns for revenge, only for Cartman to throw catnip at his face, where he is then assaulted by the horny cats. Trey and Matt had just finished creating the movie, which will be covered separately at the end of this season's retrospective, and still had 3 episodes they had to deliver on. As a way to expedite the writing process, they came up with an idea to have each of these 3 episodes focus on a different member of the main cast, having the stories take place concurrently to justify this. As a result, the characters are able to shine in more of a vacuum, seeing less of their interactions with each other, and more of what motivates them when they're not around their friends. The opening scene of this episode, as well as Cartman's behavior for the rest of it, is based on the movie Wild Wild West, which came out on the same weekend as the South Park movie, something Trey and Matt were frustrated with as not only did that movie outperform theirs, but their movie helped it out a ton, as kids would buy tickets to see Will Smith, and then sneak into the theater playing the rated R South Park instead, making the Hollywood hype train even bigger. Two guys naked in a hot tub. Stan laments being dragged to a meteor shower party with his parents as he ends up, predictably, locked in the basement with the nerdy kids as the adults have fun upstairs. These nerdy kids try to pressure Stan into dressing in women's clothing and playing Charlie's Angels with them, so he gives them the mission to find a way out of the basement, eventually making their way to the party and watching TV at Mr. Mackey's house. At this party, Gerald and Randy find a hot tub and get inside, talking about all the experimentation they want to do, but can't because they have families. This conversation then turns towards masturbating in front of each other in the hot tub, which weighs on Randy later as he starts to snap at his friend when he thinks he's told everyone. Eventually they begin to argue, with Randy shouting what happened between them out loud, only for every other guy at the party to admit that he has done the same thing before resuming life as normal. Outside the party, the ATF has arrived on the assumption that the partygoers are members of a religious cult preparing for a mass suicide, and they try to stop the party by shooting at anyone who goes outside. Stan and the others notice this and make a plan for each boy to contribute to, with the tape of the party getting sent to the reporter outside to prove that they were innocent. Once this tape gets out, the ATF pretends it was a training exercise and they quickly leave, as Stan says the nerdy kids are all right. At least until Kyle shows up and he renounces them immediately. Part 2 of the Meteor Shower trilogy and the birth of Butters. He had appeared in a few background roles leading up to this episode, but had a different voice in each appearance, and never had anything resembling a consistent personality, mostly serving as one of the seat filler students to make crowd shots look more like a crowd. This is the episode where the showrunners finally figured out what they wanted to do with him, mostly replacing Pip. Pip was supposed to be the unpopular character in-universe, but wound up being disliked outside of the show itself as well. Butters replaced him, but with a little bit less of a British stereotype and a little bit more naivety and a genuine personality, something missing from the show up to this point. Butters is not just the name of the Melvin in this episode, but also the name of the animation director of South Park, who also inspired the speech patterns of the character. This is not the first time an impression that Matt and Trey would entertain themselves with became a character on the show, but it is one of the few that managed to stick so thoroughly. Jubilee. Kyle is sent to Jubilee, an annual gathering, by his parents who bring Kenny along as he has nowhere else to go. As the Profslovskys arrive at the camp, Ike is separated out to be with the Squirts, whose supervisor is unhappy about watching little kids, so he sets out to hunt a bear instead, with the kids getting kidnapped by the bear one by one. Meanwhile, the Jubilee activities start with crafts and chanting around a fire, only for Moses, who takes the form of the Master Control program from Tron, to be summoned, pleased by their soap sculptures while demanding the Squirt's macaroni art, until he notices that Kenny is not Jewish and he gets ousted. Kenny then watches as the anti-Semitic sect's leader, recently kicked out for suggesting they worship Haman instead of Moses, traps Moses inside of a conch shell and locks the others in a cabin at gunpoint. Kenny then tries to find help, failing to flag down the ATF and getting captured by the bear, who takes him to the Squirts, simply dragged away to attend a bear cub's birthday party. Kenny explains the situation, and the Squirts and bears attack the camp, stopping Haman's summoning by stealing the conch and liberating Moses by smashing it into Kenny's head. The Jewish leaders honor Kenny for sacrificing himself to save them, even after they kicked him out, by making those little paper shaker things with glitter on the outside. Matt and Trey had only one episode to finish before they got to leave for a mid-season vacation, one they were both eagerly ready for, but as they had spent several long nights working on not just the show, but the movie. In their own words, they were crawling on the floor to try to finish it as they lacked the energy to do anything else. Normally, South Park episodes are written start to end instead of getting the beginning and ending first, and filling in the gaps as necessary. This meant that they were completely wiped out by the time they had to figure out how to end the schism of Judaism, and so the magic conch being broken and Moses demanding handicrafts as the Bear Cub birthday party saves the day is what audiences got. It wasn't an ending that Matt and Trey were especially proud of at first, but upon seeing the positive reception and the general direction the show went following this point, it was clear that their reliance on traditional screenwriting techniques would get them nowhere. If they simply did something weird and stupid, they could still be successful. Moses was weird in this episode, and people still liked him, so there was no longer any pressure to preserve a sense of, well, sense in the show. South Park is a show that's nothing like what else is on television, and leaning further into this unique quality in the upcoming seasons is what has given South Park so much of its longevity and continued popularity. Korn's groovy pirate ghost mystery. The whole town is preparing for a Halloween bash at the South Park docks, except for Cartman, who is preparing for Christmas. But when some 5th graders scare the boys, they make a plan to get back at them by digging up Kyle's dead grandma. They leave her body near the docks for later, where she is eaten by a dog. And as they're investigating this mystery, they find the band Korn, recently run off the road by ghost pirates. At a town meeting where people are discussing the missing defiled corpse, the pirate ghosts arrive and start to shoot their cannon at the gathered people, something they blame Korn for, as they believe their music is devil worship. Back at the docks, Korn has teamed up with the kids to hunt for the ghost pirates themselves, using Cartman's inflatable Antonio Banderas as bait, only to accidentally catch themselves in time for an angry mob of townspeople to arrive. But then their alien bird mascot, Niblet, releases a trapdoor revealing the culprit was Father Maxi, trying to scare people out of celebrating Halloween. The stray dog vomits up Kyle's grandma, and Wendy wins the costume contest with her Chewbacca mask. A Halloween special with ghosts, unburied bodies, and pirates, as well as the natural predator of all of these things, a gang of Hanna-Barbera-like characters with a talking animal mascot. What starts out as a simple parody of old cartoons and their general progression winds up being combined with the South Park staple of rapid conflict escalation, then brought down by a Scooby-Doo ending. We go from the boys trying to come up with a way to scare some older kids, to digging up a corpse, to pirates killing townsfolk as they retaliate with the lynch mob, before finally landing not on an even more absurd note, but with the culprit getting revealed as Father Maxi, using the age-old fear that all new things are actually devil worship. This is even mocked alongside absurdities like the ghosts being made of cotton swabs and their moans being a piece of cheese. Chin Pokemon. Chin Pokemon, literally small penis monster, is the newest craze sweeping South Park, and every kid demands one, except for Kyle, who is a bit behind on his trends. As the kids obsess more and more over these Chin Pokemon, the adults struggle to see what is so interesting about a show that's just a bunch of advertisements that give kids, like Kenny, seizures. They try to have the kids move on to a new trend but cannot find anything more interesting than Chin Pokemon. They try confronting the Japanese themselves about the anti-American messages hidden in the show, but are placated with assurances that Americans have large penises. Eventually, a Chin Pokemon camp happens in South Park where the kids are told to fly planes to take Pearl Harbor, and they line up to fight against America. And then Sharon Marsh gets a better idea. The adults start buying Chin Pokemon and talking about how great they are, convincing the kids to stop obsessing as it is no longer cool. All except for Kyle, who's a bit behind on his trends, only convinced not to go along with it out of peer pressure. This episode raises two conflicting points about trend chasing, the first being the more obvious one, about the fact that trends are temporary, and chasing them is something you'll spend your whole life doing, as no amount of purchasing will ever have you up to date on whatever it is that everyone else is doing. The other immediately supersedes that trend chasing is just another aspect of fitting in, and that actively trying not to fit in will usually result in you getting exactly what you wanted. Ostracized socially. Kyle says that he needs the latest Chin Pokemon, whatever, not because he wants to do what the other kids are doing, but because he wants to know what they know and how to fit in. It's not as though he is chasing acceptance, he just doesn't want to stand out negatively at all. And he keeps up with this lesson in the end of the episode, now convinced he ought to stop chasing trends and should just stick to one thing. That thing happens to be attacking Pearl Harbor as revenge for the Japanese, and it's following trends not to do that once again that saves the day. Even the parents struggle to figure out if their kids ought to chase after trends, watching Chin Pokemon themselves and being unable to figure out if it was a positive or negative role model to look up to. Sure, it was heavily over-commercialized, but then again, what children's show is not? Hooked on monkey phonics. Cartman gets a trained monkey to help prepare him for the upcoming spelling bee, but still loses to two homeschooled kids, Mark and Rebecca Cotswold. Kyle develops a crush on Rebecca and tries to woo her, something that adds to the concerns of their parents as Mark is intrigued by the behavior of the other kids at the spelling bee and wants to attend public school. They relent and let him go, only for Mark to get taped to a bench at recess for being too smart, though this does not deter him from coming back. Cartman, having just learned about homeschooling, decides to try it out by staying at home and eating junk food while his phonics monkey mauls Kenny. Meanwhile, Kyle manages to convince Rebecca to go to the school dance with him after introducing her to kissing, only for her to rapidly become extremely promiscuous. When Mark sees how his sister has changed after kissing Kyle, he gets angry and starts to beat the guy up, which then wins over the students of South Park, who now deem him cool enough to hang out with, as the adults decide that Mr. Cotswold is nerdy and they duct tape him to the flagpole. This episode posits that the true reason kids should be sent to public schools has far less to do with the quality of education and more to do with the ability to learn basic social interactions. Even if new parents think they can do a better job raising their kids than a public school teacher, the problem will be teaching your kids how to interact with their peers for hours at a time rather than a handful of disconnected, pre-arranged playdates. Because as adults, these kids will have to plan these events themselves, and they're going to have to learn how to get along with people who are not like them. It's not like chemistry and physics are things that everyone has to know, but understanding the scientific method makes you more likely to know when pseudoscience is being peddled nearby. You might not need to study math to go far in life, but you will need to learn how to study something, and the better you understand history and English, the less likely you are to fall for bad politics and fake news or sensationalism. And then, of course, you also need to learn to make your own mistakes when dealing with other people and then attempting to be with them. Mark is corrupted by the students of South Park Elementary as he starts to pick fights and curse people out through the end of the episode, both things that make him accepted enough that no one else picks on him. Rebecca did not learn this lesson the easy way, and instead learned it the hard way. Her parents tried to make her good by refusing to teach her about the concept of bad, meaning that her very first exposure to kissing boys in typical South Park fashion has turned her entirely bad. Starvin' Marvin in space. A Marklar ship crashes on Marklar, and Starvin' Marklar discovers it, taking it for a Marklar around the Earth as the American Marklar tries to stop him to obtain the Marklar on board. They head to South Park for a Marklar session on the boys to demand the Marklar of their friend, and Marklar eventually cracks and tells them what they need to know. They then head to Marklar to threaten his Marklar with theft, only for Marklar to return with news that the Marklar have allowed the Marklar people to live on their Marklar, without any of the annoying Marklars trying to convert them to Marklar. They make a Marklar to sneak the Marklar aboard and fly away, though Marklar is left behind and encased in Marklar as a gift to Sally Struthers, in exchange for a Marklar to chase them down. This Marklar joins in the Marklar against the Marklar transporting the Marklar as a Marklar through a wormhole. But the Marklar appealed to Sally Struthers' decency, and she agrees to Marklar the others, who then safely land on Marklar. The Marklar are confused about whether their Marklar is being followed, but Marklar convinces the Marklar to allow the Marklar to live there without Marklar. In the end, they return to Marklar, finally putting this stupid bit to rest. The Red Badge of Gayness. The town of South Park is reenacting the Civil War, which mostly consists of getting drunk on s'more-flavored schnapps and pretending to fall down. But Cartman has made a bet on the outcome of the war with Stan and Kyle, with the loser having to be the winner's slave, so he sneaks onto a hill to capture a bell, resulting in a Confederate victory. Kyle and Stan point out that they bet over the outcome of the war and not a single battle, so he convinces the drunken reenactors to attack Topeka and then move across the rest of the US. Stan's grandfather is called in to deal with the lack of historical accuracy, with failed attempts at calling in the National Guard that result in Kenny dying, and an attempt at stealing their booze. Ultimately, Cartman is able to rally the people of South Carolina to march on Washington, where he then blackmails Clinton into rewriting history, when Stan and Kyle then interrupt to play into the reenactment fantasy, by pretending to be Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis, signing a treaty that gives the reenactors more booze in exchange for going home. Cartman loses the bet, though since the North won, slavery is outlawed and he does not have to follow through. Shortly after the previous episode was recorded, Mary Kay Bergman passed away, and, not wanting to immediately start looking for a replacement, Trey and Matt opted to write episodes where there were no female characters in a large role. The only women who appear have single lines and are clearly voiced by Trey Parker himself, while Kenny's mother appears briefly, only reading a note in silence. The episode itself is largely inspired by the movie Gettysburg, which had come out recently and that Matt and Trey disliked enough to make fun of. On to the episode itself, this is largely about Cartman's attempts to rewrite history for the usual reasons people try to do this, self-interest. The easiest way to control the narrative in the modern day is to pretend that things have always been a certain way, and then attempt to appeal to tradition and authority. Like with the American Civil War, there is a prevailing argument as to what the war was fought about. Some say slavery, others say it was states' rights. Actually reading through the various Confederate declarations of independence prior to the war will show that the only mention of states' rights prior to the conflict came from states arguing that states' rights had gone too far. Northern states were expressing their right to refuse to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act. But these days the narrative has changed in some schools to that of the lost cause, where the discrimination of the past is covered up to make the rebellion appear more sympathetic. Here, the cognitive dissonance that makes people rewrite the actions of their ancestors is used as a justification for a mini-rebellion of sorts within the camp of the Confederate reenactors, to justify an ego trip from the hurt feelings of decades of losing on purpose. Mr. Hankey's Christmas Classics. Mr. Hankey introduces several South Park takes on Christmas classics, including a full version of Mr. Hankey the Christmas Pooh, sung by the stop-motion postman from the old Rankin Bass productions. Kyle's family sings a round about dreidels, with Cartman and Stan providing backup lyrics until they find out that Gerald was actually singing about Courtney Cox. Hitler cries because he doesn't have a Christmas tree, so Satan cheers him up by having all the dead celebrities sing about Christmas time in hell. A quartet of Mr. Mackey's sings Carol of the Bells, okay? Then Cartman sings Oh Holy Night, but he forgets the lyrics and replaces them with praise for the presents that he's about to get. Mr. Garrison sings a piece about how other parts of the world do not celebrate Christmas, and thus they are all heathens who should adopt Western customs or burn in hell. Shelley tries to sing I Saw Three Ships, but when Stan and Kyle make fun of her, she smashes them with her piano. Jesus and Santa do a jazz medley of all the various songs about themselves, but since there are more Jesus songs than Santa songs, Santa starts to sing Duran Duran instead, before leaving the stage in frustration. But Jesus lures him back by finishing their number with a duet of Baby It's Cold Outside. Or is it Duran Duran? Then the main cast comes together for Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, doubling as a send-off for Mary Kay Bergman and all the characters she voiced as they decorate the Christmas tree, ending when a chandelier crushes Kenny. Are you there, God? It's me, Jesus. It's late December, 1999, and everybody is preparing for the new millennium by waiting to see what Jesus is going to do. As they want something bigger than a public appearance, he promises them that God himself will arrive, though God says that the people are not ready, so he instead gets Rod Stewart to play in Las Vegas. Meanwhile, Cartman is celebrating that he started puberty as he got his period, and soon Kenny gets his. What they don't understand is that this is actually a colon infection that's been going around. Kyle is worried that he hasn't started his period yet, so he simply lies to the others, leaving Stan to worry that he's going to be left out. He asks Mr. Mephisto if there's anything that can be done to speed up the process and receives some hormones that he begins to abuse, though he still does not get a period. This comes to a head at Vegas, where Jesus is worried about the people demanding a God who is not going to show up. As the angry mob prepares a crucifix, Stan asks for advice on why his prayers are not being answered, and Jesus tells him that God can't do everything for us or there would be no purpose to life. Upon this epiphany, God finally appears and tells the people of Earth that he can answer one question for them, a single question that Stan uses to answer why he never got his period. Episodes like Ike's Wee Wee have had similar plots to this one, where the kids' misunderstanding of a subject combined with the general lack of help from the adults in their lives leads to a series of misunderstandings caused by the panic of a situation that was never dire in the first place. Here it's about puberty, and the boys fearing that they aren't starting it due to the fact that nobody but God was willing to tell them about periods. American society in general is very bad at properly teaching sexual wellness and education to kids, especially preteens, as there's an idea that we can keep kids pure by simply never telling them about adult subjects, and that surely going blindly into adulthood means they'll be sent into adulthood in a pure-hearted way, or something stupid like that. Trey and Matt have always criticized this way of thinking in adults, that children are somehow pure of soul and that they learn bad behavior from society. In this episode, the adults refuse to mention anything about puberty under the belief that the kids are too young to hear such a thing, and yet not knowing what's going on only leads them to get terrible infections from improper tampon use, so the awkwardness around the subject that made people so apprehensive to bring it up wound up causing a lot more harm than good, not that it benefited anyone in the first place. Worldwide Recorder Concert. The worldwide recorder concert is about to happen. Millions of elementary schoolers under the guidance of Yoko Ono and Kenny G playing a song together. But Mr. Garrison is concerned about visiting Arkansas as his family lives there, and he's concerned about visiting his old demons, specifically concerned because his father did not molest him growing up, and he thinks this means he didn't love him. So Mr. Mackey goes to Mr. Garrison Sr. and talks to him about this, and after an unproductive talk with his own friends, Garrison Sr. makes the compromise to have Kenny G pretend to be him and sneak into Garrison's room at night. Meanwhile, the South Park kids are upset that the kids from New York are making fun of them, but Cartman's research into the brown note, a note that makes you avoid your bowels, yields some results, and they scheme to replace the New York kids' music with a version that includes it. But the head director finds this sheet music and reprints it for the entire gathering. In the end, they all play the brown note and the entire world voids its bowels at once, though at least this earns the respect of the other kids when they learn that Stan, Kyle, and Cartman were engineering it. At the end of this episode, the boys are happy to have gotten the approval from a bunch of guys who found the entire world collectively voiding their bowels to be cool, which, if you think about it long enough, makes you realize that maybe these were not the type of people you should be trying to win the approval of. But this isn't a lesson that they take away, instead wading through puddles of feces in triumph, unaware that they craved the acceptance of people whose disdain they wouldn't accept. To quote another show I have covered, "Your boos mean nothing, I've seen what makes you cheer." Another character who has mixed feelings on acceptance or rejection is Mr. Garrison, here believing that his father never molested him because he was not good enough to treat that way. And while we, the audience, can tell that this is an absurd position to have, in universe it's portrayed as a more serious crisis and one that raises a question interesting enough to the other men at Mr. Garrison Sr.'s bar. Should you do something you don't morally agree with for the sake of another person's happiness, even if that thing could be construed as harmful? And while the father-son relationship here is obviously meant to be a comedic exaggeration, the same principle can be applied to something as simple as accepting a kid even though they want a dumb tattoo, and maybe even driving them to the parlor to show your support. Despite not condoning the idea, you can at least support the person who has it. South Park, the movie. Bigger, longer, and uncut. The musical opens with Stan singing about the quiet mountain town he lives in as he recruits all his friends to sneak into the Terrence and Phillip movie in spite of their parents' wishes. Most of the moviegoers are disgusted, but the boys have a great time, and proceed to impress all the other kids at school with the new vocabulary they've learned, though Stan is mostly concerned with the fact that Wendy is smitten with a new boy, Gregory, who seems to be very politically active. After getting in trouble at school for cursing, the angry parents have their kids sent to Mr. Mackey's anti-swearing rehab, but after they leave, they simply watch the Terrence and Phillip movie a second time. As they are leaving, Cartman bets Kenny that lighting a fart on fire cannot actually happen, so Kenny disproves him, dying by self-immolation in the process and being sent to hell. The adults try to figure out who to blame, and rather than accepting that it's themselves, decide to blame Canada, with Terrence and Phillip being arrested and an execution date being set. Canada and the US argue over the arrest of their citizens, and the Canadians retaliate by bombing the Baldwins, to which the US government declares an all-out war. The kids, led by Gregory, decide not to take this and make a plan for a revolution to protect their rights, something Stan joins to get closer to Wendy. Cartman joins in too, as the Mothers Against Canada group has implanted a V-chip into Cartman as a proof of concept to prevent anyone from cursing with electric shocks. So he gets zapped before he can sing about how Kyle's mom is a zap. But Kenny overhears Satan and Saddam discussing a prophecy that when Canada and the US go to war, he will be able to return to the surface the second Terrence and Phillip have their blood spilled. The boys try to talk their parents out of this, but cannot get their attention, so they wonder what would Brian Boitano do, and formally create La Resistance, promising punch and pie to anyone who shows up. At this meeting, Gregory offers to break into a USO show to rescue Terrence and Phillip, but Stan leads his friends in doing it themselves to impress Wendy. Act 2 ends with a marathon song involving everyone's motivations as Ike is placed into the attic to hide him from the wave of anti-Canadian sentiment. The day of the USO show comes, and the boys have contacted the Mole to help them infiltrate it and free Terrence and Phillip before their execution. Stan and Kyle convince Big Gay Al to put on a musical performance to drag out the show and buy the Mole more time, though Cartman, getting freaked out by Kenny's ghost and failing to turn off the security system, gets this plan thwarted, and the new guy is killed. Mr. Garrison is about to pull the switch when Cartman's V-chip interferes with the power flow and Terrence and Philip are freed, with Canada invading at that moment and the war formally breaking out. The boys run through the battlefield to the horror of their mothers, who realize they haven't protected anyone and they all quit. But in spite of the kids protecting Terrence and Philip with their lives, Sheila shoots them anyway, and Satan rises to the surface. But Saddam tries to claim a personal victory, and with some urging from Kenny and a bit of curse-powered lightning powers courtesy of Cartman's failing V-chip, Satan banishes his partner back to hell. As a thanks for saving the day, Satan offers Kenny one wish, and Kenny uses it to bring everything back to normal, despite this meaning he will stay dead. Though instead of going back to hell, Kenny is granted admission into heaven as Satan takes Mr. Hat down with him. South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut was originally going to have a different name along the lines of Hell Breaks Loose, though hell can't be mentioned in an advertisement for an animated feature, so it had to be changed. Bigger, Longer, and Uncut was approved, and then a week later the producers finally got the joke, but by then it was too late to change it. The movie has exactly 399 instances of profanity in it, perfectly threading the upper threshold of an R rating, though Team America World Police has since broken this record, broken again by The Wolf of Wall Street. The reason for this level of profanity has to do with the general feeling during the creation of the movie. Typically, TV shows that got films were viewed with an air of indifference, as though people thought, oh great, this guy again. The second season of South Park already had a bit of controversy, not so much for its content, but the fact that audiences saw a decline in quality. Thus, the movie was viewed as a swan song for the South Park franchise, a last hurrah before they were cancelled and their careers were over. Even the executives working on the film didn't seem to be too fond of Matt and Trey, who theorized they were only let into the production as they still had to voice so many of the cast. This was especially true after an incident in which they stole the original trailer for the film for making it look bad, and the fact that they suddenly changed it to a musical without telling anyone. But South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut was a success, not on paper, as Hollywood accounting means it's still technically a net loss, and they apparently have seen no money from it. And Blame Canada was even nominated for an Academy Award, losing out to Phil Collins, which they're totally not still bitter about, to this day. It's not as though this was an especially big honor to the guys, though. They decided that as a joke, they would wear dresses to the awards show, something that has apparently prevented them from ever being invited back to the Academy Awards in the future, not as though they care. What the song Blame Canada also did was exemplify a lot of what the movie wanted to be about in the first place. It was written in broad strokes over the course of a single session, with the details getting filled in later. Matt and Trey knew about Terrence and Philip and a war with Canada, but when the Columbine shooting happened, they asked for a bit of extra time. Nothing to do with the shooting, they just wanted the extra time, and revised it to be a bit less directly derivative of the Season 1 episode Death. The parents blame Canada for all their problems, leading to a massive wave of xenophobia for the same reasons most waves of paranoia and discrimination occur, covering up personal failings. If they blame Canada, then they don't have to acknowledge that they raised their kids to be impressionable, or that they weren't better role models. Cartman gets a chip like a pet who barks too much instead of a proper explanation from the authority figures in his life as to why swearing constantly might make people take you less seriously, or exclude you from polite company. Or they could have better connected Kenny's death to Terrence and Philip's antics to explain why Canadians are bad role models, instead of trying to ban them outright. Again, a lot of this part of the movie is just pulled from the lessons taught in Death, so ground does get retread quite a bit. The Tooth Fairy's Tats, 2000. After going overboard on a scheme to hide teeth acquired around the neighborhood beneath Cartman's pillow, his mother tells him that the Tooth Fairy is not real, and the other boys soon confirm this with their parents, causing Kyle to have an existential crisis. But Stan gets the idea to continue their racket, but with wealthy children from the Cherry Creek neighborhood, only to bump into another group of kids doing the same thing. They're taken to Loogie, the child in charge of the Tooth Fairy racket, and he lets them run the South Park territory in exchange for a cut of the profit. Though Cartman gets the idea to cut him out of the loop entirely and keep the money for themselves, to which Loogie responds by trying to drown Kenny. Meanwhile, the American Dental Association starts to grow suspicious of the teeth that have gone missing, and come to the conclusion that a half-chicken, half-squirrel hybrid is stealing them, but one man suggests a Tooth Fairy racket and investigates on his own. He does this by setting up a fake news story about a sick child getting a large gift, which baits the South Park boys, as well as Loogie, over. They are busted around the same time that Kyle's existential nightmare hits its peak and he phases out of existence, becoming the chicken squirrel and fighting off the dentists and the mobsters. The South Park take on a mafia flick, complete with taking the general child's view of the pastiche and then adding an increasingly absurd element until the point at which the problem is solved by a 9-year-old manifesting a squirrel chicken and a tooth fairy heist. A good portion of the humor of this show comes from explicitly setting up certain pop culture references, and then either playing them realistically or doing the exact opposite. This is how we can have Kenny about to drown at the episode's midpoint, only for the river to be too shallow at first, and then drown him anyway in a post-credits sequence, also something done more frequently this season. And normally these movies have some sort of moral lesson taught at the end about hubris as we watch the downfall of a greedy character, but Loogie only stops exploiting kids for tooth fairy money because he is losing his edge, and he wanted to sign up for flag football instead. Cartman's Silly Hate Crime, 2000. The girls challenge the boys to a sled race, a race the boys are sure to win because they have the overweight Cartman on their side. But when Cartman throws a rock at Token for pointing this out, he is taken to juvenile hall for his supposed hate crime. Stan, Kyle, and Kenny try to find another way to weigh down their sleigh, but only succeed in getting Kenny killed, causing them to plan a way to get Cartman out of jail. In jail, Cartman is cellmates with Romper Stomper, a tough kid who makes him smuggle things into the cell. But after Cartman breaks down crying, he decides to plan an escape attempt, though this attempt was pointless as Cartman was pardoned shortly afterwards. The reason for this pardon was that Stan and Kyle were able to work with Token's parents to convince the state governor to rescind hate crime laws in the interest of equality. Once freed, Cartman is able to race the girls, catching up to them by throwing Romper Stompers, thanking him for the gift later by smuggling Disneyland into the prison. Cartman gets sent to jail for the assumed intention behind throwing a rock at Token instead of the actual intention of getting back at Kyle. The idea being that what he did could have been a hate crime and therefore was punished as though it were one. There's a sense of irony in the fact that the entire thing could theoretically be dropped if Token would only step forward and claim that he was not offended, except the people doing the punishment would not listen to a black kid. Oftentimes, groups with a guilty conscience will try to speak on the behalf of bereaved parties in order to deflect this guilt without ever actually listening to the people they claim to speak for, as though they are not smart or capable enough to know what is best for them. Stan and Kyle then solved this wrong by recommitting it and speaking on the behalf of the minority group. They argue that the hate crime label ought not to exist by misinterpreting the name literally. If you hate something, it's a hate crime. Their point comes down to the idea that there shouldn't be a label for such a thing, as it infantilizes an actual minority group, ignoring again the fact that hate crimes can be committed against non-minority groups. Of course, South Park is self-aware enough of this fact to avoid getting flack for this. They named the school's only black student Token, after all, although perhaps some of the fans missed this bit of satire. Timmy, 2000. Timmy is struggling to pay attention in class due to his learning disability, but Mr. Mackey diagnoses it as attention deficit disorder, putting him on Ritalin, and then when the kids find out that they can get excused from homework if they get a diagnosis, putting the rest of them on Ritalin too. Nearby, a band called the Lords of the Underworld is rehearsing, although they suck at it, until hearing Timmy shouting his own name, just what their sound needs in the upcoming battle of the bands. They win this contest, as they were booed the least, and then head out to open for Phil Collins at the Lollapalooza concert. But Phil Collins considers the cheers for Timmy and the Lords of the Underworld as insulting and exploitative, and tries to fight against the band's inclusion at his concert, eventually settling on trying to break up the band by convincing Skylar to go solo. The children begin hallucinating Christina Aguilera monsters as a side effect of their Ritalin dosages, with Cartman smashing Kenny's face in as a result, as well as enjoying Phil Collins' music and planning to see him in concert at the Lollapalooza. But Chef is concerned with the drug abuse and after failing to convince the parents to simply hit their children, has the pharmacist from earlier dose the kids with Rital out after shaming them for turning them into Phil Collins fans. Upon sobering up, Stan chastises Phil Collins for trying to stop Jimmy's career, and his band gets back together. You are never going to find a human being who is completely well-adjusted. Everybody has something wrong with them, though some students will certainly have a harder time fitting in than others. Several decades ago, this sort of abnormal behavior was fixed the way Chef suggested, simply beating kids until they acted normal, driving home the idea in their head that something was wrong with them. Today, modern therapy is a lot more accepting of this sort of behavior, and treatment comes down to asking people on an individual level how weird they want to be. Surely people who have legitimate trouble integrating into society will want to be able to at least go to school and work like a normal person. But some people want to make several hours-long videos about cartoons, and some people want to watch these videos, and neither of these people wants to be considered weird in a way that excludes them from polite society. The end of the episode then posits that behavioral change can only happen on a society-wide level after a period of inappropriate behavior. Sure, if kids like Timmy go to school, they are going to be called weird and made fun of. But after a while, that novelty wears off, and soon the story of the Timmys of the world starts to match the in- and out-of-universe interpretations. Timmy was invented for a bit in the Tooth Fairy's tats, only to be received so well by audiences that they started asking for more and more of him. And sure, Timmy shouting his name is usually a punchline, but everything in the show is a punchline. And the slow path to acceptance will never happen if anyone abnormal is kept inside their parents' attic until they're old enough for a lobotomy. Quintuplets to whatever. The boys and their families go to see a French circus, with the boys bored for most of it until seeing Romanian quintuplets performing, and getting the idea to start their own circus, though they can't get any of their stunts done right, which they blame on Kenny's singing. So Kenny practices singing some more, eventually managing to raise money with performances to go to a conservatory in Europe. Meanwhile, the quintuplets are fleeing Romanian authorities trying to bring them back to their home country, with their grandmother bringing them to the Marsh household where they spend the night, only for their grandmother to die post-coitus with Grandpa Marsh. With no parent left, an international incident breaks out between the Romanian government and the American one over whether the quintuplets should be sent home, or if they have a right to stay, culminating in Janet Reno disguising as the Easter Bunny and tear-gassing the house before stealing the girls away. But Stan, wanting his circus back, leads the protesters that have gathered in a raid on the government compound to liberate them. But the girls themselves have had enough of people speaking on their behalf and decide to tour with Oprah instead. Back in Romania, Kenny has become a successful opera singer only for his father to want him back to the US, with US agents killing him by mistake. While writing this episode, Matt and Trey found that they weren't big fans of the original script. Specifically, they couldn't find a satisfactory ending involving the girls telling off the people who had gathered before leaving, and were trying to rework things last minute. But when the Elian Gonzalez story broke that same week, they got the idea to borrow scenes from the photos taken of that raid to explicitly reference the events that had unfolded on the news at the same time. This caused a lot of the audience to be amazed at the quick turnaround on episodes, as the photos, scenes in the episodes were based on, were only 4 days old at the time of airing. This positive reaction, as well as the fact that the episode could then write itself as they simply needed to find a mouthpiece for their take on the story, created a new method for writing stories going forward. Rip something from the headlines, and then keep the show topical. Cartman joins NAMBLA. Cartman decides that he wants more mature friends and goes online to find some, meeting up with pedophiles who keep getting arrested. As these men are in jail, NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association, protests their incarceration, and when this is fruitless, they try to argue that they need a new young boy spokesman to show the world that they're not hurting anyone. They find Cartman, who thinks that he's joining the North American Marlon Brando lookalikes, and he is encouraged to bring all his young boy friends over. Eventually, during a police raid on the hotel NAMBLA is meeting at, the boys finally figure out what is going on, running around Hanna-Barbera style before getting cornered. Meanwhile, Kenny's parents are planning on having another child, though Kenny does not want to split attention with a new kid. So he tries to stop his parents from having this baby, mostly resulting in Kenny's dad getting hit in the nuts. When Kenny chases his mom around with a plunger, his father follows, getting led to the hotel where the raid is taking place, where NAMBLA confuses him for one of the kids. Ultimately, Kenny gets run over by the ambulance called for his dad, and the new child is born, who looks exactly like Kenny, and named after him, the 52nd time this has happened. South Park has always had some aspects of parody to it, but in this instance they were able to pull from certain real-life aspects beyond the realm of parody. Most people watching this episode assumed that NAMBLA was something Trey and Matt invented for the show, but it's real. Not the Marlon Brando lookalikes, at least not to my knowledge. But by raising such extreme examples from human behavior, South Park draws comparisons and then forces people to confront less clean parts of society. The Man-Boy Love Association claims that their beliefs are being persecuted, and that they have as much a right to express their lifestyle as anyone else. This is compared to any other minority group fighting for their struggles, and therefore we have to ask, when it comes to social progress, where do we draw the line? Of course, this is not a question with some sort of avoidable answer. The exact location of this line is something up for debate, but the fact that the line exists is not. You can think for yourself to determine whether or not NAMBLA has a right to groom children, but what you ought not to do is allow their existence to shut down similar discussions with the slippery slope fallacy. The idea that any progress will inevitably be perverted and exaggerated to an extreme extent, because no matter what, that line will still be drawn somewhere. Cherokee hair tampons. Due to his arrest last episode, Mr. Garrison is told to take a hiatus from teaching and, after a therapy session, decides to write a romance novel. Meanwhile, Kyle is seriously ill due to a kidney failure caused by his diabetes. Miss Brofslovsky takes him to a holistic medicine store to get all-natural remedies from a misinformation rather than Western medicine. Kyle doesn't get any better, but misinformation convinces the families that his vomiting is just the removal of toxins. So Stan goes to the doctor and learns that Kyle needs a transplant, and the only match is Cartman. But Cartman refuses to give up his kidney to Kyle and has a series of protections on it to stop Stan and the others from simply stealing it. Soon, Sheila takes Kyle back to Misinformation where her Indian healers, actually a couple of Hispanic dudes pawning junk, realize that Kyle is actually sick and they reveal Misinformation is just a con artist. So the adults, no longer believing in holistic medicine, scheme to trick Cartman into thinking his kidney is gone so he will sign a release to consent to surgery, saving Kyle's life. Mr. Garrison, having written a romance novel that's exclusively about men's genitals, announces that he's retiring from teaching to be an author. Misinformation in this episode is viewed as a con artist, her primary mark being people who are scared. No one is more scared than a mother about to lose her child or a person about to lose a friend, so preying on this fear can keep people buying basically anything, as it's an easy emotion to exploit. One of the best ways to produce fear is to produce doubt, to convince people that modern medicine doesn't know what it's doing because there are a few problems with it, that any system that's not perfect is therefore worthy of throwing away entirely. Of course, the holistic garbage Misinformation pushes is far worse, but when it comes to con artists, it's not about solving problems, but convincing people that their problems are being solved, to convince somebody that all the bugs are features and that they just have to double down and spend a little more money. And all you have to do is get somebody hooked once, and then it's easier and easier for them to ignore evidence and give in more to misinformation. Because it's almost impossible to convince the victims of a con that they are a victim. They'll just say you don't understand, or they'll repeat a slogan they've been told about how things are better if you ignore the truth. Stan tries to tell Kyle's mom that the medicine doesn't work, but to do that he has to first convince her there's a possibility she was wrong. Once you fall for this sort of con a little bit, going deeper is easier, but resurfacing is not easy, as people's egos will always fight back. Chef goes nanners. A debate is raging in South Park over whether their current flag depicting 4 white figures hanging a black one is racist and must be changed. This debate reaches South Park Elementary, where the class is split into 2 groups about the issue, with one side of the debate led by Eric and Wendy, despite Cartman's typical method of storming out of debates and declaring himself winner. When Chef realizes that Stan and Kyle are on the side of keeping it, he changes his name and doubles down on his efforts to prove that it's racist, getting the attention of the Ku Klux Klan, who start to march on the side of Jimbo. But as Jimbo does not want to associate with actual racists, he and Ned disguise themselves as Klan members to convince them to switch sides, as people are sure to vote against them. Wendy keeps having dreams about Cartman, getting advice from Bebe to kiss him and let the feelings out, which she does, much to Stan's horror, before presenting their argument. In the end, when Kyle presents his findings, he doesn't mention race, as he never saw the skin color of the people depicted, and Chef realizes that focusing so much on race only calls more attention to it. In the end, the city of South Park changes their flag to a multicultural lynch mob, which makes everyone happy. This episode has its characters raise the question of whether an old symbol is racist or if it's historically crucial, and yet they never bother to posit a third position. Yes to both. A flag depicting an old-school lynching of a specific race, or even just a symbol closely associated with this behavior, can be both racist and historically accurate, and both sides ought to recognize that these are not mutually exclusive. In fact, not combining these two facts winds up presenting a dishonest view of your own land. To argue that the flag ought to remain as is, while simultaneously refusing to accept that it has a negative connotation, winds up diminishing history and the lessons that can be learned from it. But to argue that it's racist but has no historical value likewise ignores the actual history to be taken, and to ignore the problems of the past or dismiss them as a one-off freak incident means that no one will learn from what has been agreed on as a mistake. South Park was created in part as a counter to the argument that kids are innocent and are only corrupted later in life. Yet here it's this exact statement that winds up being made. Stan and Kyle don't see color in the people on the flag, yet it's not as though that color wasn't there originally. It's never good to rewrite history, and reinterpreting like this is just rewriting it with extra steps. Not saying race is good, but only if everyone does it. As long as the Klan is still allowed the freedom of speech to march, which they ought to, then it's important to understand that being neutral on the subject means that society will lean in their direction. You don't make progress by getting enough people together to ignore an issue really, really hard. Progress is made by offsetting those against it. Something you can do with your finger. Cartman has a dream that he is in a boy band named Fingerbang and thinks that it's prophetic. So he gets his friends together to make a boy band and become famous to get $10 million, recruiting a cross-dressing Wendy as you can't have a 4-member boy band. They struggle with getting past mall security, shooting a decent video, and convincing Randy Marsh to allow Stan to perform, although a fake orange smoothie announcement and some advice from Chef get past the first 2 hurdles. All that's left is to convince Randy to let Stan out, which he only does after explaining that he was once in a boy band himself, only for the popularity to be fleeting and his life turned into a joke. But when Stan says that he still respects his father, Randy allows them to perform after all, only for Kenny to be crushed by an elevator. So Randy takes his place and they perform to like 20 people, making $2, and then citing that they're now too famous, so they quit. Boy bands were a lot bigger in the aughts, which is why this parody worked better back then, but these days the boy bands that are popular have nowhere near the cultural reach they once did. Most facets of these bands are still unchanged, from the manufactured popularity Chef points out to the lack of actual music talent due to it not being the appeal. Some members of these bands go on to have solo careers afterwards where they can be a bit more creatively honest, but more of them end up like Randy Marsh. This is one of the episodes that really shows Randy developing into his own character, no longer just Stan's dad. In later seasons, we'll often see that he's more of a central focus than any of the main 4/5/4, but for now the episodes where he plays a bigger role than any of the kids are still uncommon. A few times a season, as the show is still primarily about kids themselves, as Matt and Trey are still putting their personal experience into writing, and for now, they relate more to foul-mouthed children than domestic adults. Do the handicapped go to hell? After a sermon about hell terrifies them, the boys decide they have to go to Sunday school, where the teacher, Sister Anne, encourages them to start writing down their sins for a confession. But as they're writing these, they realize that Timmy cannot speak his sins, and therefore will go to hell by default. Kyle starts to worry about what might happen if his parents are wrong about their faith, and encourages Ike to go to a confession with him, as Cartman confesses the various things he's done to Father Maxey that results in the man strangling him, though Carton believes this was the hand of God. They rush back to confess more sins, only for Kenny to get hit by a bus, and when they finally get to the church, they see Father Maxey fornicating in the confession booth. Losing their faith in the man, Cartman decides to become a preacher himself to save the kids of South Park from burning in hell. Meanwhile, in hell, Satan is moving in with his new boyfriend Chris, only for Saddam to come back telling Satan that he has changed. Chris tries to talk things out like adults, but Satan is torn between the bad boy of Saddam and the stability of Chris. After calling out Saddam's name in bed, he leaves to get some fresh air and finds himself outside of Saddam's place. There's a philosophical argument in favor of religion arguing the following. If a person never worships and the atheists are correct, then nothing happens, but if they're wrong, then that person burns in hell. On the other hand, if they do worship and the atheists are correct, then nothing happens, but if they worship and the atheists are wrong, they get eternal salvation. The idea that the best-case scenario for non-religious individuals is the same as the worst-case scenario for the church-going. Of course, this is a reductive argument. To quote a great American philosopher, Homer Simpson, "What if we picked the wrong religion? Every week, we're just making God madder and madder. It's an assumption that there is no nuance to spirituality and that there's only a single correct religion. That is to say, what if the Mormons were right all along and you went to hell no matter how good of a Protestant you were? Probably. The parents are failing to get to their children as Cartman orders them to build a mighty church based on his schematics. Miss Cartman tries to bribe Cartman with food and toys, but he simply goes back to the church, healing various parishioners like a faith healer, slapping them and then moving on. After a while of this, he starts to demand money from the churchgoers, which confuses Stan and Kyle. They then see Cartman rolling in a pile of cash, bragging about how successful the scheme was, as he never truly believed it after all. Then Sister Anne returns with somebody who has more authority than Cartman, Jesus, and he tells the kids in Cartman's church to live life well rather than following others as they walk out to go be kids again. Down in hell, Chris has forgiven Saddam for cheating on him, which Satan views as a sign of weakness. Soon Chris and Saddam are killing each other over and over, reincarnating in hell over and over as, where else would they go, Detroit? Ultimately, Satan turns to his old acquaintance God about what to do, learning that he needs to be happy with himself before he can be happy with someone else. He dumps both men and sends Saddam to heaven, where he is surrounded by Mormons, as it turns out they were the right ones. Both plots in this episode actually follow the same general idea, solved by the idea of doing things for your personal benefit so that you can then do things for the benefit of others. Morality is not some clear-cut thing. Sure, a lot of things can be agreed to be good not just for oneself, but society in general, but the details of these deeds can imply context. For example, a person who does good things purely because they're afraid of divine punishment isn't actually a good person, just a scared one. They could just as easily be threatened into feeding Cartman's ego and throwing money towards a con man running a megachurch that does no good for anyone. If you are afraid of God, then you're afraid of basically everything. Similar to this idea that self-worth ought to be derived internally is Satan's plotline. He has spent so much of his life in relationships that he's failed to figure out how to be happy by himself rather than by defining his life through the people close to him. Because you are closer to yourself than anyone else is, and thus you know better how to define your own boundaries and what makes you good or not. If somebody else tries to tell you what's good for you, or good for society, or good for your God, there's a good chance they're really just explaining what's good for them. Fourth grade. The kids are now in 4th grade, and they meet their new teacher, Miss Choksondik. But she's much tougher than Mr. Garrison and shuts down their plans to enforce dominance over the classroom, making Cartman nostalgic for the good old days of 3rd grade. So the kids find 2 nerds and ask them to create a time machine with Timmy's wheelchair. But the machine goes haywire and flings Timmy into the streets, unable to slow down without the power cell igniting. After a failed attempt at slowing him down, the chair finally succeeds in traveling Timmy back in time, which makes the kids want to try it again. But they cannot do this as the nerds who built the time machine are fighting over how many episodes are in the original Star Trek. But when they tell these nerds they can simply use the machine themselves to ask Gene Roddenberry, they agree and a new time machine is created that opens a portal inside of their 4th grade classroom. Meanwhile, Miss Choksondik tracks down Mr. Garrison to try and learn how to reach the kids, and he sets her on a series of trials, one of which involves a tree of insight that Garrison himself goes through, to accept at last that he is gay. Miss Choksondik finally manages to calm the class down and convinces him to not actually go back in time, while Mr. Garrison asks for his old job back, only to be told by South Park Elementary that they don't hire gay people. Miss Choksondik was originally shot down by censors in early episodes of South Park unless Trey and Matt specifically met the condition that her name be pronounced as Choksondik, to make it sound like it was Eastern European or something. After receiving this note, they then instructed all the voice actors, most of whom were themselves, to put extra emphasis on each syllable. Chokes on dick. Anyway, Choksondik gives a demotivational speech to her class at the end of this episode that ironically deviates a lot from what Garrison would have done, but is now an aspect of what he will be. She tells the kids that there are 2 possible ways to view the past. Through the lens that it was better, meaning that since your life was well lived, you did everything right and it's not something that needs to be redone, or that it was worse, in which case why would you want to go back and relive it? It's a level-headed response that she got from a man who is now level-headed, at least relative to before. Mr. Garrison finally outs himself, seeming to throw away his old poorly disguised homophobia, only to encounter the subtle type of homophobia that was so pervasive in other many parts of the aughts. Trapper Keeper. Cartman is bragging about his new Trapper Keeper, specifically that it is better than Kyle, though it also gathers the attention of a suspicious older man who calls himself Bill Cosby and speaks in stilted English. Bill tries to get closer to Cartman before eventually stealing the Trapper Keeper for himself and running away. So Cartman calls the police to run him down, only to learn that the man is a robot. He was sent from the future to destroy the device as it kept combining with nearby technology before taking over the entire world. Cartman pretends to let Bill destroy it, but has his mom buy him a new one that eventually absorbs Cartman and kills Kenny before heading to a nearby military base. Meanwhile, Ike is having his first day of kindergarten as he skipped a few grades, led by Mr. Garrison, who has the class elect a president. The choices are between Fillmore and Ike, and the election is called a tie with a girl named Flora being undecided. She votes for Ike, but then an absent kid votes for Fillmore, with the kid calling in his famous Aunt Rosie to help with the recount. Garrison kicks her out as the kids agree to just let Ike be president since it doesn't matter much anyway, and Rosie leaves to get her lawyers, only for the Akira monster to absorb her and get sick enough for Kyle to finally remove Cartman's brain, Space Odyssey style. The election plotline of this episode is directly based on the American election of 2000, with Florida's votes coming in late being the undecided Flora. This, combined with a confusing ballot system and people wanting to change their votes after realizing they don't like either candidate, showed the general exhaustion many people felt towards the entire cycle, though nothing was quite as exhausting to Matt and Trey as the celebrities forcing themselves into the middle of it all. They argued this wasn't a way for people to truly express concerns about the legitimacy of the democratic process, but a way to promote themselves and come across as politically relevant. There is still a bit of irony in the fact that they aired this grievance about famous people complaining about politics by complaining about politics to 3.27 million people across the US. Helen Keller, the Musical. The fourth graders are putting on the Helen Keller musical, trying to compete with the kindergartners' Thanksgiving play by adding more special effects and getting a performing turkey. Kyle and Timmy are sent to buy the turkey, where Timmy sees a crippled turkey he names Gobbles, and convinces Kyle to buy it to save the turkey's life. The rest of the cast of the play is upset that Gobbles cannot do tricks, and they bring in a professional, feat-performing turkey named Alanicia, who refuses to perform alongside Gobbles. But they can't convince Timmy to drop his new pet, as he's the only one who can play Helen, and after their attempts at assassination fail and hit Kenny instead, Alanicia's trainer convinces Timmy that people are coming for Gobbles, and he needs to abandon the turkey. Gobbles gets captured and sent to the slaughterhouse, though he avoids decapitation due to his disability, and escapes into the wild, where Timmy, having learned of this deception, dives in front of the animal to save it from a bullet. He then rushes back to the stage even though his part has been given to a local professional, where the hunters kill Alanicia, and Gobbles is finally able to perform his trick, giving the performance a standing ovation. South Park makes a lot of jokes at the expense of its disabled cast. Simply having Timmy yell his name while looking silly is itself a joke at his expense. And yet, South Park also has a lot of jokes at the expense of the rest of its cast. It makes jokes at their own expense. It makes fun of everybody equally. Because of this fact, it means that the disabled characters in South Park wind up being characters rather than one-off instances meant to say something about respect before being quietly swept off to the side. Timmy isn't a cast member because Matt and Trey were trying to hit some sort of internal diversity quota, but because they felt they had a reason to add a disabled character to the cast that wasn't simply being the butt of a joke. That this episode can tell a story that many find to be touching about a character with an extremely limited vocabulary is proof enough of this. Timmy is a character we're meant to laugh at, but only for a little while, and then he becomes a character that we can laugh with. Pip. Malcolm McDowell introduces a retelling of the literary classic Great Expectations, starring everyone's favorite South Park character Pip. After helping out an escaped convict, Pip returns home to his life as a blacksmith's apprentice, where he's encouraged to get a real job. He answers an ad for a playmate for a young girl, Estella, getting repeatedly insulted by her and rejected for not being a gentleman, all while Miss Havisham bides her time on her scheme to break his heart. But Pip is soon sent away to London to be a proper gentleman, returning to dance with Estella at a ball where he learns that she is already dating a guy who has a car. Pip feels heartbroken, which is the final part of Miss Havisham's plan to activate a Genesis device by collecting the tears of Estella's ex-lovers so she can become eternally youthful. Pip gathers his old friends, including the escaped convict, who it turns out was the one funding his lifestyle, and they attack the manor, convincing the men not to cry as Pip convinces Estella that she has a heart by making her kill bunnies. In the end, despite the waves of robot monkeys, Miss Havisham's Genesis device is thwarted by Estella leaving, and the house explodes as everyone lives happily ever after, unless they died of hepatitis B. While writing the story, Trey and Matt set out to make the worst possible South Park episode that they could. They achieved this by combining their demographics' most hated things, mandatory assigned readings, and the British. Pip had already been more or less written out of the show, only having background appearances for the next few seasons and going several seasons afterwards without a single speaking role. But rather than simply removing an unpopular character, Matt and Trey decided to make absolutely sure everyone was okay with him going missing by boring them with high school reading first. Fat Camp. At the behest of his mother and friends, Cartman is sent to a weight management camp, feeling betrayed by this and attempting to escape, though he keeps getting caught and sent back. After a while, he returns to South Park, much thinner and nicer than before. Stan and Kyle are confused by this new Cartman, though they're more focused on Kenny to care. After eating a manatee spleen on a dare during school, they realize that Kenny will do just about anything for money, so they start to promote this, ultimately giving Kenny his own TV show. But after he's arrested for prostitution during an appearance on the Howard Stern show, Stan and Kyle are worried that they don't have anybody to do something I don't think I can allude to and keep the video monetized. But around this time, Kyle finally realizes what's wrong with Cartman, namely, that he's a completely different person pretending to be Cartman so he can smuggle candy and snacks into the fat camp. Cartman will then sell these to the dieting kids. They force this fake Cartman to do Kenny's act, dying in the process, while back at the fat camp, the place is about to be shut down due to none of the kids losing weight, although the children ultimately come clean about Cartman's store and decide to try to lose the weight for real, except for Cartman, whose stress eats from the rejection. This episode is the episode I would always think of whenever I considered reviewing South Park in the past. This is the one where I first think, there's no way I can describe this episode properly and get around censors, and then after resolving to ignore that anxiety, I then think, there's no way I can describe this episode in a way that doesn't make the entire video sound stupid. The A-plot about Cartman faking his way out of fat camp so he can smuggle junk food inside is the same Cartman that finally reaches coalescence in the next season's episode, Scott Tenorman Must Die. He is finally becoming that proper sociopath, building on a streak of greed that's been forming all season. Most plots that Cartman initiates now are either because he's trying to make his friends look bad, or he wants $10 million. Being a jerk because he's a 9-year-old is one thing, but being a jerk in an elaborate way and then profiting off of it is a unique kind of sociopathy that defines Cartman as a character, and lacking sympathy for the people in the same boat as he is just the icing on the snack cakes that he's selling. The Wacky Molestation Adventure. Kyle wants to go to a concert with his friends, but his parents tell him he cannot go until he cleans the garage, shovels the driveway, and brings democracy to Cuba. But even after writing a letter to Castro, his parents don't allow him to go, so at the advice of Cartman, he calls the police and claims that they molested him. The children then party at Kyle's house as there are no adults to tell them not to, getting the idea to get rid of their own parents the same way. A couple has their car break down in Smiley Town and searches for a mechanic, or at least an adult, and they soon learn that there are only children in the overrun junk town. While searching for a phone, this couple is thrust into the middle of a power struggle between two factions over control of a book. The possessor of the book not having to sacrifice a member of their cult to the statue of John Elway. But after his wife is taken hostage by the mayor, Cartman, the man gives a speech about the before times with adults being around, and that using the M-word to banish them was wrong. The kids undo the mistake they made with their parents returning as they apologize for the crime they were brainwashed into thinking they did. If it's not already obvious, Matt and Trey are big fans of the original Star Trek, and this episode's second act plot is almost exactly copied from the TOS episode Miri. Here, instead of the adults disappearing as a result of genetic engineering gone wrong, they are gone as the kids wanted more freedom and made false accusations. In the world of South Park, the court of public opinion has more value than the real courts, and society is run based on the reactionary statements made by political pundits and ill-informed viewers and readers. The show depicts a world where all of the laws are written by someone who just read a headline of an article and has already formed a strong opinion about it. So if Star Trek can depict an episode about geneticists going too far, South Park will then make an episode about rage bait being taken to the same extreme. A very crappy Christmas. After staying up all night waiting for a Mr. Hanky who never comes, Kyle recruits the others to find out what happened to him, and they learn he has a family now and does not have the time to spread holiday cheer. So they get the idea from watching Charlie Brown to make their own Christmas movie titled The Spirit of Christmas, receiving a stipend from the mayor to work on it so they can revitalize the Christmas shopping season. They work all night on the film, making concessions to replace Cartman when he quits due to how long stop-motion animation takes, and barely manage to finish it in time, only for the film to be destroyed by the projector. Mr. Hanky returns home to his alcoholic wife dejected, but his son, Cornwallis, reminds him of a motivational song about the circle of poo that he heard from his father, and they create a miracle, showing the film again and reminding everybody the real meaning of the holiday: presents. An episode of South Park about an episode of South Park, eschewing the typical holiday cliches without actually changing anything about the structure of the episode itself. Here, the boys are concerned that their holiday hero is not getting enough attention because people have learned the wrong lesson of what the holiday season is about. And while this sounds like a normal Christmas episode on the surface, this is not even a surface-level analysis. The holiday hero is a talking turd, and the boys are trying to teach consumerism to people who are too busy enjoying time with their families to go out and buy stuff they don't need. This would come across as satire of the holiday season if it wasn't already so played out within the show. We already know about Mr. Hanky by the end of Season 4, his appearance is no longer a joke in and of itself. So rather than the episode being a satire of the holidays, it's a satire of the satire that Matt and Trey made all those years ago. Specific aspects of the show's creation get parodied, with Stan having to voice most of the characters himself the same way Trey voices most of the cast of South Park. They've made crude humor because that's what made them laugh in the recording booth. The only inaccuracies are the intentional ones, where the Christmas miracle is when they ship the animation process overseas so they don't have to do it themselves, rather than the in-house process that lets the studio put out an episode the same week they came up with the idea. It hits the fan. I upload individual season retrospectives as members-only content, allowing channel members to see piecemeal retrospectives early. As this episode is the first of Season 5, it means the retrospective of this episode will be at the very start of one of those videos. YouTube's monetization policy is unfriendly towards profanity within the first 30 seconds of a video, so I am including this warning purely out of a desire to stretch this out so that I can keep my channel in good standing. The whole town, except for Kyle, is excited about the fact that HBC will be using the word shit in its show Cop Drama. After they say shit, the word becomes normalized, with proper usage being taught in schools. And then, it starts to rain frogs, and a plague spreads around, and an order of knights encased in stone is freed by a cloud of smog caused by the shit spewing. Due to the high ratings of the shit publicity stunt, the HBC executives decide to start saying shit more and more often, to the point that audiences begin to grow tired of the shit. Kyle and Chef are leading the others down a rabbit hole of investigations into the origin of curse words, realizing after one of the knights collapses in front of them that they are literal curses. They take a runestone to the shooting of one of HBC's shows that has by this point replaced its entire script with the word shit over and over. But when they are joined by the Knights of the Standards and Practices, the executive in charge of the shit show begins to say shit repeatedly, causing an ancient dragon to burst out of the ground and start immolating people. Kyle reseals the dragon with the stone before going on live television to plead with audiences not to say shit so often, as it loses its meaning when it's overused. One thing that South Park does exceptionally well is introducing a silly and humorous concept without telling you that it's humorous at first, and then only after the audience has accepted its inclusion in universe, finally revealing the gag. This is done here with the Knights of Standards and Practices, first showing the Knights crusading against the curse words by attacking those who spread its usage, before later revealing the order's name. Had they called them the Standards and Practices during their first appearance, the joke would not have landed as well, and the audience was still deciding whether to take the men seriously as a threat or not. And this is the opposite sort of technique used when introducing crude language and swearing into the series, where the characters curse near constantly, to the point that this episode includes a shit counter at the bottom corner that winds up reaching a number not all that much higher than the swear count of a typical episode. And even then, it's only because they had characters like Mr. Garrison singing songs with all the lyrics being curse words. At this point, even making an episode where the entire gimmick is that they swear a lot barely constitutes a gimmick. Cripple Fight. The boys and Timmy head out to a scouts meeting, unsure of whether they will like it, until meeting Big Gay Al, their scoutmaster, and Jimmy, a disabled stand-up comedian. But the parents of South Park are unsure about an openly gay man being in charge of their children, and they lodge complaints about him, resulting in his expulsion from the organization. But their new scout leader, Mr. Grazier, is a pedophile who takes advantage of his position to sexually abuse the boys, and the kids decide they want their old scoutmaster back by putting on a protest. This protest is accompanied by Jimmy's stand-up comedy, though he gets into a fight with Timmy, who's not only jealous of Jimmy's status as the most popular cripple, but also the way in which the comedian tries to make fun of him in his routine. This fight attracts enough attention that the Colorado Supreme Court rules that the Scouts cannot discriminate against homosexuals, though Big Gay Al refuses to accept the new position, as he doesn't think it's fair to force a private organization to change their beliefs either. At the start of the episode, the Mountain Scout leadership has no idea one of their scoutmasters is homosexual, and as such, they have no issue with him leading, as he has a history of being good at his job and well liked by the kids. But it's pressure from parents who don't know him but assume that they do that causes him to be forced by the administration to lose that position. Later on, the kids are able to sway public sentiment to be in favor of allowing gay scoutmasters once more, resulting in the state nearly disbanding the organization for its discriminatory history. But Big Gay Al says he doesn't want this to happen, as he still believes that the organization should not be forced by public pressure to behave a certain way. He does not get the Scoutmaster position back at the end of the episode, despite the fact that public sentiment is now in favor of Big Gay Al's lifestyle. It's a council of 3 old men who are caving to public pressure that's no longer there, that's keeping Stan, Kyle, and the rest from having their preferred Scoutmaster. At the time this episode was written, the same-sex relationships in the United States were illegal, and public sentiment was largely against it. Years later, gay marriage was finally legalized, and within a few years the acceptance rate had improved dramatically, the reasoning being that people will naturally be less opposed to any concept they are exposed to. You can't lie about what gay people are like when the typical American knows a gay person who's not like that. Discrimination can only happen to minorities, or at least what the person doing the discrimination perceives as one. Super best friends. After seeing a David Blaine performance, the boys become excited to see one of his magic camps to learn more about him. But at this camp, the leadership repeatedly tells them they are unhappy, and that Blaintology is the only way they can feel good again. Stan recognizes this as a scam and leaves, though Cartman, Kyle, and the rest stick around because of the cult's offerings. Stan then turns to Jesus to convince the people to reject Blaintology, though as Blaine's magic is too powerful, he has to get help from the Super Best Friends, a group of religious figures from various parts of the world. They discover that Blaine is trying to order his followers to drown themselves in the reflecting pool at Washington, D.C. to get tax-exempt status. He animates the statue of Lincoln to fight the Super Best Friends, but they counter with a giant statue of John Wilkes Booth that defeats Blaine's monster and saves the day. In the end, Stan and Kyle reunite as Kyle has realized that his friend was correct, and they convince the cult members that any religion that requires you to pay money to advance is a scam. Later seasons of South Park would draw a lot of negative attention for depicting Muhammad, but when this episode aired, it was barely a blip on most people's radar. It wasn't until years later, when the depiction of Muhammad was heavily publicized, that it finally got the attention of religious groups who wanted the episode removed. The difference in attention mostly comes down to the fact that one was made a big deal behind the scenes, and the other was just, which religious leaders can we put in our show? A lot of whether something is considered offensive comes down to the intention behind the action. Trey and Matt were just showing a bunch of religions coming together to beat up a Scientologist allegory. They weren't doing it to annoy people who worshipped any of the figures shown. Of course, later actions have caused this episode to be reinterpreted in a more negative light. It's one of the few episodes of South Park not to be included on any legal streaming platform as a result of the 200th episode drawing attention to it retroactively. People will often try to assign meaning to actions done in the past based on interpretations of these actions in the future, while ignoring the initial interpretation. And while there's an entire discussion about author intent versus cultural influence that I can't include while keeping the video brief, it's still a shame that something so innocent can later become controversial purely because people were looking for controversy. Scott Tenorman must die. Cartman tries to show off his pubes to his friend, though these pubes are actually hairs he bought from Scott Tenorman, a local teenager. Cartman tries to get his money back, but is first tricked into providing the wrong amount of change, and later tricked into going hundreds of miles away to a fake pube fair, before ultimately having Scott burn the money in front of him. So Cartman plans to get revenge by training a pony to bite off Scott's wiener, though Jimbo tells Cartman he ought to think like a hunter and set a better trap. This trap ends up being a poorly dubbed interview with Scott's favorite band, Radiohead, that Scott interrupts to show a video of Cartman begging for his money back while pretending to be a pig. Something so funny it makes Kenny die of laughter. So Cartman makes a better plan, hosting a big chili cook-off and telling Stan and Kyle that he's going to invite Radiohead and have the pony from before bite his wiener off in front of them. Scott then makes his own plan, getting his parents to rescue the pony while he and his friends make pube chili for Cartman to eat. The day of the fair arrives, and Cartman eats Scott's chili, only to reveal he swapped it out for chef's and that he knew Scott would try to do that. He also reveals the chili that Scott was eating was made after his parents were shot for trespassing on the pony ranch, using their bodies as ingredients. Radiohead then shows up and calls Scott a wuss for crying over having eaten his parents, as Cartman drinks Scott's tears. Probably Cartman's most infamous episode, in which he reacts to getting scammed out of about $16 by killing a boy's parents and making him eat them. I've written a little bit about Cartman as a character before, so I think that for this episode I'll instead focus on how we got here. South Park has always been an absurd show, with crazy things happening at first because Matt and Trey were trying to figure out how much they could get away with, and then later because they had little time to come up with a plot that took itself seriously, and ultimately wound up as a show that was known for being over the top. By this point, South Park had a legacy to live up to. If Kenny doesn't die, people aren't happy. If the stakes of an episode do not escalate to an insane degree, the plot's underwhelming. So we already know that Cartman's back and forth with Scott Tinnerman is going to result in something insane happening. The real twist almost appeared to be the fact that Scott stopped at pubic hair in the chili, instead of having something more elaborate. But I think this also speaks to what made this episode so memorable. Scott Tinnerman was basically just an older Cartman, cracking a zany scheme to get rich quick and then doubling down in a feud against someone 5 years younger than he is. The fact that Cartman is able to interact with a person just like him and, rather than working cooperatively, decides they're worst enemies says more about his character than any amount of parental cannibalism ever could. Terrence and Phillip, behind the blow. Terrence and Phillip are having a live show, but as it's on the same day as an Earth Day celebration, Stan and Kyle only convince the Earth Day people to let them go on the condition that they convince Terrence and Phillip to do a live show in South Park. They sneak backstage in a groupie's pants only to find an overweight Terrence who refuses to do any sort of collaboration with Phillip, as he never cooperated before. They then go to Phillip to convince him to perform, arguing that the people of South Park would be happy to see him do his high-brow performances of Shakespeare. But when these men arrive at the show, they refuse to work together, so the boys have to put on a pre-recorded episode of Behind the Blow as an attempt to salvage what they promised. As the Earth Day people are chasing them around with the blade, Terrence and Phillip watch a documentary about their best moments and realize that their feud was too petty to be worth breaking up over. They agree to get back together and the day is saved, except for Kenny. The documentary on Terrence and Phillip in this episode almost exactly mirrors fan reaction to Terrence and Phillip outside of South Park. That they started out by getting famous for something other than what they expected, a simple Christmas card, turning into a TV show that millions watched every week. Then there's the in-universe Terrence and Phillip TV show that's made fun of as audiences are unsure whether it's a cartoon or real people. Terrence and Phillip originally was a cartoon in-universe, with the flappy mouth thing being a representation of what a low-budget show would look like in the faux-budget South Park. But when they added the Canadian duo as characters in the show, they maintained their appearance, simply explained away as being Canadian. And then their careers keep following this trajectory, having their big film come out the same day as the second season's opener, and annoying fans who honestly thought they wouldn't care. But undeterred, Terrence and Phillip / Matt and Trey kept at it with the bit about the guys farting on each other, and they released the South Park movie, here depicted as the film within the film that simultaneously started the Canadian-American War, while also having never happened because Kenny unwished it all. Cartman Land. Cartman's grandmother dies and he inherits $1 million from her. People ask him what he's going to spend it on, and Cartman declares that he is going to buy a theme park, and then keep it all to himself as he hates long lines. Cartman then spends his time having fun and even running commercials to brag about the fact that no one else is allowed in. Upon hearing this news, Kyle develops a hemorrhoid and then wonders why God would reward Cartman for being a terrible person while seeming to punish him. Kyle and Stan attempt to sneak into the park, though Kyle's hemorrhoid pops on the fence and he gets caught. This scare convinces Cartman to hire a security guard to keep his friends out, but he has to let a few people into the park each day to pay for this guard. Then he has to let more people in to pay for ride maintenance, electricity, and so on, and before soon he is letting thousands of people in each day. After running ads saying people can't get in and then having a limited run of tickets, Cartman Land becomes massively successful, and so Kyle renounces his faith in God. As Cartman Land is no longer fun due to the long lines, Cartman sells it back to its original owner, only to then be told that he owes back taxes, and also recently lost a lawsuit by Kenny's parents after he died on a ride. Stan then shows a crying Cartman being maced by his own security guard, and Kyle's ass heals immediately, causing him once more to find God. If Scott Tinnerman Must Die is the episode that best defines Cartman, then this is the episode that best solidifies his characterization relative to his friends, well, relative to his associates. Classmates, I guess. I mentioned that Cartman meets a person just like him and immediately becomes this guy's worst enemy, so the reason he's never killed any of the parents of his other boys comes down to the fact that they are different from each other, and this is a revelation that comes about so slowly that it finally takes a 5th season episode to really drive home how different these characters are. The first 2 Spirit of Christmas shorts barely characterize any of the kids outside of their physical appearance. Cartman didn't have a personality, he was just the fat one. Stan and Kyle were effectively interchangeable, with little difference between their roles in the plot. More of this distinction was drawn from their hats than how they spoke or even what they said. In any other show, a character developing hemorrhoids because his worst enemy is happy would be seen as excessively on the nose as a Job allegory, and yet here it's practically expected that Kyle's condition is connected to Cartman's, that the harshest test God can put Kyle through is to have something good happen to Cartman. And the worst thing that can happen to Cartman is karma for his own actions. Proper condom use. The kids get in trouble for playing Red Rocket with the family dog during a book club meeting, and when trying to explain why this is wrong, the parents realize they don't know how to explain the concept of sex. So they demand the school starts to teach sex ed at a younger age, in spite of Chef's warnings. Though because Miss Chokesondick and Mr. Mackey don't know what they're doing, these lessons are ineffective. What the kids do pick up on, however, are the lessons on STDs and warnings that they have to wear a condom, so the boys start wearing condoms everywhere, and this causes the adults to panic as they equate the new spike in condom sales to mean they are being used for intercourse. They begin to teach sex ed at younger and younger ages until the boys finally start to blame women for their fear, as the girls blame men for theirs. This results in a Mad Max 2 style war, with an explosion that causes the parents to realize something is wrong. In the end, Chef chastises the parents for pushing sex education onto weirdo teachers from South Park, and they agree to teach their kids themselves, as everyone gathers around to watch Cartman play Red Rocket again. Chef stands in for the opinions of Matt and Trey in this episode, being the level-headed guy who tells the parents how they ought to raise their kids. This would come across as preachy and over-involved if the parents weren't the ones trying to get others to raise their kids for them in the first place. But it's not as though it's advice that ought to be followed blindly in the first place, too. Sure, parents are better at teaching their kids what the parents want them to know, but when it comes to what the kids should know, it is more ambiguous. People thinking like this is how we get the homeschooled kids who think that the earth is flat, or those who don't know how to read in high school. It's because the parents thought that it would be better that way. Sure, adults have the freedom to choose how to raise their children, but this isn't to say that there's an objectively right way to do this, and yet there are still a few objectively wrong decisions you can make. Eventually a kid is going to learn about sexual intercourse. Eventually kids are going to learn about basically everything. So many plots in South Park have been started from the kids making inaccurate assumptions about adult topics because of a lack of information. And when these kids grow curious about what they're seeing in the world, they'll try to satiate this curiosity. It is up to the adults in their lives to make sure that they learn biology from a trustworthy source, since if it's not an adult explicitly trying to teach the subject, then the kids are going to learn about sex from some guy in a trench coat jumping out of a van. Towel-y. In exchange for not asking about a used tampon, the boys get an Okama game sphere from Stan's mom. They stay up playing it while ignoring a sentient towel named Towel-y, who reminds them to bring a towel, and then asks if they want to get high. Some government agents ask about the location of this towel, and later demand they give Towel-y up by taking their console hostage. But when they bring Towley back to Tynacorp where he was made, they are ambushed, as it's revealed the military is after him. It's then revealed that the military wants his TNA to create more Towleys, and that Tynacorp wants to bring him to their HQ to self-destruct. But Towley gets too high to remember how to do this, and after several more double crosses, the boys finally find the game sphere they wanted, playing it as they ignore the escalating stakes involving mutant towels and paramilitary groups fighting alien invaders. The base explodes and Kenny falls into a pit of lava as Towley fights the urge to get high so he can save them, ultimately caving in, but relaxing enough to save the console and the boys. In the end, they all play video games together while calling Towley the worst character ever. Matt and Trey have mentioned in the past how they dislike the monetization and commercialization of South Park, the way that having shelf after shelf full of South Park merchandise feels like a person going into their childhood bedroom and grabbing stuff off the walls. Maybe this is in part because their contracts mean they don't have a lot of control or income from merch sales, but this episode also expresses the general disdain they have for characters introduced explicitly because someone wants to profit off a show. A character who follows the marketable plushie philosophy of character design. If the producers wanted a more monetizable character to include in South Park, Matt and Trey would deliver. They would deliver Towley, intentionally meant to be the worst character they could create and as pointless as possible to any real plot, while still forcing his inclusion into the story. Towley's first inexplicable experience, with everyone inexplicably already knowing who he is. The rapidly escalating plot of this episode all centering around a character who's a MacGuffin, and the fact that his catchphrases are both simple and pointless while also being something that contradicts his marketability ploy by referencing drugs, though hilariously this didn't actually stop Towley from showing up on t-shirts. Osama bin Laden has farty pants. After arriving at school in gas masks and being told they have to send $1 to Afghanistan for class, the boys get a package back that contains a goat. But since none of the boys can raise a goat, they sneak aboard a military jet as the soldiers are convinced that the goat is Stevie Nicks. But when they try to return the animal, the 4 boys who sent it refuse this return, saying that they hate Americans for blowing up everything around them. They are then captured by the Taliban, who take them directly to Osama bin Laden, who uses them to film a propaganda film. But the kids from before sneak in to rescue the boys, saying that if they don't protect innocents, then they are no better than Americans. Cartman stays behind to handle bin Laden himself, attacking him in an homage to 1940s Looney Tunes shorts as the rest of the kids argue over which country is better, before agreeing that maybe one day the Americans can learn to hate everyone too. The United States Army manages to retrieve Stevie Nicks and have her perform at a USO show as the rest of the boys have a patriotic send-off by saying "Go Broncos." After the episode Towley, South Park had their usual mid-season break. Many of the show's staff had trips planned, only for these trips to be cancelled last minute due to the September 11th terrorist attacks. They spent the next few weeks pondering what direction they could possibly take the show upon their return, knowing that they now had a reputation for riffing on recent news stories, but also that recent news stories were too depressing to possibly cover. As they were pondering this issue, a solution appeared. They simply needed to make a popular statement that their entire audience could agree on, a statement no American could look at and make pedantic arguments about controversy, a statement that Osama bin Laden has farty pants. This episode then riffs on the Middle Eastern conflict by intentionally drawing comparisons to the old Looney Tunes wartime shorts, things that even today can be looked upon as patriotism so obvious it defies controversy. It is self-serving and pro-American, but it's hard to argue that it's an attempt at brainwashing the youth, since even kids will understand the clear exaggerations made in the interest of having a black and white moral look in a conflict. Exaggeration for comedic effect is not inherently evil, it's only an issue when you pretend that it isn't happening, something South Park has never made a claim to. How to eat with your butt. On school picture day, Kenny and Cartman play a prank by having Kenny get into his parka backwards to make it look like he has a butt face, which Cartman thinks is the funniest thing ever. He decides to escalate this prank by having Kenny's picture placed on milk cartons so more people can see it. But this causes a couple with torsonic polarity syndrome, or TPS, or butts for their face, to believe that their missing son has been found. They arrive at Cartman's house to search for their kid, but Cartman does not find it funny, worrying that he has blown his funny fuse and can no longer find anything humorous. Meanwhile, the South Park Milk Company uses their database to help the Thompsons find their missing son, as an apology for printing the fake ad, and they manage to track him down, hosting a large event where it's revealed that the missing boy has grown up to be Ben Affleck. Cartman finds this hilarious and realizes that his funny fuse is fixed, though the other boys suspect that he was actually over a feeling of guilt. The idea of people with butts for faces was one of those bits Matt and Trey would make back and forth to each other, similarly to Towelie's catchphrase from before. It was never included in South Park until now, as they thought it was too stupid even for their show. But by having the people in universe take the prospect semi-seriously, they were able to show a random bit of maturity in the episode that wound up making the entire thing even more absurd. Butters spends this entire episode grounded for making a silly face during school pictures, a misdirect as he was posing normally, and the audience is led to think that it was Kenny, about to get in trouble for the same thing. This is the first time we really meet Butters' parents as people instead of props for crowd shots, as the showrunners realize the comedic potential for exploring how a character like Butters became the type of person he is. Likewise, this episode brings back Jimmy for another role in trying to make Cartman laugh. In Matt and Trey's own words, during the second half of Season 5, they learned that Jimmy really has legs. The Entity. Tired of the long wait times due to post-9/11 paranoia, Mr. Garrison decides to produce a new form of transportation he calls IT. IT has a grand unveiling ceremony, with investors from all over the country coming together to see this new invention. A gyroscopic device operated by something only Garrison could come up with. Realizing it still beats putting up with the airlines, people flock to the IT dealership and Garrison becomes rich, until the US government arrives and trashes the place as a bailout for the airlines. Kyle is hosting his cousin, Kyle, a Jewish stereotype that immediately gets on his nerves. He tries to pay Cartman $40 not to make fun of him, but when that fails, conspires to physically get rid of him. In the end, Kyle leaves of his own volition after revealing he made $5 million cashing out his IT investment, and he returns home, calling out the boys for being stereotypical rednecks. IT from this episode is based off of the invention that would eventually become the Segway. Before its unveiling, only vague rumors were hinted at, as most of the advertising was about the investors excited about the new device, as well as the fact that it would revolutionize transport. Of course, the average reception to anyone outside of a tour group was similar to Matt and Trey's own experience after buying one. They tried to ride it up a skateboard ramp and then it broke, and then they never bothered to fix it. But here the hype is combined with the still topical idea of airport security being absurd and ineffective, something that was supposed to be a temporary measure for security that's still around over 2 decades later. And we get several jokes about quadruple penetration being better than traveling on airlines, with a bit of criticism for the government for first kneecapping efficiency in air travel with the regulations, then proceeding to pass the bill for the loss of cash flow to taxpayers. If something challenges transportation norms, it's quickly shut down. If the norms themselves challenge themselves, everything else gets shut down anyway. The other plot in this episode, making the entity a double entendre, is the other Kyle. He is all of the Jewish stereotypes that Cartman pretends that Kyle, the original, is, and his mere existence is something that makes Kyle embarrassed to be Jewish. Matt and Trey didn't make him to be anti-Semitic so much as they created the character to express the exasperation of any person who meets somebody they share a demographic with, that then gives that demographic a bad name. From a dude bro calling women femoids, making people ashamed to be male, or people who watch South Park while idolizing Cartman, not realizing they are the butt of the joke. Here comes the neighborhood. Token is being made fun of by the other kids in South Park for being rich, so he tries to ask his parents if they can buy cheaper clothes and own worse things. But when this fails and he is still not accepted, he resolves instead to get more friends like him, and invites several prominent rich families to move to South Park. These families begin moving to South Park in large numbers, prompting the poorer residents to start harassing them to go back to where they came from. This is done by burning lowercase t's in their lawns for time to leave, and dressing up as ghosts, because rich folks hate ghosts. But Token still doesn't have what he wants, and the new rich kids are too rich, and he can't relate to the other children. So he decides to live with the lions instead, but the Lion King Aslan keeps making bad jokes, and Token realizes that he was better off with his old friends all along. They accept him back, saying that while they made fun of him, they also made fun of everyone else, and the rich folks leave South Park because they think it's haunted. There are some issues in Western culture that are practically guaranteed to get people angry and defensive if there so much is mentioned. One of these issues is mentioned here, the idea that racial prejudice of the past still has long-lasting effects on the present. That excluding certain groups has blocked generational wealth from accumulating, meaning that there are people who have never personally participated in this systemic discrimination, who have nevertheless benefited from others mistreating minority groups. So simply trying to explain how historical racism has shaped our modern landscape generates a defensive response from some people who then proceed to make any future progress impossible because they won't acknowledge there's a problem. South Park is able to discuss controversial issues with their usual ability to make fun of both sides, while also managing to avoid the easily offended groups writing angry letters through a process that's referred to as mapping. Mapping is effectively an extended metaphor, comparing one issue to another and then continuing that comparison to a logical extreme through the less controversial lens. This sort of writing allows for people who would normally refuse to hear out a specific argument out of principle to instead accept the facts laid out in front of them, and South Park's humor makes this twice as palatable. This is an episode about racism that simultaneously depicts the actions as they occur, while also presenting a world where burning lowercase t's and dressing as a ghost are considered innocent acts. Kenny dies. Cartman finds an overturned truck full of aborted fetuses while riding his bike and excitedly tries to sell them to various research labs. But this is interrupted when the research on stem cells is banned by the US government, and Kenny gets dangerously ill with a degenerative muscle disease. The kids are pulled out of class to go visit him, but as Stan dislikes hospitals and doesn't like seeing Kenny with so many tubes, he doesn't say anything and leaves early. Cartman then decides to do something about Kenny's death and returns to the laboratory to learn more about stem cell research, eventually resolving to visit Congress himself to convince them to lift the ban by singing Asia's The Heat of the Moment. Stan finally gets over his fear and visits Kenny, only to learn that he passed away in the night while asking where Stan was. Stan starts to cry because he couldn't be there for his friend when he needed him, but at his funeral, Cartman pulls them all away to show the boys a miracle, that he has taken the stem cells he's been canvassing for and managed to reconstruct a Shakey's pizza of his own. Killing Kenny every single episode was starting to get tiring for Matt and Trey, but it was the expectation that it would happen, as that's the way the series has always been, to the point that not killing Kenny at the end of the episode was subversive. "Oh my god, they killed Kenny" was effectively one of the show's slogans by this point, but to the showrunners it felt gratuitous. And sure, a lot of South Park was gratuitous in the first place, but they at least tried to keep things fresh. So they needed to find a way to stop killing Kenny without so many people asking why they stopped or speculating about some sort of behind-the-scenes pressure that Matt and Trey allegedly caved to. Their solution came from an old Monty Python anecdote. Once upon a time, the minds behind the British comedy show speculated on a theoretical script that would take itself entirely seriously. They would make an episode of Flying Circus with no jokes, building up to comedic beats, but refusing to tell the obvious joke where there would be one. This itself would be the joke, but they weren't sure if they could pull it off while treading the line between so unfunny it's funny and so unfunny it's unfunny. They never went through with this idea, but the fact that it was planned in the first place gave Matt and Trey the idea to at least parody the concept by going long stretches without jokes, bits that drag on, and then one subversive ending anyway. Just when Cartman announces his miracle at the end of the episode, the viewer is likely to have forgotten what show they're watching, and so the ending beat of Cartman cloning a pizza restaurant surprises viewers by playing the series' usual beats straight. Butters' very own episode. It's the anniversary of Linda and Stephen Scotch, Butters' parents, and they've prepared a family trip to Bennigan's to celebrate. But Linda's worried that her anniversary gift isn't going to be as good as Stephen's, so she asks Butter to tail him and find out where he's been shopping. Butters discovers that his dad is going to porno theaters and gay bathhouses, and when he brings the pictures back to his mother, she goes mad. Stephen tries to convince Butters not to tell his mother about what he saw, but he reveals that she already knows, and then Linda tries to drown him in the car. Butters survives and makes the long walk back home, hitchhiking for some of the trip and heading down suspicious old roads. But back in South Park, Linda and Stephen join a support group for other couples with missing children after they lie about some Puerto Rican guy being the assailant. But just when the Scotch family starts to scream at each other about their story falling apart, Butters returns home, and they decide to come clean about everything as Butters tells one more lie about being okay. Butters' parents blame some Puerto Rican guy for kidnapping their son to cover up his disappearance, knowing that even back in 2001, leaning into racial prejudices could allow people to get away with murder. The FBI puts an extremely vague description out for the man, knowing that people will be quick to jump on the bandwagon of xenophobia, looking for a simple answer that plays into prejudices rather than thinking logically about what happened. The problem with jumping to conclusions, though, is that people rarely jump back. Of course, this exact thing happened to Matt and Trey in their inclusion of John and Patsy Ramsey, at the time having done a similar thing to Linda and Stephen Scotch in blaming a home invader for their child's death, one of the many instances of pulling a story from the news in their writing. Of course, the problem with pulling stories from the news is that you end up writing about speculation from the first person to break the story instead of the ones who took their time to do research. Advancements in DNA evidence later exonerated the Ramseys as it proved that somebody actually did break into their house. Matt and Trey at least did apologize after the fact, which puts them above a lot of other politically involved types who have a tendency to double down when they're proven wrong. This will prove to be a continuing source of conflict in South Park going forward, the desire to keep the show topical competing with the fact that DVDs are forever, and once you make a statement, you can't really take it back. Jared has AIDS. Jared Fogle, at the time known as the Subway Guy, famous for losing weight by eating from a particular sandwich chain, comes to South Park to speak about his weight loss journey. Afterwards, the kids, with Butters replacing the dead Kenny, ask him about his weight loss as they want their local Chinese place, Shitty Wok, to give them a comparable deal. He admits the only reason he really lost all the weight was because he had AIDS, with an E, who gave him dietary advice. After the boys call him out for misleading people with his diet advice, he admits to his girlfriend and later the town of South Park that he has AIDS, and they all turn on him, eventually forming an angry mob when he tries to say that he wants everybody to have AIDS like he does, as he assumes their anger is because he had the unfair advantage. Meanwhile, the boys are trying to get Butters to gain and then lose a bunch of weight, but when he struggles to lose the weight afterwards, they simply give him a DIY liposuction. His parents ground him for this, so Cartman pretends to be Butters, cursing out his parents over the phone while the other boys try to get their sponsorship. But the owner of City Walk says that nobody likes Jared anymore because of his AIDS business, and the kids then rush out to clear up the misunderstanding. Once they point this out, everyone has a laugh, which makes them realize it has been 22.3 years, and AIDS is finally funny. Weight loss isn't easy, but it is simple. If you burn more calories than you consume, you will lose weight. If you consume more calories than you burn, you will gain weight. Anyone who says anything other than this fact is trying to sell you something. In spite of this very basic middle school level chemistry, there are still those who will push fad diets and the like, designed to make it seem like you're losing weight with ease. This episode plays into this idea by using a recent example from the news, Jared Fogle, now famous for something else, and pointing out that you can claim any diet works so long as the food you're eating is in reasonable portions and you supplement it with regular exercise, in this case, being assisted by Jared's AIDS. Hilariously, as I wrote this script, my writing software continuously tried to autocorrect AIDS to have an E, so the mistake is apparently a pretty easy one to make. The real mistake, though, is assuming that his weight loss was somehow less legitimate because he had help from professional dietitians and personal trainers. That is, there's an idea that the Subway diet was somehow less legitimate if you did things the smart way instead of having fast food be some kind of secret, lose-weight-quick life hack. If people learn that a fad diet is actually just self-control with different packaging, they might just give up like they've given up on every other traditional method, which one can assume they've done if they're looking into fad diets instead of doing what everyone knows. Aspen. Butters' parents take the other adults to Aspen for a weekend as they've got all expenses paid trips so long as they sit through a 30-minute timeshare presentation. But when they get to this presentation, the men leading it keep bringing the adults back again and again, to the point that their escape attempts only wind up bringing them to the same room until the police are involved, at which point they get held at gunpoint and forced to watch a PowerPoint. Meanwhile, the kids are skiing when a jerk named Tad starts making fun of Stan, stealing away girls Stan doesn't even know as he challenges him to a race. Tad wins the first race and rubs it in, though a nerdy girl invites Stan to a dance at the youth center in spite of the center about to be bulldozed by Tad's father. A few sports movie cliches later, including a montage, Stan and Tad are about to race down the most dangerous mountain in the US when the girl from before distracts Tad with her deformed breasts, long enough for Stan to win, saving the youth center. But the kids now hate skiing, just in time for their parents to announce that they bought a timeshare and will be visiting every year. If you have seen an 80s movie, you have seen this episode. If you've never seen an 80s movie, there's also a good chance you've seen this episode, to the point that the blatant parody still works for people to whom songs like Montage are explaining the concept of how to do a montage for. The plot is so contrived that even Stan can't explain why he's bothering to go along with it, going so far as to start to conflate skiing techniques with different sports movie tropes, as it becomes clear that the actual competition is less important than the aesthetics of a competition. That is to say, the rivalry and three-act structure are implied to be learned skills. Skiing is just something chosen at random to fill in the gaps. And just as Stan cannot escape the bounds of the narrative that is pushing him to race against Tad, the adults cannot escape the executives in charge of selling them timeshares. This was yet another plot where Matt and Trey air their grievances about things that they would be harassed about, like people trying to sell them on what was basically a combination of the worst parts of owning a property while granting none of the freedoms. The fact that many of the same companies that sold timeshares now run side businesses where they hire lawyers to navigate people out of owning timeshares shows that not even the salesmen really believed what they sold. And one has to imagine if the people making cheesy sports movies actually thought they were doing something groundbreaking either. Freak strike. The kids are watching the Maury Povich show where the host is parading around the disabled for views when they get the idea to have Butters go on television with fake testicles on his chin so they can get a prize. There, Butters meets with all the other self-proclaimed freaks who talk about the fact that there are faux freaks pretending to be disabled who take jobs like talk show appearances away from them. Butters is nervous about being found out, but his appearance on Maury goes over well, much to the annoyance of his friends when they learn that only Butters will get the prize. But later, the freaks find out that Maury and other talk shows have transitioned away from their kind to instead talk about poorly behaved children. Cartman convinces his mother to take him on the show so he can win something, but when he sees how bad the other kids are, goes back to makeup to pretend to be even worse. Meanwhile, the freaks are on strike as their union is not being recognized and they are losing their work, and after hacking Maury's screens and putting on a union ad, the people realize that talk shows are exploiting the wrong people, and they all walk out. Cartman, furious he's not going to get paid, rips the fake testicles off of Butters' face, and the freaks attack him as Butters finally gets a happy ending, until his parents ground him. The fact that the disabled survivors often promoted during talk shows and the like were more victims of the system than profiteers from it is something taken as a given during this episode. This is the type of plot that many other shows would have dedicated their whole runtime to, but in South Park, they say up front that when someone disabled is made a big deal of on television, it's more often than not a means of gawking at them for being different than trying to really create sympathy from the audience. And yet, for all the exploitation that these people go through for the entertainment of the masses, there's still an objective benefit to doing so. Someone with no face can obviously not work. Someone with no torso is obviously going to struggle in life. If going on a talk show and having people laugh at them to their face is profitable, then that is preferable to not going on the talk show and having people laugh at them behind their backs. So the complaints of the Freaks Union in this episode are just as valid as any other worker losing their career to something new, be it technology or just a shift in demographics. The real tragedy is the fact that people who become deformed wind up dependent on a talk show circuit, or as Matt and Trey put it, to rely on the people who half a century ago would have been wearing top hats and running mobile freak shows. The point of this episode is that, should those freaks no longer be dependent on humiliating themselves for money, the people peddling the freak shows would move on to human interest freaks like Cartman. Fun with veal. South Park Elementary takes a field trip to the local ranch where they see how all the meat is processed, ending when they enter the veal room and see baby cows chained to the floor to stop muscle development. This disgusts Stan and the others, so they rope Cartman into joining them into breaking the animals out of captivity, keeping them in his bedroom until further notice. Their parents, and later the police, arrive at the scene, demanding the boys return the cattle, but the boys refuse unless they can have a list of demands met, including food, which Cartman's mother gives them. But Stan, seeing the other boys eating meat and seeing the baby cows, decides he's never going to eat meat again. Eventually, the FBI is involved, bringing in a negotiator who winds up giving the kids weapons and a nuclear missile, before finally delivering a semi-truck driven by Michael Dorn in full makeup, to bring the cows to Mexico. But this truck was trapped with balloons that stopped them outside the ranch, and the cows are returned to the rancher. But thankfully, one of their demands of legally changing the name Veal to Tortured Baby Cow was enough to reduce demand for the meat, and the cows are allowed to live normal lives once again. That is, they are slaughtered as adults instead of children. As with most semi-political South Park episodes, this one is based on the personal experience of the showrunners, namely the shock felt upon learning that veal was made by weakening baby cows and slaughtering them young, the first time the self-proclaimed carnivores, Matt and Trey, had really been hesitant about their diet, insofar as feeling guilt about where their food came from. But it still has that classic South Park-style satire that attacks both sides of an issue, expressed through the hippies that join in on the protest, and the subplot of Stan turning into a literal vagina as he refuses to eat meat. According to Matt and Trey, they've only met a handful of healthy vegetarians, and the rest were all skinny and weak. That said, if you want to consider the typical vegetarian in America as skinny and weak, then a similar generalization ought to be made of the typical American omnivore. That is to say, what type of person pops into your head when you imagine an American? For most of the world, that's going to be a 300-pound Walmart shopper on a mobility scooter. So if the options are meat and obesity versus veggies and fragility, then maybe the hippies have a point after all. Americans eat far more meat than every other country, and this episode posits that a basic reduction in meat consumption is a far better solution than simply pivoting to the opposite extreme. And this is something that's achieved not so much by doing large-scale terrorist actions or kidnapping animals, so much as it is by educating people on conditions, or more frequently the tax burden the country assumes, to subsidize these farms. The new Terrence and Phillip movie trailer. The boys and Butters get all their snacks ready to watch Russell Crowe's TV show Fightin' Round the World. Not because they like the show, but because the trailer for the new Terrence and Phillip movie, Asses of Fire 2, will be airing during a commercial break. But Shelley comes by demanding the TV and offering to let them watch in exchange for a tampon run to the store, only for Cartman to blow up Stan's TV while adjusting the settings. They run to Kyle's house only to get in trouble for stealing TV time from Ike, then to Chef's house where he accidentally turns his TV into a killer robot, then to the retirement home, only to be driven out when all the old people void their bowels simultaneously. They then run to Cartman's house to try and bear the fumigation, only to then learn Butters could have hosted them all along, as the only thing stopping them was that he did not have a babysitter. They finally get to see the trailer, a single fart joke, and then celebrate wildly as Russell Crowe reunites with his boat Tugger after a failed suicide attempt, spurred on by having to listen to Russell Crowe sing. The first question one might ask upon watching this episode is likely something along the lines of, what the hell did Russell Crowe do to piss off Matt and Trey so much? The answer is basically nothing. He was on the awards circuit being recognized for winning Best Actor around the same time that Matt and Trey were being recognized for their music, and the man quickly hit it off with them, developing a great friendship to the point that Matt and Trey admit that he calls them on their birthdays, and when Team America World Police came out, he even called them to talk about how much he loved it. By their own account, Russell Crowe's a great actor and a great person. He was not, however, a great singer, inviting them and several others to a studio for what they assumed would be a test screening for his latest album, only to find out it was a listening party that Matt and Trey walked out of partways through. In this episode, Crowe's boat, Tugger, is a stand-in for Matt and Trey themselves, committing suicide rather than listening to his music anymore. Otherwise, this episode has the neat gimmick of taking place in real time, the commercial breaks the boys are waiting for, lining up with the commercials that would have shown during the original airing, which makes watching this on DVD a baffling ordeal. Professor Chaos. The boys decide that it's time to let Butters go as their fourth friend due to him being too lame. They hold auditions for their fourth friend, recruiting 20 side characters from South Park and bringing them along to the amusement park to test how well they fit as their new friend. This is done in a series of ceremonies similar to The Bachelor, where they hand out roses to anyone who made it, while telling those who did not to get the fudge out. After the swimsuit contest, talent show, and a trip to the baseball stadium, the boys finally make their long-awaited decision. But Butters isn't taking too well to his rejection, and he creates an alter identity named Professor Chaos, sowing the seeds of chaos by swapping orders at Bennigan's and messing up his parents' drawers. When these schemes don't work, as well as an attempt to flood the earth with his garden hose, he then decides to destroy the atmosphere by spraying air freshener into the sky. In the end, a voiceover announces that all these plots will be answered right now. Butters fails, Miss Chokesondik dies, and the boys pick Tweak. At the end of Season 5, Kenny died for good. This meant that there was a gap where his character was supposed to be, someone to go along with all the weird stuff Kenny used to be down to subject himself to. As the last season ended on Butters' very own episode, it felt natural to give him the spotlight, as he was the most developed side character up to that point. But the gap in this dynamic could only be filled haphazardly for so long, and there was a plan by Matt and Trey to swap out the fourth character in the main group every half season. Since The Bachelor was popular at the time, they felt the funniest way to do this was to call as much attention to the character swap as possible, making a big deal out of which cartoon character they would exploit for their mischief. And funnily enough, the episode where Butters is effectively written out of the main group is also the episode where his character finally solidifies. Most blatantly, this is where his voice starts to be found in a more literal sense. He started his life as a bad impression of Eric Stow's voice. He was the animation director at the time, now a producer, but this slowly became less high-pitched and ran smoothly as Butters himself started to devolve away from being a lame guy they could turn into the butt of their jokes, and instead was a character in himself. Butters resents his treatment at the hands of the others and adopts the identity of Professor Chaos. But Butters' true dark self is just as nice as his usual persona, so he's really, really bad at destroying the Earth. Simpsons already did it. Cartman finds an ad for Sea People in a magazine, and the boys, including Tweak, chip in to buy some so they can make a mini society. But when they learn these sea people are just brine shrimp, they put it in Miss Chokesondik's coffee as a prank, only for her to wind up dead after. When an autopsy confirms semen in her stomach, the kids mishear that and plot to break into the coroner's office to get the semen and sea woman and sea children back, putting them into their tank as an alibi. This confusion is later cleared up by Chef, just in time for the two mixtures to combine into a tiny Babylon. So they split up to find more brine shrimp and semen, creating a tiny Egypt, and soon the sea people are building statues of Eric and worshipping him. Meanwhile, Professor Chaos is plotting to destroy South Park by blocking out the sun, only for General Disarray to tell him that The Simpsons already did that plot. He comes up with several more, only to learn The Simpsons did all that too, and soon he's hallucinating Simpsons characters everywhere as he realizes there are no ideas that The Simpsons have not already done. But when he sees Cartman's Sea-ciety, he points out that The Simpsons already did that plot too, and then Chef says that that plot was also based off the Twilight Zone. Butters then realizes that it's okay for a plot to be derivative, and Cartman's Sea-ciety starts a holy war between the Cartman and the Tweak factions, destroying the entire tank. The plot of this episode represents a real frustration for the showrunners felt when trying to write for South Park, the fact that every time they came up with a cool plotline they would learn, The Simpsons had already done it. This started most egregiously when they were writing the Season 4 episode, The Wacky Molestation Adventure. The climax of that episode was originally Cartman blocking out the sun with the machine as part of a plot to take over the town. But when the writers learned that The Simpsons had already done that plot, they had only 2 days to scramble and come up with something else. This process repeated a few times over the next season and a half, with Matt and Trey outlining an idea, only for some member of their staff to say, "Hey, just like The Simpsons," or ask if they were doing an homage intentionally. And then, almost perfectly, the B-plot of this episode where Eric, Cartman, and Tweak have a society of tiny people that turns out to have been a Treehouse of Horror segment. According to Matt and Trey, this was not intentional, and the ending of this episode, where it's revealed that The Simpsons already did it, came about totally organically. That's not so bad. The Simpsons copied all their plots from old movies and tropes and pop culture staples all the time. There really is no such thing as a totally new, organically written story, unless you're willing to take a weird new direction in it. Creating a society of tiny people and being worshipped by them might have been ripped off of somewhere else, but the idea of pouring 5 gallons of semen into a tank is a South Park original. Red hot Catholic love. When reports on the Catholic Church's abuse of young boys caused the parents of South Park to refuse to send their kids on a retreat, Father Maxey tries to come up with a way to reduce the anxieties of his congregation before they all convert to atheism. But while brainstorming, the other priests merely blame the issue on not the sexual abuse, but the fact that it's being reported. So he goes to the Vatican to change religious doctrine by undergoing a series of trials. Despite retrieving the holy documents and proposing changes to a giant spider, the church refuses to change their ways, so Father Maxey tears up the pages in frustration. Meanwhile, Cartman bets Kyle that putting food up your butt will have it come out your mouth. And when this succeeds and Cartman wins $20, he spends the rest of the episode rubbing it in. This is made worse as Cartman starts to get more and more recognition before ultimately Kyle's able to get him to stop bragging by admitting Cartman was right, which ruins all the fun. In the end, the now atheist parents watch the destruction of the Vatican caused by Father Maxi tearing up the holy documents and see him give a speech on how the church is out of touch, but it does bring them back to religion. For many seasons, Matt and Trey wanted to do a plot about the characters pooping out of their mouths. Somehow, the recent reports on the Catholic Church covering up decades of abuse coming out is the exact impetus they needed to finally do that story. One gets the impression that they were tired of waiting and didn't have to get much prodding to go along with it. The mouth-pooping plot is quickly sidelined as little more than a funny gag to go along with the smug atheism of the adults, while serving as the impetus for Cartman bragging about his victory to Kyle for the rest of the episode. It's not until Kyle admits that Cartman won and acts humble about it that Cartman finally stops bragging, proving that the bet was not about the money, but the bragging rights of having won the money. Another thing that's disguised as its composite parts is the take on religion in this episode. The church sees declining membership numbers due to the fact that they refuse to adapt to new times and change along with the society they're preaching to. In universe, this is done through their refusal to stop molesting children, and the way that these actions affect not only the men doing the crime, but those who are implicit in their actions by refusing to speak out against it. To the church, this is just tradition. It's the way things have always been, and therefore the way they want to keep doing stuff. But times change, and people change with them. Doing the same thing over and over while demanding the people around you never change, that's not even a tradition. I mean, imagine if we still had traditional Christmas celebrations where slaves and their masters swapped positions for a week-long orgy of debauchery and bad example. Free hat. After watching the new remaster of Star Wars and being disappointed by the changes, the boys start an organization to prevent movies from being changed by their directors. But Cartman suggests they give out free hats to attract more members, and soon there is a mob of people demanding that the state free hat, a serial killer who's been in jail for years. Realizing their movement isn't going anywhere, they decide to break into George Lucas's house and steal the original version of Raiders of the Lost Ark. They're caught breaking in, trying their plan B, warming his cold heart with a cool island song, and getting arrested, except for Tweak, who tries to warn the rest of the movement. In the end, it's up to Tweak himself to save the day, though in an homage to Indiana Jones he fails, and they are all forced to watch the premiere of the remastered movie. Again, just like Indiana Jones, they refuse to watch it, and it's so bad that everyone dies. In the end, Hat gets freed from jail to murder toddlers again, and the boys lock the original cut of Raiders away where no one will ever find it. There is no secret about this episode's inspiration, the incessant remakes and remasters of classic films to better adapt to the modern era, be that by removing guns and replacing them with walkie-talkies, or by adding unneeded visual effects that distract from the original artistry of the original work. There's a presumption that the directors behind these famous works are the best people possible to remaster the films, as their creative vision must be consistent. But people change over time, everyone does. These films, however, do not. The same movie you grew up with stays as it was, a time capsule of the era in which it was released. And when a work of art is put out like this, it ceases to belong to whatever group or individual made it. This is an interpretation of Death of the Author, in which the creator's vision for a work or motivation for making it is considered a non sequitur to the interpretation that the audience makes. While George Lucas can remake and remaster his films as much as he wants to, he can't take away the way the people felt about them, but not for a lack of trying. Especially for works that have been well received, there's an importance to calling out mistakes and maintaining a critical eye that doesn't simply blindly praise something just because it is popular. Somebody needs to tell these creative geniuses that there's an element of luck in everything. A musician can release a great album, but that doesn't mean that their next one will be good. Matt and Trey likewise point fun at a hypothetical version of themselves that cannot accept their own criticism. They stated publicly before they don't really like the early seasons of South Park, and they would delete them entirely if given the chance. But they also recognize it's not their show to do with as they please any longer. They can only shape perception of South Park moving forward, but once something is out, it ought to stay that way. Bebe's boobs destroy society. As it has been 2 weeks since Miss Chokes-on-Dick has died, the boys have to go back to school, where the entire class discovers something different about Bebe. The boys all find her cool and smart and interesting, but the other girls know the real reason is that she has boobs, or, as the boys are saying, ahtas. They start to invite her on their hangouts, most of which devolve into grunting and trying to beat each other up, until she eventually tries to run away from these. But the other girls at school are jealous of her popularity and they shun her, on top of a local plastic surgeon refusing to do a breast reduction operation on her. So she returns to the boys for some attention, only for them to go into an ape-like frenzy that causes two crashed astronauts to think they've landed on the planet of the apes. Randy Marsh tries to tell his son not to obsess over ahtas, but Stan ignores this lesson until Wendy shows up in class wearing a cardboard box, and the boys realize what's happened, just in time for Wendy to show up with new implants that everyone laughs at. For once, Randy is the voice of reason in this episode, explaining to Stan that his obsession based on just noticing women is not something he ought to allow to define his entire life. Many people obsess over sex so much that it prevents them from thinking about anything else, never accomplishing anything worth doing because all of their actions are done in the context of whether it will get them laid. And when that's all you can think about, you stop focusing on things that really make life worth living, like making really long YouTube video essays, and watching really long YouTube video essays, and probably a third thing. Child abduction is not funny. Tweek's parents, and the rest of South Park, start growing paranoid about reports of child abductions and start to put more and more elaborate safety measures in place to prevent this, including tracking devices, following their kids everywhere, and ultimately asking the City Walk guy to build a giant wall around the city to keep out child abductors and Mongolians. But when a later news report reveals that the biggest threat to their kids is actually the parents themselves, they exile all their children so they can be safe. Meanwhile, the Shitty Walk guy is trying increasingly elaborate plans to fight off the invading Mongolian hordes, only to get blown up Looney Tunes style every time. Eventually, the kids wind up joining with the Mongolians, who take them in as their own. When the Mongolian children destroy a part of the wall, the parents investigate the noise and find their former children living with strangers who have taken them in. Realizing they got caught up in a media frenzy, they accept the children back and ask the Shitty Walk guy to tear down the wall. South Park has made many episodes about media circuses before, and the way that people tend to look at the version of society on the news as more realistic than the version of society they see with their own eyes and ears. This episode is no different. The parents see something scary on television and overreact. The difference is that they start getting conflicting news reports, and instead of swapping sides or doubting one of them, they start to believe multiple versions of the truth. They need to keep outsiders out until the insiders are the threat, then they need to keep both outsiders and insiders away, then they themselves are considered a threat to their children, so they banish their own kids, despite the fact that they're presumably doing this for their safety, invalidating the motive of the action. In the end, it's actually the strangers being kept out in the first place that are the ones to help out and protect the kids, when the adults were convinced they were too untrustworthy to do it themselves. In the real world, teaching things like stranger danger actually hurts kids more than the alternative, as many well-intentioned authority figures can be considered strangers, like a policeman or a school volunteer. Instead, it's better to teach kids the sign of a person who wants to hurt them, basically tricky people, as a sort of vibe check for kids. Just because you don't know someone doesn't mean that they are horrible by default, and thinking that way is how you really become isolated. Then, vulnerable to anyone who can convince you they are not a stranger, rather than waiting for people to prove they're trustworthy. A Ladder to Heaven. The boys win an all-you-can-shop spree at a candy store only to be turned away because they don't have a ticket to get in. They recall they left their ticket with Kenny and seek out their dead friend, finding only his ashes, which Cartman consumes, believing it's chocolate milk mix. Later, they make a second scheme to get the ticket by building a ladder to heaven. Their parents and the rest of the town think that it's a sweet gesture and don't have the heart to tell them that they can't make it, and the whole construction becomes a media spectacle. Meanwhile, the Japanese have taken to building their own ladder, and the US government, operating on the assumption that Saddam Hussein is building chemical weapons in the afterlife, starts to assist the boys so they can bomb heaven. Because Cartman drank Kenny's ashes, he starts to have visions of Kenny's memories, and soon finds out where Kenny was storing the tickets. When the boys come back from their shopping spree, they tell the adults that they should focus less on the afterlife and more on their current life, and everyone goes back to normal. This episode was being produced around the 1-year anniversary of the September 11th attacks and was inspired not by the attacks themselves, but the weird fetishization that American society had in response to them. Countless organizations were offering bizarre promotions designed to tap into the wave of misguided patriotism resulting from the tragedy in such a way as to be respectful as possible, but also looking for a lot of money, which even more bizarrely is a balance that was shockingly easy to find. Alan Jackson and his 9/11 profiteering tours and albums were lambasted in this episode, and yet in the commentary, Matt and Trey barely even made fun of the guy, instead praising the sheer audacity it took to see 2 towers collapsing into rubble, and then to run straight to the writer's room to figure out a way to cash in on the death. Something not exclusive to big business, but big government alike. The return of the Fellowship of the Ring to the 2 towers. Stan's parents give the boys a copy of The Lord of the Rings to give to Butters' house while they use the time alone to watch a porno. But when they realize they have the wrong tape, Randy and Sharon rush out to stop the boys before they deliver it to Butters. Rather than explaining their error, they tell the kids, who are role-playing as Lord of the Rings characters, that it's another quest, and the videotape is cursed. They then take this cursed tape to a council of the other kids, and after Token watches it and decides he's no longer playing pretend anymore, they deem it must be returned to the video store from whence it came, before it can corrupt anyone else. But the 6th graders have learned of the videotape, and they chase the boys around on their bikes, leaving from the More Door shop to take it for themselves. Butters is also following them, demanding his precious tape be returned, and ultimately agreeing to lead them to the video store so he can get closer to it. Eventually, the boys do find the store, but it's closed, and they are surrounded by 6th graders. But thanks to Jimmy's directions, the parents can arrive in time to scare off the older kids, as Butters and his precious tape are thrown into the video return slot. The best episodes of South Park are the ones where the kids act like actual children. There is a difficult balancing act when writing the show, though, as the subject matter is notoriously not child-friendly. But rather than this difficulty holding the show back, it instead becomes a central aspect of the humor in South Park, taking childish interpretations of events as a means of showing how low the conversation's degraded. Basically, if a bunch of 9-year-olds who just learned about the issue can logically take away an idea that has more basis in reality than the adults who obsess with news cycles, then the issue is far from worthy of the attention it receives. But South Park does the opposite just as often, where the parents are the ones acting in a, if not logical, then understandable manner, and it's the children who take an extreme interpretation. Like here, where the parents are trying to shield their kids from watching a porno, and when they deduce that it's too late, to catch up and explain what was going on, so the kids don't grow up confused about what ought to be considered normal. The imagination of a child is at once a wondrous thing while simultaneously being horrible and depraved. Basically, there's enough flexibility to find a middle ground to the point that it doesn't really mean anything and you can just write whatever. The Death Camp of Tolerance. Mr. Garrison gets his job back, this time teaching the 4th grade class the boys are in. But before he can start working, he gets told that the school district can't fire him due to his sexual orientation, and if he does get fired, he can sue for millions. So Garrison introduces Mr. Slave, his new teacher's assistant, and he starts to do a series of flamboyant behaviors to get fired. But when the boys report this to their parents, they're told they're acting intolerant and are sent to a museum to learn better behavior. Mr. Garrison then doubles down on trying to get fired by putting the class gerbil Lemmy inside of Mr. Slave's butt, with the gerbil going on an epic quest to escape. For his bravery in the face of intolerance, Mr. Garrison is given an award, while the kids get sent to a tolerance camp to learn to accept other people and finger paint. But when Mr. Garrison puts on a big gay performance at his award ceremony, the adults finally realize what the kids were complaining about, and they let them out of the camp, placing Mr. Garrison in instead as he does not tolerate his own behavior. The last season or so of South Park included a few changes to the status quo, some of which were necessary, some of which felt arbitrary, some of which could be considered ill-advised. So this episode starts tying a few of these frayed ends back together, like having Garrison brought back as their teacher, making Kenny into a character again, and doing all of this while keeping the more positive changes. Garrison was a good character, not good like nice, but good like interesting. He existed as a form of satire for the type of person who's hateful and extremist while being far worse than the people they criticize. His repression has always been a sort of denial, and exploring this for the purpose of satire is an easy source of recurring plot lines. So to write off Garrison and replace him with Miss Chokesondick, who was never much more than a couple of gags anyway, wound up making the show worse. Kenny was killed off last season as Matt and Trey were tired of coming up with ways for him to die, but South Park without Kenny felt like a show missing something, especially as Stan and Kyle have started developing personalities of their own, and there's now a need for a more crude friend who still doesn't side with Cartman by default, nor does he allow himself to be pressured into doing anything the way Butters and Tweak were. The showrunners knew they could bring Kenny back as unceremoniously as they wanted to, and even considered him having an appear in an episode with zero fanfare. He's just sort of there one day. But they thought they could do a soft return instead, as it would be more interesting while also being a connecting thread between several other plots. This way, if the change doesn't work out as well as they wanted it to, Cartman can just fart the guy out or something, which they sort of end up doing anyway. The biggest douche in the universe. Cartman is running out of time and needs to be taken by Chef to a psychic so they can communicate with Kenny, whose soul is still trapped inside Cartman. They go to the TV psychic John Edwards, who gives a vague reading about Kyle's grandma that makes the kid want to enroll in Juilliard instead of returning home. Stan tries to convince John Edwards to tell his friend that it's just a cold reading, more of a party trick than anything, but the psychic doubles down and says he's performing a service. Stan calls him a douche and takes some of his books to study to prove the concept is a fake. But instead of people believing that he's just saying random names and months, they give him his own show where he eventually competes against John Edwards in a psychic showdown. But instead of doing a cold read, he convinces the audience to stop being so scared of the afterlife and clinging to false hope. And then aliens abduct John Edwards to award him as the biggest douche in the universe. Meanwhile, Chef takes Cartman and Leanne to his parents' house for an exorcism, but as they don't have a child to sacrifice, Kenny's soul ends up trapped inside of a roast, which is eaten by Rob Schneider. Matt and Trey have made fun of a lot of celebrities on their show before, and this does not always mean they dislike the guys they do poke fun at. But when they called John Edwards the biggest douche in the universe, they meant it. It's not so much that he's doing an especially evil act so much as he's doing something exploitative to people who are in the greatest need, capitalizing off of people's tragedy and anxiety to make money and get famous. Worse, he is doing so in a way that actively strings folks along instead of telling them an uncomfortable truth, making them hold out for something that will never happen by convincing them that healthy coping mechanisms are pointless. This episode doesn't really make any secrets about this moral, though. In fact, it's explained in pretty plain terms by Stan, who, by this point, has become the moral center of the show. At first, Stan and Kyle were both very similar characters, to the point that when Kenny was killed off at the end of last season, the showrunners were considering killing one of the other boys instead, because they wouldn't have missed anything. But Stan and Kyle have separated personality-wise since then. Kyle is likely to believe in whatever nonsensical plot is going on that week, getting swept up in the fervor and signing up for Juilliard or something, as Stan remains the level-headed one, and is trying to explain to everyone that they're mistaken. Basically, the boys are no longer direct stand-ins for the show's writers, as the writers are fine standing in for themselves. My future self and me. During a thunderstorm, a man claiming to be Stan from the future shows up at the Marsh's household, and he convinces the family he is the real deal. After he moves into their house, they learn his story. He is a drug-addicted loser who dropped out of school after being sent to juvenile hall. So the present Stan begins to take his studies more seriously until learning that Butters' future self is also living with him. After some snooping, they learn of Motivation Corp., a company that hires actors to pretend to be future versions of kids to motivate them to stay away from drugs. He seeks out a company that specializes in getting revenge on parents, which it turns out is run by Cartman. Cartman offers to cover the walls of Butters' house with poop, but Stan doesn't think this is a good plan and takes matters into his own hands by pretending to chop one off. Stan's father mutilates the actor, revealing they lied to their son. Meanwhile, Butters' parents see Cartman's work on their house and finally admit they've wronged their son, which causes Stan and his parents to decide they ought to hire Cartman to get revenge on Motivation Corp. After a job well done, Cartman's future self approaches and praises his past self for living his life well, only for Cartman to start scarfing down cookies as his future self transforms into a fat loser. The idea that it's okay to lie to children because the ends justify the means is challenged here, with the argument landing somewhere between the two counter-arguments of A, once one lie is revealed, all the related facts are going to be questioned as well, and B, it's not so much that the ends justify the means, but that the ends are the means. The first point comes down to the very real reason that so many anti-drug programs in the US failed. They would make things up about drug use to scare kids away from using them. The issue with doing this is that when you tell children a single joint of marijuana will kill them, and then you say the same thing about smoking fentanyl, once kids grow up and see their peers smoking and not dying, they'll assume all the other dangers they've been told about are also false. This is what leads to kids going down a slippery slope of drug use, as the first few gateway drugs turned out fine for them, so they have no reason to believe anything worse will happen. And of course, the second, more drastic reason is that lying to kids is lying to kids. It's not that they're going to start doing drugs because they don't think there's harm to doing them, but that they'll stop listening to authority figures who have their best interests in mind. Kids are better at understanding certain topics than most people think they are, and being clear and concise about these things not only communicates the dangers, but builds future trust as well. Red sleigh down. Cartman realizes he's a few miracles short of being on Santa's nice list and tries to come up with a plan to fix his karma by bringing Christmas to the Middle East. He ropes Stan and Kyle into helping him, and they ask Mr. Hanky to take them up to the North Pole on the Poo Poo Express. Once there, they get to watch Santa fly over Baghdad, only to watch him get shot down by a missile and kidnapped by a terrorist group. So they take his backup sleigh to the Middle East to rescue him, recruiting Jesus along the way as he brings his guns. They make it there to rescue him from a session of electrocution, with Jesus healing Santa's legs and covering for him as they blast their way out. But Jesus gets hit as they're escaping, dying in Santa's arms before they make it back to the sleigh and fly off. But as they're leaving, Santa decides to give them one last gift, and actually makes it Christmas time in Baghdad. They make it back to South Park as Jimmy finishes singing the 12 Days of Christmas and lights the tree, with Kenny coming in from off-screen. South Park is a show that's made very hastily, with less than a week between starting a script and delivering the film. Because of this, the last few episodes of each run of the show tend to have far less planning than the rest of the season, with early episodes getting more attention and political relevance. As such, the last episode of each season, typically a Christmas episode, doesn't get as much planning and is typically just thrown together. In this case, they decided to do a parody of Black Hawk Down, a movie based on a story of an extraction in Mogadishu, and replaced the characters with South Park kids, while the setting was tweaked to be more Christmassy. This isn't the type of episode meant to say anything, it is more so an excuse to kill off Jesus, with a justification for the holiday meant to reflect on his death. Cancelled. After reenacting the opening scene from Cartman Gets an Anal Probe, the boys start to get the feeling of déjà vu, wondering if they've done all this before. Chef takes Cartman to a proctologist, and later a scientist specializing in aliens, who finds out the probe in Cartman's ass is actually a satellite broadcasting scenes from Earth to the rest of the universe, and that Earth was really a reality TV show for aliens since the start. The kids get captured by these aliens, who explain the concept, as well as the fact that the show was just cancelled, so they have to scrap the planet for parts. But the boys try to convince the network executives to give them one more chance, though the Jewsian aliens running the network are more interested in prostitutes and drugs than whether their show is good. After Kenny takes a picture of them performing what's probably a depraved sex act, they blackmail the executives into wiping everyone's memory and renewing Earth for another season. This episode reveals that South Park is actually a TV show and not real life, much to the surprise of the people who emulate its characters because they missed the point. The purpose of doing this is to take an insider's look at the way South Park itself gets viewed, how the show's creators expected their reception to wind up, if not then at a later date. To Matt and Trey, Season 7 is when South Park really started to hit its stride. Characters were beginning to develop into the forms they would keep for the next several years, and what was once a show notorious for being crude was now a show notorious for being crude, but also satirizing the news. This sort of plot was made because South Park was approaching its 100th episode, with this episode meant to be number 100, only for them to run out of ideas, so they pushed it forward a bit. I have talked before about the fact that many TV shows start to run out of ideas after a few seasons and either get repetitive or begin rehashing the same few plots over and over again to the point that the shows are considered to have lost their charm. So the appeal to the Jewsians, not merely an anti-Semitic stereotype but meant to represent Harvey and Bob Weinstein, whose stories of abuse were open secrets in the entertainment industry since the 90s, making their depravity here an example of South Park aging incredibly well. Crazy Cripples. Christopher Reeve gives a speech about stem cell research to South Park on the same day Jimmy is supposed to have a comedy show, and he gets angry someone crippled later in life is getting more attention than somebody crippled from birth. He tries to start his own club for cripples, but finds out that the Crips already exist, so he joins their Denver chapter. After accidentally causing a truck crash that kills several Bloods, Timmy and Jimmy are welcomed into the Crips, only for a retaliatory attack to damage Jimmy's house later on. So Jimmy decides the only way to end the gang war between the Bloods and the Crips is a lock-in at the rec center, which after a speech where he tells them to come on, he gets them to put down their weapons. Meanwhile, Christopher Reeve keeps consuming more and more stem cells until he has his full range of motion back and can lift cars over his head. So Gene Hackman calls on him to stop, saying he has gone too far, to which Reeve creates a Legion of Doom to finally destroy his nemesis, stopped only by celebrity activists banning stem cell research and sealing him inside of a square. Stan and Kyle play very little role in this episode, saying out loud that it's probably better to stay out of this one. Matt and Trey had wanted to make an episode making fun of Christopher Reeve for some time, despite the warnings from the other staff members that such a thing would be in bad taste. But they eventually managed to make an episode where a crippled celebrity drank the spinal fluid directly from a fetus without getting any more controversy than usual, due to the fact that they had the characters themselves say they did not want any part in voicing their opinions one way or the other. So it's Jimmy and Timmy themselves who say the morals in this episode, more so Jimmy, which ends up coming across as more genuine due to the fact that they are not just token characters designed to be soapboxes for the creators to stand on, but real characters first. Sure, the duo might have been conceptualized as a joke initially, but anyone different starts out as a joke among their peers before eventually the joke stops to be funny and you see the person beneath it all. Jimmy is a well-developed person with his disability only making up a small part of who he is. As a result, when South Park tries to talk about conflicts that the crippled might face, it comes across as a genuine concern rather than trying to win social justice brownie points. Toilet paper. The boys get detention after creating a crude sculpture in art class, so they throw toilet paper over the house of their art teacher as revenge. But Kyle feels guilty about doing this and considers confessing, to which Cartman tries to silence him by getting their story straight. But when it seems like Kyle is still guilty about his involvement, Cartman takes him out to the lake to kill him, with a wiffle bat, only for the other boys to find out that Butters confessed. This doesn't clear up Kyle's conscience, and he decides that he's going to confess himself, only for Cartman to beat them to the elementary school to confess first to get a lighter sentence. Meanwhile, Officer Barbrady is retracing the trail of the boys and asking for assistance from Josh Myers, a notorious toilet paperer, currently serving a sentence in juvenile hall. In a reference to Silence of the Lambs, Josh Myers psychoanalyzes the officer until he is eventually wheeled to the school to piece together the crime, only to escape as he continues his TP spree. Cartman is fundamentally incapable of understanding Kyle's feelings of guilt in this episode, considering instead that his anxieties must come from a position of fear he might be found out as one of the culprits in the TP incident. The reason for this is that Cartman does not believe people other than himself have feelings. He views the rest of the world as NPCs and cannot imagine that they behave in anything but self-interest. The irony, of course, is that Cartman is the one incapable of acting in the benefit of society at large, and that his mind is only capable of comprehending himself. Empathy is associated with intelligence, and a lack of it is typically indicative of an inability to model other people's emotions or see something from their perspective. Like asking if a person who didn't eat breakfast that morning would be hungry, then having the person you're talking to answer based off how they currently feel. I'm a little bit country. The boys join a walkout protest to get out of school, but when they are interviewed by the news for their reasons, they reveal they don't know who the founding fathers of America were. So Mr. Garrison has them write a report on the Continental Congress as a punishment, a report Cartman tries to get out of by electrocuting himself so he can have a flashback. Meanwhile, Stan and Kyle are left to do the report themselves as pro-war protesters have taken Kenny. So the anti-war protesters ask the boys to read their report at a gathering to prove the founding fathers were anti-war. But when these two protests occur on the same date at the same time, the boys go out on stage and admit they didn't actually do their homework. But Cartman did. His plan to electrocute himself back to 1776 worked, and upon returning he goes out on stage to say what the Founding Fathers really wanted: a country that can appear strong by going to war, but also protesting the war so as not to appear heartless. In regards to the Founding Fathers, it's always a question of what they would have wanted when trying to decide the direction the country ought to go in the modern day. On one hand, they did, in fact, want a war with the British, but this was a war of liberation, not occupation. To act as though all wars are equally valid takes away a lot of the nuance of the argument, and this nuance is the real thing being argued about. The US has had a lot of wars in its past, and the very same people who fought in the Revolutionary War wound up mostly being against the next war with the British in 1812. So to act as though the Founding Fathers were this unified hive mind dismisses decades of political theory in its obvious attempt to claim their present ideas are more correct because some 250-year-old guy said so. And therein lies the real problem. Why should we care what a bunch of old men from 250 years ago might hypothetically think of our modern problems? If George Washington were alive today and you gave him a quick US history lesson, then asked his opinions of a modern issue, he'd probably say something like, "Wait, the moon, really? We landed on the moon? The one in the sky?" There's this desire to view historical figures as being above criticism when comparing them to modern-day politicians who then come across as imbeciles who make infinitely more mistakes on the principle of making any at all. Basically, people only care about what America's Founding Fathers think of an issue to cover for the fact that they don't really have another argument. Fat Butt and Pancake Head. For Cultural Diversity Day at school, Cartman paints a Jennifer Lopez on his hand and does a Latina impression to win a gift certificate. While out spending this money, he comes across a make-your-own music video store, and the hand painting wants to go inside. In there, she's discovered, and her talents are sent to the same record label the real Jennifer Lopez is signed to, with the older celebrity getting fired so they don't have two people with the same name signed at once. So Jennifer Lopez declares that she wants retribution against Cartman's hand, threatening him while Ben Affleck falls in love, eventually sleeping over at Cartman's house and claiming he plans to elope. Meanwhile, Cartman's hand is acting out more and more during recording sessions before storming out of one and being accosted by the real Jennifer Lopez, as well as everyone else who has a reason to go after the extremity. Cornered on a bridge, Cartman's hand admits that he's not really Jennifer Lopez, but a con man pretending to be her, before taking a cyanide pill and disappearing. Everybody leaves except the other boys, who begrudgingly admit that perhaps Cartman really was possessed, and then he laughs at them for falling for it. Cartman has dreams of ruining Kyle's life. In this point in the show, he's more motivated by having the other guy suffer than any tangible benefit to himself. This is to the point that Cartman is willing to let his hand get beaten by Jennifer Lopez's baseball bat while running away and going on several dates with Ben Affleck, prospects he's not super enthusiastic about. By the end of the episode, his taunts of "I got you, sort of" feel hollow, as the audience isn't sure to what extent Eric really was in control. Not so much whether he had control over his hand puppets, but the fact that he's so dedicated to ruining Kyle's life, he can't really control his actions leading up to that goal. Matt and Trey have admitted that one of their proudest moments of working on South Park came when they learned that, for months after this episode first aired, extras and stagehands working on movies that Jennifer Lopez was involved in would constantly quote taco-flavored quiches at one another behind her back, to the point she openly complained about it. Little Crime Stoppers. The boys are playing detective, trying to discover who ate an old woman's pie, with a gruesome conclusion, later getting too far into trying to find out who took a little girl's doll. But when some kids playing FBI come in and take over the investigation, they decide to play by their own rules and sneak in through the back, getting into a fake shootout with some other kids. For their efforts, they become junior detectives at the Park County Police Force, who then give the boys their first task: shutting down a meth lab. The boys go to this meth lab and announce that they are the police, to which the cooks overreact and blow themselves up. The police chief tells off the boys for going too far, but then assigns them to go undercover at a drug bust, all while their colleagues attempt to sabotage them after finding out they've been stealing from crime scenes. When they arrive at the strip club the drug lord has been operating out of, they are recognized and the men begin to shoot, to which the boys respond by pretending to shoot back. The FBI then shows up and takes over the investigation before the conspiring cops start taking each other out because they know their own secrets. In the end, the boys realize playing detective is boring, so they pretend to run a laundromat instead. TV tends to present a glamorized version of the criminal justice system. TV tends to present a glamorized version of everything. So when the boys are trying to solve as simple a case as a missing pie, they wind up telling the story the way it would be presented on the news, overtly violent where every single person's out to get everyone else. This is the type of media that sells, and so it's the type of media that's shown to the world, to the point where people start to believe that it disproportionately represents the world. People say that art imitates life, but the truth is that it only reflects parts of it. When art does not reflect life, that life is deemed irrelevant and people stop seeing it. And if a toddler can't see something, it may as well not exist, and the same logic is believed by people who watch a lot of TV. At least, Stan, Kyle, and Cartman have the excuse of being literal children. Red Man's Greed. Some of the South Park folks go to the Three Feathers Indian Casino to gamble, where Gerald, due to his gambling problem, loses his house. After seeing this, Chief runs with Primus speak regarding their need to connect their casino to Denver, buying out the town of South Park to build a highway in its place. They rally together to raise the money needed to buy their town back, but when they come up short, simply gamble for it. Despite winning everything they need, Gerald convinces them to keep going, and they lose it all, deciding instead to have a sit-in to block construction. Chief runs with Primus, then makes a plan to give blankets to the sit-in participants laced with SARS to make them too sick to fight back. Stan then has to go on a spirit quest by huffing paint thinner so he can learn the middle-class white guy way to cure SARS of chicken soup and Sprite, and the people are once again healthy. When the chief sees that the people of South Park are cured, he asks them to cure his son, Primus running thin, in exchange for their town back. This episode is another instance of South Park's ability to take a contemporary or historical account and discuss it in less abrasive terms through what's called masking. It's instantly recognizable that this plot pulls from real history and simply swaps the races around while modernizing a few of the other concepts. The westward expansion by the United States is viewed here as the casino owners wanting to connect their business to Denver in the West, regardless of who is in their way. The people of South Park are viewed as an inconvenience to an uncaring group of business owners who just want more land. Of course, in the real world, there was no concern for bad PR from moving the people of South Park, nor were there blankets with SARS. It was smallpox and faux contracts with the wrong tribe for PR's sake, including an infamous example where the Dutch bought Manhattan Island from the American Indians for a handful of beads. In truth, this was about 60 florins worth of metal goods, and they were given to the Metoic tribe, who did not live on Manhattan Island. It was a Wappinger who were kicked out, although to reflect this in South Park would involve far too much complication of having, for example, the citizens of North Park be paid for the purchase of South Park, rather than the implication that people were being offered fair market value for their homes. South Park is gay. When Queer Eye for the Straight Guy gets popular, its new metrosexual fad sweeps through the school, and every boy but Kyle has started to dress in a more flamboyant fashion. They give Kyle a makeover, but he's unsure about the new trend, eventually talking to Chef and deciding to go back to the way he used to dress. The other boys then start to make fun of him as his old friends stop talking to him while he's beaten up. Meanwhile, Mr. Garrison is happy at first that South Park appears more accepting of homosexuality, but gets angry that none of the men dressing like he does are actually gay and just appropriating his culture. So he goes to New York to kill the Queer Eye guys, meeting Kyle along the way with the same plan. But once they get to the studio, Mr. Garrison deduces the men aren't actually gay, and they reveal the ruse. Queer Eye is run by crab people, who are trying to make the men less masculine so they can take over the surface. They capture Kyle and Mr. Garrison, giving them crab people makeovers, and they prepare to get the president as well, before the women of South Park, tired of their husbands being too gay, arrive and they beat the crabs to death. Queer Eye is a TV show where gay men tell straight men the same fashion advice that women have been telling them for years, only now they listen because it's a man saying it. The metrosexual movement is brought up in South Park as a trend of sorts, that being openly gay is now acceptable, meaning more and more men are embracing this sort of behavior. And while at the end of the episode the men toned down the way they act in favor of the next trend, the fact that the gay pop culture movement happened still allows for some more freedom, not just from gay men who now feel safer to live authentically, but also by straight men relieved to be able to start showering regularly and taking care of themselves without being called a homosexual for doing so. The mothers mention early on that their metrosexual sons are now bathing and brushing their teeth, the implication being that the earlier manly behavior meant that they were not doing so. But then no one ever stops to question why women preferred men who were acting unmanly in the first place. Society was teaching men for so long to act as manly as possible, and yet here they acknowledge that acting very gay is going to make chicks dig them. Surely there has to be a middle ground where a guy will still clean out the mousetraps for their girlfriend, but also brush his teeth in the morning. But pop culture rarely expresses nuance, so when South Park parodies it, they go for both extremes. Christian rock hard. The boys' band, Moop, is terrible, and they have differing ideas on how to improve, with Stan, Kyle, and Kenny wanting to buy a bunch of music to better shape their sound, while Cartman gets the idea to start a Christian rock band so he can go platinum. They make a bet on who can have an album go platinum first, and Cartman recruits Butters and Token to start Faith Plus One, a rock band that replaces the names in love songs with Jesus. After sabotaging another band at a Christian music festival, they make it big and finally sell 1 million records, bragging about this to Kyle. Kyle, meanwhile, has been downloading music online only to get arrested by the FBI and shown all the poor celebrities who have to live lives of semi-luxury. Scared straight, Moop decides to go on a musical strike until they get an agreement that people will stop downloading their music, only to find out Cartman sold 1 million records by actually making songs. They arrive at Cartman's celebration to pay up their end of the bet, only to learn that Christian rock does not go platinum, but myrrh instead. Cartman cusses out Jesus in frustration, making his band lose everything. Matt and Trey once considered making a parody of Christian rock bands called Faith Plus One as a joke, only for them to have never had the time, what with the show and all. So this plot, like the butt-faced people of How to Eat With Your Butt, wound up being one of those plots they bounced around for years that wound up implementing in South Park. The B-plot is about illegal music downloads and the way that they damage musicians by taking away fractions of their net sales. Looking back on this plot years later, we know that piracy was a tiny loss of sales, mostly used by record labels to justify cutting the pay of their artists, which is why they were so vehemently against it in the first place. The real loss in revenue these artists were feeling was similar to the loss of revenue that Moop felt. They went from 0 to 0. This is in part based on the personal experience of Matt and Trey, whose show South Park was only made possible because the Spirit of Christmas short was copied and shared without their knowledge over and over until network executives found it and reached out. In this case, the show benefits greatly from piracy, even more so for the type of person who's creating work not for money, but to get something artistic out there. That is right, South Park has more creative integrity than all those musicians, angry that more people are hearing their music. Gray Dawn. An old man driving a car crashes into a farmer's market during a memorial service for the victims of another old person driving their car into the same farmer's market. This starts a discussion about whether to take driver's licenses away from the elderly, to which the elderly respond by hosting a town meeting. But when the meeting ends and every old person gets on the road at the same time, the death toll winds up forcing South Park into action by taking away the license of everyone over 65. Stan's grandpa gets arrested for driving without a license, and he calls the AARP to come in and help him, which they do by parachuting into town, giving weapons to all the senior citizens, and then taking over the town because they wake up earlier than anyone who wants to fight back. So it's left to the boys to fight back for them, which they do by sneaking into the country kitchen buffet and locking it from the inside, denying the old folks their food. When the military arrives to restore order, Stan stops them from punishing the old folks too harshly by saying the issue wasn't what was being said, but how it was being said. For those of you watching this video that are not American, it's important to note for this episode that a majority of this country was designed in such a way that traveling by any means other than a personal automobile is intentionally difficult, if not outright impossible. So the conflict in this episode isn't so much about old people not getting to drive their cars, but old people not getting to go outside at all. This is done in the interest of safety, not just for the people driving, but the people they're driving near, and yet half the people being kept safe are being kept so safe they may as well not live anymore. The real solution to the problem of aging drivers is a cleaner, more consistent public transit schedule, but the other issue being addressed here is that the solution that the town of South Park has chosen was one of soullessness, a stats-driven answer that does not at all consider the people it's affecting. If you want to get elderly drivers off the road, then ban elderly drivers from being on the road. There is no if-then about it. They simply took the most blunt solution possible, as if the people being targeted by the law were statistics and not human beings. Laws are meant to make life better for everyone, not more convenient for the most people. And evil happens once you start seeing people as things and not humans. Casa Bonita. It's Kyle's birthday soon, and he's taking his 3 closest friends to Casa Bonita: Stan, Kenny, and Butters. Cartman is furious that he's not Kyle's friend and tries to manipulate the guy into letting him come, eventually plotting instead to sabotage Butters so Kyle will default to letting him go. He does this by convincing Butters there is a meteor headed for South Park and he needs to hide in Uncle Jimbo's bomb shelter for safety, while Cartman gets to go to Casa Bonita. But when Butters' parents announce that their child's missing, Kyle decides to delay his party a week so they can help search for their real friend. Cartman has to delay Butters for another week, and does so by claiming that cannibals are roaming the town and he must hide in a fridge until they are gone. The fridge is taken to the dump, where Butters falls out and starts to rebuild society, until he meets an employee and she calls the police about finding the missing Butters. As soon as Cartman and the others arrive at Casa Bonita, the police call, saying that Cartman is in trouble. So he runs into the restaurant trying as many things as possible before getting cornered by the officers, jumping into the diving pool, and saying it was all worth it. When writing this episode, they originally had just the idea about the Butters shelter plot, wanting some way to have Cartman continue to lie about the apocalypse through the episode, but not really knowing a reason why. It wasn't until they thought of the kids visiting the Colorado restaurant Casa Bonita that things started coming together, and like most things in his life, Cartman sorta took over from there. Just as Scott Tenorman Must Die is the episode that best defines Cartman's actions, Casa Bonita is the one episode that best defines Cartman's personality. He is willing to do just about anything to win, no matter how minuscule of a victory he's actually getting out of it. Cartman goes through more and more effort to keep Butters' location a secret, more and more effort to try to become genuinely nice despite not understanding this on a fundamental level, and his reward at the end of the episode is running through the restaurant too quickly to actually enjoy what he earned. But to Cartman, it wasn't about visiting Casa Bonita, but about the idea of visiting Casa Bonita. The idea that he won and that his scheme worked is better than any reward. All About Mormons. A new kid moves to South Park, Gary, and the other kids tell Stan to go beat him up for being a dork. But when Stan tries to hit him, the guy's reasonable, and he invites Stan over to his house. There he meets the Harrisons as they are having a family night, and they tell him about the Book of Mormon. Stan returns to his family while they're watching TV in silence and asks his father about Mormonism. So Randy goes over to the Harrisons' house to give them a piece of his mind, only to return and announce that the Marsh family is now Mormon too. In spite of the other kids making fun of Stan for it, his family still hosts the Mormons the next night, and they finish the story of Joseph Smith. He founded Mormonism by finding golden tablets in the woods that told about how the Native Americans were actually white until they were punished by God, and the fact that Jesus' second coming was in Missouri, and the continuing thread that Joseph Smith never let anyone see his proof by hiding it inside of a hat and never recreating his findings. This story convinces Stan that the whole religion is a farce, and he tells off the Mormons, kicking them out of his house. But the next day, Gary arrives at the bus stop to apologize for trying to convert Stan, following this up by saying that, in spite of how absurd the story of the religion is, the modern teachings are about being nice to one another and loving your family, chiding Stan for being too bitter to see how much better his life would have been if he was a Mormon. The issue that Stan and the non-religious types have in this episode is an issue with the texts of the Mormon faith and their believability, but the issue with thinking this way when trying to compare religions is that no religion really has texts that make sense. Most holy books were written thousands of years ago and are full of stories and events wildly implausible and merely given leeway as miracles or exaggerations for the sake of metaphor or telling a story. It's because Mormonism is more recent that it really stands out as weird because we assume people of that time should have known better. But that's beside the point. If every religion has weird holy texts, then how can people even follow a faith at all? And the answer is that most people don't really care about a bunch of stories written 1,000 years ago. They care about the effect of these stories on their lives today. The Harrison family is happy, and they love each other in a way that no one else in South Park understands, and they also happen to be Mormon. They simply prioritize the lessons from these stories more than whatever they're believable or not. It's only the people who have a history of mistreating others or questionable morality decisions who ever have to dig that deeply into the Bible or the Book of Mormon or whatever in the first place. The typical person will see a message along the lines of, be nice to people, and they'll stop reading there. A good religious follower is a person who's kind of surface level in their faith. Butt out. The anti-smoking group Butt Out does a performance at South Park Elementary that is so embarrassing the kids decide to smoke so they don't end up like them. But when Mr. Mackey catches them smoking, they toss the cigarettes into a dumpster and the fire spreads to the school. They're called into what's left of the principal's office where they tell their parents it was the tobacco companies that made them smoke so they won't get in trouble. So South Park calls Rob Reiner to their city to take down Big Tobacco, something he does by fabricating evidence about the company advertising to children. He later tries to get Cartman to do a commercial where he pretends to be dying, making the commercial authentic by actually killing Cartman, prompting him to seek out the others for help. Kyle wants them all to confess that they were smoking on their own as he predicts this will turn into another big South Park ordeal, but they ignore him, and then there's a big South Park ordeal with an angry mob and everything. But once the townsfolk find out what Rob Reiner was planning, they turn on him and embrace Big Tobacco again. The argument made in this episode is that smoking doesn't hurt anybody, while using the same logic as someone who claims tossing garbage out of their car's window doesn't hurt anyone because it doesn't hurt them. Matt and Trey dismiss secondhand smoke as a liberal myth in this episode and even go as far as to defend slavery as being a positive for the country, while also mimicking a bunch of other pro-smoking propaganda they've heard over the years in what is called reactance advertising, where a product is advertised by playing up the fact that others don't want you to do it. These tactics are then mocked in the episode by having liberal celebrities come in and do the exact same thing, lying about the dangers rather than whether the product is safe, and then spending money to push a particular agenda. So the real crime the liberal elites in this episode do is far less of a moral mistake and more so the fact that they are preachy and annoying when they speak. The episode starts out with a corny PSA that makes the kids do the opposite of what they're told to, and ends with the goo coming out of Rob Reiner when he is stabbed. This episode shows the stance South Park repeatedly takes through the next several seasons when there's an argument between a side that wants you dead for their profits and a side that's kind of annoying and preachy. They side against whoever doesn't ask them to change. Sometimes you do have to side with a person you find annoying, otherwise you end up taking the side of someone who is dangerous. Raisins. Wendy sends Bebe to break up with Stan on her behalf, and Stan begins moping around, refusing to do any of his usual activities with the guys and trying and failing to get back together with her. So the guys take Stan to Raisins, a restaurant where the underage waitresses flirt with customers to cheer him up. Stan does not take to this and hangs out with the goth kids instead, writing edgy poetry and talking about how nothing in life matters, before ultimately trying to win Wendy back, only to see her with Token instead. Butters has taken to Raisins, though, believing that their waitress Lexus was actually flirting with him and proceeding to follow her around because he believes they are dating. But when Butters tries to introduce his parents to Lexus, they attempt to tell him how these restaurants work, and Lexus eventually admits that she is only a waitress and treats every customer that way. As Butters is moping around outside, Stan and the goth kids see him, asking if he wants to join them. But Butters says that it's okay to feel sad sometimes because it means he had something worth being happy about in the first place. At the end of the episode, Stan tells off the goth kids for being too depressing and vows to express his sadness in a healthier manner. He then proceeds to cuss out Wendy and flip off Token the next time he sees them together. At the start of the episode, after Stan is broken up with, he argues he's done nothing wrong, as he hasn't even spoken with Wendy in weeks. In addition to this being a nod to the fact that Stan and Wendy's relationship hasn't really been a big part of the show for a few seasons, it also shows how little Stan has actually done to maintain the relationship. He's not quite as bad as Butters, though, who sees a waitress flirting with him as a sign that he is deeply in love, totally incapable of telling the difference between a real relationship and his imagination's version of a real one. All of his interactions with Lexus are completely one-sided. At the end of the episode, Stan speaks to Butters as though he were dumped, when the truth was that he was never in a relationship in the first place, and arguably, Stan hadn't been in one for weeks either. It's Christmas in Canada. A new law passed by the new Canadian Prime Minister allows Canadian parents who have put their children up for adoption to take the kids back should they change their mind, meaning Kyle's brother Ike is sent to Canada. When the rest of South Park decides to chip in their Christmas money to pay the Broflovskis' legal fees, Cartman realizes he's not going to get any presents, so he joins Kyle and the rest in going to Canada to meet the Prime Minister. Along the way, they meet a Mountie whose funding was cut, a French-Canadian who can't drink wine, and a Newfoundlander who can't perform sodomy. They make it to the Prime Minister's castle along the only road and manage to convince the guard to let them in by crying. Once inside, the Prime Minister, a giant floating head, declares that his laws cannot be changed, zapping Kenny with a lightning bolt. Stan finds a hidden curtain and reveals that Saddam Hussein has been pretending to be the Prime Minister all along. The Canadians beat him up and have a Christmas celebration Canadian style, as Cartman tries to beat up Kyle for making him miss Christmas, only to get slapped and cry. Season 7 was defined largely by the Iraq War's beginning, opening sort of with debates on the morality of the conflict and ending in universe with the capture of Saddam Hussein, lining up with Operation Red Dawn capturing him a few days before the episode aired and putting to rest a plot thread that had been ongoing for a few seasons. It's not as though this was at all intentional. The fact that things lined up this way is coincidental because, as we know, South Park is a show written by the seat of the pants of the showrunners. So a Wizard of Oz parody about Canada can become a political satire that doesn't really say anything except terrorism is bad, and then mentioning what they saw on the news that week. Good times with weapons. The boys are at the county fair where they see real weapons for sale, pretending to be orphans to buy them without their parents' permission. They then take on ninja identities and show off their cool weapons to Clyde and Butters, but when they refuse to let Butters play with them, he returns as Professor Chaos to fight. During this fight, Kenny throws his shuriken at Butters and it's stuck in his eye. Realizing they'll get grounded if their parents find out they have real weapons, they plan on dressing Butters like a dog to take him to the vet instead of a doctor's office. But when Clyde and the other boys show up with their own weapons, they play along until Butters goes missing. Cartman threatens to tell everyone's parents that they had weapons unless the others join in on the search for Butters. Kyle wants to throw his weapons away, but he's too cheap to actually dispose of something he paid $15 for, so they return to the fair to get their money back, only for the shopkeeper to deny the refund. But Clyde's friends have spotted Butters on the far side of the fairground, and Cartman uses his invisibility powers to sneak over, forgetting they're only pretending, and walking across the auction stage naked. In the end, the parents are outraged, not because the boys had real weapons, but because Cartman flashed them. In America, it is okay to show a child getting hit in the face by a shuriken and bleeding out. It's okay for him to be dressed like a dog so he can blend in at a vet's office, and it's okay to show multiple other pound animals defecating on him. They can even show the doctor putting down other random dogs when he doesn't get the chance to kill Butters. And of course, when the kids are waving real weapons around in an alleyway, the general reaction of the adults who see them is more confusion rather than concern they'll take out someone's eye. Even Jeff, the most level-headed of the adults in South Park, lets them off with the warning about the blades being sharp. At the end of the episode, despite Butters walking by with a shuriken in his eye socket, the parents are mad because they saw a penis. The joke here being that a minor amount of nudity, on lower resolutions of this show it's even difficult to see, is drastically more offensive than the fact that the kids are running around with knives and attacking each other. You even see this in earlier episodes of South Park, where they can have characters getting eviscerated in brutal fashions without so much as a complaint from a moral guardian. But sexual themes, even the implied ones, are what get people writing letters. Up the Down Steroid. The Special Olympics are coming up, and Cartman gets the idea to fake a learning disability so he can sweep the games and win a $1,000 prize. Kyle is morally opposed to this, but Cartman ignores these concerns, focusing instead on his research to become as authentically handicapped as possible, and convincing his mother to enter him in the games. Meanwhile, Timmy and Jimmy are training for the Special Olympics when Jimmy is approached by Nathan, offering the guy steroids to get a leg up on the competition. Timmy discovers that Jimmy's on steroids and tries to convince him to confess to the officials, but Jimmy simply doubles down on his use, eventually beating his new girlfriend and then his mother in a frenzy as he's focusing on nothing but winning. The day of the Special Olympics arrives and Jimmy starts setting multiple records as Timmy looks on in anger. Meanwhile, Cartman starts his events, and gets dead last in all of them due to being obese and never training. During the award ceremony, Jimmy is recognized as the best athlete, but Cartman gets a Spirit Award for getting last, until Jimmy steps up and reveals Cartman isn't actually handicapped. But Timmy points out that Cartman faking a disability is no different than Jimmy's steroid use, and he renounces his medals, claiming that steroid users are terrible people. This episode uses a fairly standard drug abuse plot structure frequently seen in stories about athletes trying to get a one-up on their competition. It changes the framing a bit by using the Special Olympics as a backdrop. Technically, Jimmy should be in the Paralympics while Cartman and Timmy would be in the Special Olympics, but then the episode wouldn't work. But this changes almost nothing about it except for allowing Cartman's fake disability to become compared to the real ones the athletes have, while also highlighting another difference that's usually prevalent in these stories. Namely, it's the fact that most cheaters aren't simple con men, but are rather serious competitors who have come up just short of what they feel they deserve. The most frequent cheaters are people who could be the best, but have plateaued near the top, meaning Jimmy is actually characterized very well as the sort of person who would resort to steroid use. The usual assumed suspect is a person like Cartman, who fakes a disability to get into the Special Olympics only to have no actual training. An outsider won't simply burst into a competitive scene and start winning because they're amoral enough to violate a single rule. It takes real practice to get there. The Passion of the Jew. Tired of Cartman's anti-Semitic bullying, Kyle decides to see The Passion of the Christ to learn about history. After watching 2 hours of Jesus being tortured, Kyle starts to feel guilty and has a crisis of faith, admitting to Cartman he was right. Cartman is so excited about making Kyle upset, he decides to start a meeting for all the other Christians inspired by the movie, and he dons his old Halloween costume and teaches the Mel Gibson fans a few anti-Semitic German phrases while they march around town to show their love of Jesus. Kyle tries to convince the other Jews at Temple to formally apologize for killing Jesus, to which they form a mob demanding that the Passion be removed from theaters, as it's even turning Jews anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, Stan and Kenny have also just watched The Passion and thought that it was just 2 hours of torture porn. So they try to get their money back, heading to Mel Gibson's house in Malibu to directly request it back, only for him to be insane, running around in his underwear and begging them to torture him. He chases them home to South Park just as Cartman and the rabbi's moms are about to meet, and Mel Gibson crashes his truck into the movie theater. As he's rambling incoherently, the Christ fans see him and decide to base their faith on how Jesus lived rather than how he died. Very frequently, hatred of one group is disguised as a love of another one, be it people claiming it's patriotic to hate a specific minority group or part of a religion to hate people based on their life choices. This is the criticism made in this episode towards guys like Mel Gibson, that he's a rabid anti-Semite who disguises his hatred of Jews by pretending it's actually a deep expression of his faith, then hiding behind the age-old freedom of speech argument after he incites an assault on those he dislikes while making torture porn featuring himself. Father Maxey even points out the historical inaccuracy in the movie, that Jesus' death was probably not some long drawn-out affair and was instead a routine execution. Those who know their Roman history will know that holy prophets came around every few weeks in that society, therefore killing one guy would have hardly have any amount of pageantry. The crucifixion only appears in Catholic history during the Middle Ages, when reenactment started becoming popular as a way to convert pagans to Catholicism, and Mel Gibson making movies where he gets tortured is just a bastardization of a very old concept. Also, Shrek 2 absolutely destroyed Passion of the Christ in the box office for 2004. Just mentioning that for no reason. You got F'd in the A. The boys are playing in a parking lot when some kids from Orange County show up and dance at them. They tell Chef they got served and he informs the parents, with Randy teaching Stan how to square dance in case he gets served again in the future. When the other kids return to try to serve them, Stan dances to Achy Breaky Heart, which means it's on, and the two cities will have a dance-off that Saturday. Stan recruits several kids from around the town to dance with him, including one of the Goths, a kid who plays DDR, one of the Raisins girls, and he tries to get Butters, a former tap dancing champion, to dance too, but as he's not over a tragedy in his past, he refuses, so they find a dancing duck instead. Chef tries to train them to dance, but they don't really have the soul, or the heart, or the talent. On the day of the competition, the duck injures its ankle and the South Park team will have to forfeit, but then Butters, having gotten over his anxiety, arrives to help out. As he's tap dancing, his shoe comes off and hits a light fixture, killing the entire Orange County team and winning the contest. Everything on television is treated as though it's more serious than it really is, whether it's a low-stakes plot given this sense of urgency or a documentary film crew making whatever they're discussing out to be more probable than it really is. This isn't some sort of conspiracy to make people panic, but a means of just getting more ratings. After all, no one's going to take a story seriously if the newscaster follows it up by saying, probably not. South Park manages to be a pastiche not of American culture, but the version of American culture that the media presents as true, meaning that every little thing becomes a big deal, to the point where actual tragedies are overlooked on a case-by-case basis. The whole town reacts with horror about the boys being served, including hospitalizations for Randy after it happens to him. And then when Butters kills the entire other team, it's just a small part of a much bigger story, because once everything is given a same sense of urgency, nothing is. Awesome-o. Butters opens a package on his front doorstep containing the robot Awesome-o, which is just Cartman and a few cardboard boxes. But Butters cannot see through the disguise and is convinced by Awesome-o to tell all his deepest secrets, including the fact that he has an embarrassing video of Eric Cartman. So Cartman continues pretending to be Awesome-o in order to get to this videotape and destroy it, going so far as to follow Butters to his aunt's house in LA, where the robot gets noticed by movie executives who think Awesome-o might be able to come up with a new idea for a movie. This artificial intelligence catches the attention of the US military, who then kidnap the robot as they believe he's a Japanese weapon that can be reprogrammed to make military tactics. But before they can pry open his brain, Butters follows the trail to the US military HQ and, with the help of a sympathetic scientist who will not operate on a sentient being, is able to convince them to spare his friend's life. And then Cartman farts, revealing the whole ruse, and gets punished by having the embarrassing video shown to everyone. We've seen Cartman make elaborate plans before, getting deeper and deeper into these plans until ultimately reaching a point where it has become absurd not to quit. Everything from Fat Butt and Pancake Head to Casa Bonita involves Cartman doubling down again and again, all for the same initial minuscule goal. This episode takes that existing formula and then flips it around, showing Cartman trying to prank Butters only to get in too deep, and then getting used by Hollywood executives and later kidnapped by the government, all in the interest of trying to get a videotape. And unlike the plots we are used to, here Cartman winds up at the butt end of everything, going so deep into his plots that he winds up more or less in the same position he always is. Of course, the end of the episode isn't that jarring in the light of the fact that usually Cartman's reward for his schemes is very minuscule, and here his loss is just a bit of embarrassment, all for keeping a robot head on and not eating for a week. The Jeffersons. A new family moves to South Park, the Jeffersons, and their son Blanket wants the other kids to come over and play with his father's arcade machines. The father turns out to be Martin Jefferson, and he spends his time playing with the boys while ignoring his son. This begins to concern Kyle, who starts taking care of Blanket when his father's too busy partying to do so. Meanwhile, the South Park police get a report that a wealthy black man has moved to South Park, and they set a series of traps to frame him for a crime. But when Mr. Jefferson comes home and looks white, the police chief Yates starts to doubt himself as he almost threw an innocent white guy in jail. But after calling the Santa Barbara Police Department and learning of a white-looking black man who moved away recently, they return to the man's house to stop him. Stan and Kyle dress up Kenny as Blanket so they can swap the two and save the kid, but a deformed and melting MJ tries to stop them, killing Kenny and rushing outside where he gets caught by the police. Cartman attempts to come to his defense, but Kyle says that, regardless of the truth, Blanket's father is still a father and must take responsibility as though he were one. This moves MJ, and he vows to give away his money to live a normal life with this kid, and since he's no longer wealthy, the police leave him alone. South Park had been wanting to do a Michael Jackson episode for a while, but struggled to keep it original, for lack of a better word. There's plenty to say about the man that had already been said, and doing an episode that simply repeats what the rest of pop culture had already derided would be a waste of everyone's time. So South Park made an episode about MJ that circumvents the issues people were discussing to get to the real point of his behavior. It doesn't matter if he lost his childhood to an industry rife with abuse, it doesn't matter if he's emotionally stunted to the point of mutilating himself. He has a child, and that should be his number one priority. Doubly so if even half the stories about him are true. If his childhood being robbed was so traumatic, surely he doesn't want the cycle of abuse to continue. Goobacks. A traveler from the future arrives in South Park, looking for work as the future's too overcrowded, and the accumulated interest on his savings will be able to support his family in 1,000 years. The town of South Park is at first excited about this future traveler, but then more and more of these goobacks, named so for the ectoplasm on their bodies, arrive in town, and they start to work for much lower wages than the citizens of South Park. This includes Stan, who loses his business shoveling snow to the time travelers, so he goes to a rally to complain that they took his job. Randy chides him for this behavior, saying that it's time-sist, until he goes to work and learns that a traveler took his job as well. So the citizens of South Park have another rally where they decide that the best way to prevent time travelers is to stop the future from happening. So they have a massive gay orgy so no one will have children anymore. Stan realizes that maybe instead of making the future worse, they can instead make the present better, so conditions in the future aren't quite so bad. But then Cartman points out this is way gayer than the orgy, and they go back to the pile. The Tucker-Jerv discourse is one of those things that recirculates in America every 3 or 4 years or so, where a downturn in the economy and or job market gets blamed on immigrants, typically something spurred on by the current administration to distract from their own failings. Matt and Trey point fun at the idea of someone blaming the free market for their woes, but then taking out their anger on the harder-working, cheaper version of his labor, rather than the man who called him into his office to say, "You're fired." This sort of blind hatred is often something intentionally spurred on by the "you are fired" guys, the ones who run businesses that profit off of cheap immigrant labor, who have the most to lose once people start to figure out they're the real reason wages are dropping. Of course, this is not the discussion that's happening in this episode. Instead, it's a debate between the pro-future and anti-future groups, one group unwilling to admit that there's a problem of overcrowding and labor abundance driving down everyone's wages, while the other side refuses to look at the source of the problem, instead wanting to get revenge against people who haven't personally wronged them, even having a big gay orgy to destroy the future, rather than showing any amount of sympathy from someone no different than he is. If the guy at the top of the social hierarchy can convince the guy in the middle of the hierarchy to mistreat the guy at the bottom, then when the guy at the top starts to mistreat the guy in the middle will accept it without question. Douche and turd. When PETA protesters attack a South Park elementary pep rally, the school caves and decides to change their mascot so it's no longer a cow. Kyle gets the idea to convince everyone to write in Giant Douche as their new mascot, but Cartman gets the same idea, but with Turd Sandwich. Stan doesn't think that the jokes are funny, but the rest of the school does, enough that the election winds up being between those two choices. Stan announces he does not care enough to vote for either of the options, but after being yelled at by his parents, then later threatened by Diddy's Vote or Die campaign, he decides to vote, only for Kyle to get mad that he's voting for Turd Sandwich instead of Giant Douche. Stan refuses to be pressured into voting and gets banished for doing so, found later by the PETA compound when they try to save the horse he was on. Stan then joins with PETA under force of violence until they learn of why he was banished, at which point Diddy shows up again and shoots up the whole compound while Stan flees. He makes it back to South Park just as the votes are being tallied, finally agreeing to vote, only for the election to end in a landslide. But when the remains of PETA are found, the citizens of South Park celebrate that they can be cows again, meaning that Stan's vote really didn't matter. Stan is convinced about the importance of voting from a speech by the head of PETA after he laments that he's unsure about voting between a Giant Douche and Turd Sandwich. He gets told that every single election is between a Giant Douche and a Turd Sandwich, as those are the only kinds of people who suck enough to make it that far in politics in the first place. Stan's mentality reflects a very real aspect of voter apathy, that people stay home during elections because they feel like their vote won't matter due to none of the prominent candidates reflecting their beliefs very well. Of course, if you wait for a perfect candidate to come along, you're going to be waiting your whole life, unless you run for a local position yourself. The main motivation Matt and Trey had for writing this episode was the fact that they were frequently asked for their opinion on the 2004 election in America, and neither one really felt comfortable promoting a candidate, especially because as quasi-celebrities, their opinion would be conflated as an endorsement that would then link them to policies they didn't agree with. I actually started writing this section with the intention of dragging the guys for being so non-committal while simultaneously complaining about the government's policies constantly, but wound up convincing myself otherwise by listening to them talk through their thoughts on elections, acknowledging that voting anyway is still useful, but that you shouldn't obsess over political candidates, and should be willing to call them out for their mistakes, even if it is the guy you voted for making them. Something Walmart this way comes. A new Walmart, with two L's, so it's fine, opens up in South Park and everyone's excited to shop there, with the Marsh family's house turning into a horde of great deals. But when downtown South Park turns into a ghost town due to the smaller stores shutting down, Kyle leads everyone in a rally to get rid of the Walmart by refusing to shop there. But one by one they return, unable to resist cheap goods, and ultimately deciding that they need to burn the store down. But the next day, it's rebuilt, so Stan, Kyle, and Kenny go to the main Walmart HQ to ask how to destroy it, with Cartman following them to sabotage their efforts. There, they learn that each Walmart has a heart that can be destroyed to make the building collapse. They return to South Park where Cartman announces his betrayal, to no one's surprise, and they enter to request Randy's help in destroying the building as he now works there. They learn that this heart is actually a mirror, except when they smash the mirror, the whole building implodes, and everyone agrees never to shop at Walmart again in the future. The Walmart that opens up in South Park is shown to be a massive economic drain, taking money from people living there, but rather than having it recirculate inside the town, it is instead going off to a facility in another state. This is but one of the economic drains large out-of-state businesses can have on a small town, the other one being the more obvious effect to economies of scale undercutting the prices of family-owned businesses surrounding the new one until they shut down, at which point they get a small monopoly as people have to either choose Walmart or to spend an entire day driving to avoid it. This is made worse by the fact that many small towns and rural communities are what is commonly called food deserts. This means that the availability of necessities is limited and expensive, that these people now have an option to hop on the supply chain of a larger competitor to get cheap food, as well as a larger variety of it, means that the decision not to shop at a big box store isn't really theirs. You can't choose to boycott necessities as more and more of the businesses nearby start to shut down. A boycott becomes more of a hunger strike at that point. The idea of voting with your wallet gets brought up, but the problem with voting is what happens when the minority of small business owners gets outvoted by the people who want cheap food. Preschool. Trent Boyette, a bully who went to preschool with the boys, is set to be released from juvenile hall after a 5-year sentence, having originally been sent there for lighting the preschool teacher Miss Cartledge on fire. But this was actually the boys' idea because they wanted to play firemen, and they simply blamed Trent for the fire. And now that he's out, he's going to get vengeance. After Trent mutilates Butters in a severe bullying incident, the boys think of hiring the 6th graders for protection, something they're only able to get after providing a picture of Stan's mom's boobs, which are actually nipples drawn in marker on Cartman's ass. But Trent is able to beat up every one of the 6th graders himself, and now he knows that the boys were trying to avoid him. So they ask for Shelley's protection, which she will only provide if they confess to Miss Claridge that they were involved in the fire. Miss Claridge is currently in the middle of the street after her Christopher Pike wheelchair runs out of battery, and when they try to confess, Trent stops them for a beating. Cartman tries to shoot his mom's taser at the guy but misses, starting up Miss Cartledge's chair again and causing her to hit a propane store and explode. Trent gets sent back to juvenile hall and the boys relax because now they have another 5 years of safety. Miss Claridge's wheelchair is a Star Trek reference, one that Trey and Matt were very proud of until they learned the yes, yes gag they did had already been done by Futurama before they got the chance to. Once again, a show by Matt Groening beat them to a punchline, and it wasn't even The Simpsons. But aside from that, this late-season episode came as the show's staff were burnt out after working on Team America World Police and had run out of ideas, though there's not too much to say about it. For those wondering, the voices of baby characters in South Park are usually provided by actual babies, coached through their lines by having the showrunners say them along with the kids a few times, then pulling the let go of the bicycle trick. No, the kids do not actually swear. They have much less profane phrases inserted, and they simply bleep those. This was a concern that a few of the parents watching the show had that apparently the showrunners themselves also took into consideration. Quest for ratings. The boys are running South Park Elementary Super School News, though their ratings are terrible because everybody prefers Craig's show, close-up shots of animals with a wide-angle lens. So they revamp their programming, naming it Sexy Action School News, making things up, and fear-mongering to improve ratings, only to lose to close-up shots of animals with a wide-angle lens with hats. Unable to come up with any other ideas, they decide to take cough medicine for a brainstorming session, only to wander aimlessly around town before watching Craig's show all night. This gives them the realization people are only watching Craig's show because they themselves are on cough medicine. So they run an expose on the cough medicine problem, ultimately getting the substance banned, which causes Craig's show to lose its ratings. The AV teacher is so impressed by their investigative work, he orders 27 new episodes, and the boys decide to bail. As the South Park team was working on this episode, they were suffering burnout from their work on Team America World Police's post-production, and they didn't have the headspace to think about South Park. As a result, they made an episode about not having any ideas for making an episode. This is directly referenced when Cartman suggests they do something with crab people near the midpoint, as they are brainstorming. Crab people is a term used behind the scenes at South Park Studios to refer to a placeholder when writing a plot. When they don't know what to put next, they simply say something absurd like crab people and then move on, prioritizing getting the script's outline done early so the animators can start on backgrounds and such while these tasks overlap. So whenever a South Park episode has some insane twist that comes out of nowhere, like the crab people, it's because they never figured out how to patch that placeholder hole and simply left it in. Contrary to what some have jokingly accused them of doing, Matt and Trey do not write South Park on drugs because according to them, if they got high, they would sit around doing nothing and would never actually get the show done. The Paris Hilton video playset. Not the original episode title. A new store opens in the South Park Mall called Stupid Spoiled Whore, and Paris Hilton herself opens it before leaving the hick trash town of South Park. But as she's on her way out, her pet chihuahua shoots itself and she needs a new one, finding Butters playing in his yard and asking the Stotch family if he is for sale, ultimately settling on the price of $250 million. Back at South Park Elementary, Wendy is feeling left out as she is the only girl who doesn't want to act like a stupid spoiled whore, asking her parents for advice that at first makes her father indignant, though he changes his mind after a few teenagers start to grind on him. She then tries to get an invite to Bebe's SSW party, where she'll act like sluts with the boys, with every boy invited except Cartman. But when she fails to get an invite for being too smart, she asks Mr. Slave for advice on how to be more like him. He breaks up the party just as Butters arrives, having run away from Paris Hilton to hide there. She enters and hears Mr. Slave's anti-whore rant, challenging him to a whore-off. Hilton's about to win by shoving a pineapple inside of her before Mr. Slave jumps in the air and pulls a lemmy-winks on the woman, which causes the rest of the girls to decide that maybe Paris Hilton isn't so great after all. At the time this episode aired, Paris Hilton was one of those celebrities famous for being famous. She didn't really have a career to speak of, and yet she wound up in the news for her parties, typical of the rich, as well as a leaked sex tape and celebrity gossip magazine speculating on her promiscuity. This sort of gossip was lampooned in the previous episode Quest for Ratings, but here, it's the sort of schlock that the showrunners parroted and promoted as if they really did care. Of course, these days we know more about the lives of these celebutantes, as they are called. Paris Hilton herself grew up extremely sheltered before being sent to the Provo Canyon School, exposed in the 2020s for a slew of rights abuses including physical, psychological, and sexual abuses of their students. This was compounded with her home life, including now shamed social circles such as the Epstein family, Jacksons, and other notorious traffickers. So later in her life, when she gained notoriety for having a sex tape leaked, it's not too much of a surprise that her life had headed in that direction. What is shocking, then, is the fact that when Red Light District Video released and licensed her sex tape, that Paris Hilton herself would be the one being blamed for it. Not Rick Salomon, who released it without her knowledge, nor for Fox, intentionally running promotions that called attention to it, nor the company that made the copies and sold them. It was Paris Hilton herself who caught the most flack, well, all of it really, for something that happened to her without her consent. What Matt and Trey do in this episode is what we today call victim blaming. Cartman's incredible gift. Cartman tries to fly off of the roof with cardboard wings, but he hits his head and goes into a 2-day coma instead. While recovering, he impresses the police in an adjacent room with a few basic predictions such as when lunch will come, and the police chief, Yates, decides that Cartman has to have some psychic powers. Cartman's taken to the scene of the crime of the left-hand killer who chops off the left hands of his victims, and he ends up picking out the wrong guy after having visions of food. But when the murders keep happening, the police suspect a copycat killer, and they recruit Cartman to track someone else down, with Cartman blaming these killings on another self-proclaimed psychic group of South Park after they do imaginary battle with him. Meanwhile, Kyle is trying to convince everyone that Cartman's a fraud, so he pretends to have psychic powers of his own to track down the real killer, though the police find a bunch of right hands on his wall and assume he's innocent, until doing a ton of police work to realize you can turn your hand around. They race to the killer's house just as he's forcing Cartman to watch his old vacation photos, and Cartman pretends to kill him with a psychic blast. In the end, as Kyle's deduction was right, he tells them there's no such thing as psychics before accidentally blasting the lights in his hospital room. South Park is a show that routinely attempts to parody and satirize real life, and yet every so often they struggle with the fact that it is difficult to present fiction that is stranger than reality. A few times before, they've wondered if what they were discussing in the real world would be a bit too far, despite the fact that they were true to life. So there had to be something implemented to ensure that a few of the leaps they made to conclusions could be followed by the audience. Because while South Park might take real events and base plots off of them, they have the disadvantage of needing to keep the audience up to speed, those who may not be following news cycles as much as they have. But then keeping the plot itself has to stay beneath the 22-minute mark. And sometimes this is done by having an abundance of news segments where exposition is dumped into the audience's lap. Other times it is done with caricatures instead of characters, such as Police Chief Yates. Because Sergeant Barbrady already existed for the town of South Park, a bumbling, incompetent officer who allowed many of the plots to happen without getting too thoroughly involved. But when the plot requires police intervention, Barbrady is not a great choice. After all, it would be strange to see a man so foolish to act as though he now knew what was going on. So in the interest of satirizing American culture, they need caricatures of American culture to act out the plot lines, and a confident idiot best describes those in charge over someone clueless and passive. Woodland Critter Christmas. Stan is walking through the woods when he finds some woodland critters in need of a star for their Christmas tree. He helps them make one, only to be told the following night the porcupine is pregnant with the woodland critter savior, and needs a manger to give birth in. So he constructs one for them, only for a mountain lion to threaten the baby. He tricks the mountain lion into falling off a cliff, and Christmas is saved just in time for the porcupine to give birth to the Antichrist, the woodland creatures revealed as devil worshippers. So Stan goes back to the orphaned mountain lion cubs to see if they can't kill the Antichrist the same way their mother had for years, but because they're too young, he simply takes them to learn how abortions are done instead. But he is too late, and the Antichrist is born, using Kyle's non-baptized body as a vessel to host him. It's revealed that this is all a Christmas story Cartman has been reading for the class as part of an assignment, and despite Kyle's wishes, the class asks him to finish reading it. Ultimately, Stan and the mountain lion cubs perform an abortion on Kyle, and Santa arrives to kill all the forest animals before resurrecting the mountain lion's mother to stop this from happening again. This episode's production was a Christmas miracle. The writers brainstormed ideas for their Season 8 Christmas episode for 2 days and came up with nothing, fretting they might have had to call Comedy Central to tell them that they would only be delivering 13 episodes that season rather than the now stable 14 they have been making. But they forced themselves to work in spite of this, going back to the usual method they have whenever the ideas comes up scarce, parodying some pop culture staple. Last Christmas we got The Wizard of Oz, the one before, Black Hawk Down, and this Christmas started out as a parody of the John Denver Muppet special before the satanic ritual aspect sort of wrote itself, at which point they realized that going for Event Horizon worked better. Having the entire thing narrated by Cartman in the end justified the non-canon aspects of the storyline and created one of the most iconic episodes, let alone Christmas episodes, of South Park's history. In spite of that, they still decided not to make any Christmas episodes for the next few years just to be safe. Mr. Garrison's Fancy New Vagina. Mr. Garrison goes to Dr. Biber in Trinidad to get a sex change operation to live life as Mrs. Garrison. She walks around South Park for a while, showing off her new look, although most people are a bit put off by the fact that this is still Garrison we're talking about. Kyle, meanwhile, is moping after not making it onto the all-state basketball team when he decides to get an operation of his own to be tall and black. But Gerald shoots this idea down, heading to Dr. Biber himself to chide the guy for putting down unrealistic ideas into his son's head, until learning that he can have surgery to look more like a dolphin, and once he returns home as a dolphin, he lets Kyle have the surgery, which gets him onto the team. But Miss Garrison winds up breaking up with Mr. Slave due to not asking him about the surgery beforehand, and later learns she cannot have an abortion or get pregnant, going back to Dr. Biber to ask for her balls back, only to learn that they were used as Kyle's new knees post-surgery. Gerald, Garrison, and the doctor race to the arena to stop Kyle from playing basketball, but they're too late and his knees explode, making it impossible to replace them for Miss Garrison, who decides she wants to remain a woman after all. Just because you want to be something doesn't mean that you can be that thing. It takes a lot more effort to fundamentally change the aspects of yourself you dislike, and there's no such thing as a quick fix for any issue. In this episode, Miss Garrison assumes that looking female will make her more feminine, then proceeds to do more or less nothing else that would have her live the life she wants. Her operation was purely cosmetic, and did not change the actual feeling of dysmorphia she was feeling. This is why in the real world, sex change operations aren't just something you can walk in and get. You have to have lived as your preferred gender for at least 2 years, gotten multiple psychological screenings, and a lot of other chemical and physical changes that vary by location. It's not just a sudden affinity for dolphins you can pick up as Gerald did. This is also why gender-affirming surgeries like hair implants, breast implants, and chin implants do not require as much preparation in spite of being far more common without any controversy. Nobody is saying, God wanted you bald, so do not sully his vision. Die, hippie, die. Cartman is searching South Park homes for hippies, driving them out of people's yards and attics and keeping them in his basement to prevent them from forming a music fest. But when he's arrested for kidnapping and human trafficking, the hippies are let out and they get a permit to host a music festival that winds up growing into the largest gathering of hippies the world has ever seen. When the parents of South Park realize their kids are at the festival and the mayor realizes the hippies don't have money, they let Cartman out of jail so he can handle the problem, recruiting an engineer, a scientist, and a black guy to heroically sacrifice himself. Stan, frustrated the hippies aren't actually doing anything, goes on stage to try to mimic the anti-capitalist words that convinced him to hang out with the hippies in the first place, but they just keep playing their music. The boys try to leave but realize there are several miles of people behind them and they can't, until Cartman's plan goes into motion, driving through the crowd with a giant drill until he can disperse the hippies by playing metal. Matt Stone and Trey Parker both went to the University of Colorado Boulder, where they met many people who followed the, quote, hippie lifestyle, the one that gets made fun of in this episode, and the way it's made fun of is from 2 directions. Firstly, there is Stan and the others who join with the hippies, mimicking their behavior and ideology till they realize there is no ideology. They're just smoking in a field instead of trying to change anything about the world. If their cause really was valid in their minds, they would be fighting a bit harder for it. This closely reflects how the 2 writers themselves felt during their college days, not so much a disdain for the hippies in general, but a disdain for the amount of righteousness they felt when all they really did was sit around. And secondly, there is the way Cartman, and later the rest of South Park, treats the issue, with overwhelming importance as though there were a genuine doomsday event going on. Cartman has shown a hatred of hippies before, but here he commits human rights violations that would have made McCarthy blush as he ramps up his crusade against the types of people who annoy him, as that's conflated with actual harm. Wing. Token gets an invitation to sing at the Miss Colorado pageant, and the boys are jealous they don't have any talent like he does. But they get the idea to simply start an agency so they can get a percentage of what he's being paid. But after his first gig, he gets poached by a different agency, and the boys lose him. Later, the shitty walk guy introduces his wife, Wing, and asks the boys to take her to an American Idol audition. But shortly after she leaves, the Chinese mafia shows up and threatens the shitty walk owner for her location, as they recently smuggled her into the country and they want their dues. The boys miss her audition, but wind up finding more work on The Contender, an amateur boxing show where she's beaten up by another man, although she still manages to impress Sylvester Stallone, who offers to pay her to sing at his son's wedding. But the Chinese mafia has kidnapped her, though the boys assume it was a rival agency, and when they storm the compound to get her back, after fighting through despite Kenny getting killed, they find the head. But Kyle and Stan realize they're fighting over a person, as though she were property, and they realize they're in a bad industry, getting out and convincing the Chinese mafia to stop smuggling people, as Token waits tables at the wedding to pay his way back home. As South Park is a show that hinges on its creative freedom, it's obvious that the showrunners would have a bit of animosity towards any person or industry that primarily stands in the way of what they do creatively for no reason other than the fact that they want a cut. Ostensibly, agents are supposed to help out those with talent, managing their careers by finding new opportunities and boosting potential, while allowing them to focus solely on their craft. In reality, it's become an entire industry that exists mostly to justify itself, by having talents dependent on them instead of the other way around. Something Karl Marx something labor versus capital. Even though I'm a YouTuber, I'm not communist enough to make this point. For a further example of this fact, this episode largely hinged on getting permission from Wing herself to have her music used in the episode, a process that normally takes several months in the industry, though South Park had only 6 days to do so. As she was not beholden to a strict record deal, as we see in this episode, though, things wound up working and the show came out on time. Best Friends Forever. The PSP has just come out, and Kenny is the first to get one, much to the annoyance of Cartman. But while Kenny is distracted playing the game Heaven vs. Hell, he's run over by a truck and dies. He then goes to heaven, where the angels tell him that Satan is preparing an army to invade, and the game he was playing was a tool made by God to recruit someone skilled enough at leading an army to fend off the invaders. But before Kenny can lead the army, he disappears from heaven, as doctors on Earth have resurrected him. But Cartman leads a group in demanding that Kenny be unplugged from his life support, as keeping him alive is cruel. Also, Kenny left his PSP to Cartman in his will. But Stan and Kyle, who would have received the rest of his possessions, want him to stay alive as long as possible, getting the media involved so people will be outraged that they're trying to kill Kenny. Satan's new boyfriend Kevin heads down to Earth to side with Cartman and keep Kenny alive so the secret weapon Heaven was planning on using will be unavailable. But then Kenny's lawyer finds the final page of his will, where he stipulates that, should he ever be on life support, he doesn't want to be shown on national television. They pull Kenny's plug, and he takes over command of Heaven's forces in time to win an off-screen final battle. In this reference to the ongoing story of Terry Schiavo, both parties in this episode try to speak on Kenny's behalf as they assume they know what he would have wanted, though Cartman was only doing so as a means to get a PSP and happened to use a few people who wanted to use Kenny for their own agenda. Stan and Kyle simply wanted to keep their friend alive, which here is viewed as the right thing just for the wrong reason, because they too were taking advantage of forces that wound up being on the same side as Satan to get their way. Of course, Stan and Kyle had no way of knowing that they were on the side of hell in the war of the afterlife, but then again they had no way of knowing what it was that Kenny wanted, as the last page of his will was missing. This is as much of an excuse for each action, though. They didn't know, but they knew they didn't know, yet they acted like they did anyway. Cartman's in the same boat, but he at least knows he's taking advantage of the fact that there's a gap in knowledge and exploiting ambiguity. The type of evil action that's only available when those who have the ability to choose a side opt to stay neutral in the interest of appearing impartial. The Losing Edge. The boys have recently finished their baseball season with a winning record, meaning they are going to go to playoffs in Little League Baseball, a prospect they're afraid of as it means they're going to lose their summer to a sport none of them enjoy. So they try to throw games without making it look like they're losing on purpose, only to accidentally make it to the state championship, where the winning team will have to do the whole thing again on the national level. They call in Kyle's cousin Kyle as a reverse ringer to be so bad at baseball they'll lose for sure. But the other team winds up being so good at losing on purpose, they're able to pitch directly at the bat and hit the balls into the South Park team's gloves. Meanwhile, Randy has been getting drunk at the Little League games and picking fights with other dads, posting bail in several cities through the season. But when he meets the Denver team's drunkest father, who calls himself Bat Dad, he worries he's not good enough to get thrown out of the state championship. But he shows up anyway and chucks beer in the guy's face, getting beaten up and tossed into the warm-up box. But after the refs break up the fight, saying the next person to throw a punch will have his team disqualified, the kids cheer on Randy. He gets up, taunts Bat Dad, and throws a few punches, getting South Park disqualified and letting the kids have their summer back. As much as South Park has a reputation for referencing the news and making topical episodes with political stints, just look at the previous episode for an example, the best episodes are still those that show the kids being kids, just with higher stakes, or an ironic twist on what the episode is parodying. Here, the parents of South Park are having a completely different view of the events as their children, putting them on a baseball team as it's what they wanted when they were younger. But the kids would prefer anything else. So instead of trying to win, they're trying to lose while making it appear as though it isn't on purpose, far more relatable to kids who grew up wanting to play video games while forced to be in a youth soccer league or what have you. They get the most unathletic ringer they possibly can and play against another group of children who have perfected the art of losing, with the plot hole of the fact that they made it to the finals being left unfulfilled without much question. Of course, the most talented teams are in the finals. We are so used to the plot being played straight, we don't question the Denver team's inclusion. But then, distinct from the other parents and the kids, we see Randy's plot, the real plot of the episode. Because this episode began with the simple idea that the kids looked kind of cute in their baseball uniforms, even though it was hard to tell who was who without the hats on. But Randy isn't there because he cares about winning or losing, outside of the indirect effect that it has on his ability to keep fighting other parents. To Randy, the thrill of the fight matters far more. He is the real athlete of the bunch because he doesn't concern himself with records but spirit. This is why the kids cheering him on gets him up, despite the fact that throwing a punch against Bat Dad ends the season, because it's not about winning or losing, but fighting in the first place. The Death of Eric Cartman. While the boys are helping Stan's mom bring in the groceries, Cartman eats all the skin off the chicken, then goes home. So Stan, Kyle, and Kenny decide that the next day, they are going to completely ignore him, and they get the rest of the boys at school to do the same. This, combined with a few other coincidences at home, makes Cartman believe he's dead, and he wanders the streets mourning himself until seeing Butters, who greets him. Cartman then convinces Butters that he can see dead people, which terrifies the kid for a while and nearly gets him grounded. But Cartman threatens to haunt Butters until he helps him apologize to everyone he used to know, then helps him send fruit baskets to the people he's wronged. But when Cartman doesn't go to heaven and get $10,000 cash, he smashes up Butters' room, which gets his friend committed to an asylum. After a series of probings, Butters teams up with Cartman to visit a psychic where he learns he might still be on Earth to prevent a tragedy. This tragedy occurs when they see a hostage situation on the news and rush over, with Cartman entering the building and making weird noises, distracting the escaped convicts long enough for Butters to free everyone. In the end, Cartman prepares for the afterlife, only for the other boys to arrive and forgive him, and so Cartman swears revenge on Butters for playing along. Stan and Kyle are unsure why it is that they hang out with Cartman in the first place, or rather they ask why it is that he hangs out with them, because they constantly insult and belittle him every chance they get, while he seems to genuinely despise the others. But after talking it through, they start to realize that Cartman thrives on negativity, to the point where most of his schemes through the show have far less to do with him getting a tangible gain, and more to do with making sure everyone else fails. He is willing to go to extreme lengths just to make Kyle's life worse, passing up opportunities to make his own life better, while ignoring those who hold him back. He's even willing to screw his own future just to make a point of not following other people's advice. So what do you do when you can't be nice to someone without getting taken advantage of, but being mean to them is what they're after because it justifies their continued behavior as retaliatory? And the answer here is to completely ignore Eric Cartman. For a while he begins to act even more obnoxiously to get the attention of the others, but soon moves on to other activities when he realizes he won't be getting a reaction anymore. Importantly, the kids of South Park Elementary are unified in ignoring him, as if only a few kids had participated, it would have drawn even more attention as Cartman would try to crack their boycott. Erection Day. Jimmy is growing concerned as he keeps getting random erections during class leading up to a talent show, which he's afraid he won't be able to perform in if he gets another one on stage. After a bit of panicking and the unhelpful advice from some of the adults in his life, he instead asks Butters for what to do, and Butters explains the reproductive process. So Jimmy assumes he needs to get laid to prevent future embarrassment, and he starts asking random girls in school to no success. He does get the attention of Eric Cartman, though, who offers to give him dating advice with an earpiece, but this also fails. Ultimately, it's Officer Barbrady who tells him to go downtown and hire a prostitute named Nut Gobbler. though he tries to apply Cartman's dating advice to her and winds up getting her pimp angry. This pimp then tries to kill her, but Jimmy hires a taxi to chase them down, ultimately ending up in a showdown on the roof of a building, where he uses his comedy to distract him while Nut Gobbler goes in for the kill. In the end, she is so moved by his actions that she sleeps with him anyway. Jimmy then makes it to the talent show just in time to perform on stage, and then he gets an erection anyway. I've made this exact point before, so I'll keep my repeating myself brief, but the fact that South Park can have an entire episode about Jimmy Vollmer, where his disability is not part of the central plot, is something that would still be impressive and rare if done today, let alone back in 2005 when the episode aired. But I've already praised South Park for its competency at being inclusive, so I won't ramble here, and will actually keep the video brief. "2 days before the day after tomorrow." Cartman and Stan are playing in a boat when Stan decides to drive it, crashing into a beaver dam and flooding the town of Beaverton beneath it. The news reports on the disaster, and people start trying to figure out who to blame, with some saying it's the president, some blaming terrorists, but most people blaming global warming. This escalates after a scientific conference where a model is made showing global warming will strike 2 days before the day after tomorrow, and everybody tries to flee from a disaster they can't see, eventually winding up barricaded in the community center. But Stan feels guilty that he caused the people of Beaverton to become trapped, and he asks Kyle what to do, eventually resolving to get another boat and rescue them himself so he won't be in trouble but won't feel guilty either. They crash this boat into a refinery, and now the floodwater is on fire. He tries to call his parents to save him, and they dress in their cold weather gear, suspecting an ice age while they leave. Meanwhile, the US government has dispatched helicopters to save the trapped people because they finally figured out it wasn't global warming that broke the dam, but the crab people. Stan finally admits the truth, saying that it was him, only for everyone else to say they also broke the dam. Between the first and second halves of this season, Matt and Trey were asked several times by different people if they were going to do a take on Hurricane Katrina and the mismanagement of that disaster, their reputation of lampooning the news starting to catch up to them, making it expected they would have a take on everything that happened over the last few weeks. Of course, by the time the episode made it to air, the hurricane's landfall had happened over 2 months ago, so to tell the story that late meant they would only be saying things that had already been said. As a result, this episode was not referencing the hurricane, but referenced media that referenced the hurricane, and the day after tomorrow. The conclusion was then drawn from the post-crisis discussion, that conclusion being that people were far too eager to point fingers than actually solve issues, directly saying that they couldn't actually get people off the roofs of their homes until they knew whose fault it was. Of course, in the actual discussion of the episode, the showrunners raised and then dismissed the idea of man-made climate change a few times, though it would be pointless to repeat myself on this, so that section will be reserved for the Man Bear Pig review next season. Until now, there's an extra bit of irony to the fact that 13 seasons from now, Matt and Trey will finally reverse their stance on the issue, meaning when Randy says, "we didn't listen" over and over, that would retroactively be something applying to them too. Margarine. Cartman calls all the boys in 4th grade over for an emergency meeting, as he has noticed the girls in possession of a paper fortune teller he's convinced can see the future. They make a plan to capture and contain it by sneaking Butters into an upcoming girls' slumber party by faking his death and having Margarine enter as a new student. At first, the other girls are upset by the fact that this new girl is with them, as Cartman, pretending to be his mother, called her parents and requested it. But after they make fun of Margarine and Butters starts crying in the bathroom, they offer to give the new girl a makeover, and she is once again accepted. But when the other boys see Butters dancing, they pretend to be his mother again and have him extracted, just in time for the father of the birthday girl to discover the boys across the street and claim there are boys at the slumber party. Butters grabs the fortune teller and runs back to the others, who contain it and debate on what to do before realizing no one ought to have the power to see the future. So they have Kenny dose it in gasoline and destroy it. Meanwhile, Butters' parents, Linda and Stephen, are distraught over the death of their child, and despite the warnings of an old farmer, Stephen digs up the dead pig used to fake his son's death by falling and buries it in the Indian burial ground. When Butters returns from the slumber party, they're convinced he's an abomination, and they chain him up in the basement, searching for flesh to feed him. This episode, according to the showrunners, had too many ideas in it. It's an example of what happens when they have too productive of a brainstorming session, where they wind up with too much to include and don't cut down plots as well as they should have. These days, the episode is considered one of the better South Park stories, but it really could have been the A and B plots separated, as well as the finale of the Scotch family having a woman killed to feed their zombified son being its own story. That said, this plot density is only an issue if it's your job to come up with a certain number of good episodes by a deadline, and you're regretting that you wrote 2 episodes into one. The fact that we get so much out of one 22-minute story is perhaps why this episode is a fan and creator favorite these days. Follow that egg. The kids are assigned a project to watch over an egg for class, but Stan grows jealous when Kyle is given the egg to protect alongside his ex-girlfriend Wendy. His partner Bebe grows concerned with whether he can watch the egg, but then Mrs. Garrison swaps partners, putting Stan and Kyle together. His/her reason for doing so is that he or she wants to prove gay men cannot raise children, so he can use this proof to convince the governor of Colorado to veto a gay marriage bill without showing any amount of conviction, this itself only being something Garrison wants, as she is jealous that Mr. Slave and Big Gay Al are engaged. But Stan and Kyle aren't actually breaking their egg, so Garrison hires a hitman to destroy it. Stan is worried when this hitman destroys the egg, but Kyle reveals he gave him a fake, and they rush to the governor's office to prove they didn't fail the assignment. In spite of a few explosives set by the assassin, they manage to prove their egg is undamaged, disproving Garrison's theory that same-sex couples cannot raise kids, and getting gay marriage legalized in Colorado. Though in the end, Stan and Kyle aren't really sure how those things are connected. You can make a study that says whatever you want if you tweak the conditions enough and ignore all the attempts that don't line up with the theory you're attempting to prove. Most results are going to end up on a bell curve, with some being far higher than expected, some being much lower, but most of them are going to be near the middle where the truth presumably lies. So if you run a study 100 times, you'll eventually find one end result that matches the theory in advance. This is why keeping an open mind is the only way to achieve any amount of objectivity, although when objectivity is not what you're going for, you stick with the alternative solution of simply running as many studies under increasingly bizarre circumstances as possible and focusing on elevating a single voice over all the other ones. Oftentimes, misinformation is much less about lying and more about hiding the truth behind a bunch of pseudoscientific bullshit. And of course, it's going to be Mr./Mrs. Garrison who does this, the character who is frequently meant to serve as a stand-in for the worst type of person imaginable. Not merely someone who hates themselves, but someone who makes their self-hatred everyone else's problem. A person so in denial about their lifestyle, they make a big deal about hurting other people to distract from who they are deep down. In Matt and Trey's own words from this episode's commentary, the most homophobic people tend to be the most closeted. That is to say, the worst folks are the ones who are homophobic because they hate themselves. Ginger Kids. Cartman reads a paper in class about ginger kids and the way they are all evil, lack souls, and they ought to be eliminated before they destroy the world. This creates a wave of anti-ginger sentiment in the school, with red-haired kids being refused seating in the cafeteria. So the boys set out to teach him a lesson by dyeing Cartman's hair red and painting freckles on him overnight to trick him into believing he's been ginger all along. After facing the same discrimination he's been peddling for years, Cartman does not learn his lesson, but instead rallies all the gingers of South Park into an angry mob that beats a non-ginger actress, then goes nationwide to promote their racial superiority over all the other hair colors, by kidnapping kids overnight and dragging them back to the Hilton Airport Hotel to be executed in lava. Stan, Kyle, and Kenny are about to reverse the process as a prank on Cartman, but they get grabbed by the ginger kids before they get the chance to. Then, just before Kyle's about to be executed, he tells Cartman the truth, and Cartman immediately changes his tone, getting the ginger kids to sing together so they don't kill him too. Cartman's a good depiction of a typical bigot in the sense that his bigotry has far less to do with any genuine belief in superiority or a practical belief system or race or culture, but rather is far more opportunistic and eager to group people into the in-group and out-group based off personal allegiance. Cartman hates the Jews, not because of anything the Jews have actually done, but because it explains away his personal problems, like if he doesn't like a TV show, then instead of acknowledging that demographics are shifting away from pandering to him, he can say that Jews control the media and cope. If he gets poor grades in school, then he can just say that there's a discrimination going on against him, or a conspiracy that his authority is not recognized by some people. And of course, Cartman is routinely one of the least popular kids in school. The episode The Death of Eric Cartman shows how quickly the entire student body is willing to go along with ignoring him out of exhaustion. So of course he has to start an anti-ginger group, so there will be at least one group beneath him on the social hierarchy, without actually committing any effort towards self-improvement. Trapped in the closet. While looking for a free way to pass the time, Stan finds a group of Scientologists who offer to give him a personality test where he learns he has depression. After using his own money to pay for an e-meter test to measure his thetan levels, the Scientologists discover his levels are unusually high, and he might be the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology. A crowd of worshippers appears outside his house, including Tom Cruise, who asks Stan if he likes his movies, only for Stan to have a lukewarm opinion, resulting in Cruise entering Stan's closet and refusing to leave. Meanwhile, the Scientologists explain their belief system to Stan, roughly about how the alien overlord Xenu trapped the souls of several aliens on Earth and brainwashed them into making humans depressed. They then ask him to channel the dead sci-fi writer to create more fiction, more religious beliefs for them to follow. But when Stan includes new rules, like how members no longer have to pay money to join, they reveal it's just a scam and he should write things that give them more money. When Stan prepares to read this out loud to the gathered crowd, he has a change of heart, saying that people shouldn't blindly believe a religion that tells them what they want to hear while also charging them money for it. And then the Church of Scientology says they're going to sue him. This episode was made purely because this episode was not supposed to be made. Penn Jillette, a longtime friend of Matt and Trey, wanted to do an episode of his show Bullshit about Scientology, but was told by his network he was not allowed to do so. So South Park themselves decided that it had to be done, and they went to work on finding insider sources regarding the Xenu story. At the time, this was a closely guarded secret. They were likewise told not to explicitly accuse Tom Cruise of being homosexual, though they asked if he could be inside of a literal closet, and that was given the okay. These days, the controversy behind this episode is now larger than the reputation of the episode itself, given the name Closet Gate to summarize all the various arguments that happened after the fact. There are a few too many to list here and keep the video brief, and I will be covering most of the controversies in later sections, and what we did find out later has been changed, proven, disproven, revoked, and so on, to the point it's probably better to describe these events in meta terms. Specifically, a phenomenon that is now called the Streisand effect, where a person or group's attempts to cover something up wind up drawing even more attention to that fact. Scientology and its associated members' backlash to this episode drew even more attention to it. The episode actually was taken off the air for a few months, but that only increased demand for it to be brought back. Free Wilsax. The boys are at the water park watching a whale show when Kyle decides to stay back to watch the whale swim around a bit, only for the whale to talk to him, claiming he is from the moon and he has to get home to his family as he's sick. This is quickly revealed to the audience to be two announcers playing pranks on children, but as he doesn't know this, Kyle gets the rest of the neighborhood boys together to come up with a plan to steal the whale from the aquarium. The next day, the police are put out in full force to investigate which animal rights groups kidnapped the whale, as the announcers at the park attempt to track down the boys by going door to door. They soon discover the boys have taken the whale to Mexico, as they needed a country with a space program capable of launching the whale to the moon with a limited budget. The aquarium announcers stop the truck with the whale inside, only to get stopped by the police, who are then stopped by the Animal Liberation Front, and after a shootout, they get the whale to a harbor in Tijuana. The rocket launches, and the ALF realizes that the boys were not releasing the whale into international waters, but into space, and the episode ends with Wilsax dead on the moon's surface. The image of a dead whale on the moon is what this episode started with, and the showrunners simply came up with that idea then worked their way backwards. Working this way, when you arrive at the two aquarium announcers who spend the first part of the episode pranking children, and the later half insisting the joke is still funny, you basically create a stand-in for the showrunners of the escalating plot, without stretching out the joke to the point that no one is laughing. These men are running around not to save the whales or stop the kids from stealing it, but to make sure that the joke is still funny, something far more important than anything else when writing a comedy, which ultimately is what South Park is supposed to be. Bloody Mary. Randy shows up drunk to pick up the kids from karate practice and gets pulled over, spending the night in jail. After embarrassing Stan in class by speaking about drunk driving, he then goes to a court-ordered AA meeting. Here he learns that all alcoholics are diseased, and there is no treatment for the disease but to put faith in God and let him handle it for you. Randy then falls into a slump, no longer trying to fight the urge to drink and taking Grandpa Marsh's wheelchair as he believes he's dying and it will take a miracle to save him. Nearby, a miracle has occurred, where a statue of the Virgin Mary has started crying tears of blood out of her ass. People flock from all over to be blessed by the statue, with Randy trying to drive himself there despite his suspended license, so Stan takes him instead. Once there, he keeps convincing his son to cut other sick people in line, embarrassing Stan further until the statue finally craps blood on Randy and he declares that he is cured. Randy doesn't drink for nearly a week afterwards, until a news report shows that Pope Benedict XVI has arrived and declares that it's not a miracle. Randy relapses until Stan rushes over to convince him that, because it wasn't a miracle, he actually had the self-discipline to stop drinking all along. Often, whether or not something is impossible is based on whether or not a person considers it to be impossible. When you're told a particular life goal can't be done without divine intervention, you're not going to bother trying to do it on your own like Randy does. But the reverse is also true, where something that seems impossibly unlikely can be achieved by seeing someone else's success story. Both of these concepts are implemented by AA during this episode, both telling people that working alone is impossible and that self-discipline is a myth, and then making the alcoholics they treat dependent on their group to fix anything and then keep it fixed. This episode wound up pulled from syndication after complaints from the Catholic Church due to its depiction of the church's programs and its leader being shit on. This was largely due to Catholics within Viacom who were unhappy with the depiction, demanding an internal review rather than any actual outside pressure. But the episode was pulled from syndication all the same. And that was the first time this had happened due to complaints, meaning a precedent had been set. Before this episode, Comedy Central never pulled episodes from their rerun schedule, as they knew it could set a precedent to have episodes removed in the future, and they did not want to incentivize protesters to make that specific demand. After all, up to that point when people protested South Park, it was always in very vague terms, complaints against the show itself, which did nothing but help promote the show due to the controversy, as now everyone had to go see what the fuss was about. But once you pull one episode, you can pull any other episode, and so begins South Park's most controversial season to date. The Return of Chef. Chef leaves South Park to join the Super Adventure Club, returning after several months to the celebration of the whole town. But his behavior is strange, speaking in stilted, pre-recorded lines and trying to have sex with children. The police arrive asking the kids to provide testimony that will get Chef thrown in jail, so the kids try to save Chef by going to the Super Adventure Club so they can ask why his behavior has changed. The club members confess that the point of their club is not to explore the world, because that has already been done, but to molest children all over the world, because that is not only a first, but it supposedly makes you immortal. The kids realize Chef has been brainwashed into believing this, and they look for a way to unscramble his brains, succeeding when a morbidly obese black woman dances for him. But the Super Adventure Club kidnaps Chef again, trying to re-brainwash him and keep their secrets safe. But when the boys break out and rescue him, he winds up turning back, trying to find what it was he left South Park for in the first place. But the bridge he's on breaks and he falls down a cliff, getting impaled on a spike and eaten by a mountain lion, then shot at by the Super Adventure Club, and then eaten by a bear. In the end, the people of South Park hold a funeral for Chef, hoping to remember the good parts of his life and blaming the loss of him on the fruity little club he was a part of. This episode is the continuation of last season's Closet Gate, the backlash to the criticism South Park had made against the Church of Scientology, and the fact that Isaac Hayes, Chef's voice actor, had left the show due to the disrespect towards his religion. As the boys say, it is hardly the fault of Hayes himself, but the fruity little club he had joined and the brainwashing they did to him. This is not precisely how the episode's messaging was interpreted. Chef is killed in a brutal fashion, as if they wanted to ensure audiences knew he would never come back. But then at the end of the episode, Chef is brought back as Dart Chef, who then proceeds to never appear in the show properly. Even in the games, he only appears as his zombie self from Pink Eye. So it seems less like they wanted him gone for good and more like they wanted to send a message. This message is what audiences picked up on. Even to this day, you will still see comments in South Park videos and forums about how Isaac Hayes was a hypocrite for never speaking up about any of the insults South Park had thrown around until he was at the butt of them, and his character deserved what happened. The truth is what was always alluded to, that it wasn't Chef making the comments, but someone else on his behalf. In 2016, Hayes' son came forward to set the record straight. Isaac Hayes had never even seen the episodes in question and suffered a stroke beforehand, meaning he was in no condition to retire from voice acting of his own volition, and the anger surrounding the episode was largely misplaced. Isaac Hayes was a member of the Super Adventure Club, not the mastermind. Smug alert. Gerald Brofslovsky has a new hybrid car and he starts writing fake citations for people with less gas-efficient vehicles. After the people of South Park get upset with his smugness, he moves away, saying he'll only return with his family when South Park becomes more progressive. Stan misses his friend, so he writes a song that convinces the people of South Park to adopt hybrid vehicles instead, and soon, South Park is the second most hybrid driving city in the US, behind San Francisco. But the smugness of the drivers starts to form a smug cloud over the city, which combines with the smug cloud from San Francisco, and, when George Clooney's acceptance speech threatens to hit the cyclone, climate scientists predict a devastating storm. So South Park works on destroying all their hybrids, while Cartman enters San Francisco to rescue Kyle, because he has no one to make fun of anymore. He finds Kyle's parents passed out from sniffing their own farts and drags them on a bus out of the city, which is destroyed in the same storm that nearly took out South Park. The people of South Park start rebuilding, saying they will never drive a hybrid again, although Kyle argues there's nothing wrong with driving a hybrid as long as you're not smug about it. I've stated before, albeit in vague terms, that the universe of South Park is one in which physical harm and mild annoyance are conflated as being equal. This episode is probably the best example to use to explain this phenomenon. The "I learned something today" speech at the end of the episode even acknowledges that hybrid cars are a useful technology for eliminating oil dependence, but that people being incapable of driving them without being smug about it is too high a price to pay for the lower smog levels. If it is a choice between people smelling their own farts and smelling diesel exhaust in playgrounds, the things are apparently not so different. Again, not literally, but in the exaggerated world of South Park, they are. Surely the fans watching at home understood and laughed at the satire rather than internalizing it. The motivation for this episode comes from the fact that Matt and Trey were now getting invited to insider parties with other celebrities, and they couldn't stand the mentality these people had, buying hybrid cars as they felt it was their noblesse oblige to set an example for the underclasses, but not to actually commit to betterment themselves because they still flew their private jets to climate conferences. The fact that as I am working on this video there's a large swath of the Amazon rainforest being bulldozed to make space for the COP30 climate summit means that 20 years later we haven't learned a thing. Cartoon Wars. The town of South Park is in an uproar over an upcoming episode of Family Guy that is going to depict the Prophet Muhammad as part of a gag. They hide out in the community center again, but the episode airs and nothing happens, because Fox executives censored the episode at the last minute. But it's announced that the episode's a two-parter, and the follow-up episode will be uncensored, and people go into a panic again. They discuss whether they should hold fast and stand for their free speech, or literally bury their heads in the sand, and then begin to gather sand and shovels. Meanwhile, Cartman sets out to Fox himself to stop the episode from airing, with Kyle joining him after having a nightmare about a terror attack. But on their way over, Kyle learns that Cartman doesn't actually care about protecting Muslim beliefs, but just wants Family Guy off the air because people keep saying his sense of humor is similar. Kyle tries to stop him but is run off the road as Cartman rushes to Fox before the episode ends. Instead of a new episode of South Park, we then instead see an episode of Terrence and Phillip where the Prophet Muhammad shows up, but he is censored in the broadcast, making the real Terrence and Phillip angry. Back in the real plot, Cartman enters Fox and meets Bart Simpson, also trying to get Family Guy off the air. Cartman convinces Bart to let him speak to the network while he goes back to stop Kyle from stopping him. But despite a fake sob story convincing the network to stop, he still needs to convince the Family Guy writing staff to pull the episode. And it's revealed the show is written by a tank full of manatees pushing idea balls around. The reason the episode is going to air is because the manatees refuse to work once a ball is removed from their tank, such as when the Muhammad episode was pulled. Kyle gets captured by Bart as Cartman reveals the next part of his plan, to sneak in and steal an idea ball so the manatees stop. But Kyle is able to convince Bart to let him out, as it would be a slippery slope for Bart to pull a show he doesn't like, then slowly become like Cartman. And Kyle and Cartman begin a slap fight through the studio lot. They wind up in front of the president of Fox, who's conflicted on whether to pull the episode to stand up to the manatees, or let it air and stop terrorism from winning. But Kyle convinces him not to give in to Cartman's threats, and the episode airs as normal, in-universe. In real life, the screen was blacked out, and only limited recordings exist of South Park reusing their Muhammad from Season 4. The terrorists retaliate by airing their own cartoon, where Jesus and George Bush crap on each other, and it's a lot funnier than Family Guy. If you go back through this series to when I discussed the 5th season, about the 2-hour 48-minute mark, you'll see that showing holy prophets in media was not quite as controversial a topic as it was depicted to be in this episode. Muhammad has appeared in South Park before, and that was in an episode that didn't really get much controversy at the time. It wasn't until now that South Park really started to get negative attention, but this was negative attention that Matt and Trey welcomed purely because they were told not to insult people they wanted to insult. It fascinated the duo that a brand new taboo was forming in real time, as terrorist threats were forming against certain forms of expression when, for the last several decades, the opposite had been occurring. Where boundaries were once getting pushed, they were now being pushed back. But this was only really a small part of the message Matt and Trey wanted to send. The main message of this episode had far less to do with religion than it did with Family Guy and their hatred of the show, with Cartman serving as a mouthpiece for the showrunners. There is a proclivity for people to lump all adult-oriented animation into a single category, as though it were a genre rather than a medium, that genre being Simpsons clones. So South Park was compared in the category of humor to Family Guy's cutaways, when the show itself is far more cohesive in the way plots are written. I've mentioned before, a typical episode of South Park has a much tighter script than a lot of television in general, let alone animation, and so it would feel insulting for the showrunners to be compared to a show that drags out an excuse plot so they can make gags rather than jokes. The difference between jokes and gags being whether they push the plot forward or if they exist in spite of the ongoing story, respectively. When South Park made this episode, they were rewarded by a lot of people for standing up and saying what no one else could. Not the Muhammad stuff, but that Family Guy was overrated. I haven't myself covered Family Guy yet, but my thoughts are generally the same, if not with a bit more nuance than can be shown in a 22-minute episode. Of course, there were also a lot of people whose response to this episode was less favorable. That is to say, they were just asking Matt and Trey about the latest drama with Tom Cruise. Celebrity bullshit tends to be much more popular than holy wars. A Million Little Fibers. Towelie gets fired from his job at P.F. Chang's for getting high and, with no way to pay rent, decides to write his memoirs to sell. But no publisher wants to release a book about a towel, so he gets high and then edits the story to make himself into a human, getting published, and eventually going on Oprah to have his story be the book of the month. But Oprah's Minge gets upset, saying that he's not getting enough attention, so he tries to discredit Oprah by hiring investigative reporter Geraldo Rivera to follow up on rumors that Towelie's a towel. Oprah then reveals this on her show, but rather than losing credibility, she turns the crowd against Towelie, becoming more popular than ever. So Oprah's Minge pulls out a gun and threatens everyone, killing a police officer and taking hostages. Towelie sneaks under the door to a bank and opens it, letting all the hostages escape and giving the police a shot, killing Oprah's anus. In the end, Towelie becomes accepted by the people and he learns his lesson, not to get high to get ideas, but to get high as a reward for getting ideas. This episode is best defined by a few behind-the-scenes terms: bank episodes and hat on a hat. A bank episode is a simple plot created to write itself, so the showrunners can take it easy for a week when they're not sure what else to write. This episode began as one of those banked episodes, with the people of South Park coming together to give Towelie an intervention. The plot was about half written when they came back to it mid-season, only to then realize they had nowhere to go with it. Most of what they had was scrapped, and the showrunners had to start fresh instead of being able to take a week off like they planned to. By now, we've repeatedly seen that when Matt and Trey run out of ideas, they turn to current events for inspiration. So we get an episode about Geraldo Rivera's controversies, James Frey's novel having embellishments in it, and that winds up derailed by jokes about Oprah's vagina. This brings us to the other term used, hat on a hat. To put a hat on a story is to give it something memorable. Cartoon Wars is the Family Guy episode. Smug Alert is the Hybrid Cars episode. Man Bear Pig is the Al Gore episode. But A Million Little Fibers is a Towelie episode, an Oprah episode, the James Frey episode, the Geraldo Rivera episode. It is now remembered as one of the weakest episodes of the show due to the fact that it tries too hard to do too much and winds up doing too little. Man Bear Pig. Former Vice President Al Gore visits South Park Elementary to talk about Man Bear Pig, who's totally real and super serial. He later accosts the kids while they're out playing, though they try to ignore him only to later visit anyway, because Stan feels sorry for the guy not having friends. He then invites them to his Man Bear Pig headquarters, and as he can get them out of school, invites them to the Cave of the Winds to hunt Man Bear Pig. But his wild shooting at every noise causes a cave-in, trapping the boys inside with no contact with the outside world. While down there, Cartman finds a room full of treasure and hatches a plan to eat as much of it as possible so it can be smuggled out without letting the other boys know. Meanwhile, the rescue effort for the boys is being interrupted by Al Gore's demands that they seal the cave with Man Bear Pig inside, ultimately resulting in the man redirecting a river to flood it, drowning them all. As the county mourns the children, Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman all emerge from the rubble, having escaped on their own, in spite of a bloated Cartman following. And then he craps out all the treasure, revealed as fake gold kids could get their photo taken with. There is no problem, and if there is a problem, it's not our fault. And if it is our fault, then it's not our responsibility. And if it is our responsibility, then we don't know how to fix it, and if we do know how to fix it, it's too late anyway. This episode had far less to do with global warming and far more to do with a personal dislike of Al Gore's documentary because it was boring and they thought it didn't deserve so many awards. So the villain of the episode, Man Bear Pig, is not so much the metaphor but the man making it, with an assumption that he must be doing so to bring attention to himself rather than the issue. It hasn't personally affected Matt or Trey yet, so it has to be fake. This goes back to the metaphor of the frog in a boiling pot. As long as the difference in environment is a small one each year, then most people will focus more on today than the potential tomorrow, assuming anyone who can recognize patterns is just trying to be boring and miserable, as Al Gore is characterized in this episode. Of course, these days the episode is now known as a part 1 to a later 3-parter, concluding over a decade from now, where Man Bear Pig turns out to be real and what's basically an apology to Al Gore for not believing him those years ago. But in spite of their later change and admission of when they were wrong, what this episode still highlights is one of those things that comes up pretty frequently through the series, where alarmists are considered the bad guys by default, regardless of what they are raising the alarm about. Because to Matt and Trey, the real bad guys are the people who ask you to change anything about your life. The people with the audacity to demand that the frogs be removed from the boiling pot, when the frog is so comfortable in the warm water. Cartman gets in trouble at school, and Mackie suggests his behavior is rooted in problems at home. So Leanne Cartman hires a TV nanny to correct his behavior, but the first nanny they hire breaks down when he suggests she's sterile, and the next nanny winds up in a mental institution. So a doctor suggests that she try something else and hire Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer, to correct Cartman's behavior. He tells Leanne not to give Cartman any attention, positive or negative, and to sharply yet briefly discipline him with a tss noise when he acts up. After a few more days of disciplining Cartman the way one might discipline a dog, his behavior starts to change. So Cartman tries to run away, then later asks his friends to help him kill his mother. But after trying to do this himself, Cartman has an altered state's change of heart, and soon becomes a perfectly well-behaved child. Meanwhile, Leanne has been enjoying her new freedoms as she no longer has to micromanage her son's life, even starting to go on dates with Caesar. But he does not share her feelings because she is just a client, and as soon as Caesar leaves, she starts trying to bribe her son with toys and junk food to be her friend again, and Cartman returns to who he was before. This episode was written because the writers would watch reality television and imagine the events of those shows happening to the characters while also applying the lessons learned and mistakes made to other members of the cast. This is a strong sign that characters in a particular work are well written. When you see things happening to real people and you can intrinsically imagine how the characters might react to the given circumstance. It means that you can, however briefly, forget they aren't real because they act like they are. This is somewhat natural given how long the show has been running for. The characters evolve based on the events that happen to them, not out of a desire for character development, but because it would be less authentic to avoid doing so. Cartman began as one of 4 foul-mouthed friends and has since become a force that can traumatize a babysitter, though I will resist the urge to say The Simpsons already did it. Now, what exactly were the lessons learned from the mistakes made on TV? The biggest takeaway was that parents who focused on being their child's friend often failed to be the child's parent. A friend wouldn't want to say no when you asked them to do something fun. A friend wouldn't force you to stay home and brush your teeth or do your homework. A friend is an enabler, at least according to these parents, who presumably want to befriend their children to make up for a lack of real relationships and thus real experience with friendship. Leanne is depicted as being lonely, and this is why she spoils Cartman. His attention-seeking behavior is the closest thing to socialization that she gets. Make love, not Warcraft. The boys of South Park are all playing World of Warcraft, blowing off their parents like Randy, when a griefer comes in and kills them all. This is a recurring problem within the world of Warcraft, as the character has spent so much time grinding, even the administrators can't stop him. So Cartman gathers all the kids of South Park Elementary to gank him, but even with their numbers, they're too weak to stop the guy. Everyone decides to simply quit playing because it's not fun anymore, something that Blizzard is afraid of as it could mean the end of the world of Warcraft. But Cartman hatches a scheme to level up against low-level boars for 2 months, where they'll be safe so they can attack the griefer at a high level. But Blizzard has been monitoring these boys and they still don't like their odds of winning. So based on a prophecy from Salzman in accounting, they unlock a USB with a deleted Sword of 1,000 Truths on it that might help turn the tide of battle. They entrust the sword to Randy Marsh, who rushes to a computer so he can play World of Warcraft and hand his son the sword, which he does despite being killed in the process. Stan hits the griefer with the sword and drains his mana, allowing Cartman to pwn him once and for all, avenging their debts and saving the world of Warcraft. The animation team for this episode had to do a lot of experimentation to figure out a way to create this episode's in-game sequences, but after a bit of playing around, they finally got word from Blizzard Entertainment themselves they could assist with the episode's production, as they were thrilled to have their work parodied. The gaming company sent over a few employees and allowed access to test servers to film many of the sequences. Then, when a random player managed to get inside of this closed beta and started running around killing people, one of the Blizzard employees used an admin-exclusive touch of death to kill them, which led to a discussion on the morality of a game administrator keeping such power for themselves. The reason this episode was made was because half the South Park office was playing World of Warcraft during work hours. This included Matt and Trey, though they acknowledged that it was fun for about 20 to 30 hours before getting repetitive. In their own words, anyone who really tried to grind to the endgame and then kept playing had no life. And of course, that included many of the people who worked on the episode, who took the insult as funny. Many of the staff members from Blizzard even agreed that the players who devoted their entire lives were sort of losers, fully aware this included themselves. Ultimately, the creation of this episode was viewed as a bit of a risk by the staff of the show, as they believed that it was pandering and constituted jumping the shark, though later reception has proved that the risk was worth it. The Mystery of the Urinal Deuce. Mr. Mackey calls the boys of the school together to figure out who took a number 2 in the boys' bathroom urinal, and Cartman compares the situation to his beliefs about 9/11. Mr. Mackey hires the Hardley boys to investigate the incident, while Kyle tries to talk down Cartman from his extreme beliefs. But the next day, Cartman shows off his findings on 9/11 to the class, blaming Kyle for the tragedy. This causes the parents of South Park to want to learn the truth for themselves, so they hire the Hardley boys to discover who did 9/11. When the students begin avoiding Kyle and federal agents start to follow Stan around, the two try to get to the bottom of 9/11 to clear Kyle's name. But the 9/11 truther who they meet with gets captured along with the boys, and they're taken to the White House to learn the truth. The US government really did do 9/11 in a super elaborate scheme. But later, Kyle and Stan start questioning how easy it was to escape, and when they see the truther alive and well, they follow him before being found by another man who invites them to his house for the real truth. that 9/11 was caused by piss-off Middle Easterners, and the US government pretends to have orchestrated the whole thing, so idiots like Cartman will believe they're in control. Also, it was Stan who took the dump in the urinal. Fundamentally, you can't argue with a conspiracy theorist as, in their minds, the more overwhelming the evidence against their theory is, the more people there are who want to keep the truth a secret, and therefore the more important it is that they double down on their theory. Basically, when you prove them wrong, they'll reply, "They got you too." This is usually referred to as a false balance, the idea that all viewpoints ought to be given equal attention, regardless of validity. If 99% of people are arguing one viewpoint and 1% are arguing the other, you don't split media attention between the two equally. In this episode, it's mentioned that about 1 in 4 Americans are dumb enough to believe this crap, and when they see that they only get 1/4 of the attention, they begin to suspect that something is wrong rather than someone is wrong. It is honestly a bit strange, but also refreshing to know that the showrunners of South Park are not conspiracy theorists, considering how much they fit the character of one. There's always a desire to consider both sides of every argument. There's a smug satisfaction where being correct is more important than being right, and a sort of ego that comes from not being in a position of weakness than looking down at those who are that tends to reinforce these things. But where people like Matt and Trey differ from people like Eric Cartman is the ability to make fun of themselves. If you can laugh at yourself, then you'll never take yourself seriously enough to reject the truth and fail to admit when you're wrong. Miss Teacher bangs a boy. Cartman is called into the principal's office as it's his turn to be hall monitor, and the authority immediately goes to his head as he starts interrogating students and threatening the kindergarten teacher, Miss Stevenson, when he finds a love letter to her written by Ike. She talks to Ike about this love letter, and it turns out they both feel the same way. So Ike and Miss Stevenson start a relationship together that, in Ike's own words, results in making a no-no. Kyle discovers the two in the act when he's picking up his brother, and he tries to tell his parents, then the police, though they don't take him seriously. It finally takes Cartman to enforce the law when he learns that Ike and Miss Stevenson are making out in his hallways. Miss Stevenson gets out of prison by claiming she's an alcoholic and going to a quick rehab session before she decides to run away with Ike to Milan. Kyle teams up with Cartman to stop them before their flight leaves, bear macing everyone in the hotel till they chase Miss Stevenson to the roof. She prepares to jump off with Ike if they can't be together, but Kyle convinces Ike not to go through with it. The Cartman the Bounty Hunter scenes were originally meant to be in the episode Die Hippie Die, but the showrunners weren't sure anyone would get the joke. Later, they planned on including Cartman acting as a bounty hunter in The Mystery of the Urinal Deuce, but that episode was running long, so the already completed animation got reused for this episode, adding a means of giving the plot a conclusion without actually getting the police directly involved, the officers arresting the woman out of convenience more than anything else. And the reason the officers are more likely to say nice instead of responding to statutory rape is due to the existing double standard, something Matt and Trey managed to reduce audience sympathy for by exaggerating the circumstances to an extreme point. If Miss Stevenson was sleeping with an older student, it would still be a crime, but some out there in the real world would not consider it to be morally wrong. So rather than risking part of their audience sympathizing with a sexual predator, they made Ike the victim. The idea being that the younger the victim was, the funnier the joke would be, and the less likely it would be that controversy would arise. Sure, it would be more offensive, but that's the point. You're not supposed to argue Miss Stevenson was a good person who did nothing wrong. South Park has a tendency to exaggerate stories to prove a point, and this is one where the extra controversy wound up working in favor of what they were making fun of. Hell on Earth 2006. It's Halloween night, and Satan wants to have the biggest party possible, modeling his celebration after what spoiled American teenage girls have and renting an entire hotel while demanding a Ferrari cake. He has his 3 most evil minions fetch the cake: Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and John Wayne Gacy, and they proceed to kill all the chefs hired, then do a Three Stooges routine that gets the cake smashed. Meanwhile, Butters has been trying to transport Biggie Smalls to the party after summoning him in his bathroom mirror out of curiosity, only for the boys to summon him after learning what Butters did, undoing all his work. Satan begins to get more and more controlling of his party, kicking people out for not having costumes and barring anyone without a wristband from entering, including the local Catholic Church, who tries to stop Satan by calling the fire marshal. Finally, his cake arrives at midnight, only for it to be an Acura instead. Satan throws a tantrum before realizing he has become worse than the spoiled teenagers on TV, and he apologizes by letting everyone in, including Butters and Biggie, who he was able to summon with the hand mirror. As before, when South Park struggles with episode ideas, they pull from the well of non-topical pop culture to parody, so they can quickly write an episode based on their impressions of what they saw on TV. And while this is typically something done as a sign of distress, the quality of the TV-inspired episodes has been steadily improving for several seasons, to the point where the showrunners are now more than capable of making an episode based on a TV show that does not reek of desperation, but rather is a fine episode on its own. Basically, Matt and Trey have gotten very good at making episodes quickly without sacrificing quality. Sure, Hell on Earth 2006 might not have too cohesive of a plot, with several different ongoing plotlines that don't really have payoffs, and very little involvement from the main cast, but the gags in the episode wind up sufficient to carry the story to its conclusion. It's a bit like doing a paper for school the night before, but still getting a B+. Go, God, go. Cartman is pacing around the electronics store waiting for the Nintendo Wii to release. But because it's 3 weeks out and he can't stand the waiting, he gets the idea to freeze himself and asks Butters to unthaw him once the console is released. But an avalanche occurs, and Butters cannot find where Eric was buried, so with advice from General Disarray, he vows to never mention where his friend was. Meanwhile, Mrs. Garrison is furious she has to teach evolution in school, giving intentionally terrible lessons, until Principal Victoria hires Richard Dawkins to assist in teaching. Garrison tries to interrupt these lessons, but Dawkins is infatuated by how aggressive she behaves, asking her on a date where he converts her to atheism, and she eventually suggests they form an alliance together to rid the world of religion. Cartman is woken up in the distant future, told that the only remaining Nintendo Wii is now in a museum, but more importantly, he's the time child, unfrozen by the United Atheist League because he knew someone responsible for ridding the world of religion. But before they can reveal any more, they're attacked and killed by the United Atheist Alliance, who then brag to the Allied Atheist Alliance, who are talking otters, that they have the key to victory. Eric and the Otters approach the New Hampshire Museum of Technology, where he is finally able to get the Nintendo Wii he always wanted, betraying the Otters by teleporting back to the United Atheist Alliance. But when he tries to get it installed, Cartman learns it is not backwards compatible with any of the future systems, and therefore he can't play it. He does, however, learn there's a time phone he can use to call the past. Unable to buy one without money, he instead steals one from some nearby kids and starts to call himself, though past Eric refuses to hear him out, and Kyle believes it's a prank call. The whole compound then goes on lockdown, as there's an attack by both the United Atheist League and Allied Atheist Alliance over their answer to the great question, what they should call themselves, when Eric gets the idea to call Miss Garrison. But Richard Dawkins answers instead, hearing Eric try to ask for Mr. Garrison before revealing the truth of the sex change operation, which disgusts Dawkins and makes him run out. With no more alliance, the future changes to one with no war because there are no more ism ideologies. They send Cartman back to the past, but he now has to wait 2 months for the Wii as he overshot the date, only to get a call from the future again, warning him not to freeze himself a second time. Atheism is, in theory, a lack of a belief in any higher power to explain human existence. In practice, though, atheism has a tendency to become a belief system in and of itself, and much like it's annoying when religious folk try to cram their ideology into other people's faces, it's just as annoying for atheists to do the same thing. Refusing one ideology is not an endorsement of the other. You can't just replace one annoyance with a different colored annoyance. South Park envisions a utopian future where people get along with each other because there are fewer petty differences preventing that unity. This is not to argue that religion is the cause of or solution to all the world's problems, as so many suggest, though. Because even this ideal future still has wars for the same reasons as before, it's only the justification for these wars that has changed. People don't argue they're more correct because they interpreted a book differently. Ideally, religion would still exist, it would just be taken about as seriously as when someone tells you they're really into astrology. They wouldn't be writing laws based on the position of Mercury. They shouldn't be handing out political positions based on how devoted someone is to a particular religious belief. Religion, or a lack thereof, is often used as a justification for failures in other fields, moral or otherwise, like someone saying they're better at physics because they're not religious, and that you should ignore their grades in school, or someone saying that they don't need to apologize for wronging someone because God forgave them. The inspiration for this episode came from a Nightline interview with the showrunners, where they were asked their beliefs on religion, with most people assuming they were atheists. But the answer Matt and Trey gave was less of an indictment of religion, as it was a more vaguely spiritual answer. Not so much staunch atheism, but a lack of trust in institutions, religious or otherwise, to answer questions for them. The duo are good friends with Penn Jillette, who, in their words, is a lot more well-spoken about his beliefs than they are, with Penn having the ability to say more than they could in a 22-minute cartoon that also still needed to be funny. This interview led to long discussions about Matt and Trey's real religious beliefs, with South Park starting to become the center of drama, as religious groups and atheists alike were unsure whether or not to claim the duo as one of their own. But through all of this, the real concern to the South Park team was the much more important fact that the Nintendo Wii's release date was coming up, and it would have a new Zelda game, and it would be really cool. So while the rest of the world was fighting a holy war, Matt and Trey were fighting Ganon. Stanley's Cup. Stan loses his paper route due to his bike being impounded, and when trying to get it back is pressured by a movie trailer voiceover to take a job coaching a Pee-wee hockey team to pay the money he owes. Randy's worried though, as he recalls a Pee-wee hockey game Stan played at 4 years old where he missed the game-winning shot because he was 4, and Randy is worried that Stan's trying to recapture the moment to undo it. But Stan's just trying to play the game normally, until finding out one of his players, Nelson, has cancer. They finally play their match against their rival team, and through the taunting and insults, manage to skate around aimlessly because they're 4. This puts Nelson's cancer in limbo as he's tied in his fight with it, but the team is invited to play during halftime at the same arena where Stan's supposedly traumatic memory took place. But since it's such an important game, they need a ringer, bringing in Ike because he's Canadian to help them win. The day of the game arrives, but the other team does not show, so no one wins. But the Colorado Avalanche, after learning of all the Pee-wee team has been through, decides to let the kids take their place against the Red Wings. The Red Wings then beat the children, literally and figuratively, because they're 4, and Nelson dies of cancer. If you've seen an 80s movie, you've seen this episode. Even if you've never seen an 80s sports movie, there's also a good chance you've seen this episode, to the point that the blatant parody still works for people to whom songs like Montage are... Wait, hold on, this is the review section for Aspen. The same story beats still apply though. Stan is repeatedly pushed through the motions of an 80s sports comedy. The flashbacks even take place in the 70s. But this time he's a lot less resistant to going along with the flow of things because we've already seen the plot play out. The difference now is that Stanley's Cup is far more self-aware, with Stan acknowledging that the plot is just every sports movie, while the narrator's a real guy following him around to make the record scratch noise while repeating every plot beat with the herp-to-terp voice from the episode about John Edwards. Of course, once you redo a plot, you can't play the ending straight, you have to iterate on it. So a story that exactly follows the old 80s sports movie cliches has to do something different, and rather than some sort of crab people ending, we got the movie being played totally straight. It turns out 4-year-olds skate as well as 4-year-olds. It turns out the underdogs were actually a much worse team, and it turns out the more they are underdogs, the more brutal of a loss it is going to be. With apologies to Jesse Jackson. Randy Marsh is on Wheel of Fortune, and when trying to solve the puzzle Naggers, winds up saying something else instead. He tries to apologize to Jesse Jackson for his outburst, as well as starting charities and the like, but to the rest of the world he's simply known as the N-word guy, paraphrasing for YouTube. After getting harassed and even threatened by a band of rednecks, he's joined by the other N-word guys, celebrities who have lost their careers to racist behavior, who come up with a plan to end discrimination once and for all by making it illegal to call someone N-word guy. Meanwhile, Stan is feuding with Token, who refuses to accept any of Stan's attempts at covering for his father, while in light of Randy's slip-up, South Park Elementary has a school assembly on tolerance, led by Dr. Nelson, a little person, though when Cartman sees the man, he bursts out laughing. Dr. Nelson tries to get Cartman to see the error of his ways by refusing to let the laughter get to him, but after more and more taunting, he eventually snaps and challenges Cartman to a fight, getting in a single kick and acting like he proved his point. Kyle and Stan don't seem to understand what this point was, but the fact that he doesn't get it is what makes Stan realize that he never will, and he finally speaks with Token explaining this, ending the feud between the two. If there's a slur for a minority group, the reaction to that slur from majority groups tends to be along the lines of, chill out, it's just a word. This episode hypothesizes that if there were a word that referred to a majority group, it would get banned almost immediately by the same people who had just earlier told others not to be so easily offended. We see this in the school's reactions to Dr. Nelson's outbursts. He has 2 PhDs and 6 published books, but to Cartman he's just a midget. And when he justifiably yells at Cartman, the others are the ones who tell him that he's in the wrong for returning rudeness with rudeness. We even see Cartman get offended when others call him fatso, only to immediately treat others the way he was just treated. His mentality is, how dare they treat me the way I treat them? Anyway, this episode has aged well as the speculation's no longer speculation. About a decade after this episode came out, they finally came up with the slur for insecure white guys, incel. It was reacted to about as well as you might expect a person who brags about not being easily offended would react to being offended, more or less the same way that older white people reacted once they got called boomer. South Park takes the position that while hate speech is bad, the worst thing is hypocrisy, whether that is hypocrisy from people who tell others not to use slurs only to use slurs themselves, or those who tell others that it's not a big deal unless it happens to them. Cartman sucks. Cartman is showing off his latest in a long line of photos he has collected where he pulls gross pranks on Butters while he's asleep, where he has Butters' penis in his mouth. The other boys tell him that it's kind of gay, and Cartman panics when he realizes this, even growing to suspect that Kyle has stolen the photo when he can't find it at home. After failing to get the photo back from Kyle, Cartman decides to deny him the last laugh by showing off the photo himself during show and tell, only to hear from his mother that she found it under his desk. Meanwhile, Butters was caught by his father when Cartman was trying to take another photo, so he gets sent to a bi-curious camp to pray the gay away. While he's there, he is constantly told that he is confused, which is true just for the wrong reasons, and he keeps getting punished for things he doesn't understand. Eventually, Butters' accountability buddy, Bradley, starts to fear that he'll never get better, and he rushes to a bridge to jump off. But when Butters and the rest of the camp finds him, Butters gives a speech about the fact that he wasn't confused about his sexuality until other people told him he should be, which finally gets Bradley down from the bridge as the camp counselors take credit for saving him. This episode began as a more comedic plotline, with Butters' father playing a more prominent role as he tried to straighten out his son through a variety of ultra-macho activities. The initial plan for the conversion camp was going to be the exact joke set up during the episode, a bunch of unsupervised bisexual teenagers having nightly parties. But once they started writing the characters and this new setting, the idea started to grow some legs, and the showrunners realized that there were plenty of jokes to be made from the more dramatic plot, keeping the framing something serious, while having Butters speak about his bi-curiosity despite not knowing what that meant. And so, intentionally for the writers but inadvertently for Butters, we have a lesson in this episode about being normal, specifically the fact that there is no such thing. Just a few behaviors that are considered different and that are disliked for being different. The camp counselors all try to tell the kids that they are flawed individuals who have to constantly suppress parts of themselves that come up naturally. Of course, if you have to force a certain behavior, then it's not really a natural way of living. And when a natural thing is dismissed as abnormal or wrong, it only results in otherwise healthy people developing personality disorders as they're told there's something wrong with them instead of something different about them. Licecapades. South Park Elementary hears word of a lice infestation at another school, and they check all the kids for lice, eventually discovering some cases. Cartman's upset about the confidentiality the cases are treated with, demanding that the person with lice come forward and confess. Eventually, he recreates the blood test from the Thing to determine who had the infestation, rigging it so Kenny's sample explodes, and then rallying the rest of the kids to grab him and give him a sock bath. Meanwhile, on Clyde's head, we see the lice infestation playing out as a louse named Travis notices the nurse staring and tries to warn the others that their planet is taking notice of their presence. The louse vice president is dismissive of these claims until the lice shampoo wipes out most of their population, with the survivors only making it as they listen to Travis's warnings. Travis then takes his baby with him to the forbidden zone outside the hairline to find a way out, being followed then betrayed by the lice vice president, who's then plucked and discarded by Clyde after an anti-environmentalist speech. Travis and his late wife's baby survive by grabbing a passing fly's leg and landing on the crotch of Angelina Jolie. Back at the school, the kids are about to bathe Kenny when Kyle stops the assault by confessing he was the one with lice. Then Stan says he had lice too, and soon Miss Garrison arrives at Clyde's warning and says that they all had lice because it spreads fast. When making this episode, the lice originally did not speak but made little squeaks, with the entire lice plotline being something told wordlessly. But a few days before airing the episode, the showrunners realized that the story didn't really work well because it was hard to follow. So they added dialogue later on by borrowing from the deluge of climate disaster movie protagonists, the sort of summer blockbuster stuff that was as prevalent as it was overacted. The characters giving these exaggerated speeches and putting way too much emotion into their lines wound up on the opposite end of the characterization spectrum as the silent lice, replacing something that didn't work with something that did. The lower stakes A-plot of the episode is about everyone accusing everyone else of having lice and then lying about it, citing the fact that if they were trying to cover up an infestation, they would respond the exact way they responded during the episode. On a rewatch, it's interesting to see that everyone's worst instincts about one another were right. Everyone knows how everyone else would behave in a crisis, including a little fourth wall break from Cartman about Kenny not really doing anything since he was revived a few seasons back. The Snook. A new student comes to South Park Elementary, Bahir. Cartman's immediately suspicious as this new kid is Middle Eastern, so he asks Kyle, who's homesick, to investigate the kid on social media. Cartman then calls the police and tells them to evacuate the school, then calls the FBI and tells them to start looking nearby for terrorist threats. They bring a bomb-sniffing pig to a Hillary Clinton rally that finds a snook, a suitcase nuke that has been fitted to fit inside her. You get the idea. Kyle's investigation is overtaken by Homeland Security, then the FBI, then the ATF or whatever, and then back by Kyle again because he said so, and the investigation finds links to Russian mercenary groups. Cartman rushes over to interrogate Bahir's parents to find the location of the kid, assuming he is the one with the detonator, though he and Bahir are grabbed off the street by the Russian mercenaries after they learn their snook has been discovered. Once tied up, they're told that the snook is a distraction from the real plan, assisting the British in putting down the American Revolution 200 years late. But Kyle's investigation leads the FBI to the site of this plot, and they save the day, attacking the British and saving America thanks to Cartman's paranoia. Cartman plays the action hero in this episode as he starts hunting anyone that he has reason to suspect has terrorist sympathies, so basically anyone brown. This results in the wrong people getting snatched off the street, though by the end of the episode Cartman still believes he did the right thing, because he did stop a terror attack against the US. Sure, it was the wrong one, but that doesn't matter much. Of course, the reason this sort of strategy is so efficient, that is, calling everyone a terrorist and acting like you were right when someone doesn't like you, is because, as the Russian leader says, a ton of people hate the US. Pointing out that a country has enemies isn't a really big revelation. In fact, pointing out that the US has enemies everywhere isn't really a revelation either, because if you treat the world like they are all terrorists, eventually you'll be right. Whether you were right before you started accusing everyone or because you were accusing everyone is a different question, though. And the reason Cartman would think that way isn't just because the showrunners were trying to make a statement on the US invasion of Iraq. It wasn't even the fear-mongering on the news about the risk of invasion, but the complacency the rest of the media of the decade had about the war, refusing to question the legitimacy and merely latching onto the zeitgeist to sell TV shows based on what Americans were afraid the rest of the world might be like. It's not like the 24 team didn't appreciate the critique/pastiche, though. They were actually so flattered by this episode parodying their work that they sent a suitcase nuke prop to South Park Studios. Fantastic Easter Special. Stan starts wondering why people color eggs for a rabbit to hide on Easter if the holiday's supposed to be about Jesus. And when he starts to ask these questions, a group of men dressed as rabbits start following him. He's eventually captured by his own father, revealing he's a part of the Hair Club for Men, hair with an E, a secretive order that protects the mystery of Easter that St. Peter was Peter Rabbit. The Pope is meant to be a rabbit, and the Catholic Church has been covering up these facts for centuries. Stan's about to be inducted into the group when ninjas led by Bill Donahue and the American Catholic League burst in and capture everyone but Stan and the rabbit Snowball. Stan decides to give up Snowball, who is the direct descendant for the papacy, to save his father, but Bill Donahue orders them all killed anyway, taking the papacy from Benedict XVI, and they're imprisoned alongside Jesus, who asks Kyle to kill him so he can resurrect in the middle of the church's Easter celebration. After this, he kills Donahue and lets the church finally put the true leader in charge, Snowball. This episode, like quite a few others this season, was based off of a popular movie that aired around the time, making the pastiche a little bit harder to follow in the modern era, though it's at least distinct enough to stand on its own. In this episode, the Da Vinci Code is parodied, specifically the fact that to Matt and Trey, the movie was little more than people standing around giving exposition, and then everyone ran for no reason. This is why there are Catholic ninjas bursting through the windows in so many scenes. They don't just move along the plot, but they do so in a quick way. The antagonist of this episode is Bill Donahue, the frequent other side of so many discussions about South Park. It goes without saying by this point that South Park has been the center of controversy quite a few times, to the point where the headline, "South Park offends insert group," is played out. And yet this is a headline that would get printed frequently enough anyway that the episodes were popular. Thus, it would be weird not to mention the controversy. But news stations can't simply mention an event as though it were unambiguous. The question has to be asked, who can we find that's against whatever this is? And the answer was basically always the American Catholic League and Bill Donahue. To Matt and Trey, he was a professional offendee, a man whose job seemed to be to appear on the news and complain whenever the news needed a guy to complain for something. And so it makes sense that a character like him would wind up trying to usurp the Pope by speaking over him. Yikes. Miss Garrison, angry about men, assigns the students an essay over the weekend that the boys don't want to do, so at Cartman's insistence, they find a group of Mexican guys to write their essays for them, though the workers they hired write their essays instead, leaving the boys without the assignments. But Miss Garrison gives them an extension on the assignment that she recently discovered a lesbian bar, Les Beaux, and declared herself lesbian, making her happier and more relaxed. But this bar is about to be bought out by Persians, who are going to change it to appease their style. After failing to convince the mayor to reject the purchase, Garrison leads the other lesbians in fighting off the Persians, though they can't maintain this defense forever. So Garrison hires the Mexicans from before to infiltrate the Persians and learn some blackmail, which they deliver as information that the leader of the Persians, Xerxes, is actually a woman. Garrison reveals she knows this and then bonds with Xerxes to the point that she comes out as a lesbian too. In the end, the bar is preserved by its new owners, and the Mexicans are hired to substitute teach because of all the time Garrison missed. This episode, like quite a few this season, was based off of a popular movie that aired around the time, making the pastiche a bit harder to follow, and you get the point. Here we see a pastiche of the movie 300, complete with an overuse of the slow-motion zoom effect that movie had so frequently. The rest of the movie is this weird attack on ancient Persia. Off the record real quick break from the retrospective. What was with that movie? It felt like propaganda for a culture that doesn't exist anymore. I'm struggling to figure out who it was really for. I mean, this episode makes the criticism that it was just a bunch of action scenes that didn't push the plot forward by much. I feel like this episode even did that a bit, like the fact that Garrison is slowly starting to become a man again becomes a secondary story to this war against Persians. Anyway, 300 is the reason this otherwise banked episode got made. Banked, of course, referring to an episode that's mostly written in advance so that the showrunners can break them out when they want a half week. When 300 came out, they had the second half of this episode, just a bunch of action scenes in slow motion with a narrator describing what's going on. So a movie they thought was just a bunch of mindless action can turn an otherwise routine episode into a full storyline, making this 4 episodes in a row that are direct parodies of a movie. Night of the Living Homeless. The boys have noticed an increase in the number of homeless people in South Park, something Cartman reacts to by attempting to jump over a homeless man on his skateboard. This doesn't work, and Kyle feels sorry enough for the guy to give him some spare change, only for more and more homeless to show up in South Park, to the point that the parents are trapped on a rooftop. Hoping to rescue them, the boys head out, only to learn that the streets are too clogged with people asking for change, now including Gerald as he gave away the last of his pocket change and needs bus fare. So they go to the head homeless researcher's laboratory where he directs them to the nearby town of Evergreen, as they recently solved their homeless problem. But once the boys arrive, they learn that this was only because the people of Evergreen, in response to a crisis where the homeless started renting apartments and eventually buying houses, simply told them all to leave for South Park, confirming that Kyle didn't actually bait the homeless there by giving one man money. The boys then make an armored bus that they drive to the middle of town, playing a song over the radio about how cool California is for the homeless, and directing them there instead, saving their hometown. And this episode makes South Park 545 in episodes that are parodies of pop culture. It's Dawn of the Dead, if you're wondering. The problem in this episode is the homeless, played up in part due to the way people treat the issue differently, depending on whether they are close to it or not. When you talk about the homeless while in a room far away from them, the general vibe of the conversation is one of empathy. Most people are aware of data points like the fact that the number one cause of homelessness in the US is turning 18 while in the foster care system. But when you're face to face with a homeless person, the vibe changes to wanting to be as far away from the problem as possible. Societal failings be damned. It's no wonder why the issue is solved by so many in this episode by coming up with a way to displace the issue rather than understanding and stymieing it. The real issue comes through when a person starts to become a statistic. The second a social issue starts being solved by people looking at spreadsheets and trying to figure out a way to make numbers go up while other numbers go down. They lose the sense of humanity ostensibly supposed to inform all government decisions. This is how a solution like a forced removal can happen. The problem with the homeless to some people is not that there are folks starving or freezing in the streets, but that they have to sometimes see a tent when they drive to work. The problem is solved when you don't have to think about it anymore. Because if there's one thing that the average person is really bad at, it's thinking about things. Le Petit Tourette. Cartman overhears a kid named Thomas shouting profanities in public and learns the kid has Tourette's, unable to control what he says out loud. Cartman gets the idea to fake Tourette's, convincing the school to allow him to yell whatever he wants to with the excuse. Kyle immediately calls him out for faking, but he gets sent to a support group as the adults believe Kyle's claiming all people with Tourette's are faking. Cartman then writes a letter to Chris Hansen of Dateline, getting a national news special aired about his Tourette's, where he plans on yelling a bunch of slurs on TV and getting away with it. But as he is explaining his scheme to Kyle, he accidentally starts shouting embarrassing things about himself, realizing he's lost his filter and can no longer control what he keeps in his head. Cartman tries to get out of the arrangement, but Chris Hansen insists that he go on TV anyway, so Cartman prays for a way out of embarrassing himself. It's revealed Kyle and Thomas are working together on a plan to sabotage the Dateline appearance by calling a bunch of pedophiles to the building where the filming's taking place, and these men all shoot themselves after they see Chris Hansen, believing they're being trapped. The TV shooting is cancelled, and Cartman genuinely thanks Kyle before rushing off to visit a psychologist so he can get his filter back. Contrary to the normal impression made by South Park when covering an issue, this episode was actually responded to positively by the Tourette Syndrome Association for a realistic depiction of the syndrome. The idea of a disease that gives you an excuse to say whatever you want is all Cartman takes away from his discovery of Tourette's, and he doesn't realize the real social stigma that can come with this behavior. That regardless of how much the folks around you claim to tolerate your behavior, they're still aware of it, and it will still be a consistent source of unwanted attention. Of course, Cartman is the type of person to thrive off of any attention, positive or not, so he doesn't understand why a person would prefer the ability to filter themselves. But Thomas, who actually has Tourette's, does. And as a stand-in for anyone with the ailment, he recognizes that Cartman is faking purely because Cartman enjoys having Tourette's. So he tries to stop him from making a mockery around the same time Cartman himself learns the lesson, that constantly being the center of attention because of your behavior is not all it's cracked up to be, as he begins shouting embarrassing things about himself because he has forgotten how not to do that. Losing an ability that the person he's pretending to be never had is what it takes to make him appreciate the ability to hold back, a fact that Cartman had taken for granted. More crap. After weeks of constipation, Randy takes a crap large enough that he shows it off to his family and friends. The other guys encourage him to submit it as a world record to the European Fecal Standards and Measurements, where he takes a world record from Bono. But Bono interrupts his award ceremony to send in a picture of his own crap, even bigger. Randy frets over not being able to make anything of himself until the other guys encourage him to try harder because he beat the first record on accident. Bono grows furious that his record's about to be broken, so he starts demanding more and more proof of Randy's record, saying that he must fly to Zurich to take the crap in person, despite the fact that Bono was never held to that standard. Stan tries to talk Bono down from pushing so hard for that record and to just let his dad have one, but Bono grows furious and Stan gets taken away, where he learns from Bono's butler the truth. Bono's not the record holder, he's the record. The head of the EFSM set the record decades ago, and has been feeding it to make it bigger ever since, which is why Bono hates being called number 2. In the end, Randy manages to overcome all the obstacles, and finally takes his crap big enough to set the record despite everything against him. To Randy, Bono, and the rest of the guys helping out with the record, the size of one's feces is a big deal, even if a few non-competitors don't understand why people are so serious about this. And the reason that this isn't understood by people who are not directly related to the competition is because this episode's not just about crap, it's about Donkey Kong. Specifically, it's about the documentary The King of Kong, in which an everyman underdog tries to beat a world record held by an insider within the community. As he gets closer and closer to the record, the man who holds it tries more and more elaborate ways to use his connections to the organization that records these records to slow him down or to prevent him from competing with the same lack of standards under which he was submitting his own records. Of course, if you don't know that, then this is just an episode about guys taking really big dumps, even using the gag of putting the true phrase, Emmy Award-winning series, on the screen whenever someone's grunting on the toilet. An outsider to the world record competition would not understand the deeper meaning while taking a quick glance, and the analogy holds true whether it's someone wondering why two guys are comparing the size of their turds, comparing their high scores in an old arcade machine, or wondering why a show as profane as South Park could have possibly received so many accolades if it's just about guys pooping. Imagination Land. Cartman is working with the rest of the boys to help capture a leprechaun he saw, knowing that if he can prove to Kyle that leprechauns are real, Kyle will suck his balls. They catch the leprechaun, who teleports out of the cage, saying that he has to warn of a terror attack. The next morning, they're approached by the mayor of Imagination Land, who takes them on an imaginary ship to his hometown, explaining it's a land full of all the creatures invented by humanity. But shortly afterwards, they're attacked by terrorists, with the boys minus Butters barely escaping. The next day, they learn that Butters has gone missing, but before that, Kyle's taken to court where he's ordered by a judge to suck Cartman's balls as per their contract. The US military then takes Kyle and Stan away as they were able to use a message sent by the terrorists that had Butters visible to trace him back from Imagination Land to our world. As Kyle and Stan are being taken away, it cuts back to Imagination Land, where the terrorist group prepares to launch a rocket into the wall that separates the good and bad sides of human imagination. Butters wakes up in Imagination Land as the evil imagination attacking, told to go to the Castle Sunshine, where the creatures of Imagination Land are preparing to stand against this invasion. As he makes his way there, he and his friends see that the evil creatures, also including the woodland creatures from Cartman's imagination, have taken out the terrorists and are now organizing. Eventually, Butters and the others arrive at the castle where the defense is being mounted, and they say that Butters, being from the real world, is the key to fighting back. Meanwhile, the US military is planning on entering Imagination Land through a secret government portal when Cartman bursts in, demanding that Kyle uphold his end of their bargain. But when the soldiers enter the Imagination Land portal, they are attacked and killed, with Man-Bear-Pig rushing out and attacking the scientists before knocking out Kyle and taking Stan back with him. Cartman's able to revive Kyle from the brink of death, and the two wake up in a hospital. Al Gore releases the video of Man-Bear-Pig attacking the Pentagon, alerting the whole country to the fact that the government has an Imagination Land portal and they are about to nuke the imagination. Protests break out against this nuclear strike, so the Supreme Court rules that because imaginary things are not real, they don't have to get Congress's approval to declare war. This means Kyle is free from his obligation to Cartman, giving him time to try to figure out a way to save Stan and the rest of the imagination creatures. Imagination Land has meanwhile managed to turn the tides of battle by having Butters imagine various things that can help out in the fight, and soon everybody's imagination is under control again. Kyle breaks into the Pentagon and manages to convince the generals there that just because something is imaginary doesn't mean it's not real, and they agree that they shouldn't nuke Imagination Land. And then Al Gore bursts in and launches the nukes anyway, destroying the whole battlefield. In the end, Butters survives and uses his imagination to bring everything back to normal, while Cartman uses his imagination to create a version of Kyle who will actually suck his balls. This episode could have been a for-TV movie, but the sheer number of copyrighted characters ensured it had to remain on TV, where the rules are a little more relaxed. These copyrighted characters are what make up the plot, though. Without them, the story wouldn't work. This story is about stories, specifically the way that stories people make up exist for a reason and get retold for a reason too, regardless of whether they're true or accurate or not. Because we tell each other these tales and then we learn from them, so their actions are indistinguishable from real events in the terms of the effect that they have on our lives. This is true whether it's a religious story or something told around the campfire or a popular movie. Our lives are influenced by the media we consume as well as the media that those around us consume too. People can take inspiration from real-world events that they've never personally witnessed and only have secondhand recountings of, so it is not a stretch for things that are completely fictitious to influence a person's mind as well. Matt and Trey posit that this is essentially how religion works, and that, rather than taking an ironic and detached perspective of all faiths, that they ought to instead be analyzed as the vastly important works they are. Even if these holy texts are all fiction, a lot of people have read them, so they should at least be treated like they are important, even if they aren't treated like they're real. The plot of this episode is all about the fact that terrorists have invaded the world's imagination, the obvious metaphor being that people spend so much time imagining all the different threats that could be against them, they fail to live their real lives or look at the real world, a world where fear-mongering by the media has more influence over your life than actual experiences, and the cognitive dissonance of your observations and your experiences are ignored in favor of being afraid because you're told to be. The military wants to destroy people's imaginations because they want to control imagination. If people cannot imagine a worse world, then they can't imagine a better one either. If they can't imagine a better world, then they'll accept whatever is in front of them. The real threat is not the terrorists, but the reaction to the terrorists. And then to tie back into this episode's point, the reaction to these threats is largely dictated by the people who control what it is everyone thinks about. People watch a bunch of TV about fictional characters fighting fictional threats, and then they begin to suspect that the events on TV happen more frequently than they really do. The world's imagination then influences the world's version of events. It's not real, but it's important because people think it's important. Guitar Queero. Stan and Kyle are playing Guitar Hero, ignoring Randy's actual guitar playing as they achieve 100,000 points together. This gets the attention of an agent named Charles Kincaid, who offers the two a contract to play professionally, inviting them out to meet other niche Colorado celebrities at a party. But because Stan is a better player, Kincaid offers to have him play alongside a different guitarist, Thad, instead of his friend. Kyle winds up disappointed that he's been replaced, playing Guitar Hero at a bowling alley by himself instead, while Stan starts trying to take the edge off by playing Heroin Hero. His addiction to playing Heroin Hero winds up costing him his backup guitarist, and after bombing a solo performance, he loses his career playing Guitar Hero, as he can't even manage to stay upright. Stan finally hears one of his old songs, something he played with Kyle, on the radio while playing a driving game. So he goes to the bowling alley where he tells his old friend that he lost sight of what Guitar Hero really meant. The two return to the living room to try to get 1 million points together, and when they succeed, the game calls them gay, so they quit. As much as the rock star lifestyle has been lauded as something to aspire to, the real life many of these celebrities live is far from ideal. There's a constant specter of drug abuse, pressure to perform, and betrayals from any corner to look out for. These are people who try to achieve great things, to fly close to the sun, and frequently wind up back at the bottom. At least, that's what sensationalist TV channels love to report on. Most very rich and very famous people wind up very rich and very famous for the rest of their lives. We just see them fail so often because the failures are more interesting and thus get more attention. Not that it matters what the truth is. The fantasy of the rock star lifestyle is what people aspire to, and of course, this has far more to do with the star than the rock part of the phrase. The gag in this episode is based on the fact that most of the fantasy of being a guitar hero has less to do with being good at music and more to do with being recognized for being good at music. The desire to be really good at something without working towards it. So in the end, it's implied that the whole rise and fall from stardom for Stan and Kyle was part of the game from the start. So just like Randy is told off for actually knowing how to play guitar, an event that really happened to the series' sound producer, the boys are told off for pretending to be stars instead of doing something useful with their time. The list. Butters discovers that the girls of South Park Elementary have made a list ranking the boys in their class from ugliest to cutest. They hatch a scheme, and then a good scheme, to steal the list from the girls, and after pinning it to the bathroom wall, it's revealed Clyde is the most attractive, and the least attractive is Kyle. Kyle frets over being the ugliest kid in his class, hanging out with all the other ugly kids as he fails to find any comfort with his new friend group. He's visited by the ghost of a successful ugly man, Abraham Lincoln, who tries to tell him that attractive people rarely wind up with decent personalities. But Kyle ignores this, deciding that the only option left is to burn the school down. Meanwhile, Stan is worried about Kyle, so he goes to Wendy to try to learn more about the list. Wendy and Stan investigate this list together only to learn that there was no way Clyde could have been rated as the most attractive, and they soon learn the entire list was a conspiracy to make it socially acceptable to date Clyde so girls could use the fact that his dad owned a shoe store to get discounts, eventually feuding with Bebe and getting Kenny shot in the scuffle. Bebe's arrested, and they hand the real list to Kyle, who decides to burn it so he doesn't end up like Clyde. South Park has always had a primarily male audience because South Park has always had a primarily male writing staff. Fundamentally, the experiences of men and women are going to be far too different during childhood and adolescence. The feuds between the boys and the girls of South Park Elementary prove enough of that. The girls have a massive organized meeting where they discuss how issues sparkle between them, while the boys have an open forum inside the men's room, arguing over who really looks the best. Except when you look at the motives behind these feuds and ignore the aesthetics, the two groups aren't really that different. As soon as Butters reports this list to the other guys, they immediately have to figure out how they're ranked, suddenly becoming as shallow as the girls they were looking down upon. But why would all the kids be so interested in how they're perceived by others? The reason is that the way you're perceived by others is influenced by the way you're perceived by others. That's not in a typo that I read out loud like I sometimes do. It's really that tautological. Kyle is completely accepted by the rest of the school until he's told he's ugly. Then he becomes an outcast because he's an outcast. The girls even take advantage of this fact. They don't want to date Clyde because he isn't popular. But once he's believed to be popular, he is popular enough to be seen within public. It's a system that doesn't make sense, and of course, the people who benefit the most from it would be the least interested in others figuring that out. Tonsil trouble. Cartman gets his tonsils removed, but the doctors botch the procedure and accidentally give him HIV-infected blood during the operation. Back at school, the teachers try to introduce the fact that Cartman has AIDS to his classmates, but Kyle merely finds it ironic and can't stop laughing. So Cartman decides to get his revenge against Kyle for laughing at him by sneaking into his room at night and infecting him with AIDS by dropping some of his blood into Kyle's mouth. Furious about this, Kyle announces that he's going to break everything Cartman owns, and not wanting his Xbox destroyed, Cartman pleads that he can cure AIDS by having them ask Magic Johnson, a basketball star who's been living with HIV for years. They head to LA, convincing the airlines that they have cancer because no one really cares about AIDS anymore, and arrive at the star's house where they search for something that might make him resistant. They discover that he sleeps with all his cash money every night, and hypothesize that being exposed to large amounts of wealth can prevent AIDS. After creating an injection of shredded cash, Cartman and Kyle are both cured of their HIV, but Kyle still says he's going to break Cartman's Xbox. A few seasons back, we all learned the fact that AIDS is finally funny. In this season, we learn that AIDS is only funny when it happens to other people, or at least Cartman does. He infects Kyle because he wants the guy to have a little bit of empathy, with the obvious irony in the situation coming from the fact that Cartman, of all people, is the last to expect similar behavior should the situation be flipped. So the real lesson is, AIDS is funny as long as it happens to someone who deserves it, which you would think would be no one, but Cartman exists. After years of being a jerk to everyone he knows, Cartman now expects some sympathy from them, only to receive none. The general reaction to Cartman's diagnosis is total indifference, not just because of who it is that has the disorder, but what the disorder is. As stated here, AIDS is no longer cool. The big money is now in cancer. Speaking from the 2020s, even HIV is not the death sentence it used to be, as long as you have the wealth to afford treatment. Technically, it's been that way for a long time. The only difference is how much money treatment is. For the destitute, AIDS is still an epidemic. But in the first world, we can find treatment, so everyone just below the poverty line is basically forgotten about, like with most easily treatable illnesses. Britney's new look. A quick note. As Britney is missing most of her head for most of this episode, I've made a humorously censored version of the frames in which she appears to keep this part of the video monetizable. I'm not sure if this is necessary, but I am sure that it's funny. The boys watch an urgent news report about the fact that Britney Spears is in South Park trying to get away from it all. But more importantly, that a candid photo of her rewarded the photographer with thousands of dollars. Hoping to get some money themselves, they head to Britney's hotel room, pretending to be her children to sneak in, only for Britney to try to escape from the stress by shooting herself in the face. Stan and Kyle feel bad about this, learning that she's survived despite missing most of her head when they try to apologize. But then paparazzi surrounds her hospital room, stressing her out more with their cameras. They sneak her away, hoping to go to the North Pole so she can finally get some privacy, with Kyle serving as a distraction while Stan escorts her to the train. But when Kyle's caught up to and surrounded, his pleas for the media to leave her alone are ignored as the mob reveals why they really harass Britney all the time. She is a human sacrifice meant to ensure a good corn harvest. Stan's train is redirected to a field where Britney's ambushed and photographed again and again until she stops moving, at which point the people of the US move on to their new sacrifice, Miley Cyrus. A few seasons back, South Park covered the media obsession with following train wreck personalities of big-name celebrities as they made an episode following Paris Hilton and everything surrounding her. But the thing about train wrecks and trains is that they are on tracks. If one crashes, it's not the train itself, but the conductor and whatever else is nearby. So the media frenzy surrounding any woman unfortunate enough to be surrounded by it is now reframed as less of a public shaming and more of a tragedy. It would take a few more years before the media backlash to Britney's career ever really caught up as people learned more about the conservatorship of the celebrity and the ways in which her life was never really hers to control. But South Park covered everything relevant in this episode, by recognizing that the details are far less important than the big picture. These celebrities have big public downfalls because people demand it, to the point where scandals will appear even where there are none. The plot of this episode is based on the popular short story The Lottery, which, if you're American, you probably had to read in high school. This is a story about a woman being randomly selected to be stoned to death by a town, with some pretty heavy-handed symbolism about the complacency so many people have for systemic violence. Everyone knows most celebrities being dragged through the news cycles are probably just people in high-stress situations having a mental breakdown televised. But it's much easier to pretend that they have it coming somehow, rather than accepting that anyone paying attention or trying to profit off of it is complacent in their downfall. Major boobage. The boys learn from an anti-drug PSA that you can get high on cat urine, so they have Kenny try it out. Kenny then hallucinates a world where everything is made of major boobage, and he gets to grab titties. But in the real world, he's wandering around aimlessly with cat pee on his face, the sight of which scares the other boys straight while terrifying the adults into banning cats. Cartman, not wanting to give up Mr. Kitty, hides his pet in his attic, eventually hiding more and more of the animals in his attic in a parallel to no event in human history that he can remember. Kyle takes Kenny's cats away from him for protection from another trip, but Gerald, who started the anti-cat craze, discovers it and decides he's going to get high himself just like he used to. Meanwhile, with no cats to get high on, Kenny makes his way to Cartman's attic, where he gets high on all the cat's urine at once, and Kenny and Gerald wind up fighting over the major boobage in a public park. Disgraced, Gerald tries to save face by arguing it's not the cats' fault, that people are getting high off of them, and the cats are unbanned, with Cartman still not noticing any Holocaust parallels. In case the art style of the cheesing bits confuses you, it's an elaborate homage to the anthology Heavy Metal from the early 80s, complete with all the gratuitous violence, gratuitous nudity, and gratuitous appearances by muscle cars and military aircraft. It's the type of thing that's really cool if you're either 14 or 40 years old. This was an opinion shared by the showrunners, though. This is likely due to the fact that, unlike Good Times with Weapons back in Season 8, the animators were not able to come up with a way to cheat the animation effects, and thus they had to pull multiple late nights doing everything by hand, just like they did with the old pilot so many years ago. In their own words, if they still made the show this way, they would probably have given up halfway through Season 1. The plot itself is based on the hypocrisy of people in charge who try to apply rules to everyone but themselves, pulling a bit of its language from the case of Elliot Spritzer with the shot of Sheila and Gerald at the press conference taken almost directly from that. But it's not as though that's the only instance of a man banning something for others, but then using it himself. The message being posited that this entire ordeal is pointless, as it's not the thing being banned but the people it's banned from, who ought to have at least some of the responsibility by taking the extreme example of showing cats being outlawed because they can be misused, as well as the ending to this episode where Kenny simply gets high on life, and then really high on life, and then absolutely wasted on life. You can use just about anything to get some sort of altered mental state, and it's a matter of teaching people not to abuse themselves in that way, instead of banning anything and thus everything used in the process. Canada on strike. When Canada Appreciation Day doesn't get the respect the country thinks it deserves, the whole country, led by Stephen Aboutman, head of the WGA, World Canadian Bureau, declares that it's time to go on strike. Kyle starts to worry about his brother Ike, who's picketing out in the cold, as well as the fact that they might have to watch American comedy shows. So he calls Canada to negotiate an end to the strike, where Stephen Aboutman demands some of that internet money. So the boys get Butters to reenact a viral video that gets millions of views, entitling them to theoretical internet money. After the waiting room for this theoretical money turns into a viral star bloodbath, they get their check and bring it up to Canada, only for the Canadians to realize it's not real money. When Stephen Aboutman starts fretting over the fact that he'll look like an idiot if he calls off the strike, Kyle calls the UN and asks them to give something small to the Canadians and pretend they're giving them something big so they can save face. The country receives coupons to Bennigan's as well as some bubblegum, celebrating this win before Terrence and Philip burst in and point out they lost more money in the strike than they made, so Stephen Aboutman is set adrift on an ice floe. This episode is pretty blatantly about the 2007-2008 writers' strike, with the Canadians serving as a stand-in for the Writers Guild of America, while Terrence and Philip are the author stand-ins for Matt and Trey. For a bit of added context, the contract the South Park writers had at the time entitled the duo to roughly half the revenue South Park would receive from any airings that were not on television, far higher than the 0% other writers would receive for streaming sales. At the time, the size of streaming was practically non-existent compared to traditional media, so this episode was written in the context that the WGA was demanding more money from something that made no money, while also not being a concern for South Park, who would make a ton if the show was ever sold online. It wouldn't take long for the internet to not only become a viable means of distribution, but the dominant one over traditional television. So this episode is an example of the South Park writers dismissing something as irrelevant, only to be proven wrong by time. This is especially ironic given the recent streaming lawsuits that the creators have been through due to, you guessed it, wanting more money from that internet thing. I'm aware that this is a gross oversimplification of the issue, but the presentation of the WGA in this episode is also a gross simplification of the issue, so I'll leave it this way for now, before covering the Paramount and HBO lawsuits in a later part of the retrospective. Eek. A penis. Miss Garrison is having a crisis as she realizes that he was a man all along and that he wants to go back to being Mr. Garrison. This crisis results in a temporary suspension from teaching, and Cartman is the only student to volunteer to lead the class in his absence. Shortly afterward, Cartman is commended for the improvement to the class's grades and given a paying job teaching at an inner-city school. But as the only reason the class's grades were high was because Kinney had the idea to simply take the answers from Garrison's desk, Cartman decides that he's going to teach these inner-city kids the same lesson. They just need to cheat to get ahead, because that's the white guy way to do it. He manages to reach each student by convincing them that cheating is fine, since all the successful people in life do it, and he even manages to get them to cheat on the advanced placement test to great success. Meanwhile, Mr. Garrison learns about a genetic lab that can grow body parts on mice and pays them to make a clone of his penis. But this mouse escapes and runs around the city, scaring women around South Park before escaping into the sewers. But at the end of the episode, the penis mouse comes back, and Mr. Garrison has his surgery after all, returning to teaching as a man. The showrunners had known for a few seasons that they intended to bring Mr. Garrison back to manhood. But to do this, they first wanted to have the character go through several different stages of sexuality and confusion. The joke, of course, is that Garrison is a very crude and cruel person who's equally unaware of his own tendencies. This is something I've said before, but we frequently see that in South Park, the people who are the most bigoted tend to be covering for something themselves. Mr. Garrison's bigoted towards just about everybody, so it follows that he ought to secretly be all of these groups at some point. This bigotry shows up in his grand speech at the end, where he tries to define what really makes somebody a woman, having kids, only to be told that some women have had hysterectomies and the like, and he doubles down when proven wrong, showing how even a bit of empathy and seeing things from the other side won't convince the truly angry. The other plot to this episode is about Cartman teaching kids that cheating always wins, a plot inspired by the ongoing scandal involving the New England Patriots coach getting caught filming the other teams to learn their signals, and then managing to weasel his way out of consequences due to the fact that, had he actually been penalized or had any wins overturned, it would have hurt the whole league. In the Denver school, Cartman shows the underprivileged kids that the white guy way of getting ahead in the world is to cheat and win. Because if you cheat and lose, then you're a cheater, but if you cheat and win, then it's crafty and intelligent. Overlogging. The Marsh family discovers one morning that their internet is out, and after checking around town, they learn the whole country is without internet. So the family packs up their things and heads to California on rumors that there's a bit of internet out there. They arrive in a Hooverville, where the Red Cross has portioned off the limited internet available, with users only getting a few seconds of browsing each. Randy, who wants to use the internet for porn, searches for a way to get off, first rejecting some crude drawings by the other men who want the same thing, before breaking into the internet room, where he tries to pass his ejaculation off as ectoplasm. Meanwhile, news coverage of the outage has shifted to the US government's attempts to communicate with the giant router that controls all the country's internet, with Kyle eventually getting the idea to simply unplug it and plug it back in, returning internet to the world. In the end, Randy gives an impassioned speech about the dangers of overlogging on, telling the country to look at internet porn twice a day maximum. This episode replaces the family from the Grapes of Wrath with Americans seeking better internet, keeping the same framing so as to make Wi-Fi come across as a thing as important as food and water. Considering the addict-like behaviors of the characters, this is not much of a stretch for the audience to observe, but when it comes to personal experience, the episode becomes more and more relatable as the years go on. By this point, it's easy to imagine a legitimate crisis could be caused by a mass internet outage. And it's a prediction of such a thing occurring that motivates the creation of this episode. The whole town of South Park cannot operate in their day-to-day lives without the internet, itself an observation made by the writers after one noticed himself trying to click on a newspaper to see more about a person mentioned in an article. As the internet becomes more and more useful, it will start to replace more and more of our daily functions, until society fundamentally changes because people have forgotten how they lived without the web, is what this episode is about. In the present, whenever you are watching this video, this is just the reality. It's not as though this was apocalyptic or anything. A similar occurrence happened with the advent of radio, as news across the country could be spread about the country. And this even happened when television started to become more prevalent, as entertainment and culture became more homogenized. So the people panicking because the internet went out are shown to be a bit silly without shown as unreasonable, because often the future is kinda silly. Super Fun Time. The 4th grade class is on a field trip to Pioneer Village, a walking museum where a bunch of employees play characters who live in the year 1864. Cartman notices the Pioneer Village is near to a Super Fun Time arcade, and he sneaks out to have some fun there. Butters goes with him as he refuses to let go of Cartman's hand at Mr. Garrison's orders. While they're gone, a group of robbers breaks into the village and starts taking hostages. When the police surround the museum, the robbers look for a way out, noticing an abandoned mine shaft that's locked with a modern door code. So they start interrogating cast members for the code, but none of them break character to give it to them. Cartman finishes playing at the super fun time, only for him and Butters to see the police who have surrounded the museum, with the boys assuming the police are looking for them. They sneak back into the museum only for one of the robbers to open fire as Butters dodges. When the hostage takers threaten to kill Kenny, Stan finally makes the sacrifice of looking lame in front of his girlfriend by pretending to be a pioneer and posing a hypothetical about a door, which finally gets the cast members to reveal the code as 1864. The police are able to make their move when this lets down everyone's guard, and everybody gets escorted to safety, with Butters dragging an unconscious Cartman back to the bus. South Park has always had a reputation for taking its plots way too seriously, though most of the time it's obvious that the showrunners are in on the joke. This is one of those times. The actors of the Pioneer Village refusing to break character, even when it would make sense to do so, a reflection of the fact that the writers are stuck using pop culture as metaphor for the real issues they want to discuss. At the end of the episode, the leader of the robber group talks about what he has learned, that people back in the pioneer days didn't have the luxuries that we enjoy, completely missing the entire point of what was supposed to have been learned. Of course, there was very little that needed to be learned. This episode has Butters refusing to break the rules, getting dragged along with Cartman to break even more. An attempt at holding your buddy's hand winds up getting a character dragged around the city and beaten up, with the plot escalating to the point where Butters and Cartman are running from explosions and gunfire by the end. The actors in the museum are so intent on staying in character that the manager will shoot people who try to speak normally. And of course, this all gets ignored the second it hits 5 p.m. and they go to TGI Fridays, as if to say that the more intense an episode of South Park gets, the less anything that happens actually matters. The China Problem. Eric is having nightmares about the 2008 Olympic ceremony, fearing that the Chinese are going to take over the US. He tries to convince the others of this threat, but Kyle and Stan are too concerned with the release of the new Indiana Jones, likening the film to sexual assault against the IP. After a bit of denial, the boys decide to take the case to a lawyer, who relives the film and decides to join them, where they go to the police and eventually up to Skywalker Ranch, where the police burst in and catch the duo of Spielberg and George Lucas in the middle of assaulting an Imperial stormtrooper. Meanwhile, Cartman has convinced Butters to form the American Liberation Front, so they can figure out the Chinese plans for invasion. He does so by dressing in stereotypical Chinese clothing and entering a P.F. Chang's to look around. There, he sees a Chinese family dining and starts harassing them, only to then tell Butters to start taking hostages once people try to leave, though Butters' warning shots keep hitting him in the dick. The police surround the restaurant, and when Cartman notices one of the officers is Chinese, he starts demanding to speak with the president. But then news of the arrests of Spielberg and Lucas reach the police, and they all celebrate, letting Cartman and Butters slip away. Cartman sees the opening ceremony of the Olympics, and in light of the fact that it's a bunch of people doing something in sync, assumes that the country is strong enough to overtake the US, and it's only a matter of time before they succeed in doing so. This is, of course, flawed logic, as the ceremony was just propaganda, not that it was ever trying to pretend to be anything else. Cartman falls for propaganda from a country that's being transparent about it and believes it wholeheartedly. It's no different than hearing that a product is the best in a commercial and then believing that at face value. This taps into a deeper problem with the way many people in the West have and still engage with art, not being able to identify agendas being pushed and taking everything exactly the way it's meant to be. To some people, economic realities aren't nearly as important as images. As long as something looks impressive, then truth does not matter. The main plot of this episode, the part that people talk about to this day, is the reaction the characters have to the new Indiana Jones being portrayed as though it were the assault of the franchise, as if having to watch a bad movie is akin to sexual abuse. Move over abuse victims, the real victims, guys who didn't like a movie, are speaking. From the commentary, Matt and Trey actually spoke a bit about how they were afraid that perhaps this was just an inevitability, that should South Park run for long enough, the same accusations will soon be made about them and their treatment of the IP. Maybe it's the fans who are at fault for having unrealistic expectations. Maybe every showrunner will eventually make something that doesn't stand up to their past material. Maybe they're exaggerating the problem as much as Cartman is, to the point that by the end of the episode he sees himself as the bad guy for being a part of a group that uses such savage methods as shooting a guy in the dick or comparing a movie director to a sexual abuser. Breast cancer show ever. Wendy is doing a report on breast cancer awareness, though Cartman keeps interrupting her lecture with crude jokes that no one seems intent on doing anything about. So Wendy challenges him to a fight after school that Cartman accepts to look tough. During lunch, his friends point out that if he fights her and wins, he'll look like a jerk for beating up a woman, but if he loses, he'll look bad too. Cartman tries to ask Wendy to call off the fight, even eating his own underwear to look apologetic, and later taking a dump on Mr. Garrison's desk to get attention. But this only delays the fight, so Cartman cries to his mother, who then confronts Wendy's parents about her bullying, and they say they'll ground her if she goes through with the next day's fight. Wendy doesn't fight Cartman that morning, so he rubs in his victory by making a presentation of his own, making fun of breast cancer. Wendy is then called into the principal's office, where Principal Victoria talks about the fact that she is a breast cancer survivor, and when fighting breast cancer, you can never give up against the fat little lump. Understanding what she meant, Wendy tells Cartman the fight's back on, and she beats him thoroughly before walking off. Cartman starts crying that the other kids aren't going to think he's cool anymore, but when they tell him that their opinion of him cannot possibly get any lower, he contorts this in his mind as meaning that they actually do care about him. For Cartman, or anyone, fighting a girl is a lose-lose situation. If he wins the fight, he's a jerk who beats up women. If he loses the fight, he's a weakling who gets beaten up by women. The only winning move is not to pick the fight in the first place, but Cartman craves that response so much that when it escalated to the point where a fight was inevitable, he was in too deep to do anything else but look bad. So Cartman being in such a bad spot is viewed as entirely his fault, but the other character in a bad spot is in that bad spot through no fault of her own, Wendy. Wendy's also in a lose-lose situation, as if she ignores Cartman's taunts, it's an endorsement of the behavior as no one else will tell him off, but if she tries to respond, then she is giving him the attention that he wants. This is not a case of simply ignoring a problem until it goes away. Sometimes when an issue is especially bad, you have to fight it even if you lose other things too. Cartman gets compared to cancer, and this comparison's not just one made by Principal Victoria, but Cartman himself, as he continuously escalates his taunts. If it were something steady or just the occasional joke, it would be easy to get used to what Cartman does, even to gaslight yourself into thinking that it's funny. But as he gets worse and worse, without an end in sight, there has to be a point where the future harm he will cause will outweigh the harm of stopping him. Just as cancer keeps growing and growing, Cartman's ego also keeps getting bigger, so it takes an extreme action to cut him down to size. Though due to the episodic nature of the show, Cartman does wind up back where he started, having learned nothing because his peers cannot possibly think any less of him. Pandemic. The Startling. As the boys are shopping, they keep seeing Peruvian flute bands playing music in public spaces, getting the idea to make their own for some money. They convince Craig to give them his birthday money as an investment, and they begin playing at an outdoor mall. Meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security starts cracking down on this pan-flute epidemic, or pandemic, throwing them all into a mass internment camp, including the 4 boys and Craig. When the kids try to point out they aren't Peruvian, the head of the DHS considers this an omen, and he puts them on a plane to be flown to the Andes Mountains. Meanwhile, Randy has a new video camera and has been recording everything the Marsh family is doing, including the search for their missing son. But then they hear a rumbling, and Randy rushes outside to get some shaky, handheld footage of what's made the noise, an invasion of giant guinea pigs. Craig joins the rest of the boys in wondering what they're supposed to do next, as the site they were dropped off at is completely empty. They decide to go deeper into the jungle, as Craig points out how the other 4 always get themselves deeper into trouble, which is why no one hangs out with them. After finding an ancient temple with a prophecy about giant guinea pigs being defeated by Craig decides he doesn't want to play anymore and walks off, refusing to engage with any of what the others are trying to do. Back in the US, the head of the DHS seems intent on keeping the Peruvian flute bands out of the country, eventually demanding that he be taken to Machu Picchu personally for a reason he refuses to explain. Once there, he reveals the full plan to release a plague of guinea pigs on the world and destroying every Peruvian band, as pan-flute music is their weakness. But Craig randomly stumbles upon this scene and, despite not trying to engage, winds up firing a laser from his eyes and defeating the giant guinea pirate, saving the day. Craig points out how every time Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny do something together, it winds up going out of control, an attempt at making money, ending up with the group stranded in the mountains before defeating a giant guinea pig with an eye laser. This is as much a criticism of the boys as it is a criticism of the show by its own writers. They have a tendency to think about what would be funny instead of realistic. Not that anything else should be expected of them, because South Park is a comedy show first and foremost. But in addition to being a comedy show, South Park also includes a lot of parody. Such as here, where the recent success of Cloverfield is teased as to Matt and Trey, it was just a bunch of unnecessary shaky cam with what they called startling. This is where a movie has a random scare chord and a quick jump to something else to appear startling rather than scary. This ties into the ultimate threat of the episode coming from giant photorealistic guinea pigs in costumes. The whole time, people are running and screaming from a monster that remains mostly unseen. And the horror only really works while it remains that way because the giant fuzzy guinea pigs are understandably viewed differently by the audience than they are the characters, something that makes the frequent startle over reactions seem that much more egregious. The fuzzy guinea pigs and their evolving costumes were actually the result of happenstance. The showrunner simply used the outfits that the guinea pig photoshoot studio had available. This paints a mental image of Matt and Trey freaking out when they saw the pirate costume and immediately having the star of the episode try it on. About Last Night. The episode opens on the citizens of South Park either celebrating Obama's election win or terrified over McCain's election loss. Especially distraught is Ike, who was a McCain supporter, crying because he can't find his parents in the celebration and eventually threatening to jump from his ground floor window. Kyle and Stan take Ike to the hospital, passing by the other celebrators/panicked masses. Meanwhile in DC, Obama asks to see the Oval Office early, where he meets up with McCain and the two celebrate a job well done. They head back to the headquarters of a group of professional jewel thieves, discussing that they finally managed to access the presidential escape tunnels beneath the White House and, importantly, beneath the Smithsonian Museum, where they plan to steal the Hope Diamond. They call in all the other big players in the election to help with the heist, with Michelle Obama disabling the security as Sarah Palin coordinates the efforts of McCain making construction noises to cover for the blasts. In the end, the crew manages to steal the Hope Diamond using the celebrations as a distraction, while Ike, from the hospital over in South Park, hacks into the coroner's computer to fake the deaths of the whole crew, other than Obama, who missed the flight as he wants to retire from the stealing game to settle down and actually run the country. As the last few episodes were airing, the 2008 presidential election was being held in the United States, a fact that the show had more or less refused to mention. Sure, there had been the occasional joke about Hillary Clinton earlier this season, but these jokes were about her physical appearance far more than anything political. South Park has always tried to touch upon the news of the last few months in its parody, to the point that this is what the creators had become known for. So for an election that was dominating the airwaves to be ignored by a show that had never strayed away from political takes felt like something was missing, and many fans began to wonder why they were avoiding the subject. The truth of the matter is that Matt and Trey were aware of the election, they just didn't have a strong opinion of it. Not to say they had no opinion, it's just that when compared to the rest of the country, their beliefs seemed weak as they weren't sycophantic about one candidate either being the greatest thing to happen to the country, or horrified the other one would bring about some sort of apocalypse. So they were making episodes about giant guinea pigs and mice with penises on their backs instead of doing what everyone else had done. Originally, there were plans to make two versions of this episode. One would have had Obama win, and the other would have shown a McCain victory. The plots would have played out exactly the same, just with the two leading roles swapped. But as it was getting late and the polls coming in made it look like Obama was sure to win, Matt and Trey decided against making a second copy of the episode, with the plan to simply record an emergency commentary over the existing episode should it turn out that they were wrong, though, as they never were, this commentary remains theoretical. Elementary School Musical. The boys are the only ones in school who haven't seen High School Musical or its sequels, and when the rest of the kids in South Park Elementary start breaking into musical numbers, they decide they ought to check it out for themselves. They're unimpressed and vow to never become musical fans. But Stan starts to grow worried when he sees that Wendy is hanging out with Bryden Queermo, a new kid who's great at singing. He tries to convince Bryden to give up on singing, and Bryden confesses that he hates the hobby. He wants to play basketball, but his father won't let him under the threat of being slapped. Despite joining the basketball team in secret, Bryden's father discovers that he's a jock and threatens him and the rest of the school. It's not until the results for the school auditions come out where Bryden is playing the lead that he decides to stand up to his father, punching him and going out for basketball anyway. It's not until Mr. Guillermo sees a basketball game and hears the crowd chanting that he finally accepts the hobby, having Bryden quit singing for good. The next day, the boys show up at school singing a song they worked on together about following your dreams, only to realize no one cares about musicals anymore. The boys swear off of ever trying to get into musicals as they have no interest in fitting in if singing and dancing is what it will take, content to stay inside and play video games with the diabetic kid. Of course, it wasn't really fitting in that they were attempting to avoid, but these steps taken to get acceptance, steps that change around a lot, and steps that are only viewed one way or another due to social pressure. It's like the saying goes, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, would you? And the answer to this question is, yeah, probably. I mean, when you're far from a bridge and none of your friends are around, it's easy to tell your parents you wouldn't do something stupid. The point of peer pressure is that it comes from your peers, and it's often spontaneous. One guy jumps off a bridge and has a bunch of people talking about him, so it's either jump or be alone. Humans are social creatures, and it's barely a stretch to say that physical harm in exchange for acceptance is a physiologically equal trade. We need social interactions, just a little bit less than food and water. The rest of this episode drives home the change in what's considered cool and what's not by flipping the usual teen drama script on its head, having a flamboyant man threatening his son for trying to join the basketball team instead of being a musical singer like he was. But the lessons learned end up being the same. Once Mr. Guillermo sees that playing well in basketball basically has the same crowd reaction as singing well in a musical, he comes around to the idea. Just as the boys come around on singing, as they realize that fitting in and being well-liked are far less about the things you do, and far more about who you're doing it with. The Ungroundable. Butters is monitoring what he believes to be an invasion of the school by vampires, really just kids dressed as them, when he returns home only to be grounded because his father put hamburger helper in his milk. Upset about this, Butters decides to give himself to the vampire kids as he believes that vampires cannot be grounded. Meanwhile, the goth kids are upset that they keep getting confused for vamps, who they think are posers. They try to distance themselves from the vamps only to get made fun of anyway. Then they try to sabotage the head vamp, only for that to have no effect. Butters, believing himself to actually be a vampire, tries to feed on Cartman's blood but is unable to do so, eventually feeling hungry for human food again and working with the goths to destroy the real cause of the vamp craze, a hot topic that's set up in the mall. They burn down the store, and shortly afterwards the craze is over, with the goths making an assembly to clear up the difference between them and the vamps. This episode ends with a grand speech from the goths clearing up the differences between the two groups, that it's far less of a visual distinction as it is an emotional one. While the vamps were donning all black clothing and an anti-society aesthetic, just like the goth kids did, their reasons were out of a sense of conformity. The goth kids were outcasts at school and turned to each other, while also trying to be more like each other as a survival tactic, or at least that's what they tell themselves. The goth kids considered the difference between the two groups to be the fact that they were miserable with the state of the world and rejected it, while the vampires liked other things too much. Except, spending time with a group of people tends to influence how you think. The goth kids hate society because the other goth kids hate society. So it's likely that the cultural differences between the vamps and the goths are more or less coincidental. They're all equally posers. Neither of the groups was really dedicated to their aesthetic. When the goth kids threatened the leader of the vamps, this had no effect on the vampire epidemic because it's not as though making him admit out loud he's not a vampire changes anything. Everyone already knew that. The goths weren't any better. They were more dedicated to not being vamps than they were to being goths. After enough confusion, they even went to the Gap to buy normal clothing, giving up on their identities altogether. Ironically, it's Butters who winds up being the closest thing to authentic. He actually believed he was a vampire, and he does the most to play the role, rather than simply going to Hot Topic and buying some clothes. The Ring. Kenny has a new girlfriend, Tammy, who's rumored to be promiscuous, much to Kenny's excitement. She claims she only acts that way after watching the Jonas Brothers, so Kenny buys her concert tickets, hoping to get laid despite the warnings of his friends about the dangers of STDs. While at this concert, Tammy, and everyone else there, goes crazy, only to be called backstage by the band where the Jonas Brothers introduce purity rings to the girls. Tammy then convinces Kenny to wear a purity ring like her while vowing never to engage with any sort of lewd behavior. After a few weeks of being boring, the boys start to worry about Kenny as he's not acting like his usual self because of his ring. So they go to a Jonas Brothers event to heckle the band, getting taken out by darts blown by Mickey Mouse, the boss of the Disney Corporation who bears a striking resemblance but for legal reasons is distinct from Mickey Mouse. Backstage, he reveals the real reason behind the band pushing purity rings. It allows the company to maintain a family-friendly image while selling sex to minors. But he explained all of this into a hot mic, thanks to the boys, and the whole crowd turns against him, with Mickey growing giant and once again terrorizing the world. In the end, Tammy and Kenny remove their purity rings, and Kenny finally gets killed by an STD. Sex sells. This much is obvious. But the issue with trying to do this is that a lot of people are uncomfortable with this fact, sometimes unreasonably so, to the point of attempting to censor just about anything that could be found titillating. Sometimes understandably so, as they take exceptions to things like spraying white foam all over a bunch of little girls. That part's real. South Park did not invent that gag. Marketing is actually pretty simple when you understand this, though. Figure out a way to sell some basic desire to people without making it look like you're talking down to them. This is everything from telling beer drinkers it will make them more successful with women without outright saying they're ugly, to selling sex to young girls, or rather the parents of young girls, while making it look like a harmless trend. It's not like this is something exclusive to Disney or the Jonas Brothers or anything. It's just a fact of the world we live in. A lot of things in advertising are sexualized, and the few that aren't are still influenced by the things that are. This is to the point where advertisers will default to semi-sexualized images without even being consciously aware of that fact, as they're just sticking to fundamentals. Even outside of advertisement, there are still weirdly sexual responses to everyday activities considered normal, like people who argue men cannot teach preschool as they can't be trusted to change diapers, like someone who would find that titillating is just projecting their ideas onto other people. Of course, like the above examples, this is more than likely a case of something being ingrained in society, rather than being done on an individual level by weirdly repressed perverts. The Coon. Cartman dresses as his superhero identity, the Coon, roaming South Park at night and pretending to fight crime while really just annoying the police. At school the next day, he tries to hype up the Coon's activities, though no one's heard of him, nor do they care. Who they do care about, though, is Mysterion, a new masked hero who's actually been working with the police as a beacon of hope. Cartman grows desperate to unmask and defeat Mysterion, so he works alongside his sworn enemy, Professor Chaos, creating a plan to threaten to blow up a hospital unless Mysterion unmasks himself publicly. But as they're setting this scheme up, Mysterion arrives and starts fighting Chaos, as an audience cheers him on. The Coon comes back from setting up more explosives and joins in the fight, on the side of Mysterion as it looked like he was winning, and soon Professor Chaos is thwarted. But Mysterion decides that he ought to unmask himself anyway, as more terrorist threats could be made in the future, and reveals himself as just one of the kids from Mr. Garrison's class. This episode began as a parody of The Watchmen, with the showrunners trying to pick out costumes and character ideas for each of the kids as they made a dark and edgy version of a classic superhero story. This was not done as a dig at the comic book or even the genre. Matt and Dre mentioned in the commentary that they actually really liked the more mature angle. They just thought to poke fun at it before it inevitably became a silly parody of itself, with superheroes turning back into the edgelords they were from the Bronze Age. But as they were working through potential ideas, they kept coming back to Cartman, specifically the fact that they knew there was no way he would have the self-control to keep his identity a secret. This dynamic wound up much easier to explore than a parody of a genre in a hypothetical decay, so they started leaning into the fact that Cartman would never understand someone who had a real reason to keep their identity to themselves. Cartman must always be the center of attention, and if no one will pay attention to him, then maybe they'll pay attention to the Coon. But then Mysterion steals the show because he actually cares about his work instead of doing it as an attention grab. Cartman spends more time sabotaging his career instead of working on his own, although he's still doing the same amount of hero work as before. It's worth mentioning that at this point the showrunners didn't actually know the identity of Mysterion outside of the fact that it was not Kyle. They were just making a joke about all the kids' faces looking the same and what they thought would be a one-off plot not to return. Margaritaville. Randy takes Stan to the bank to teach him the importance of savings, only for the bank to lose all his money immediately. When Stan asks what happened to the money, Randy explains the economy, though his explanation is drowned out by his new Margaritaville mixer. The next day, shoppers at the outdoor mall listen to a variety of people preaching their various opinions on the economy, ultimately gathering around Randy as he explains that the economy is mad and people need to stop spending money. The whole town of South Park begins to gather at the community center, living new, frugal lives and wearing sheets instead of clothing. But when Kyle hears Cartman accusing the Jews of ruining the economy, he starts to preach himself, saying that the value of the economy is based on how much value people have in the economy. Otherwise, the money's just paper. Randy and his followers start accusing Kyle of being treasonous to the economy, and Cartman offers to betray him. But Kyle then realizes what he has to do. He uses a credit card to buy everyone's debt, and then collapses, of exhaustion. With all the world's debt being accrued by one person, the rest of South Park starts to spend money again, so the news announces that everyone should praise the man who made the ultimate sacrifice, Barack Obama. In the B-plot of this episode, Stan tries to return his dad's mixer, only to be told that the store didn't actually sell it to him, but that they simply handled the debt as it was paid for in installments. So he takes it to the bank, only for them to admit that they aren't being paid the debt as they bundled that together and then sold it to another business. So Stan takes the mixer to the stock market, only for a broker to tell him that the business went under and then got bailed out by the U.S. Treasury Department. After taking it there, he learns that the Treasury Department has arbitrarily valued the mixer at trillions of dollars, and they did so by chopping the head off of a chicken and seeing where it ran. This is basically how the 2009 economic crisis happened, just with houses and cars and other large purchases instead of blenders, and presumably no chicken involved. The consistent thing here is that the whole system massively overvalued the ability of people to pay off debts they were taking on. Whenever a loan is given out, there is a bit of risk assumed. High-risk clients who are unlikely to pay the loan back will have a larger interest rate to make giving out the loan worthwhile. It's just risk versus reward. This crisis was caused by too many loans being given out with little risk assessment. Then, instead of waiting for their money, businesses simply sold the debt to other banks so they could spend their money now, itself a risk taken that the first payment would actually come in. This ended up creating a system where people were paid in promises they would be paid later, which sounds like an endless loop of debt changing hands. Except this is just how money works. Paper money started as an IOU for gold, a promise that the currency was backed up by something. This debt changed hands under the promise that it too could be paid off, meaning that when Kyle mentions the economy is only as strong as people think it is, he is completely right. An IOU is only worth as much as the person writing the IOU can be trusted. Eat, pray, queef. The boys of South Park Elementary are excited to see the conclusion to a Terrence and Phillip two-parter, only for the show to be interrupted by a Canadian broadcast of the new show, The Queef Sisters. The boys are disgusted by the new show and write the network to complain, only for one of the girls to queef in Butter's face. News of this incident causes the parents of South Park to have a meeting to figure out what should be done, though the mothers at the meeting are wondering why anyone's bothering to make a big deal out of it. This argument makes its way to the state courts, where after a back and forth of farts and queefs, the state decides to ban all queefing. But Sharon and Shelley grow upset over this, saying they didn't even find queefing that funny and they only did it because it was nice to gross out the men for a change. So the men of South Park gathered to sing a song about how women should have the rights to queef freely. Meanwhile, Terrence and Phillip are mad about their show being pulled, so they go to the Queef Sisters' house to kill them, only for the woman to say that they idolize the duo. In the end, Terrence and Phillip get married to the sisters, alternating between grossing each other out. South Park is a very crude show that seems to revel in the fact that it can make people uncomfortable. I've mentioned in a few other episode retrospectives this is not inherently a bad thing. Sometimes being crude to the point of being offensive is a necessary evil in a society to force people to confront ideas, starting from the position of, if it should be banned, why not ban other things, followed by, who has the right to decide where the limits of free speech are drawn, followed of course by, am I the bad guy for wanting things I dislike banned? Simply taking a position arbitrarily and refusing to justify or elaborate on that position does not make for a very strong argument for anyone. It just means someone with an equally flimsy logic can start changing things up for no reason. In this episode, the women of the world start to queef on the men, not because they find it funny, but because it gives a sense of empowerment not to be the butt of a joke. The men don't take kindly to this, saying it's disgusting as they reveal a bit of hypocrisy. The lesson is taught that if you want to be funny at the expense of other people, then you have to accept that other people can be funny at your expense. It's hypocritical to condemn behavior in others that you're guilty of yourself. Either everyone gets to be gross, or nobody can. Trying to make humor legal but only for one type of person is wrong. Fish sticks. Jimmy is trying to come up with a new joke for his routine when Eric comes into the room, sitting on the couch and eating snacks. Jimmy eventually comes up with a pun based on fish sticks sounding like fish dicks, then calling the other person a gay fish. And this joke soon sweeps across the nation, winding up on various comedy shows. But as the joke is spreading, Cartman keeps taking more and more of the credit. Jimmy tries to confront him about this, saying that Cartman didn't do any of the work, but Cartman refuses to believe this, telling Jimmy that he's lying to get more of the joke's money for himself. It's soon revealed that the only person who doesn't get the joke is Kanye West, who keeps threatening people who call him a gay fish. He eventually finds out who's responsible for inventing this joke, Carlos Mencia, and he beats the man to death just before Cartman and Jimmy go on a show claiming they really invented it. So Kanye kidnaps both boys and threatens them, though Cartman by this point has changed his story to believe that he came up with the joke all on his own, and he takes the credit even as he's being threatened. He then tells Jimmy that the guy's ego is so big that he actually believes he wrote the joke, and hearing this is what makes Kanye finally understand that he's a gay fish. Kanye West was chosen for this episode because the showrunners needed an example of a celebrity who took themselves too seriously. Otherwise, there wasn't much of a reason for him being the gay fish guy over anyone else. His initial response to the episode was shockingly normal, though later inclusions of these events in his lyrics showed that he was still mad about it. So every time he does something with a lack of self-awareness, this episode ages a little bit better. Who got it much worse in this episode was Carlos Mencia, who hasn't had a public breakdown about it on record, making the other reactions feel that much more unwarranted. But what this episode is really about is Cartman taking credit for a joke he did not help to write, something that the showrunners have noticed happening to them whenever someone's nearby as they're working through their process. The reality of comedy is that it's all very derivative and referential. No joke exists in a vacuum. Past episodes like The Simpsons Did It have shown that the South Park writers already believe this. So as comedians, they understand this, but non-comedians don't, and therefore they try to assign credit to certain things that are funny, and more often than not wind up giving the credit for a joke to the first person they heard tell it. That person has really only put their spin on something that's been said before, and when you retell a joke and get a few laughs out of it, you start to feel more and more as though it was yours, even if you didn't write the setup, or the punchline, or really contribute much to the delivery. Basically, everybody thinks they wrote all of their own jokes, and everyone is right. It's just to what extent you consider that to be your own work that differentiates the two. Pinewood Derby. Stan and Randy are working on a Pinewood Derby car when Randy adds something to it, a magnet stolen from the Large Hadron Collider. Randy teaches Stan how to lie so they can get it past inspection, and the car winds up breaking the faster-than-light barrier and reaching outer space. They are then approached by an alien who is making first contact, only for this alien to reveal himself as Baby Fork McGeezax, a criminal on the lam, who's forcing Randy and Stan to make him a new FTL engine at gunpoint, as in, a single gun pointed at the whole Earth. The intergalactic police then arrive, asking if there's a criminal on their planet, but everyone keeps quiet as McGeezax is keeping Stan as a hostage. Eventually, Randy manages to convince Stan to stab this alien in the neck when his guard is down, and afterwards, they discover millions of space dollars in his ship, which Randy convinces the planet to keep secret from the police. The police keep landing, asking about the criminal and seemingly believing the lie about the money not being there, but Finland wants to come clean about the whole ordeal, so Randy has the whole world nuke Finland to keep them quiet. Eventually, the police reveal they are not cops, but rather diplomats, and McGeezax, actually Carvern Zaxor, was testing their planet to see if they were worthy of joining a galactic federation. But because they lied about the Pinewood Derby car and the money and everything, the aliens decide to simply block the planet off from the rest of the universe forever. It's a very common and even played out sitcom plot to have a character's small lie turn into a bigger and bigger lie until they have to come clean to a lot of things. What is not a common and played out sitcom plot is when an alien manages to take over an entire planet with a single gun, originally meant to be an aspect of this episode's plot. All of humanity would agree to give up their guns to stop violence, only for McGee's axe to take over with these, except they couldn't go at this plotline because The Simpsons already did it too. This worked out for the best, as the episode we got was still pretty cramped with little time for character moments or to allow for its beats to really soak in. But South Park has gotten good at episodes like this, where the fast pace of the plot allows for quick escalation that goes unnoticed as you try to figure out where it's going next, instead of questioning why beats like Princess Leia stealing from the LHC goes unquestioned, or why no one seems to care that Stan and Randy can't recreate their car. By the time Stan finally comes clean about this, rather than the lies all breaking down one by one, the plot's moved way too far beyond the initial premise for anybody, world leaders included, to care about his trophy. Fatbeard. Cartman hears about the new age of piracy and decides he's going to go to Somalia so he can be a pirate, inviting several of the kids with him to live a life of freedom. Upon arriving, he gets to a bar where the pirates usually hang out, but due to the language barrier, he's unaware that these pirates aren't recruiting him but taking him and the others hostage. They arrive near a French vessel where they make the exchange of money for the kids' lives, but when Cartman boards the French merchant vessel, he uses a lightsaber, which the sailors think is real, to force them onto a boat, returning to Mogadishu with the captured vessel. Impressed by this, Cartman starts to boss around the other pirates, improving their operation to the point that he's caught the attention of NATO. He also catches the attention of Kyle, who was originally in favor of Cartman going to Somalia as it would mean that the guy would be gone for good. But because Ike went along as well, Kyle has to get him back, then held hostage for ransom. But the rest of Cartman's crew are starting to doubt their mission, as Butters and Ike had just spoke with one of the younger pirates who says he would give up anything to have a life like an American. When Cartman tries to convince everybody that things are going fine, NATO troops arrive and shoot all the Somalians at once. As this episode was ongoing, the piracy in Somalia had received more news coverage due to Somali pirates capturing a merchant vessel and keeping Richard Phillips as a hostage on board. But as the story developed, Matt and Trey did something unusual. They decided to hold off on releasing the episode, as they thought there was a chance the captain would end up being killed during the hostage crisis, and they didn't want to release an episode that could be considered insensitive. Obviously, this is unusual because South Park has never strayed away from discussing topics that others consider taboo, but this was a line the showrunners didn't want to cross, largely because it would have been too recent a tragedy, and by the time the shock had worn off and people were ready to laugh at it again, it was likely that we all would have forgotten about Somalia, and it would have come across as random rather than topical. And of course, the rest of America would forget about Somalia. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. This is the reason so many turn to a life of crime, not because they're criminals by nature, but criminals by necessity, a distinction that makes up the crux of Cartman's misunderstanding. Deciding to leave the world behind to live a life of crime and stop doing what others tell you is a fantasy that only the most comfortable people get to have. For anyone who actually lives each day not knowing if it will be their last or their family's last, they would gladly take the slow, middle-class lifestyle. We've seen Cartman obsessed with being hardcore before, and this episode helps to drive home just how sheltered one has to be to actively seek out that hardship, as they don't know any real difficulties. Dead celebrities. Ike is struggling to function as he can't stop seeing dead celebrities, though the rest of his family aren't really sure if he's actually seeing them. They try hiring a few ghost experts to confirm that there's no danger, but when Ike gets hospitalized, a spirit medium is eventually able to contact the celebrities haunting him, where she learns they're in purgatory, a place between heaven and hell they cannot leave until everyone accepts they've passed on, and the only person who can't accept moving on is Michael Jackson, who then possesses Ike's body. The boys try to figure out a way to remove the celebrity from Ike's body, learning that some ghosts don't leave until they can be accepted as what they wanted to be in life, and they realize Michael Jackson wanted to be a little white girl, so they enter him into a child beauty pageant. Ike Old Jackson seems to be doing well until the two male judges are arrested, leaving only a female judge and causing the boys to worry about their chances at getting Jackson to leave. but Cartman notices that she's eating Chipotle, and, referencing an argument about bloody stool Kyle and Cartman have been having all episode, Cartman offers her Billy Mays' product, Chipotle, giving Ike the victory and exercising Michael Jackson's spirit so all the celebrities can finally go to hell. Between the first and second halves of this season, a lot of celebrities died to the point where South Park felt it necessary to mention in one of their episodes. The thing is, they've already covered Michael Jackson before, so to make a second MJ episode would have had them repeating things they'd already said, and that's something that the South Park writing staff hates to do. What's more is that everyone else was already making jokes about Michael Jackson around the time, so they had to not only figure out a way to discuss a mainstream subject without bringing up a mainstream idea, but they had to stop tripping over their own words from a few seasons back as well. So we got an episode about Michael Jackson where Michael Jackson does not directly appear for most of his screen time. He speaks through Ike, making all the usual jokes less explicit while allowing them to focus more on the enabling behavior of society. Much like Chipotle is a product that shouldn't exist but does because people keep eating a food that makes blood come into their stool, Jackson was able to behave the way he did because there were so many enablers around him. People who saw how he treated kids and covered it up because they weren't much better. In fact, most of this celebrity behavior was caused by the feedback loop of attention driving people to seek out more of it, getting more of it, and then acting up to get more attention. So it wasn't a surprise when the celebrity purgatory airplane lands in hell. Butters' bottom. The boys are making fun of Butters for never having kissed a girl when they learn that Sally Darson is selling kisses behind the school. After buying a kiss from her, Butters gets the idea to help Sally round up business in exchange for a cut of her profits, eventually hiring a few other girls and even diversifying their offerings. The other boys at school get upset when Butters tries recruiting their girlfriends, calling him a common pimp, which only makes Butters look up the term and find a pimp's ball happening nearby, where he learns more about the ins and outs of the business. Meanwhile, the Park County Police have learned about a new prostitution ring opening up in South Park, so Sergeant Yates goes undercover as a prostitute to run a sting operation on the men, though he gets way too far into his role to the point of actually sleeping with various men and then finding a pimp of his own. Yates and this pimp soon arrive on Butters' doorstep as Yates wants better working conditions, but when this pimp apologizes and proposes, Yates accepts, and the show of love is what convinces Butters that his business is getting in the way of real feelings. So he quits running his prostitution ring and lets the women who work for him live their lives again, as Yates winds up arresting the pimp on their 1-year anniversary. I've mentioned before what masking means in the context of South Park, but since it's been a while, I'll do a quick refresher on the idea. Essentially, it's when an issue is brought up through metaphor rather than discussing it directly, and then this metaphor is extended to the point that it is able to touch on various adjacent topics without ever having to explicitly cover something less safe for TV audiences. It's not like South Park is afraid of covering such topics, though. This episode's B-plot does the opposite, to the point where Sergeant Yates excreting evidence into a bag after a bust at the frat house was something the showrunners were shocked got past the censors. Butters justifies his pimping by stating that everyone pays for kisses. Some do it with money, others pay by giving up their time and energy. He considers relationships to be purely transactional. That is, people only do things for each other under the assumption that they will receive something in turn. It's not a stretch to see why he would believe this. At the start of the episode, the others were bullying him for not being a man because he hadn't been kissed yet, remember, masking. So when a person's value in their social circle is dependent on something like how often they've kissed, it's not a surprise that someone would start to view relationships as an exchange of value, rather than something done out of a mutual benefit greater than the sum of its parts. It's not until Butters sees true love, or at least what Yates has convinced his pimp is true love, that he finally realizes he's been taking too simplistic a view of love. When you treat love like a product, you treat people like customers. WTF. The boys see a WWE performance and decide that their calling is to be wrestlers. But after signing up for wrestling classes and seeing the moves Mr. Connors is trying to teach them, they accuse the man of being a pedophile and quit to make their own team. They call this the Wrestling Takedown Federation and begin rehearsing dramatic lines while coming up with characters and costumes for themselves. A few nearby rednecks hear their rehearsals and, taking everything they say seriously, begin gathering around to watch these wrestling matches. Meanwhile, Mr. Connors loses his job as wrestling coach because there's no demand for his classes, and the schools think that wrestling is too adult anyway, as the wrestlers discuss their time in Vietnam and the like. This is made worse when he learns the WWE has sent a representative over as an ambassador to recruit the kids. So he sneaks backstage to assassinate the man with the rocket, though he misses and kills Kenny instead, so he resorts to pleading with the audience. His impassioned speech about losing everything, and the fact that the kids took his job, gets him a job working for the WWE instead of the children, who take out their frustrations on each other, only for this fight to be called fake. In wrestling, there is a concept called a mark. This concept exists outside of wrestling as well, and it's generally the same, but we'll use the wrestling definition of someone who believes that all the showmanship is real. These are the people in the audience who actually thought that Stan was abandoned by his parents and Cartman was Russian and Kenny was from Mexico and so on. The people who don't realize they're watching a stage play where someone occasionally gets thrown into a table. These are called marks. There's another term, though, for the people who are aware it's all an act, but engage with it anyway. They know backstage the actors who don't have cameras on them are professionals, and there's a sense of the grandiose overacting to the whole performance. This type of person is called a mark. Matt and Trey originally wanted to parody the WWE after finding out how much audience overlap there was between their show and that one. But after watching several matches for research, they realized that what was going on was so absurd they couldn't possibly parody it. So instead, they played the tropes and character beats totally straight. Then, had an audience gathered who cheered on as though they were watching a show about wrestling instead of watching wrestling as a sport. But really, this is what all sports matches are like. Even in more legitimate sports, there are always narratives being pushed by networks and post-game interviews where journalists try to dig up dirt with questions to make it seem like there are deep rivalries between players that might not be there. Ultimately, people just want a good show, not to see a bunch of guys in spandex grabbing each other. Whale Wars. When a bunch of dolphins are slaughtered by the Japanese in front of Stan, he tries to get his friends to save the whales, though Cartman and Kenny don't care. Stan hears from Butters about the show Whale Wars, where a crew of pirates chases down whale-hunting boats to stop them. Stan joins the crew, but finds out that their methods are ineffective, mostly just throwing stinky butter at the boats and pretending to have been beaten up for attention. But when the captain is killed by a harpoon and Stan retaliates by launching a flare at the Japanese ship's fuel, he becomes the new captain, and quickly turns the show around as they're actually doing things. Cartman and Kenny are now interested in saving the whales, or rather being on TV for saving the whales, when the Japanese return in Zero fighters, launching kamikaze attacks and sinking the pirate boat. Stan, Kenny, and Cartman are taken to a Japanese prison where the Prime Minister teaches them the truth. The Japanese believe that a whale and dolphin were piloting the Enola Gay when it dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, due to America sending over a doctored photo. So Stan calls Kyle and has him Photoshop a cow and chicken onto the plane instead, giving the Japanese the real culprits and changing their culture to slaughter farm animals like normal people. Cultural differences can take two ideas and put them in exact opposites of one another. In this instance, we see the Japanese as being insane for the slaughter of whales and dolphins. In-universe, this is a reaction to some misinformation fed to them about the culprit of the dropping of the atomic bomb. Outside the universe of South Park, whaling and fishing are just the logical end results of an island nation with a dense population. They need food, the ocean has food, it's socially acceptable to hunt for whatever's available. But in a country with wide swaths of open arable land, raising farm animals makes more sense. The treatment of chickens and cows in massive factory farms would be viewed as excessively inhumane to someone for whom meat was not a large part of their diet. But in America, that's the food source in the greatest supply, so we look the other way when we see animals raised in this fashion because that's normal. Stan spends the entire episode disgusted by the Japanese for their excessive hunting of whales and dolphins, but has no issue with the Japanese once they start massacring cows and chickens because he does that too. The start of this episode's A-plot has to do with Whale Wars, specifically how it is advertised far differently than the actual show. A crew of people who paint themselves as tough guy pirates, mostly sitting around as the editors play up all sorts of drama is, well, it's no different than the previous episode's WWE. A bunch of flashy theater around something that's not really as cool as they pretend it is. This is made more upsetting, though, by the fact that, while WWE is just about guys pretending to fight each other, the Whale Warriors are pretending to do good in the world, directing resources away from actual charities. And this is considered the norm. that every force people put themselves behind is generally just something done out of a sense of marketing. Stan goes on talk shows and has people discuss the camera crews and marketing behind his genuine cause of saving whales, because, to most of the world, charity is about image rather than helping people. The F word. The citizens of South Park are struggling to enjoy their time outside due to massive waves of Harley riders terrorizing their town with the noise from their motorcycles. So the kids run a campaign to drive them out of town by writing F words get out on billboards and buildings near the road, which causes the Harley riders to grow confused, wondering why that word's applying to them instead of being a slur for gays. But when some of the gay men of South Park see this graffiti, they raise complaints about its use that eventually reach the mayor. The boys make an argument that the definition of words can change over time, and that the F word ought to be considered a slur for annoying bikers. The town of South Park agrees to change the definition, but the rest of the world still considers it a slur, so they accuse South Park of being a backwards town full of homophobes. To clear their name, the kids of South Park invite Webster himself to their town to change the dictionary definition of the F word to no longer be homophobic. But the angry Harley riders arrive to smash up the town to prove they're not gay. But this only makes the boys double down on their usage of the word, to the point that even the Harley riders start accepting the change, and when they do, Webster's dictionary also updates the F word to have its new definition. This episode's entire point is undercut by the fact that I have had to continuously say F word during the episode recaps, and it's F word in the episode title too, and on all the descriptions elsewhere. Words do, in fact, change meaning all the time, but that's not to say the old meaning won't have at least some connotation, unless the word means something worse. For example, the word moron used to be a proper medical term until people began to use it as an insult. Then the proper medical term became retarded until that too was an insult. Mentally challenged is also frequently used as an insult, it just doesn't roll off the tongue quite so easily, and so it's been a slower adoption to the realm of slurs. This is generally how it is with any overly politically correct language. People don't like it because it's really difficult to use it as an insult. It's for this reason that GLAAD asked Comedy Central to pull the episode. Just because you want to reclaim a word doesn't mean you're going to. In fact, most of the time a word changes meaning, it only does so because of connotations. The F word itself once described anyone weak and frail, then became an anti-gay slur because the insult was that gay men were weak. So using a term frequently associated with gay men to describe Harley riders is still insulting to gay men, probably even more so than shouting that word to their face. All of this isn't to say that South Park is a homophobic show or that it's insensitive, just that they tried to do something that didn't really have the ability to do. Remember that GLAAD once recognized South Park for positive representation back in Season 1, Big Gay Al's Big Gay Boat Ride. This episode also fails to follow through on its message of changing the definition of the F word, considering that in future episodes, kids will continue to use it as an insult in the absence of people who make their vehicles louder on purpose. Something that, as a guy who spends a lot of time recording himself talking, I have an especially deep hatred for. Dances with Smurfs. When the boy who reads the morning announcements is killed, Cartman manipulates the tryout to become the new host. Once his voice is played over the loudspeakers, he immediately starts blaming all of the school's problems on the student council president, Wendy Testaberger. When the staff confronts him about all the stuff he's making up, he argues he's not actually making false accusations, but asking questions. Eventually, Cartman starts escalating his accusations into claiming that Wendy is trying to kill all the Smurfs, and he even releases a movie of his own about the time he spent living among the Smurfs, until the school destroyed their homes. Outraged, Butters and a few of the other most gullible students go to Wendy's house and urinate on her front door. So Wendy, who was trying to avoid dignifying Cartman's attacks, finally decides to go on his morning announcement show. Cartman at first throws a bunch of questions about Smurf killing at her until Wendy starts playing along, saying she killed the Smurfs for the good of the school, and that Cartman was actually a double agent meant to earn the Smurfs' trust. After saying she sold the movie rights to Dances with Smurfs to James Cameron, who then adapted the film into Avatar, she steps down from the student council and gives Cartman the job as president. Because Cartman cannot read the morning announcements and be student council president at the same time, he's forced to do nothing as the student council president doesn't actually have any power. All of this while listening to the new morning announcements that just makes fun of him. Cartman becomes a political commentator, gaining notoriety not for nuanced takes that understand the issues at hand, but for blind criticism of everything a leader does, done to the point that when he has nothing to actually criticize, he just invents a reason to act out and throw a tantrum on air. As is usual with these types, they rarely believe what it is they're saying. Their job is not to inform, but entertain. Realistic and reasonable political commentary is not entertaining. Getting angry over something you made up is. This isn't to say that guys like Cartman ought to be truthful, but that they simply need to ensure they don't get caught lying. And the best way to make sure no one can call you out for lying is to make the lie so outlandish it's impossible to prove wrong because it is so divorced from reality that to even engage with the Smurf theory or what have you winds up legitimizing the complaint in the first place. Another way these complaints are legitimized is by downplaying their impact by claiming things like, "I'm just asking questions." This also ties into the above, where you can't claim a guy like Cartman is lying because he didn't lie, he just speculated. Not that he really invites people to make the distinction, it's just a way to yell for people's entertainment while avoiding responsibility should anyone actually believe you're trying to offer real criticism. Because there's a stark difference between criticizing something and what Cartman does. One is meant to be constructive, the other to be entertaining. Matt and Trey have mentioned before their hatred of entertainers who try to consider themselves experts in a field, and in this episode, Cartman is doing that exactly, only cutting out the middle steps of having an accomplished career elsewhere. P. The boys go to Pee-Pee's Splash Town, a water park, where they're excited to swim until Kyle learns that everyone except him pees in the pool and he's too grossed out to go in the water. Cartman's also disgusted because he is counting the number of minorities in the park, learning that they outnumber the white patrons. Elsewhere, a scientist testing the pH levels of the park finds that it's almost all P, no H, and once the ratio tips above a certain percent, there could be catastrophic results. The owner of the park, Mr. Pee-Pee, refuses to close the park down, and then a tidal wave occurs, flooding the whole area and drowning several guests, including Kenny. Cartman is rescued by a raft where he's the only white guy, and he assumes this means the Mayan apocalypse occurred. Kyle and the rest of the guys wind up on an island with Mr. Pee-Pee, who says that they need to reach the emergency shutoff valve under the P. They send Kyle because he can hold his breath the longest, making him drink some pee first so he doesn't get the bends. Outside the park, Randy and a few other scientists have the park quarantined as they found that exposure to urine causes monkeys to go mad, because someone's peeing in their face. And the only cure for this rage is a banana. Once they realize this banana cure, they fly helicopters in to rescue the boys, meaning that Kyle drank pee for nothing. At one point of this episode, Cartman tries to point out how the minorities outnumber the white people, only for Kyle to point out that this means they're not minorities anymore. Cartman fails to understand this because to him the label minority is just meant as an insult rather than a reflection of a person's demographic makeup. His dislike of minorities comes from a fear that they can't assimilate into an existing culture like his, only to fail to realize that cultures aren't really static things. They change all the time, and it's not just outside influence that does this. And then Cartman's fear of minorities taking over comes with a montage where he reveals every racist's nightmare, that other people will start to treat him the way he's been treating them. This hypocrisy has been a standard part of Cartman's mentality since the beginning, meaning that his hatred is shallow. It's not based on anything about the groups he hates, he just hates everyone. Sexual healing. After news breaks of Tiger Woods cheating on his wife, the CDC meets about the disease sex addiction that they allege has been spreading through America. They test a few kids for it by asking them the color of a handkerchief a nude woman is holding, and find that Butters, Kenny, and Kyle all show symptoms. They, other than Kenny who died of autoerotic asphyxiation, get sent to a therapy session alongside a bunch of other rich celebrities where they learn how not to get caught. Meanwhile, some of the CDC's scientists have determined that sex addiction becomes worse when exposed to large amounts of money, and then they call in the president, who has the logical conclusion that there's an alien hiding in Independence Hall who is also a wizard who's been using magic to infect Americans with sex addiction. The sex addict celebrities and a SWAT team show up to track down the alien, eventually having Butters and Kyle shoot a man in a costume who they said was the alien. Afterwards, all these celebrities celebrate being cured, and the new Tiger Woods game is actually about golf, making Cartman and Stan quit because it's now boring. Stan and Cartman spend this episode playing through Tiger Woods' domestic disputes on console, using it as a form of entertainment, and also helping to explain this episode's point. These wealthy men are viewed as having an addiction that simply gets out of control, with the people trying to help them mostly focusing on how to avoid getting caught. Because the truth is basically anyone who gets into a position of power will be tempted to abuse it, far more tempted if they realize they can get away with it. It's the people who can abuse others but don't that are worth idolizing, but that are never idolized. To the average person, these people are idolized in the sense that they would do the same thing given their situation. Following celebrities is a way of living vicariously through them. Nobody wants to be a very skilled golfer, they want to be famous for being a very skilled golfer. Actually swinging a club is secondary to the power and prestige. Of course, those with lives worth living who aren't always trying to escape into fantasy won't consider this behavior worth replicating unless they're just following along with it because they don't know any better, which is why someone like Butters can consider himself a sex addict. The Tale of Scrody McBoogerballs. Mr. Garrison has assigned The Catcher in the Rye to his students, warning them it's a profane book that has inspired assassins. But after being disappointed by how tame the book really was, they decide to make their own novel, The Tale of Scrody McBoogerballs. Sharon Marsh finds this book and vomits profusely while reading it. Then she shares it with everyone else she knows because it's actually really good. When the boys discover the draft of the book is missing, they decide to preemptively blame Butters for writing it to avoid trouble. But the adults instead laud him as a genius for writing such a great book. So Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman try to get his book banned as revenge against Butters, though the adults simply claim they didn't get it. So they try to get Sarah Jessica Parker killed by dressing her like a moose, only to cancel that plan when they learn that Butters has tried to write a second book, The Poop That Took a Pee, and that book will expose him as a fraud. But people love this book too, not wanting to look like they didn't get it. They're about to give up when a man kills the Kardashians after reading Butters' second book, getting both of those books banned in the end. South Park is a show known for being crude, to the point— I've said this part a ton. The obvious comparison to be made here is between Scrody McBoogerballs and South Park itself, a show that often pushes boundaries just for the sake of doing so. While usually just gross for the sake of being gross, every so often South Park will try to be offensive to make a stand or a point, or even to send a particular message that they find necessary. And even this is present in the motivation the boys have for creating their profane book in the first place. They found it weird that The Catcher in the Rye was ever banned in the first place and wanted to make a book that would really deserve it. It's not the most noble goal, but it at least makes a stand about the arbitrary way in which some decisions are made about what people can and cannot see or read, or something along those lines. The issue presented then is that sometimes these episodes meant to be silly for the sake of being silly end up being taken too seriously. Sometimes South Park will take a random celebrity to use as a punchline, and then the showrunners will be interrogated as to why they hate that person so much. Other times, they plan on satirizing a political point and wind up making more jokes about one side of an issue than the other, purely because there's more comedy to be found from that side, rather than Matt and Trey trying to push an agenda. Sometimes, people read too much into TV shows and write 30-minute or 3-hour or even 12-hour video essays about things that aren't really that deep, while other people sit down to watch the entire thing as though there was actual substance there. Not like you or me, though, don't worry, we're normal. Medicinal fried chicken. A quick note. Because Randy has exposed testicles for most of this episode, I have made a humorously censored version of the frames in which his balls appear to keep this part of the video monetizable. As before, I'm not sure if this is actually necessary, but I'm sure it's twice as funny. Randy discovers the KFC he usually takes the boys to after soccer practice has been turned into a dispensary, and when he rushes inside to get some marijuana, they tell him he needs a doctor's note, which Randy cannot get as he's healthy. So he tries to give himself cancer, sticking his testicles in the microwave until they are swollen, and then getting high so he doesn't feel them. When the other men of South Park see Randy bouncing around and getting high, they decide they want cancer too, causing the local doctor to grow concerned about the cancer epidemic, and then linking this to the ban of KFC. Meanwhile, Cartman is throwing fits of rage without his fried chicken to the point of checking into a methadone clinic. When he's scouted as a KFC addict, he gets brought to the house of Billy Miller, a boy running an underground KFC ring in his basement. Cartman is hired as muscle for Billy in exchange for access to more fried chicken, and he quickly rises through the ranks. But when he makes a deal with Colonel Sanders to buy more chicken than Billy can sell, Cartman has Billy removed by telling on his mother, and he takes over the operation, though Cartman is in over his head due to eating most of the product himself, and ultimately has the whole operation destroyed by the Colonel's thugs. When something previously legal gets banned, all that's really accomplished is moving the industry underground, where it's now in the control of people who don't care if they're breaking laws. Not just laws like, is KFC legal to sell here, but laws about sanitation and safety and making sure the product is dropped off by a guy in a van in a uniform, instead of guns being drawn over deals gone wrong. When something unhealthy is legal, how unhealthy it's allowed to be is limited by regulatory laws. When it's illegal, you don't have any idea what you're getting. This is, for example, why drug overdose deaths actually decrease when certain drugs are decriminalized. Not only are they regulated to the point of relative safety, but you don't get arrested for seeking medical help if something goes wrong. Of course, the opposite can be just as true, where something is legal and yet regulated to the point of effectively being more harmful than had it stayed away. Medical marijuana is legalized in South Park, but only for people who can get a doctor's note saying they need it. So Randy and a bunch of other men get testicular cancer so they can have the over-regulated product. There's a middle ground between the deregulatory anarchy of a black market and drowning an industry with bureaucracy, and this episode cleverly plays with these ideas by flipping two previously opposed industries. You have 0 friends. The boys make Stan a Facebook profile even though he doesn't want one, and then other people from around South Park start getting upset when he does not add them as friends. Stan ends up accepting every friend request he gets, getting dragged along more and more, until he grows frustrated that his Facebook friends keep asking him to do stuff online. He tries to delete the profile, but the app does not let him, and he gets sucked into the computer, forced to play Yahtzee for the head moderator's amusement. Meanwhile, Kyle has lost all of his friends due to having become friends with Kip Drorty, who has no friends. He tries to ask Cartman for advice, as Cartman's been running a Jim Cramer-esque show about who to add on Facebook. Cartman takes him to Chat Roulette, where he mostly sees men jacking off until finally meeting another Jewish kid he has stuff in common with. With the reason to go back online, Kyle sees Stan while he's trapped in the computer, and guides him towards a digital party his profile's thrown on its own. Stan attempts to take down his profile for good, defeating it in Yahtzee and then finally removing all of his friends and transferring them to Kip Drorty instead. Just as South Park made an episode about World of Warcraft because WoW was taking over the office, the hot thing during Season 14 was Facebook, with employees leaving a browser tab open to incessantly check on whatever their friends were up to. For those not old enough to have had a Facebook account during these early days, it used to be a place where people you only sort of knew overshared details of their day, rather than a place where an AI told your parents to kill members of their local government. The episode itself jumps between multiple plots, mostly about how when friendship becomes a commodity, it becomes worthless, like Kip taking his laptop to the movies being a poor replacement for a real friend, or how Stan's massive friend count does not amount to much more than a ton of annoying obligations. But the episode spends far longer on Tron references than it does on something as boring as a website where you rate the girls at your college because they won't talk to you. and 201. While on a trip to a candy factory, the kids see Tom Cruise packing fudge. But when they call him a fudge packer, he gets angry and threatens a lawsuit against the town of South Park. Tom Cruise also manages to get every other celebrity who's ever been made fun of on his side, and they turn the suit into a class action. When Stan is sent by the town to apologize, Cruise says the only way he'll drop the case is if they can get the Prophet Muhammad to appear in person, which they agree to after talking to the super best friends. But things have changed, and Muhammad can only appear if he's in the back of a U-Haul, then inside of a mascot costume. But before they can transport the Prophet to the celebrities, they receive a bomb threat as the Gingers want him for themselves for the same reason the celebrities do. They want to steal his goo, as they believe it will give them the power to avoid criticism. Meanwhile, Cartman and Jennifer Lopez, actually Mitch Connor, the con man, show up alongside these celebrities, though Cartman is wondering why they're there before Connor reveals his plan to steal all the goo for himself and sell it for millions on the black market. Cartman wants to walk away from this plan before Connor convinces him to go deeper to find out the truth about his father, as he was lied to back in the Season 2 opener. Cartman goes to Mr. Garrison's house, where Mitch Connor demands to speak with Mr. Hat. Meanwhile, the Gingers demand that Muhammad step out of the mascot costume, but it's revealed it was actually Santa all along, and that Muhammad was kept safely elsewhere as per their agreement with the Super Best Friends. These Super Best Friends are called to South Park as Barbra Streisand is now attacking, destroying Casa Bonita, Raisins, Country Kitchen Buffet, and other South Park landmarks. After failing to stop her with their powers, they decide to take her out with another plan, building a stage and faking a Neil Diamond concert so she'll sing along with him instead of rampaging. Meanwhile, Cartman is directed to Mr. Mephisto's house to learn the truth of his father, meeting with the boys and Mohammed as they want to make a clone of him so everyone can have a copy of his goo. But the Gingers break in and steal Mohammed for themselves, offering to split the goo with the celebrities, first giving Tom Cruise his own censorship so he's immune to being made fun of. Cartman is taken to the basement where he gets captured by the head of all of the Gingers, Scott Tenorman, who reveals the big twist. Cartman's father's identity was kept a secret because Cartman's father was a Denver Bronco, and they were having a good season so far. Not only that, but that Denver Bronco was also Scott Tenorman's father, who Cartman had killed before. The Super Best Friends break into Mephisto's basement to save Muhammad, and during the fight, Seaman grabs Tom Cruise from behind, and everyone starts laughing because Tom Cruise has semen on his back. At this, his censorship bar goes away, and Kyle explains why, although we don't get to hear the explanation because it's all bleeped by Comedy Central. In the end, Cartman has to deal with being a ginger, which he does when Mitch Connor explains that, though he is half ginger, he's also half Denver Bronco. The boys help out Tom Cruise by taking him to a place where they know of, where no one can make fun of him ever again, up with Will Zax on the moon. To properly celebrate the 200th episode of South Park, Matt and Trey considered doing a self-indulgent clip show of the top moments of the show, and to them, the top moments would have been all the times they annoyed someone to the point of controversy. But they realized that clip shows were pretty pointless by now, as all of the best clips of South Park were already online anyway, so the purpose of a clip show to highlight the best moments was useless because there were already tons of those around. So they did something even more masturbatory by having all of the celebrities they've ever made fun of show up to sue South Park, the town, South Park, not the show. South Park has always invited controversy into their studios due to the fact that there was really no such thing as bad publicity. Anytime they'd piss off a celebrity and that celebrity responded negatively, they got a boost to their ratings as more people invoked the Streisand effect and had to go check out what everyone was making a big deal about. Of course, when you invite controversy this way, you end up bringing up all the past times someone has been annoyed with their show, and this results in some controversies being more prominent than others. Not that they really needed to be. Tom Cruise gets ripped on a ton during this episode, but it was the appearance by Muhammad that really caused the episode to get censored and made worse. Or rather, his non-appearance. Repeatedly through the episode, they make references to their own thought process as they try to skirt the line as close to controversy as possible without going over, if only to force others to explain where that line was. Can Muhammad appear if he's a crude stick figure drawing? Can he appear if he's in a bear costume? What if it's not him in the costume but Santa? Can you hear his voice if it's muffled? Can you show Tom Cruise on screen if he's been injected with Muhammad's holy celebrity goo? Comedy Central was the one who caved to pressure, though. They bleeped the entire final speech at the end despite not actually referencing a banned character in any way, leaning so far into the realm of playing it safe that the line drawn about what can and can't be said was completely covered up instead of elaborated on. Stan's speech for reference was all about not caving into fear and listening to threats. But now, it's just a bunch of loud bleeps, and that's all it can ever be. Crippled Summer. The boys have gotten Towley a job at the Tardikaka summer camp, where they hope he can pay back some of the money he owes them from getting high all the time. But Towley's condition is terrible, and he repeatedly fails to dry off the special needs kids in time because he keeps getting high. After getting fired, He's brought to an intervention by the people closest to him, where they try to confront him about his drug use, pointing out how he is hurting his son Washcloth with his addictions, although Cartman uses his time at the intervention to rant about Jews on TV. Meanwhile, at this camp, Nathan, the captain of the red team, is trying to take out Jimmy, captain of the blue team, with a series of hijinks involving placing a snake into their canoe, swapping their map to lead them to a reservation, and playing a whistle that will attract freshwater sharks to their location. But Nathan's assistant Mimsy keeps messing up these schemes, resulting in their final scheme, where Jimmy is supposed to be blown up by C4 during a ukulele solo, hitting Nathan instead. In the end, Nathan is carted away to a hospital as Jimmy graciously offers him the summer crown for surviving so much. After the previous 2 episodes, the whole South Park team was exhausted from having to navigate the controversy, advocate their freedom of expression, handle interviews where people asked if the censorship was their idea, and so on. So when it came time to deliver the 7th and final episode of this run of Season 14, they wanted to take it easy, and they managed to find a little bit of comfort by recycling old clips from Season 10's A Million Little Fibers. In case you don't remember, that episode began as a bank episode about the kids of South Park giving Towley an intervention, only to have all of the banked scenes be scrapped because they didn't know what to do with the plot. 4 seasons later, they finally figured out what to do with these scenes, and that was to stick them into the middle of a bunch of parodies of old Looney Tunes shorts. A very simple concept where the execution carries the brunt of the joke. But here, the execution is a parody of the pre-scene interjections from reality TV shows that explain what just happened. It's very unusual for South Park to write an episode in this way, but mid-season finales tend to be the time to break the rules since they're too exhausted to play things straight in the first place. Poor and stupid. Cartman is crying because he can never be a NASCAR driver as he's not poor or stupid enough, though his friends assure him that he is plenty stupid. Invigorated by this, Cartman vows to give all of his money to Butters and then eat copious amounts of Vagisil after seeing a commercial that it might cause memory loss. Feeling poor and stupid enough, he teams up with Butters to sneak onto an active racetrack where he crashes a car into a lake. This stunt is considered incredibly stupid, and the publicity it brings to both NASCAR and Vagisil convinces the CEO of Vagisil to offer Cartman a car of his own that he enters into the next race. Cartman does a pre-race interview with other NASCAR drivers, but when he realizes he might not be poor or stupid enough, decides to make a dip vid where he goes on a racist rant about Obama, hoping that will make him look stupid enough to win. This video gaining controversy convinces Kenny to try to save the image of NASCAR by rushing the track, in time to jump on top of Cartman's vehicle, which causes another in a series of crashes. Eventually, Cartman is the only car left on the road until the wife of the Vagisil CEO, his muse, his flame, grows tired of him constantly talking about her stinky vagina, so she grabs one of the damaged cars and enters the race, beating Cartman and ending his NASCAR dreams. Whenever Cartman does something in South Park, there's always a bit of confusion among watchers as to whether that thing is being supported or denigrated. On one hand, Cartman is frequently shown to be in the wrong or to be insane to the point of hardly living in the real world. On the other hand, sometimes he's funny. And when something is funny, people tend to remember it more. Here, Cartman spends the episode making fun of NASCAR by calling all the drivers and all the fans poor and stupid. But someone had to write Cartman's dialogue, and someone had to add narrative hints to push the plot forward by not having his stunts be met with immediate resistance. And to complicate things further, there are people out there who believe that any opinion stated in a work of fiction is something meant to be taken at face value. There were headlines after this episode aired about how the South Park writers apparently hate Obama and think he's gay, because Cartman said so during the episode, completely ignoring that the context of this rant was a character trying to come across as extremely stupid. Context and subtlety matters a lot, but if there's one thing comedy struggles to include, it's subtlety. It's a Jersey thing. A new family from New Jersey moves next door to the Marshes, which horrifies Sheila Brofsovsky and makes her rush over to the salon, where she's just barely able to tell off the Jersey girls as they fight over Sharon. Between this and more Jersey people coming over to South Park and starting fights during parties, the town realizes they have to band together to fight off the Jersey invasion, which has already spread to most of the continental US. Sheila encourages South Park to fight back despite not getting any help, saying she knows how best to defend against Jersey because she's from New Jersey herself. This turns Kyle into an outcast among his friends, as they now consider him one of the enemy, plotting to lock him in the meat freezer at Sizzler's so he can't betray them. But before they can lock him up, Snooki leaps out of the shadows and demands smush smush. It's a Jersey thing. Kyle then transforms into Kylie B, telling off Snooki and her muff cabbage and saving Cartman's life. On the border of South Park, the adults are fending off the invasion when they run out of ammo. Just when it looks like there's no hope left, one of the groups they reached out to finally responds, Al-Qaeda, and they crash planes into the mob, saving the day. I don't really have anything to add to this episode. It's about as straightforward a plot as it gets. The showrunner saw how big Jersey Shore was at the time and thought that it was silly they kept making Jersey spin-offs that took place outside of Jersey. That's about it. The real Snooki thought her depiction in this episode was hilarious. Inception. Wendy confronts Stan about his hoarding problem because he won't throw out anything from his locker and refuses attempts to clean it. After going to Mr. Mackey and learning that he's a hoarder too, they go to a dream expert who will take them into their dreams to find out what the cause of their hoarding is. Stan, and a shepherd who they think is hoarding animals, are trapped inside of Mackey's dream, a traumatic childhood memory of a field trip after he's being threatened by bullies. When the expert realizes that Mr. Mackey's dream has grown too large, they call in more experts who arrive to take them into a dream within a dream, calling in firemen so they can bring a dream ladder and a few other random people because it's super complicated and you wouldn't get it. Inside of Mackey's dream, he, Stan, and 3 bullies go off into the woods alone as Stan tries to encourage Mackey to stand up for himself so the bad memory will go away. But before he can really fight back, these dream experts burst in and kill the bullies. This causes Mackey to realize that it wasn't the bullies who traumatized him, but the fact that when he ran off, he ran into a shed, where Woodsy, the anti-littering owl, molested him. Woodsy goes crazy, but their dream expert, Freddy Krueger, enters to kill the owl so he can save the firemen. They prepare to enter Stan's dream next, but not wanting something like what happened to Mackey to happen to him, he decides to simply throw out everything in his locker of his own volition. Rather infamously, this episode was nearly pulled by the creators shortly after airing, as they realized they had accidentally plagiarized a bit from College Humor's Inception parody. As it happened, not everyone had seen Inception yet, and the short notice pirated copy they acquired was too low quality. So they watched this parody that was eerily accurate, and then borrowed from that rather than borrowing from the movie itself. It's interesting to note that ripping on a mainstream successful movie is considered fine, but copying from a contemporary is not. The reason this episode was nearly pulled is that the showrunners felt bad about having their accidental ripoff, so they wanted to remove the episode so they could quickly edit in an apology or an asterisk of some sort to point out the issue, but a quick phone call with the College Humor team proved that there was no harm done and the other guys were more flattered than offended. Remember way back in the early seasons I mentioned that Matt and Trey were not fans of their early work on South Park due to it not being the best quality and something they would pull if they could. But they left these episodes up as they recognized that once something is released, you can't go back and edit it, regardless of whether you want better jokes or to replace the guns with walkie-talkies or something. So the fact that a duo usually so dedicated to never self-censoring would instantly jump to a retraction shows how seriously they took this mistake. Thankfully, all parties involved were cool about it, so it never came to that. The Coon and Friends Trilogy. Coon 2: Hindsight. The episode opens on Coon and Friends, hanging out in Miss Cartman's basement as they plan their activities. This mostly consists of Cartman trying to give Coon and Friends a better name by getting rid of members like Mintaberry Crunch and hiring the new hero in town, Captain Hindsight, who keeps beating them to accident scenes and telling people what they should have done. After Captain Hindsight beats them to the BP oil spill, Cartman decides to get more serious with their plans, blackmailing Captain Hindsight into joining them by photoshopping his face onto a picture of Butters seducing a homeless man. The others are against this plan at first, but the Coon simply assaults them into compliance, which makes the Coon and Friends decide to kick him out of their group. Meanwhile, in light of the various oil spills and ensuing apologies from BP, They rebrand to DP and increase drilling until they tear open a portal to another dimension, releasing Cthulhu into the world and later increasing drilling operations onto the moon to throw off the Earth's tidal forces. Mysterion rises. Coon and friends go back to their original plan to sell lemon cakes to raise money for the oil spill relief effort, but they're confronted by a cultist who warns them that the being cannot be stopped, and when they dig into the Necronomicon, they find out there are Cthulhu cult meetings in South Park, and Kenny's parents are members. This also explains his ability to resurrect and why he's taken on the identity of Mysterion, simply waking up in his bed with no one having memories of him dying. He compares this curse to the curse that Captain Hindsight has, and when he sees the two compared, a drunken Captain Hindsight decides to reverse the process that gave him his powers, returning to his life as a reporter. The Coon, upset he was kicked out of his group, goes directly to the Gulf to talk to Cthulhu himself, though when his offers to team up don't work, he reenacts a scene from Tonari no Totoro, and finally manages to get Cthulhu on his side as the new Coon and Friends. Coon vs. Coon and Friends. Mysterion tries to explain his immortality powers to Coon and Friends, though they still don't believe him and want to have another fundraiser bake sale. Then, Cartman and Cthulhu arrive in South Park, where Cartman orders the Dark Lord to banish his friends to another dimension, except for Mintberry Crunch, who ran away. Kenny jumps off a cliff so he can resurrect outside this dimension, then goes to the Goth Kids to interrogate them about the cultists. Here he meets Bradley Biggle, Henrietta's younger brother and Mintberry's alter identity, who thought that Kenny and the others had died. Mysterion learns only an immortal can kill another immortal, so he and Mintberry Crunch go to a Justin Bieber concert where Cartman is ordering Cthulhu to kill people he doesn't like. After failing to convince Cartman that he's the bad guy, Mysterion challenges Cthulhu to combat, though Cartman convinces it to run away instead. Just then, a light from the sky appears, and Lamal, the pop singer, talks of his son, the chosen one meant to save the earth from darkness with the power of mint and berries. Mintberry Crunch then uses his newly awakened superpowers to take flight and defeat Cthulhu, dragging him back down to the depths of the Gulf of Mexico and then rescuing the others from the alternate dimension. In the end, the Coon is thrown in jail alongside Professor Chaos, and Mysterion decides to go home by shooting himself in the head. Back at the McCormick household, Carol gives birth again and lays the new baby down in Kenny's bed, as she says she never should have gone to that cult meeting. There had been plans for a Cartman and Cthulhu bit for a while before this episode was made, and combining it with the scrapped ideas from the Coon made this episode's plot flesh out a little bit more. All that needed to be added were some other elements from that first story and a means to combine it with the lessons the showrunners wanted to include, a parody of the fact that, after any disaster makes it newsworthy, people all start acting like experts on whatever subject is being discussed. Here it's a reference to the BP oil spill, and the fact that as soon as the news broke about it, people who watched the stories would start acting like they were experts on the subject matter when they were just repeating talking points they saw on TV. This, to some, was considered helping, to point out the obvious as though it had been obvious all along and they didn't also just learn it. Of course, all of this is based on the inaccurate assumption that people did not know better at the outset. Almost every time there's a preventable disaster, there was someone long before it happened saying there was a risk. Instead of pseudo-armchair experts giving their opinion, these scenes would be better served not by a Captain Hindsight but a Mr. I Told You So. But the person that this episode is really about is Kenny, or Mysterion, as he not only reveals he's aware of the breaks in reality that cause him to die so often, but that no one else does. Sure, this is somewhat of a plot hole. Previously, we've seen the boys comment on Kenny's deaths before, with quotes along the lines of, "Wow, that was a cool one," or even being nonchalant about it. So Kenny's condition being far more tragic is a retcon of existing continuity in South Park. That said, there are two things to add to that statement. Firstly, retcons are fine if they replace something boring or haphazard with something more interesting that more can be done with. Kenny dying as a gag got old after a while. There's a reason they killed him off for good back in Season 5, and then once he was brought back, they kept him alive for most episodes. It was hard for the showrunners to come up with unique ways to have Kenny die so often that managed to keep the audience entertained, rather than his deaths simply being a matter of fact. Now, every time Kenny dies, there's a backstory to that makes mundane deaths more interesting. Secondly, It's South Park. How many people were interested in its deep lore and solid continuity in the first place? The fact that Kenny could die in each episode had already primed audience members not to expect a degree of consistency to the show. So if you're going to answer a question that nobody asked, at least make sure the answer is interesting enough that people wish they had asked in the first place. In this case, Matt and Trey knew they disliked when series tried to play out long-running mysteries to the point where the forced drama outstripped the interest that audiences had in the mystery. So they opted instead to have the Kenny reveal as non-mysterious as possible. Basically, just as you hear his name mentioned, you remember that Mysterion's identity was supposed to be a secret in the first place. Creme fraiche. Randy can't sleep, so he stays up at night watching the cooking channel in spite of Sharon's warnings not to. The next morning, he gets back into his cooking obsession, leaving the family with the dirty dishes and convincing Sharon to block the cooking network. After catching him on the phone with the cooking network hotline, she gets advice from Sheila to start working out to build confidence in herself, buying a shake weight as a result. This shake weight has a voice assist mode that gives her compliments as she is working out, and always results in spitting a bit of cooling liquid in her face, then going to sleep mode. Meanwhile, Randy has quit his job to work as a chef at the elementary school, delaying lunch as he's trying way too hard. So the kids dress up Cartman as Gordon Ramsay with the plan to demotivate Randy with insults until he gives up, only for other celebrity chefs to arrive when they hear Gordon Ramsay's at the school. This turns into a massive televised cook-off that just makes Randy panic because he left his creme fraiche at home. He rushes back to the house in time to reunite with Sharon, who has just gotten back from a vacation with her shake weight that resulted in the weight cheating on her. Randy confesses he's stressed from cooking and hasn't been able to sleep, so Sharon gives him an old-fashioned to put him into sleep mode, where Randy is finally able to rest, no longer interested in cooking as Sharon realizes the shake weight was trying to get them back together all along. Men will literally start their own cooking show instead of going to therapy. For real though, this episode is all about rage hobbies, the type of thing you get really into as a distraction from other things in your life not going well. We see that Randy and Sharon's relationship is growing more distant, but rather than directly confronting one another about this, they find something healthy to pour their time and energy into that allows them to feel as though they have some control over their life. These hobbies are generally things that appear to be productive. Randy is getting into cooking, turning his frustrations with his marriage into more and more elaborate meals, while Sharon gets into fitness, having more confidence in her body and feeling more attractive as well as being healthier. When one thing in your life isn't doing too great, it's easy to distract yourself from that failing by trying to do better in some other area. Of course, this does not address the underlying issues that caused the other parts of their lives to fail in the first place. Randy thinks everything is fine because at least he's a good cook. Sharon thinks she's doing well because she's in better shape than she's ever been, but neither character is really happy. They're just running away. In the end, Sharon stops exercising and Randy gives up on improving at cooking, but this is not viewed as a failure because they're sleeping in the same bed again. Human Sentai Pad. Cartman is trying to show off his new iPad, but is called out for just gluing a piece of glass to a case. So he demands his mother take him to Best Buy to buy one, but when she sees the price point and offers a cheaper model, Cartman likens this refusal to sexual assault, loudly proclaiming his mother's misdeeds to the whole store. Meanwhile, Kyle has been grabbed off the streets by Apple employees as per the new iTunes terms and conditions, taken to a laboratory with two other people who also didn't read the terms and conditions to become the new Apple product, the Human Sentai Pad, like the movie. A few rescue attempts are made that all wind up being tricks by Steve Jobs to see whether Kyle will read something before signing it, and after he finally learns his lesson, the product is unveiled as a tablet that knows how to read and thus can do everything. Meanwhile, Butters, Kenny, and Stan are working with Kyle's dad to see if there's a way to get Kyle out of the agreement, going to an Apple store to speak with the geniuses, what they call tech support, where they commune with one another to figure out a way to get Kyle out of the Human Sentai Pad, by having Gerald sign up to create a family account, which would then make Kyle's agreement void. This goes through as the human Syntypad is unveiled, with the first product being given to Cartman, as people believe he's an abuse victim. But when this product is taken away to be dismantled, as Kyle's no longer consenting to it, Cartman threatens God the same way he threatened his mother, and gets struck by lightning. Technology is always moving forward, for better and for worse. On one hand, smaller and smaller devices can do more and more, but on the other hand, we also start expecting them to do more. And as everyone starts using technology to connect, it starts becoming more mandatory to use until people reach the point where it's almost impossible to work or play without some sort of online connectivity. This episode aired back in 2011, but has only seen itself becoming more relevant as time goes on. Cartman is worried the kids at school are going to make fun of him if he does not have the latest technology. The latest technology is only available to people accepted arriving without questioning what they're going to do with all your data. If you want to fit in at school, hit agree. If you want to use your own software again, hit agree. If you want to see your son alive again, hit agree. There's a reason that EULAs they have you sign are so long, far less to do with liability than the fact that long documents are less likely to get read at all. If things are simple and clear, people will be more skeptical about their implementation. But if it's esoteric and confusing, people won't question it because they're not entirely sure what they're questioning. The geniuses communing by firing lasers at each other is meant to be an obfuscation of their return policy, also a way of making sure they can charge you again for repairs instead of possibly going third party. Funny Bot. Jimmy hosts the South Park Elementary first annual comedy awards show, where he gives out several awards for comedy and then accepts them all himself as the celebrity winners don't show up. But when he gives out an award for least funny country that the Germans win, representatives from Germany arrive announcing retribution, and they unleash Funnybot, a comedy robot. Funnybot is so funny it manages to sell out venues, release multiple movies, and becomes an overnight success. But then the comedians of the world go to South Park Elementary, holding the students hostage and demanding an end to Funnybot as it's cost them their jobs. So the boys meet with ComedyBot and ask it to stop making jokes and to leave them all to the humans. But ComedyBot is intent to tell the ultimate punchline by wiping out the human race. It hacks the world's missiles and prepares to launch them all, but Jimmy is able to stop the robot with a logical fallacy, asking it to accept a comedy award, which would mean it takes comedy seriously. In the end, the kids manage to capture the problem, which is then sealed inside of a metal sphere and then buried deep underground. Funnybot says it finally gets why comedy ought to be left to humans, and the whole world celebrates that Tyler Perry is finally gone. Before this episode aired, Matt and Trey were invited to a real comedy awards show hosted by Comedy Central, their network, where they were pressured to go in spite of their hesitation born from the fact that it felt gratuitous. If they won, it wouldn't feel like it was a victory because the network hosting their show was giving out the awards. It's like winning Student of the Year if your mom is the principal. And then if they lost, it would have been even more embarrassing. The rest of this episode is combined with the concept of a funny bot that Matt and Trey had been joking about to themselves for years. Otherwise, I probably would have started positing it was some sort of slight about random humor overtaking what real comedians do, and that they resent topical gags that are just random celebrity names thrown into the aristocrats formula, while also being a subtle dig at themselves that they've said before that about half the celebrity gags they make are based on actors and the like, chosen at random from recent headlines. Royal Pudding. Ike skips a play about tooth decay in order to watch the Royal Canadian Wedding, only for this wedding to be interrupted by a beam of light that kidnaps the princess with a floating cube, not part of the tradition. Mr. Mackey is growing increasingly frustrated with this tooth decay play, screaming at the kids and forcing Kyle to take over his brother's part. Mr. Mackey reveals the real reason he is so passionate about tooth decay is because it killed his father, and doubles down on screaming at the children. Because the princess is missing, all Canadians are asked to open their box of hope, which calls them to go to that big tree in Edmonton to get back the princess. Ike teams up with Ugly Bob to take out the kidnapper, Scott, now a giant because of radiation, but Scott says it wasn't him and he blames the Inuit. They travel north only to be captured while planning an attack and are told by a spirit guide that the kidnapping was foretold and the princess is held in a castle far to the north. Ike, the Inuit guide, Ugly Bob, and Scott the Giant Dick arrive in this castle where they see that the princess is being held by a giant monster, Tooth Decay. Ike is able to turn the giant into stone by taking the paper bag off of Ugly Bob's face, and the princess is saved, with Ike receiving a knighthood for his efforts. Back in South Park, Mr. Mackey is about to lose his mind when the police shut down the play as they finally got Tooth Decay. This episode began as a bit about the royal wedding going on at the time, specifically the monotonous voice explaining the various strange traditions as though they were common knowledge, with the showrunners trying to decide how absurd they could make the events happening be without breaking character. And then the princess got kidnapped by a big glowing box and they started Ike on an epic quest across Canada to save her as a parody of how seriously some people were taking the royal procession compared to how little everyone else cared. The other half of the episode's plot was all about Mr. Mackey losing his mind over something trivial, a plot that was difficult to connect to the first story until they had the idea to make Tooth Decay the final boss of Ike's quest, the bookend of the story actually being total happenstance. TMI. Cartman is furious because the school posted the length of every boy's penis on the wall, so he gathers all the 4th grade boys for a recount so they can post the real results. Once again, the real results show Cartman at the very bottom in spite of his attempts to self-measure. Cartman is then called into the principal's office regarding his actions, where he learns that it was not penis length but height differentials being shown off, and they send him to an anger management class because of his history of quick and overblown reactions. Meanwhile, the school is trying to handle the fallout of the incident by bringing in Randy to explain what happened, though he only gives him a different way of measuring length called the TMI that results in his being above average. Once a real doctor is brought in to clarify the results, Randy assaults her and is sent to anger management, where the psychiatrist in charge realizes that everyone there is self-conscious about the size of their penis. Randy then encourages these angry people to form a new political movement, the Pissed Off and Angry Party, who starts taking a bunch of people hostage and making demands of the government. The Surgeon General has no interest in kowtowing to the demands of a terrorist group until the anger management psychiatrist convinces her for a solution that will make everyone happy. She then announces that the average penis length in the US has been adjusted to 1.5 inches, making all of the rioters happy because now they're above average, except for Cartman. Penis length is implied in this episode to be one of those things people don't really care about until they're told to care about it, because everyone else seems to. Being self-conscious in this way causes people to act irrationally as they start projecting their insecurities onto other aspects of life, suddenly assuming that every single thing that goes wrong must be connected, and then being right because they all are, this connection being that the events were totally innocent interactions that someone blew out of proportion because they're obsessed with considering themselves a victim. In the mind of a guy like Cartman, everything bad that happens is not his fault, and if it's not his fault, it must be everyone else's. This insecurity then produces another insecurity where they start to worry that maybe some things are their fault after all, but still unable to accept that they have some personal internal flaw, they reflect by saying it's a physical malady like a small penis or facial genetics that causes all their issues. This is a way of coping where the common source of a person's problems is identified, but the cause of these problems still remains unknown, as to know the truth would require some admission of fault. Why accept and then work on your flaws when you can simply say, "It's not me, I was born like this," and then leave it to other people to avoid hurting your ego by acting like you're the normal one? Crack Baby Athletic Association. Kyle sees a commercial for crack-addicted babies and feels so bad that he leaves to volunteer to help them. But when he gets to the hospital, he sees Cartman leaving the volunteer room and follows the guy where he learns about the CBAA, Crack Baby Athletic Association. Cartman is able to convince Kyle to join as their finance guy by telling him that they're actually giving the crack babies a good opportunity. Though when he tries to justify his involvement to Stan, it just looks like he joined to access the perks Cartman has bought for the boys themselves. Craig and Clyde are sent out to get Slash to play at a concert, while Cartman speaks with the dean of the University of Colorado at Boulder to figure out how to get around not paying their slate student athletes. All while Kyle tries to get an orphanage built for the crack babies. Cartman is all for the orphanage idea as he thinks it will buy them goodwill, causing Kyle to realize how much he sounds like Cartman. This is made worse when Clyde and Craig return with news that Slash is not real and is based on a Dutch children's song. The last potential way to save their franchise is through attempts to sell licensing to EA, only for EA to run off with the entire franchise, leaving them with nothing but experience. Realizing the irony in this, Kyle finally accepts what he's done, only to see that the crack baby orphanage has been finished by none other than Wunterslausch. Kyle starts to worry that he's becoming more like Cartman during this episode, his fears resulting from the fact that none of his justifications make him look anything but selfish. And what makes this worse is not just the fact that he's trying so hard to justify his actions and failing, but that he's trying to justify his actions to other people. Cartman often does the same thing, pretending that he's actually working for a noble cause like volunteering with addicted babies, when he's actually just trying to get some money from unpaid labor. If Kyle truly believed he was helping those less fortunate, he wouldn't have to constantly tell Stan what he was doing. It would be more obvious. But it's not Stan who he was trying to convince, but himself. This is why Stan doesn't bother responding most of the time. From talking to Cartman so often, he's aware that the justifications are all one-sided. Replying to Kyle's coping mechanisms only legitimizes them, so he stays silent, which Stan did not do in the original draft of this episode until Matt and Trey realized that he didn't have to talk at all. Stan's role as the moral compass of the main four is so established that his mere presence in a scene is enough to force the other characters to acknowledge him. What was also included in this episode were scenes about the crack babies actually playing ball, but the showrunners realized that, like Stan staying silent, the joke worked much better if the audience had to imagine the babies fighting each other over a vial of crack. Shitty sushi. Postman Butters is handing out flyers for the new Shitty Sushi restaurant that's opened next door to Shitty Wok, with Lou Kim, Shitty Wok's owner, getting into a fight with Junichi Takayama, the owner of Shitty Sushi. Butters gets in trouble for starting an Asian turf war and is sent to a therapist who diagnoses him with multiple personality disorder after noticing him playing pretend outside. Butters films himself sleeping to see if these multiple personalities will come out, but only records his therapist, Dr. Janus, peeing in his face. When Dr. Janus gets a hold of this footage, he reveals he knows about his own multiple personality disorder and alternates between a few different people trapped in the same head, claiming the disorder is made up so he can rip off the town of South Park. He forces Butters to go along with his schemes, including breaking into a bank vault and breaking into his own house alongside Detective Butters. Meanwhile, the war between City Wok and City Sushi escalates as Lou Kim tries to call a truce and then set up a school assembly about the differences between the two cultures, only to insult Japan the whole time. He then sets up another truce by creating an Asian Diversity Day outside their stores, where he plans to shove Junichi off the roof while making it look like an accident. But Lou Kim does not show up in time to this event as he's currently chasing Butters around his mansion, revealed when Butters breaks into Lou Kim's bedroom and sees the evidence that one of his therapist's alter egos is the owner of Shitty Wok. Lou Kim rushes back to try to kill Junichi, but he's caught before he can, though Junichi jumps anyway for shaming his country. In the end, Lou Kim is let out of jail, with the police deciding to let him keep living as Shitty Wok's owner, as it's now his dominant personality. South Park is racist. This isn't really a shocking revelation, nor is it an indictment of the show as immoral or whatever. It's a comedy show, and there's comedy to be found in racial humor, especially when a more unaligned party examines it. Because from the perspective of an outsider, racial prejudice is actually pretty funny. It's two people who have never met before who hate each other over a difference that most people wouldn't even notice. So South Park is a racist show because South Park is a comedy, and racism is actually pretty silly as long as you're not directly engaging with it. Of course, it's hard to engage with something without at least directly acknowledging its existence, and you're not going to have a very nuanced take without a very nuanced understanding. So in order to tell a racial joke that's not just screaming slurs in a silly voice, you need to go a bit deeper, and that risks coming across as looking bad as the parody becomes difficult to differentiate from real belief. This is made worse by the fact that South Park has had that lowbrow sort of racist comedy in its past. Characters like Lou Kim existed as a punchline in and of themselves. He looks silly, and he acts silly, and he talks silly because he's one of them foreigner types. This episode allowed the showrunners to save a bit of face. They'll admit that they only came up with this split personality Lou Kim twist late into this episode's creation, but it allows them to act like they were never being racist themselves and that the character was a stereotype of a stereotype all along. You're getting old. Stan gets a tween wave album for his 10th birthday, but Sharon takes it away from him as she can't stand the new generation of music, saying it sounds like shit. Randy tries listening to it himself, but also just hears people voiding their bowels, though he pretends otherwise and starts to double down on how much he loves the music so as not to appear like an old man, even going so far as to become a tween wave artist himself and making a Britches Holocaust at the bowling alley. Meanwhile, Stan finally listens to the tween wave album, only to hear nothing but fart sounds, eventually going to the doctor's office when he realizes that even the music he used to love sounds like number 2. He's diagnosed with cynicism, though he rejects this diagnosis as he believes he's just being honest about the world. This attitude causes his friends to stop spending time around him as he's now far too pessimistic about everything, looking, sounding, and tasting like deuces to be fun anymore. When Sharon catches Randy pooping on stage with another woman, she confronts him about his new obsession with appearing young, and he admits he's unhappy with his life. The couple decides that things might be better off if they broke up rather than maintaining the status quo every week. Sharon and Randy separate for a while as Stan slowly gets used to everything being shit, and that maybe the cause is him. If everywhere you go smells like shit, the thing you ought to do is check the bottom of your shoe. Stan starts to let his internalized negativity affect his daily life, accusing everything else of getting worse rather than accepting that his standards are just unreasonably high. As this episode points out, South Park is an episodic show, which means that nothing really progresses most of the time. Randy tries a bunch of new identities and alter egos in the interest of making his life more interesting, only for these to be doomed to failure by default because the episode is going to end. Stan struggles to find any meaning in what's going on because he knows it's all repetitive and samey as well. Even the movie trailers he derides as shitty admit things like, who cares, you're going to see it anyway. So much of life is enforcing the status quo by design, but that's not something sustainable while staying realistic unless you actively choose to ignore it. But in a show that's been running for 15 years, people are going to start wanting to see something new. And yet, new things are always hard to adapt to. If you prefer things the way they were, then the new thing is going to appear worse, and then you'll be accused of being a bitter old man who hates everything that's not exactly the same as it used to be. It's pretty immature to want to keep everything exactly as it's always been. The only right thing to accept change is to embrace it, and then be proactive. If your life is about to be different, at least make sure that the changes are things you chose instead of changes that happened to you. Stan has been coasting on an easy life and expects everything to continue pandering to him, but that's not how the world can work for a long time. Asperger's. Stan wakes up, his parents still separated from last episode as the whole world looks and sounds just like it did before. When he snaps at his classmates for talking about things he doesn't care about, he gets diagnosed with Asperger's and is sent to a therapy session for other people also suffering. But they quickly reveal these gatherings as a front for a Matrix-like resistance group that uses alcohol to self-medicate so they can see the real world. Meanwhile, Cartman shoves burgers in his underwear to try to sue the school for vaccinating him. This doesn't work, but Kyle eats one of the burgers, and soon Cartman's underwear burgers are selling well enough that the kids leave school to sell them, keeping their process a trade secret. Stan gets sent undercover to investigate a group of fast food executives who have been trying to get to the bottom of Cartman's burger success, capturing Stan and sending him to extort the information out of Kyle, as they believe they're still good friends. But as Stan is trying to remind him of the good times together, he realizes that he has been immature to assume things can't change, and finally embraces the new differences in his life. And then his parents get back together while Cartman's discovered to be keeping burgers in his underwear, and everything goes back to normal. The previous episode of South Park ended a half-season run, leaving a few months between this one and that one that made it appear as though South Park had finally taken the leap towards serialization. Fan reaction was split. The general belief was that Matt and Trey had grown tired of running South Park, and this episode departed from the show's formula to try and maintain not audience interest, but creator interest as well. There was a prevailing idea that South Park was about to end because Matt and Trey weren't having fun anymore, and that Stan's depression was a metaphor for their own waning interest. Now, none of this was true. Matt and Trey were just a bit burnt out from having worked on the Book of Mormon at the same time as the last season. They were far from done with the show. But in leaning into the wild speculation, they decided to make an episode that was a confirmation of their commitment to changing the show while keeping their typical mix of social satire and humor. This was done partially to troll the audience, but partially to gauge their own reaction to this experiment, an experiment that failed because, to the showrunners, keeping a serious and dramatic tone meant there was less room for jokes, the thing their show's supposed to be about. As soon as they tried leaning into the social satire with the Asperger's support group, they quickly realized it was far more interesting to take it in a silly direction instead of focusing on the fact that a person being pessimistic ought to come with a diagnosis, rather than accepting that they don't fit in and that's not the fault of some disorder. The Last of the Mexicans. The kids are playing Border Patrol, with Cartman trying to stop the others from crossing over a border in his yard. Everyone makes it across as Cartman pouts over losing the game, until later on when he's having a nightmare about losing, where he realizes Butters hasn't made it across yet. And so the game is back on. Butters, as Montequita, meanwhile has gotten lost, collapsing near the road where he is picked up by a traveling family and forced to work in their yard and do their chores. But this family eventually tries to reunite Butters with his own kind, dropping him off at a fast food restaurant where he describes their game and how he wants to cross the border. Seeing a little white kid wanting to go into Mexico, combined with the billboards and posters the boys have put up in search of their friend, inspires a new wave of nationalism among the Hispanic population of America, causing big waves of Mexicans to go back to their country for a better life. So the U.S. Border Patrol changes their mission to try to keep Mexicans inside the country, with Cartman joining their ranks so he can win their game. Butters and the rest of Mexico eventually do make it back home, but Butters realizes he doesn't belong there and tries to return to the U.S. The Border Patrol agents welcome him with open arms and try to get some of their cheap labor back, but Cartman attempts to chase him down. Ultimately, Montequilla makes it across and Cartman loses, as the whole country of Mexico celebrates. I've said this already, but one thing TV as a medium struggles to handle is subtlety, and this is an episode created because of that. TV shows have to have good guys and bad guys, which complicates issues when reality TV shows try to present the same thing. When this happens, real people start to be placed into good and bad categories out of narrative necessity, which results in dehumanizing practices that are made significantly worse by the fact that the good guys need to make entertaining TV on top of all of that. So this simplistic view of morality then combines with a simplistic view of the issue to create television where we get about as much nuance as a children's game of cowboys and Indians, only the grown men role-playing as cowboys have real weapons. Both of these aspects are then combined with the pre-existing American fear-mongering behind illegal immigration, with a production line of TV shows about tough guy border control that would be damaged if people knew the reality of reality TV. There's a narrative that the border's this lawless place full of criminals and horrible people, but the reality is that, at the time this episode aired, illegal border crossings were at a multiple-decade low. Even now, news stories of migrant caravans and drug cartels are usually just things invented by law enforcement officers near these areas to cover up their real fear of not having enough money because of a shrinking threat. Consider that if southern states really wanted to eliminate illegal immigration, they would give harsher penalties to the businesses that depend on illegal labor, rather than giving assault rifles and warrantless search privileges to the Eric Cartmans of the world. Bass to mouth. Cartman is excited to talk about the new eavesdropper story about Pete Melman crapping his pants at school, though he's called into the principal's office to discuss the fact that the last time this happened, Cartman bullied the student who had the accident, and not wanting another suicide on record, South Park Elementary tries to get Cartman to work to downplay the incident. His plan is to drug another student, Jenny, with laxatives, though the faculty tells him he can't have anyone shit their pants. So instead he works with the staff to throw a pizza party for all the students, where the pizza is laced with laxatives, because if everyone craps their pants, then it's as if no one did. Meanwhile, a group of students led by Stan is trying to track down the identity of the person running Eavesdropper, discovering it to be a gerbil with a microphone on its head named WikiLinks, the brother of Lemmy-Winks. WikiLinks has recorded the staff drugging the school's pizzas and is prepared to break the story, so the faculty tries to throw Cartman under the bus, literally, for his involvement. But the kids have, at the behest of the Frog King, rescued Lemmy-Winks from his cage and taken him to school to have a showdown with his brother. Lemmy-Winks and WikiLinks have a realistic squirrel fight, and WikiLinks is killed, with Mr. Mackey able to delete the story about the drugged pizzas before it gets published. In the end, Cartman acts as though he's forgiven the school for throwing him under the bus, only for Mr. Mackey to explosively crap his pants as a result of some cupcakes that Cartman baked. Parody requires some degree of knowledge of the subject being parodied. It needs a level of nuance to ensure that whatever the parody is about is properly made fun of, as a surface-level teasing of a subject or concept will quickly lose its social relevance, as the subject is either understood better, or it fades away from society's memory. Media exists forever. An episode of a TV show that tries to be topical will exist for years afterwards, and will always have the concept it's making fun of at the forefront of its messaging, even if others don't care. And this is where this episode fails. It discusses WikiLeaks as though it were a celebrity tabloid, given some later developments that's at least aged better than other parts, but overall seems to show an understanding of the issue on par with knowing the name of the group. This is why other episodes that touch on social issues work better, as they do so under the guise of masking. They don't make an episode about a news story, they make an episode with subtext about that news story that allows the plot to work as a standalone tale, something this episode struggles with, as it's wearing too many hats while not wearing them well enough to say anything. Broadway Brodown. Randy hears from some of his co-workers that they have received oral sex from their wives after taking them to musicals, so he takes Sharon to see Wicked and then confirms this fact. That musical theater is full of subliminal messaging. Randy then takes Sharon to Broadway for a week of musical theater, leaving his kids with the Vegans, a family of vegans who never let their son take off his life preserver. Shelley tells off the vegan parents for being overprotective of their son Larry, which causes Larry to fall in love with Shelley, going so far as to write her a song and eventually coming over to play Settlers of Catan. Meanwhile, Randy is lamenting that Colorado doesn't have enough culture because it doesn't have enough musicals, and he gets the idea to write his own. This musical catches the attention of several great musical writers who are upset with Randy for trying to horn in on their racket because his play has no subtext, risking giving away the whole conspiracy. Randy is challenged to a bro-down with Stephen Sondheim, where the two eventually come to respect each other, and they even help out with Randy's play. He gets out after hanging with the bros, where he learns that Shelley and Larry are watching Wicked together. Fearing the subliminal messaging his daughter will be exposed to, Randy rushes over to the theater to stop the play by donning a Spider-Man costume and breaking the water main, as well as taking out many of the performers. In the end, Larry drowns as Shelley had convinced him to take off his life preserver, and then Randy does an ad spot for the Book of Mormon, promising anyone who watches it that they'll get a blowjob. This episode's concept was made while Matt and Trey were working on the Book of Mormon, all about some of the absurdities of the differences in who musical theater was assumed to be for versus who would actually show up, versus whether the show was assumed to fail due to the lack of overlap in certain audiences. The idea was that by eschewing traditional roles of the audience, they would have some presumed idea of success beforehand, but this is the same logic behind the idea that no one will watch a cartoon targeted for adults that's based on a viral internet holiday card. Basically, this episode is about not assuming why a show has failed or succeeded before it comes out, at least in concept. In practice, the bro-down aspect involving a bunch of musical theater fans took over the plot, and it became about the humorous juxtaposition of frat bro culture and musical theater. "1%. The results of the presidential fitness test come back, revealing that South Park Elementary has the lowest score in the nation. Not because the students are weak, but because Cartman alone has dragged down the average. They start making fun of Cartman for being fat, and then make fun of him for being too immature to accept that he's fat. That evening, Butters and Jimmy plan a 99% protest against the presidential fitness test, asking the organization to drop the 1% to improve everyone else's scores, though the media reporting assumes they're occupying the restaurant next door, Red Robin. Cartman comes home to discover that Clyde Frog has been killed, blaming the 99% for this, and later having his room catch fire when Peter Panda's immolated. He stays at Token's house as he assumes it's impossible for black people to be blamed for anything, only for the rest of the boys to show up because they found out the 5th graders are planning something big. But while trying to catch them in the act, Cartman's stuffed animals, Muscle Man Mark and Rumpletumpskin, are also killed, revealed to be the work of Polly Prissy Pants, actually Cartman acting through the dolls. The other boys see Cartman playing with his dolls in an elaborate series of killings, and realizes that it was just the guy's way of getting rid of his stuffed toys without actually having to blame himself. Meanwhile, the 5th graders unveil their plan, to protest the 99% movement with an 83% movement, asking them to drop the entire 4th grade class as it has Cartman in it, and later the entire protest falls apart into increasingly smaller percentages before disappearing altogether. What started as a leftover scene from the episode 201 where Cartman confronts his mother about his father's identity turned into a much larger plot, incorporating aspects of pop culture and the news. But by now this is pretty run-of-the-mill for South Park. Cartman thinks he's being singled out by the rest of the school, and he's correct. What he fails to understand is why they're singling him out, assuming it must be jealousy or just plain unfairness, when the truth is the opposite. Everyone else has to miss recess to do extra physical education classes because Cartman won't carry his weight, pun intended. Rather than simply accepting this imbalance, the kids of South Park Elementary decide they're going to fight back through protests that hope to accomplish something. This is based on the real-world Occupy Wall Street movement, a movement that, like in South Park, was misrepresented/misunderstood by the media, intentionally so. When the people who own the news stations realize they're having attention called to them, of course it will be misrepresented. We've seen this throughout history, that the more upsetting a movement is to the status quo, the more vague it gets covered, assuming coverage exists at all. In this instance, we saw that the media's awkward coverage of a movement meant to get people to demand change wound up with people unsure what it was that was actually being protested until OWS fell apart. A History Channel Thanksgiving. The boys are assigned a report on the first Thanksgiving by local 1/16th Cherokee David Running Horse Sawitsky, and Cartman suggests they simply watch the History Channel instead of reading. They wind up making a report on the History Channel version of Thanksgiving, where the first Thanksgiving was actually visited by aliens, and this report winds up being cited by the History Channel's experts themselves as proof, and the boys are brought on the show, where their quotes get taken out of context to make even more claims. But as it turns out, all of this was true, and a stray pilgrim, Captain Miles Standish, appears on Earth, needing to get back to command an impending war between the Indians and Pilgrims of a distant planet, over the stuffing mines that provide the food every Thanksgiving Day. Basically, it's the Thor movie. Kyle eventually manages to open the portal, which was Natalie Portman, and Standish is able to go home. In the end, the boys have learned the real meaning of Thanksgiving, only to watch another special on the History Channel about the fact that the first Thanksgiving was haunted. Television always tries to present itself as entertaining before anything else, and this often comes at the expense of realism or educational value. This isn't some anti-fact conspiracy or anything. TV has to be entertaining or else people will just watch one of the other shows on at the same time. The issue arises when firstly, there's more of a priority on getting views than educating, and secondly, there's still a veneer that the programming is meant to be educational. Once facts stop being prioritized, they stop being confirmed, and you wind up with shows where the sources are other shows, using other shows, using other shows, and so on. Tracing these theories back to some guy speculating, and then confusing a lack of research with the lack of evidence to the contrary. This wild speculation about aliens and ghosts and the like usually traces its origins to colonialist ideals, a reinforcement of the ideas that ancient peoples deserved to be subjugated because they didn't accomplish much with their societies. And if ancient ruins and old texts that outclass contemporary knowledge contradict the idea, then alien intervention is involved, instead of the possibility that these people were smarter than we gave them credit for. The Mayans knew the Earth revolved around the Sun at least as far back as 550 BC, over 2,000 years before Copernicus was executed for heresy for claiming the same thing. We could argue that the Spanish weren't inherently superior, but happened to be resistant to the diseases they carried with them, or we can say aliens did all the great things in history, unless the people who did them were our skin color, in which case it was human ingenuity. The poor kid. Kenny's parents get arrested for the meth lab in their yard by police being followed by cameras for the show White Trash in Trouble. He's then dropped off in foster care, where he and his siblings Kevin and Karen are given to the Weatherhead family, a family of militant agnostics who repeatedly drill into their children's heads that they can't be sure of anything. Back at South Park Elementary, Cartman does the math and discovers he's the new poorest kid in school. So he frames his mother for having a meth lab so he can be taken to foster care as well. But rather than ending up in Hawaii like he wanted, he's instead brought to the Greeley household too. Cartman resents this and the new elementary school for a time, before realizing that even as a foster kid, he's not the poorest kid in the new school. But Kenny's sister is not adapting well as the other girls are bullying her, only for Mysterion to arrive to reassure her at home and defend her at school. After the Weatherhead kids start talking about Karen's guardian angel, the militant agnostics start hosing down the children in the punishment room. So Kenny, as Mysterion, plans to sabotage this new family by baiting them with a Pabst Blue Ribbon, turning the Weatherheads into White Trash in Trouble. The kids are taken out of the abusive household, and Kenny gets brought back to South Park, where Cartman, after a jail sentence, is excited not to be the poor kid anymore. And then a reptilian bird creature who may or may not exist bursts into the hallways and kills Kenny, making Cartman the poor kid once again. For all of Cartman's flaws, at the very least he's not a hypocrite. As soon as he finds out that he's the new poorest kid in school, he starts making yo mama jokes about himself through tears, rather than trying to downplay his family's lack of wealth. Though he still keeps his original characterization here, not accepting the change but still trying to alter things. He could then either sabotage someone else's family or try to promote himself, and he does the latter, which backfires. This story ties into Kenny's in a way that I think helps to bring some of the more fantastical elements back to their mundane roots. The best episodes of South Park, where the kids act like kids, are the ones where the plot escalates without actually contradicting the children's worldview. Things like the kids role-playing as Lord of the Rings characters works because their epic journey only took them to the next town over to return a movie. But over the last few seasons, we've seen that the kids' imaginations will now take them to a realm at war, or involve Cthulhu being brought out of the ocean to terrorize people. South Park is great at making this dichotomy stand out more between an episode where Ike can travel to the far north to rescue a princess, and then later have the kids watch Cartman freak out over what his stuffed animals are doing, with the latter plotline being treated with more gravity. Here we have Mysterion go back to his origins of just helping out the police and trying to piss off Cartman. Not fighting extra-dimensional beings, but trying to save his little sister from a cruel foster home. Reverse Cowgirl. Clyde gets yelled at by his mother for leaving the toilet seat up again, prompting Cartman to laugh about the incident to the whole class. But days later, his mother falls into the toilet, fusing with the plumbing and dying as a result. This causes the town of South Park to have a meeting about leaving the toilet seat up in light of the danger. But when no one can decide whether men are at fault for not lowering the seat, or women are at fault for not looking before they sit, they instead pass the responsibility to the government. The government forms the TSA, the Toilet Safety Administration, as a response, and they begin monitoring everyone's bathrooms with security lines and cameras. Fed up by the violation of their privacy, the town of South Park finally agrees it's time to perform a suance so they can sue the inventor of the toilet, John Harrington. They join the rest of the boys in the suance in a courtroom that manages to contact Clyde's mother, who tells them their lawyer's ripping them off, before John Harrington actually appears and tells them it isn't his fault because they have been sitting on the toilet backwards. The TSA is disbanded and everyone returns to life as before, with Clyde intentionally leaving the seat up. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. This is a phrase attributed to Benjamin Franklin that gets tossed around a lot in the discussion on the role of government intervention in people's lives, a quote that often accompanies a lecture on personal responsibility and the fact that people need to take more of it for their own actions. But one thing you cannot take personal responsibility for are the actions of others that happen to endanger you. In this episode, it's taken to an extreme regarding someone not leaving the toilet seat down and another one falling in, dying because she didn't check before she sat on something. Things like long TSA lines are an instance of one guy ruining it for everyone, but the same overregulation conversation can apply to anything else and not just air travel, toilet use. Because while it's frustrating for one guy to ruin everything, nobody ever stops to consider that they might be that one guy in some field. So the regulatory conversation about personal responsibility has far less to do with people arguing that everyone ought to be more responsible, but rather that everyone else ought to be more responsible so that I don't have to. The men of South Park tell the woman that they should be more responsible to remain aware of where they're sitting down, but don't want to admit their own lack of effort just to lower the seat. In the end, most of the talk of personal freedoms usually involves other people making sacrifices so they can keep doing what they want. Also, for what it's worth, you should be completely closing the toilet lid when you flush, otherwise a bunch of feces particles fly all over and end up on your toothbrush. Mythbusters had a whole thing about it. Cash for gold. After visiting Grandpa Marsh at the retirement home, Stan is given a tacky but expensive necklace as a gift. But the other boys at school make fun of it, so he pawns it for money, only to get several lowball offers. Cartman explains the scam to them. Old people buy overpriced jewelry on TV, then gift it to their families, who sell it to cash for gold businesses, who then sell it to a smelter, who melts it down and gives the raw material to a sweatshop, who then reassembles the jewelry to give to networks that jack up the price and sell it to elderly folks. Stan and his friends try to get to the bottom of the scam as Cartman tries to get to the top, only for both boys to follow the cycle around a few times and realize there is no bottom or top. So he simply settles for calling the host of the jewelry bonanza and encourages him to commit suicide, something other callers also do as they are tired of guys like him exploiting seniors. Stan also gives his grandpa a picture frame as a gift from one of the sweatshop laborers, one he fills with an old picture of his grandfather's dog to help him remember her face. The economy in general is cyclical. Everything that is purchased is made from parts from somewhere else. These parts are created in a different location and often with money from the original purchases, if not directly then eventually. The money cycle is an economic model that allows the flow of wealth to be tracked and thus allows for issues with the economy to be more easily diagnosed. If there is suddenly a large inflow of raw gold, the people at the smelters lose income, while the sweatshops creating new jewelry will have an abundance of raw materials and start buying less of it. The people in cash for gold stores will find it harder to sell secondhand goods to the smelters, as they've laid off employees after selling so much less. But once the increased supply from the sweatshops starts reducing the price that Jewelry Bonanza is selling its overstocked goods at, there will be even more secondhand jewelry in the market that goes unsold as people want more for it. The reduction in supply then creates an inflated price for old jewelry, interrupting the supply chain until the smelters are once again able to start producing at capacity again due to demand finally catching up. So the economic cycle generally self-corrects. Supply travels one way, demand the other, and money always changes hands, until it doesn't. The biggest cause for concern in any economy comes when something is getting removed from the cycle without being replaced. In this instance, it's the cash of old people who get scammed out of their retirement money for stuff they don't need. The act is not only morally wrong, something this episode is not ambiguous about, but it's also self-destructive as the whole industry collapses once the people at the bottom wind up no longer able to be exploited. Faith healing. The boys plan an elaborate heist involving Faith Hilling at the Republican National Convention, which, if you don't know, is when you complain about Obama in front of a bunch of conservatives. In spite of some warnings about the dangers of memeing, like getting hit by a train, the boys are still excited to find out they made the paper, only to learn the article was critical of them because Faith Hilling is passé. They find out the new meme is Taylor Swifting, only for that to change to O Long Johnson, and changing faster than they can keep track of. Cartman and Kyle keep trying to Faith Hill in various places, though Kenny and Stan chase the newer trends, like cat breading, a meme where cats put bread on their heads that the species came up with on its own. In light of the evolution of the species, the next Republican National Convention involves the O Long Johnson cat as they discuss the future between the two races vying for dominance over the planet, only for Cartman to rush the stage, ready to chase the newest trend, but he's tired of following trends and goes back to Faith Hilling once more, even singing a song that gets everyone to sing along with him in a meme known as pandering. The issue with trying to make an episode about memes is the fact that the landscape of memes changes so rapidly that by the time the episode airs, even with South Park's rapid release schedule, the memes featured are already out of date. But while the memes themselves might change, what doesn't change is the media reaction to these. From baseless fear-mongering to people arguing over what's considered out of style versus what's a retro throwback. There are always going to be some people trying to make a story out of someone planking while drunk and falling over, and rather than more sensibly blaming the alcohol, they blame the trend itself. So South Park can make a timeless episode about something that's anything but timeless, not by chasing trends, but by looking at what does not need to be chased, like the news, and cats. What also stays consistent with these memes is the people who really only bother with them because they are in right now, less interested in the punchline than who they're telling the punchline to. At the end of the day, this is just pandering, but it's not like pandering is inherently wrong. Trying to tell a joke to your friends you think they'd like could be considered pandering. Making an episode of a TV show that references recent memes can be pandering. Talking about memes in a metatextual context, believe it or not, still pandering. In fact, if you create any work of art with a specific audience in mind, even yourself, you are still pandering. It's one of those buzzwords that gets thrown around to the point that it has no real meaning anymore, so why not throw it around ironically, because that too is pandering. Chupacabra. Cartman starts warning all the other kids in line to register for the Easter egg hunt about the Chupacabra, a Jewish monster who attacks children when Passover and Easter are on the same day. Kyle warns him not to spread dumb rumors, as dumb people might believe them, but Cartman's able to convince Butters to go into the woods with him to catch footage of this beast that he then takes to the local superfoods hosting the Easter egg hunt to convince them that only he should be allowed to hunt Easter eggs due to safety concerns. But after they blow a bunch of money investigating the Chupacabra, a panel of cryptozoologists confirms the footage has to be real, and Cartman starts to become scared that he was actually right. That night, he heads into the woods with some others to catch the creature, only for the Superfoods executives from before to kidnap Cartman and disguise him as the Easter Bunny as bait for the monster. The cryptozoologists from earlier see Cartman in the woods and fall for the bait, tranquilizing him and using the gun they shot him with as proof. While passed out, Cartman has visions of the biblical plagues and acts with confusion as to why God would punish people like that. Kyle, feeling sorry for the unconscious and trapped Cartman, heads out at night to wrap the guy in a blanket and free him from the restraints. The next morning, Cartman wakes up safely in his bed, something he considers a Passover miracle. But after failing to convince the others at the Easter egg hunt of the miracle and his conversion, he has a talk with Kyle where he concludes it's better to let people believe whatever they want to. By now we already know enough about Cartman to know that his epiphany and conversion to Judaism will not last through the end of the episode, and sure enough, he goes right back to casual anti-Semitism by the next one. What is interesting about this episode's conclusion, though, is that if this same episode had aired 10 years ago, the Chupacabra probably would have been real. That's just the kind of show South Park used to be, that Cartman would have made up a mythical creature, and then it would have started tearing up the town and killing Kenny. But the Chupacabra not appearing in the episode better helps its message, that evil people will make things up so gullible idiots will let themselves be taken advantage of. Cartman originally plans to make a Scooby-Doo style boogeyman to scare people away from an Easter egg hunt so he can get more candy, only for idiots who believe they're in good company to take over his fake hunt and then convince him he was right all along. Butterballs. After noticing Butters getting bullied with no recourse for it, Stan decides that he wants to stop bullying across America, calling a company over to help them on an anti-bullying campaign. They send over a spokesman, Bucky Bailey, who gives them the idea to film a student video directed by Stan. As Stan is directing this video, he starts to receive more and more praise from everyone but Kyle, who warns him that if he keeps feeding his ego, he'll wind up naked in San Diego. Nor Butters, who dislikes he's becoming the face of the bullied student population because he just wants to be left alone to ignore the constant harassment of his grandmother. But Stan keeps pushing him to do more and more campaigning, eventually bringing him to Dr. Oz to discuss his trauma, where he snaps and beats up the guy playing a doctor. This causes America to turn against Stan's anti-bullying campaign, with the whole production being shut down after Jesus bullies the publisher into compliance. After returning home, Butters confronts his grandma, saying he finally stood up for himself, but he didn't feel any better, and he understands how she feels, more empty and lonely than anything. Meanwhile, as the school turns against Stan because he made them look bad, he decides the only thing to do is to head on down to San Diego and start jacking it. Stan's story, including the hyper-specific ending, is a reference to the Kony 2012 campaign, an attempt by the charity group Invisible Children to call attention to Joseph Kony, leader of a Ugandan terrorist group, while calling for him to be brought to the International Criminal Court. This campaign created a video that wound up being the first YouTube video in history to get to 1 million likes, the fastest growing viral video at the time. This unprecedented popularity brought with, well, the internet, and the increased scrutiny led to Jason Russell, the co-founder of Invisible Children, to have a psychotic breakdown due to accusations that he only made the campaign out of self-interest to sell merchandise. This episode has a running gag of various characters stopping one another in the school bathroom to make threats of compliance to the other party, culminating in Jesus himself threatening an executive not to show a video because it exploited Butters. This sends the same message that Butters explains to his grandma at the end of the episode, that bullies and bullying is not some isolated event that only occurs in schools, but is rather something that starts at a societal level and exists in schools as a result of that. People will try to bully others to get their way all the time, whether it's insults in a workplace or threats from a government. So while it's idealistic to end all bullying, at least understanding that this sort of behavior exists everywhere can prepare kids to start realizing that it has nothing to do with them as victims, and some people are just dicks. I should have never gone ziplining. In this parody of I Shouldn't Be Alive, a narrator walks through the experience of the 4 main boys as they decide how to end a boring spring break, ultimately choosing to go ziplining because it seemed fun. But once they arrive, they learn they're going to be in a group, as well as the fact that they have to take a shuttle to get to the summit where they're forced to make small talk with the other passengers. When they finally go ziplining, Cartman reveals it's super lame, only for the group to then learn they're on a zipline tour and they have 16 more ziplines to go. Extremely bored, the boys fake that Kenny's herpes is going to kill him if they don't leave soon, so the director sends them to a stable with some horses available. But this is a horse riding tour, and it's even more boring than ziplining. They go from here to a live-action recreation of a boat tour, which is so boring that Kenny dies, and they all get his herpes from the Mountain Dew bottle that's been giving Cartman gas all day. Stan reveals that the ziplining tour idea was his, and he signed them all up for a free iPod Nano. And just when it seems like all hope is lost, they find Mr. Hanky on the boat, and he takes them home in the magical helicopter 737 and the Pooh-Choo Express. A controversial episode, not for anything it says, but the general tone and structure being something that not everyone found humor in. This episode is a pastiche of reality shows that try to build up tension in real stories that maybe only have 1 or 2 really intense aspects, with the rest of the episode filled with over-the-top effects and an attempt to create fear from a scriptwriter adding suspense to nothing. It's a direct parody of Animal Planet's I Shouldn't Be Alive, to the point of even having the same narrator from that show on this one. The real source of the controversy in this episode was a stroke of genius or maybe a stroke of another sort. That comes from potentially misunderstanding the parody aspect. They parodied a lame TV show, and they did it so well, the episode itself was lame for the same reasons. Cartman finds love. A new girl moves to South Park, Nicole, and Cartman immediately assumes she has to get together with Token because they're both black. But Nicole has a crush on Kyle, so Cartman sabotages that relationship by pretending he and Kyle are secretly a gay couple. Cartman, at the behest of Cupid Me, then locks the two in a locker room overnight to hook them up, which works as the two are now a couple. But Nicole's parents are unsure about her dating a black boy, saying that the two don't have to be together just because of their race. But when Nicole later discovers a message along those lines on a toy Cartman gave to her that she believed was from Token, she breaks up with him, assuming they're on different terms. Kyle then steps in as he's discovered Nicole's crush from before and buys her tickets to a basketball game. Then, prompted by an ad for laxatives, Cartman decides to take Cupid Me back to the basketball game for a more extreme measure, taking over the PA at the game and declaring that people ought not to care about what others think about whether they belong together. Then he sings a romantic song to Kyle to make it look like this was about their relationship to cover his real purpose. In the end, Token and Nicole wind up together, while Cupid Me causes the poster child for Halitosis Kids to fall for Cartman as revenge for beating him up. Generally, the deciding factor in whether an episode's plot is designated as the A plot or the B plot has to do with whether the story has a point, or if it has far more to do with comedy than anything else. The A plot will be some sort of social satire, while the B plot's just a silly trend in the news or a passing point. When this rule is ignored, we get hat-on-a-hat stories that seem directionless because they spend too much time on everything. And sometimes this rule has to be followed to the point where an episode is split in two, as both the A and B plots are legitimate enough to have episodes on them individually. This is one such episode, with the Nicole plot originally being the B plot of the next episode, Sarcastiball, only for the point of the episode to be too good to be restrained to a B plot. And what this point was Cartman's white supremacy manifesting in the opposite direction. He dislikes mixed-raced couples, but rather than this manifesting as an open hatred, which he still has plenty of, it instead becomes a sort of ironic, sickeningly sweet obsession with the subject, one that masquerades the real truth beneath it all of racial purity. It's not like this is something unique to Cartman, though. It's unusually common for any two minorities in a TV show, live-action cartoon, or even other mediums, to wind up in a relationship out of inertia more than anything else. Like back in the Hays Code days of the 1940s, it was taboo to show an interracial couple, and that would then inform social norms of the next century, to the point where a white supremacist like Cartman can believe a pretty common idea about race relationships that media of the 20th century has normalized. Sarcastiball. In light of a new kickoff rule designed to reduce concussions, Randy sarcastically suggests that they change football to be safer with changes like wearing bras and tinfoil hats while competing over a balloon by complimenting each other, dubbing this new game Sarcastiball. As the others can't tell whether he's being sarcastic or not, they make this new sport official and put him in charge of coaching. But now the kids are confused about the rules and plan to give up until Butters rallies them to keep playing as it's a sport he's finally good at. When Cartman struggles with being nice to other people, Butters uses a literal version of his inner creamy goodness metaphor and offers Cartman all of his nocturnal emissions, which he keeps in jars. With Butters' creamy goo on their side, the boys start playing better and better Sarcastiball, all while Randy is put in charge of coaching Sarcastiball professionally, something he replies to with his usual sarcasm. But Sharon notices that playing so much Sarcastiball has damaged Randy's brain to the point where he can't stop being sarcastic. This health scare causes him to pull his kids out of the sport, but he can't stop being sarcastic when explaining why Sarcastiball is bad, as well as the kids not actually hating the sport and accusing him of being so jaded that he can't understand why people would find joy in things. What does get the sport shut down, though, is when Randy learns that the creamy goo everyone's been drinking is Butters' cum, and he gets grounded. Irony poisoning is when people become so afraid of genuine forms of expression that they stop allowing themselves to have fun at the risk of being called cringe, and it usually results in a different breaking point where people are so sick of not enjoying stuff that they stop associating with rage baiters, who then become isolated to the point that normal people can have fun again. It's like a predator and prey relationship in the wild, where the sarcastic make fun of everything until people having fun are the minority. Then sarcastic folks realize there's no one to make fun of, so they reach for more and more irrelevant things to argue over, and then people realize they don't actually stand for anything, so they start enjoying things again. A sarcastic person like Randy in this episode is incapable of understanding why people have fun. His ideas of what people ought to do are painted entirely by ideas of what doesn't get you made fun of. So he suggests ridiculous things, assuming that no one would ever want to go along with the idea because it's stupid, not realizing that from a certain perspective, almost everything is. At the end of the day, the boys aren't playing football because they love tackling and getting concussions. They're playing football because they like competition and the sense of community that teamwork builds. Both of these things are still present in Sarcastiball, so they like the game even though no one gets hurt. Because why would you make the number of injuries in a sport your be-all metric for its quality? Raising the bar. After seeing the mobility scooters at Walmart, Cartman has an epiphany to get a rascal himself and ride it around to cut lines and sue any store with narrow doorways. Kyle is disgusted by this behavior and, at Token's behest, he films a documentary of Cartman's problems by following him around with the camera. But when this film airs, he learns that Token edited it to a lowbrow comedy called Fatty Poo Poo, making it look like Kyle was in on it. When Cartman discovers the show's existence, he's furious, until learning that it lost to Honey Boo Boo in the ratings, and then his anger is redirected towards her show. So Cartman challenges Honey Boo Boo to a sketty wrestling match on the White House lawn, as a part of Michelle Obama's war on childhood obesity. Meanwhile, James Cameron is in his submarine trudging through the depths of the ocean to find the bar, a tangible object under the ocean that's been lowered by humanity over the years, which has in turn lowered people's standards. After encountering Randy Newman and fighting him over the bar, he's able to return to the surface with it. Back at the sketty wrestling, people start to collectively realize they don't like what entertainment has come to, and they begin to walk away, with Michelle Obama vowing to fight childhood obesity by beating up Eric Cartman. The metric for whether a disability is properly treated as a disability is effectively the cutoff where a person would rather not be disabled than have the accommodations. Accommodations are meant to make people's lives a bit easier, but not meant to make their lives better than other people's, not that this should really be an issue in the first place. It's not as though people see the disabled as enviable because they get to travel to the front of lines or park closer. This is only an issue that comes up in the first place because of bad faith actors thinking that way. Because the best way to get the best of both worlds is to just fake it. But this starts to raise ethical questions, not ethical questions regarding the ethics of faking a disability for special treatment, but rather the ethics of trying to figure out who is faking it. It's not ambiguous that there should be some sort of screening to ensure that the people we give extra respect to deserve it, but how far do you take these examinations? At what point is the intrusion of the screening worse than the disability itself? What's less ambiguous is when these poor lifestyles start to become glamorized. It's fine for people with disabilities to find some means of feeling better about themselves, but as with the above disability discourse, there's a point where the extra attention causes people to want a diet of nothing but butter and sketty to emulate certain behaviors. South Park posits that all of this is the result of a steady lowering of a bar as people start accepting the very weird folks of society, but ultimately says that others hurting themselves for our entertainment is our own fault. Besides, it's not as though the generation Matt and Trey were a part of didn't idolize the guys like Beavis and Butthead or crew of Jackass. Insecurity. After Ike catches Gerald having sex with Sheila while dressed as the UPS man, he tells Kyle about it with a crude drawing. Kyle tells his friends about this drawing, but Randy overhears the conversation and tells all the other guys the UPS man has been sleeping with Gerald's wife. This conversation is then steered by an old man based off the guy from Pet Sematary towards tales of the milkman, who used to sleep with people's wives back in the day. The men of South Park dress up as Bane and attack the UPS man, assuming he's been sleeping with their wives while they're gone. When this doesn't stop him from delivering things, they hear a speech from the representative of a home security company about their new systems, which everyone not only installs in their houses, but installs in their heads, triggered by high stress levels, but mostly by feelings of insecurity. When Kyle tries to invite over the UPS man to sit down with his parents and get the infidelity he believes is happening out in the open, the mob of men instead breaks in to corner him, with everyone's insecurity going off for various reasons. In the end, the man jumps out of a window to his death, with the UPS outfit Gerald owned being discovered, as people realized it was not the UPS guys sleeping with their wives, but the guys installing the security systems. Generally, the scarier a statistic is, the more likely it is the person telling it to you is trying to sell you something. This episode is all about nervous people being scared into paying for services they don't need, that don't do anything, all because of a problem that does not exist. Their fear of the UPS man coming for their wives is an issue that they address not by confronting their spouses directly to clear up the misunderstanding, but paying thousands of dollars so a guy in a room can call the police for you. The best home security system is a very small, very loud dog. The second best is a sign saying you have a home security system. At the end of the day, these security systems are less about selling actual safety and more about selling the idea of safety. So it's fitting that the commercials are about selling the idea that you're not safe, instead of telling the truth. Going native. When Butters starts snapping at people and beating up Scott Malkinson, the school calls his parents, who realize he's beginning to yearn for his native homeland, Hawaii. As the airline won't accept him due to his behavior, Kenny is sent over to assist him, as he's the one Butters hates the least. They arrive for Butters' Hapa Noa ceremony, hosted by the other native Hawaiians, though this is interrupted by news that the Mahalo rewards card is being discontinued, prompting an all-out war against tourists that Butters assists in by taking out a cruise ship with the golf ball. The natives prepare to continue defending their island by kicking out Kenny unless he can perform an Opai Kaka ceremony, resulting in him falling off of a waterfall. Their defense starts to go poorly in spite of Butters' leadership due to the natives running out of mixers for their chi-chis. But before they surrender, Kenny returns with a paddleboard full of vodka he discovered in the ruins of cocoa palms. Newly invigorated by liquor, they're able to drive off the tourists, and Butters can complete his Hapa Noa alongside Kenny, learning that Ben Affleck isn't married to Jennifer Lopez anymore, and causing Butters to calm down because he's not as jealous of the guy. And the entire running gag of this episode is the fact that all of the natives of Hawaii presented are actually tourists who just visit a lot. The tourists they're fighting off are just people who have been there slightly less long than they have, giving the older white natives someone to look down upon. This is not just an allegory for the undeserved egos of tourists, but it represents anyone who acts superior based on the location, while looking down on people who are in the same position they just left. Like someone who moves into a city, complaining about all the traffic caused by the construction that's there to support them moving to the city. Or more specifically, the people who just learned local customs, who look down on the people who haven't learned yet, the act of exiting the out group immediately causing them to feel superior to that one. Because people love to talk about the ins versus the outs, or the us's versus the thems, and they never consider that they could be a them, or even used to be a them. This then ties back to the earlier running gag, the irony created by the fact that the people claiming to be natives are the ones who are really ruining everything for the actual natives. The people whose tourism drives the economy have taken that to mean that they drive the culture as well, and that partaking in it makes them creators, or rather, that partaking in the watered-down, tourist-friendly version of the event means that they're the ones running it all, like ordering at a restaurant and claiming that you cooked the food. A Nightmare on FaceTime. Randy announces his new money-making scheme, buying an old Blockbuster for cheap. In spite of his family's warnings that the business won't succeed due to the ease of online streaming, Randy insists that they all work there and that the money will come in at any moment, all while hallucinating out-of-time ghosts. Meanwhile, Stan is trying to prepare for a Halloween costume party, only to be unable to leave the store. So he instead FaceTimes Kyle's tablet so he can appear alongside his friends in their Avengers costumes. But when they notice a store being robbed, they decide to be true to their costumes and stop the robbery, only to chicken out when they see how many men are there. But Stan, on the tablet, is left behind and interrogated, overhearing that the men plan on attacking the costume contest to silence the kids who saw them mid-robbery. He's rescued from a field they dumped the device in, and then talks to the police about the raid on the Monster Mash. But while there, Randy takes Stan's iPad and begins threatening people who believe he's a Gangnam Style monster. In the end, the men are caught and Shelley burns down the Blockbuster after Randy tries recreating The Shining and killing them all, with the family getting an insurance payout as Randy pouts in the ice. When they started working on this episode, Matt and Trey weren't sure whether a parody of The Shining would work out, since so many other properties had already done Shining parodies, and yes, that includes The Simpsons. But after thinking about it a little more, they realized there was nothing wrong with doing something that had been done before. As usual, it's not about what you do, but how you do it, and they figured that as long as their take on the tropes and scenes were original, it would turn out fine. They were even able to be a bit self-aware with it, as Randy actively gets angry at the stereotypical horror tropes going on around him, assuming the narrative itself is making fun of him, then reacting with sarcasm. Sure, it's all played out, but the reaction to this, rather than being some silly lampshading, is just Randy getting increasingly annoyed, what actually causes his meltdown. And the reason why his business is failing is because it's old-fashioned, something all the other characters identify right away. Businesses need to adapt to new tech the same way that other things in the episode exist as adaptations to things that didn't exist when South Park started airing. Way back in the 90s, the idea of one of the characters trick-or-treating by putting a small computer on a skateboard was unthinkable, but now it's a common-sense solution to a common-senseless problem. Though it's probably worth mentioning that Blockbuster did try to adapt to new technology already, siding with Blu-ray over HD DVD, and even trying to compete with Netflix directly through their Total Access plan, only to reject that for not being profitable enough in the short term. So businesses do need to adapt to the future, and they have to do it quickly, but if they bet on the wrong future, they wind up out in the cold, like Randy did at the end of the episode. A cause for applause. In light of a story on Jesus' doping, the people of South Park remove wristbands hoping to separate themselves from the Christ and his dope, all except Stan, who still holds out some hope. He dons his old scars as he's bold and defiant, enough to grow into a media giant. His actions inspire the farmers up north, although Stan cannot locate this country, of course. But when they all learn of a cut and some glue, they learn that his boldness was all a big fluke. So Jesus and Stan set out to find blackmail of the French-Swedish auteur of scauses that fail. But they realize the truth that although he talks funny, the real crime was done by a man for some money. So Jesus pulls out the dope he didn't use, takes a spoonful and grows to a monstrous hue. He goes to the factory the con man calls home, and he renders unto Caesar like he did back in Rome. With the scauses all gone, Jesus gathers the schmucks, and he tells the whole crowd that I don't have to do the Dr. Seuss rhyming thing anymore. This episode's bait-and-switch opening makes it appear as though it's going to be about Lance Armstrong, when it turned out to be about Jesus instead, though the general plot of the episode winds up as normal, with people wondering who they can possibly take inspiration from now. The arguments about the legitimacy of an idol come down to two opposing sides not understanding the other. One group of people looked up to the man, while other people looked up to the idea of the man. Much in the same way that people either look up to Jesus and thus follow his teachings, or the idea of Jesus and thus follow whatever the hell they want to do and claiming Jesus said it was okay. So one group is defending the actions of a man and accusing those who defend the idea of the man of ignoring the truth, while those defending the idea of the man accuse those of discussing his actions of missing the point. As is typical for South Park, though, both sides are called wrong. The real point of these causes was never about doing the right thing or being a good person. The people behind the causes only fell in with the crowd out of a performative attempt to fit in and appear like a good person, all without the effort of having to be one. The people at the top did so out of an interest of promoting a brand, not because they cared about what they were supposed to. Part of the reason why, when they're discovered to be frauds, they don't seem to understand what they did wrong. It was never about anything but themselves, and it still is, so why are people mad? The real moral of the story is always to be skeptical of a person trying to sell you something. Man, if an ad plays immediately after this sentence, that would be hilarious. Obama wins. Cartman deceives several elderly poll workers in swing states to get access to ballots and steal them, bragging to Kyle about this as he knows Kyle will start a search for these missing ballots. The kids find out that Butters knows about the voter fraud, and they try interrogating him, though he swallows an almond M&M to swell up his throat enough not to speak. But Kenny's able to translate his mumbling, and they learn that Cartman has taken the location of the ballot to Red Lobster to negotiate with Obama and the Chinese general Cao. with the Chinese demanding the rights to Star Wars from Disney in exchange for helping Obama with his re-election campaign, as explained by Morgan Freeman. Cartman escapes and the hunt for the missing ballots is on, though when Kyle tries explaining the plot, he makes the General Tso's chicken joke for the millionth time, causing everyone to be distracted. Mickey Mouse arrives, demanding to know where the ballots are as he wants to keep the rights to Star Wars for himself. Disney is eventually able to capture Cartman, where the mouse offers Cartman a role in the movies in exchange for the ballots so he can swing the election in his favor. In the end, Kyle finds the missing ballots at a Hummer dealership, as it's the last place anyone would ever be, but he's followed by the Chinese. Morgan Freeman explains that the Chinese only want the rights to Star Wars so they can protect its legacy from Disney, who plans on putting Cartman in the movies, and everyone decides that the sanctity of the Star Wars movies is more important than the outcome of the election. Like every single election every 2 years for the last 3 decades, the election of 2012 was the most important election in history, according to people canvassing for votes. What was actually a major story coming out that week was the purchase of the Star Wars franchise by Disney, something that Matt and Trey actually wanted to make their episode about, before realizing that once again they had an episode airing on the same week of a US election. So they made their obligatory US election episode because they're known for parodying whatever's on the news, and it was hard to find anything on the news but election coverage. 4 years before, they covered the Obama-McCain election, and they considered making 2 versions of that episode but decided against it for time restraints. This time around, they didn't even bother to come up with an alternative, assuming the election would go the same way all the polls claimed it would. A few people on the team even jokingly called them out for jinxing the results of the election by calling it so early, but these were all dismissed. Remember this, it will be important later. Anyway, this episode is actually about the sale of the Star Wars franchise, something that Matt and Trey were worried would ruin their favorite films moving forward. Kind of a bizarre worry to have considering they once compared the prequels to sexual assault, and also dedicated an entire episode, Jackofosaurus, to making fun of Jar Jar, only to lament that the franchise is now being ruined. Let go, let gov. Cartman is loudly talking on his phone about the lack of privacy he has between people listening in on his conversations and the NSA. He loudly proclaims to everyone at school that the government is spying on their conversations, but only Butters really cares. Enough that he begins to pray to the government at night, and even begins to confess his sins to the workers at the DMV. Others see him doing this and feeling relaxed that someone is watching, and soon Butters has a whole congregation of government worshippers. Meanwhile, Cartman decides he's going to infiltrate the NSA by going undercover, though he broadcasts his entire plan through a social media platform called Shitter that puts every thought you have online. After getting the NSA job and shadowing a more senior member, Cartman eventually discovers his own file is tiny and deemed unimportant, as well as the fact that the NSA is able to monitor everyone by hooking up Santa to a machine. Cartman becomes an NSA whistleblower about these facts, but nobody cares, so he plans to flee to Russia when Butters tells him he can just confess his sins at the DMV and be forgiven. When more government worshippers arrive alongside Cartman, the DMV decides to embrace this new crowd and become a proper church, only to get shut down for molesting little boys. Matt and Trey noticed a trend that all the people who seemed the most concerned with the fact that all their personal information was being scanned through by the government were the same people who seemed to put so much of their information out there in the first place. The ones who could not keep things to themselves, realizing that other people were listening in on purpose rather than against their will. These days, practically everything is put online to be publicly available to the point where the emerging trend is actually not to do this. But at this time in history, people were beginning to air their dirty laundry where everyone could see, unaware of just how many people everybody was. After being told for years that the wrong person might see it, only to never really face consequences due to the deluge of information bad actors would have to sift through, people finally got an example of a bad person with access to their information in Uncle Sam. But is that so bad? The general reaction to the whistleblowing regarding the NSA having access to everyone's information was an overwhelming Most people really didn't care that the government had access to this info, while the less informed were actively happy about it, assuming that the propaganda about all these invasions of privacy being for their own good was true. This is how most restrictions of people's rights tend to go. First, people stop using that right on their own, then the government steps in and begins restricting it, and no one cares because at the time there's nothing to complain about. So long as it stays that way, most people won't even notice, but there's always the chance that something you take for granted today winds up being made illegal down the line. For example, a picture of J.D. Vance where his head is photoshopped to look like Humpty Dumpty. But once people start getting jailed for that, it's too late to start caring. Informative murder porn. The parents of South Park are all obsessed with informative murder porn, a series of cable shows about reenacting couples murdering each other. This comes to a head when one man actually kills his wife, so the children put parental locks on the murder porn networks that can only be unlocked with the password, "How do you tame a horse in Minecraft?" As the parents cannot get around these locks, they ask a boy, Corey Lanskin, to teach them to play Minecraft so they can watch their murder porn again. Once they get around this, the children realize the parents are not only still watching murder porn, but griefing their Minecraft servers as well. So the kids go to the cable company to get these channels removed, though the cable guys are too obsessed with inconveniencing their customers to be any help. That is, until they realize that the parents would be inconvenienced by the murder porn channels being taken away, so they agree. In the end, Randy and Sharon start arguing over the lack of romance in their relationship, only to rekindle it by killing each other in Minecraft. South Park loves to take common social issues and then invert them by flipping around the groups involved. Here, it's not the parents concerned about what their kids are watching, but the kids concerned with what their parents are watching, with the suggested alternatives being the thing that the other group would find confusing and pointless. In the real world, adults might find Minecraft to be a game with no point or objective, and then hear stories kids tell about killing each other to mean that there's some inherent violence. All this happening as the adults watch programming they consider educational, when it's just a bunch of people reenacting murders but trying to make them look hot. So the kids are the ones who don't get what their parents are doing, and they lock the activity behind knowledge of Minecraft, a harmless game about building forts and placing blocks. Of course, at the end of the day, the children's fears aren't so much assuaged as they are made irrelevant. The adults wind up addicted to Minecraft where they kill each other for fun, the revelation being that the adults were not addicted to informative murder porn for the porn, but the murder. And violence is something so ever-present in society that people are going to get their fix from something no matter what. If they're really sick enough to reenact what they see on TV, there's no way to possibly get rid of every temptation because they'll just turn a game about exploring and punching trees into an outlet for their desires. So don't blame the TV, don't blame video games, blame the person. World War Zimmerman. Cartman is acting weird and skittish around Token, constantly asking if they're cool and then shouting about him when he sleeps during class. Cartman is having dreams about the movie World War Z, where he replaces the zombie outbreak with angry black people upset about a ruling in the George Zimmerman case. When Cartman tries to call out Token during a school assembly, Token snaps at Cartman for always singling him out, prompting Cartman to assume the world's about to end. He hijacks a plane only to crash it when he sees a black guy on board, setting out to stop the patient zero of the angry black guy outbreak, Token. But as Colorado does not have as clear-cut stand-your-ground laws, he decides instead to go to Florida, where you can shoot anybody you want. He heads to George Zimmerman's house, where he's currently being called into action by people terrified of Cartman's doomsaying, only to see Cartman wearing blackface outside and then shooting the kid. The government agents at first praise him for his quick thinking, only to realize that Cartman was white, so they give Zimmerman the death penalty. Once that's done, Cartman tries to make his peace with Token, only to shoot him when he comes in for a fist bump claiming self-defense. After being found not guilty, Cartman starts having nightmares about how bad the end to World War Z was, before crashing another plane when Token says he does not want to apologize for getting shot. Cartman spends this episode trying to live out the fantasy of being Brad Pitt, and the episode goes on to posit that this is the true driving trend behind a lot of racial divisions in the country. There are people out there who watch a lot of television and see a lot of movies about a good guy gunfighting all the bad guys, and then they begin to fantasize about that. But understanding that zombies don't exist, they look for the next best thing, minorities. They justify their murder fantasies by claiming it's a self-defense fantasy, a fantasy that only makes sense if you consider yourself to be a victim all the time. It's the thought process that makes people obsessed with self-defense through the lens of shooting first, the type of person who buys a gun for home defense and then prays every night they get to use it. And that is where this ties back into the Hollywood thing. There's a prevailing fantasy among upper-class men of being under attack so they can be brave and defend themselves and their loved one so they can prove they're tough and manly, because they don't know any other ways to do that. The media then sells a fantasy of people being under attack to justify a victim complex to make it appear more normal to wish death upon all your neighbors. There are people out there who are torn between wanting to fight others to prove something, but also understanding that this makes you look crazy, so they claim that the world is crazy to justify their mental sickness.